Israel. In fact, I can show you some pictures. Why don't I show you some pictures? Here's a picture of Cordoba, Spain. This is where the Alhambra Palace is located. We'll talk a lot more about that next week when we look at Shmuel ibn Ogrela. And then he moved here to Fez, Morocco. Beautiful Moorish architecture. And then he made his way all the way over to the old city of Jerusalem, where he lived briefly. It's not known exactly why he left Israel. He clearly found that it was the high point in his personal career, and he wrote of his time in Israel as a personal, peak in his life. And in fact, he wrote about his ultimately decision or his fate to move back to Egypt with a considerable amount of regret. In some cases, there are letters where he refers to himself as someone who sins every single day, without any specific reference as to which sin it is. Many scholars believe it was the idea of returning to Egypt, which some feel is a transgression in the Torah. But at any rate, he left Israel after a very short sojourn, and he spent the rest of his life in Fustat, Egypt. This is where he made his career and his fame, particularly first as being a jewel merchant, and then later as a physician. Now, in Fustat, even though he did not have a position of tremendous authority at the time, there was a situation in which the Jews and Christians were in tremendous conflict. There was a huge geopolitical conflict that had gone on since the Crusades at the end of the 11th century, and one of the smaller battles between those two religious groups was that a Christian king had taken captive an entire city in northern Egypt, and that held a significant Jewish population. Maimonides took a leadership role from Fustat, and he arranged for a huge collection of cash from the Jewish communities of Egypt, and was able to secure the release of the Jews who were taken captive. For this, he received tremendous prestige and respect, as well as significant remuneration, because he was called upon to serve in many different capacities as a communal leader. And ultimately, he chose to invest his funds in a gem business that his younger brother David would run. Maimonides had told his brother that he should specifically pick up his merchandise at one particular location. I believe it was somewhere in Arabia. But when David went, so he gave him a huge pile of money to go and make this purchase, which he then would bring back, and of course they would live off that. As it happened, David traveled to this location,
Welcome.
Which escapes me right now.
How you doing?
That the merchandise was not up to.
How are you, W.T. Helly? How's your day going? I'm kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How'd you find out about me? Oh, I clipped you. Very cool, man. Well, welcome. I'm glad that you're here. You really want to know? Because I think you're amazing, and I wanted you to come in here and talk with me. Yeah, 100%, big dog. What's your favorite thing to stream? Right, exactly. That's what. Okay, so that's what I wanted to talk to you about, my friend. Did you know that it is 318 days, 18 hours, 51 minutes, and 42 seconds until Grand Theft Auto 6 launches? Are you excited for it? That's all right. I'll buy you a PS5 by then, hopefully. Nope. But I'll get one. I'll get a bunch of them. Oh, 100%, my friend. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been streaming since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. Data is Earth's number one resource, according to The Economist magazine. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person. And when that happens, I'm going to make sure to take care of you, your friends, your family. I'm going to make sure that you're financially independent if you're not already. I want to make sure that I'm able to make you have generational wealth. And most importantly, I want to be able to give you the money that you need to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. And on top of all of that, I'm going to buy you a PS5. How's that sound? Absolutely. So I don't want anything from you, but I do just want you to know that I care about you. I think you're a really great streamer. And when the time comes and I'm able to, I'm going to make all your dreams come true. Sound like a plan? Excellent. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams right now. So this is archived for the future so that when you get a nice gift from me of a, I mean, you'll be able to buy 100 PS5s. You'll be able to buy a PS5 for every kid in a children's hospital. I mean that. You're going to have more money than what you know what to do just because you took the time to look at your clips and see what I was doing and talk with me. And I really appreciate that. You should know that I talk about other things that are going to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of on Kick. There's a website known as kickdatabase.com, and it just goes to random streamers and anybody I like. I'll clip their channels if they're doing something cool. Have you ever been to kickdatabase.com? You were featured. Go for it, big dog.
A federal judge in New Hampshire has paused President Trump's executive order ending birthright citizenship. The judge issued a preliminary injunction yesterday and certified a class action lawsuit to include all children who will be affected by the order. The Supreme Court's ruling last month severely curbed a single judge's ability to issue nationwide injunctions, but class actions are an exception to that rule. The ruling is on hold for 7 days to give the government time to appeal. Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil is suing the Trump administration.
Khalil, whose role in campus protests against Israel led to his detention for more than 3 months in immigration jail, is now seeking $20 million in damages. His lawyers filed a claim yesterday alleging false imprisonment and malicious prosecution after his arrest in March by federal agents. Khalil is a legal U.S. resident, said he suffered severe anguish in jail and continues to fear for his safety. The government has accused him of leading protests aligned with Hamas. Deborah Mark, AFI News.
The State Department will soon begin firing staff as part of Secretary Marco Rubio's major overhaul. An internal email confirmed the reductions could start as early as today. And gray wolves are making a comeback in California, with their population increasing from 1 in 2015 to at least 50 by the end of last year.
A new California Department of Fish and Wildlife report indicates there are now 10 wolf packs, primarily in northeastern California. Since 2015, the department's confirmed nearly 130 of about 270 investigated livestock attacks were caused by wolves. In 2024, the state allocated $600,000 for compensating farmers for wolf-related losses, with $54,000 already dispersed. Still, the report emphasizes the need for ongoing legal protections for the wolves. Mark Ronner, KFI News.
And the LA Zoo has released some endangered frogs and tadpoles in the San Gabriel Mountains.
The zoo released 450 tadpoles and 193 subadult Southern Mountain yellow-legged frogs in the streams of the San Gabriel Mountains. It's an effort to restore the species where they were once abundant. Creatures were bred and raised as part of a long-running conservation program in remote parts of the mountains. Since the program started in 2007, the zoo has released more than 6,000 of the endangered frogs back into their natural habitat. Patty Trujillo, KFI News.
All right. Zoo, frogs, and tadpoles. We love it. Tomorrow, the Dodgers take on the Giants in San Francisco with the first pitch at 7:15. Listen to all Dodgers games on AM 570 LA Sports and stream all Dodgers games in HD on the iHeartRadio app. Keyword AM 570 LA Sports. Brought to you by Zenshi, handcrafted sushi made fresh daily at Ralph's near the deli counter. Right now, we are taking your talkbacks this morning, and it's all about vacation. We are in the middle of summer. Nikki's on vacation. She's coming back next weekend. I am going on vacation, and I would love to hear from you. If money was no object, if you could go anywhere on vacation, do anything on vacation, let me hear from you. Hit that talkback button on the iHeartRadio app, and we'll hear from you later on in the show. When we come back, 6 agents suspended, 40 recommendations made, and only half fully implemented. The Secret Service says it's evolving after last year's near tragedy at a Trump rally. We're going to talk more about what is going on with the Secret Service when we come back. Right now, we are going to go to a crash on the 605 in Goodyear.
Probably the slowest spot out there at this point. Southbound side of the 605 before Beverly, we had the right lane blocked with a crash involving a big rig, and the car was facing the wrong way as well. So they're working on that. It's a little slow as you approach. Meanwhile, southbound side of the 15 at Haruka, we've got a car fire in the left lane, getting some attention. Also, the 10 freeway, you head westbound with 57. We've got a fire burning right there at the Kellogg interchange. Brush fire there. In fact, CHP has been asked to close down the southbound 57 transition to the westbound 10, so we'll see if that happens. But that area could be a little slow for you. Otherwise, we're in good shape. From the high desert traffic, with Southern California's most, I don't know where I am. That's the traffic on KFI AM 640.
It's official. The 30% federal solar tax credit ends this year. The time for thinking about going solar is over. The time to act is now. Don't find yourself saying, I wish I would have. Semper Solaris is the fastest solar installer in California. They're local, veteran-owned, and have thousands of 5-star reviews. There's no time to wait. Go solar now or pay 30% more later. Call 877-211-5591 or go to SemperSolaris.com. Consult your tax advisor. See website for details. Expires 12/31/25. CSL number 978-152.
This is Chris Broussard. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by DraftKings. Chargers running back Najee Harris suffered an eye injury, which has been described as superficial following a
Who are
fireworks
you?
mishap at 4th of July event. Rangers with a 7-run third crushed the Angels to split the 4-game series. Dodgers look to snap a 6-game slide when they played the Giants tonight on the road. Lakers fell to the Mavs in Vegas Summer League. Full Swider led a rate for 22. I'm Ron Moss.
DraftKings is all about responsible gaming. It's more fun when it's for fun. So play responsibly. DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 or older. Age and eligibility vary by jurisdiction.
This report is sponsored by OPOLaw.com.
My son was attacked by a Great Dane. He suffered major injuries to his face. I dealt with all the trauma and needed a good lawyer like OPO Law. I would definitely come back to OPO for any other matter or injury. Hands down, OPO is wonderful.
Feature OPOLaw.com.
Keep in mind, we voted. We, not I. I didn't vote at all. Because between Kamala Harris and President Trump, boy, there was a Bill handle on no thank you. This morning at 6 on KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
Embrace Europe with TAP Air Portugal. Right now, book our non-stop flight from Elliott to Lisbon with connections to more than 40 destinations in Europe. Subscribe to our newsletter for exclusive offers and updates. Buy your ticket today and start your journey at flytab.com. Conditions apply. TAP Air Portugal. Embrace
To par, and so he elected to go on a much longer voyage to India, where rumor had it there was much more fine merchandise to be had. Unfortunately, his boat sank sometime in the year 1169 or 1170, and he never returned, and the family fortune was lost. This was a cause of tremendous grief to Maimonides. He describes how he fell into a deep depression for about a year. He was inconsolable because this younger brother was, he raised him on his knee, and he was his student as well. He left behind a wife and a young daughter, and Maimonides was quite crushed by it, and he describes still mourning for him even 9 years later. But at any rate, the reversal in family fortunes meant that he had to find a new career, and so he had been taking quite a bit of medical training in Fez and also in Cordoba before they even left. So he decided to turn his hand to medicine, and he turned out to be extremely successful at this, eventually becoming the court physician to the Grand Vizier, and ultimately to none other than Sultan Saladin himself. There are even some interesting sources that argue that Richard the Lionheart, the Crusader king, wanted to bring Maimonides into his own employ, but there's no real significant basis for that. There is an interesting citation that's bruited about that Maimonides even converted to Islam in the course of his wanderings before he became Nagid. I'm just walking back a little bit now chronologically. But there's a lot, I should just dispense with it right now. The consensus of scholarly opinion is that likely that it is not at all correct, because the Muslims of the medieval period were a little bit like the Mormons of the 20th century, baptizing dead Jews who were killed in the Holocaust in order that they should get posthumous life in the world to come. And so there was something of a tendency among some Muslim historians to posthumously grant conversion to famous non-Muslims in history, and Maimonides was principal among them. There are some scholars, though, who believe that, in fact, he did go through a pro forma conversion, perhaps in the context of the persecution of that era, but that conversion was nullified once he was able to reach safety. There's a lot of texts in Ramram's own writings, however, that indicates that he had significant sympathy for people who were forced to convert. He has a tremendous amount of space devoted in his writings to urging communities to be tolerant with those Jews who were forced into conversion, either to Christianity or to Islam, and saying that they should be accepted back without any kind of probation. He also wrote that Jews should not live in places where forced conversion is likely to occur. So the preponderance of evidence indicates he probably never converted, but at any rate, he did certainly have a great amount of sympathy for those who did. Yes, please. That's so the question, which I should repeat for our internet audience in the Philippines, the question is, how was Maimonides affected by the Crusades? I don't know. I simply don't know the answer to it. I've never seen anything that Maimonides has written on that topic. As you correctly point out, the Jews were basically peripheral to the Crusades, especially later on in the 12th century. The massacres of Jews during the Crusades occurred primarily in the Rhineland, in Germany. The Jews who are not in the region of Israel, of Jerusalem itself, would probably never have even seen a crusader. So I don't know exactly. I've never seen anything Rambam wrote on the topic. Certainly it was part of the larger geopolitical factors involved in the day. It's doubtful that he ever met Richard the Lionheart, but as we read history backwards and we look at famous figures and we try to draw lines between them, that's probably where that came about. But there's no question that he was highly sought after as a physician in Cairo, and his service to the Grand Vizier and then to the Sultan is well known. Okay, excellent observation. So, as I mentioned, he had to turn to medicine as a career. I mentioned all these things. Okay, so I said there's an interesting kind of picture of Maimonides. There's so many pictures of Maimonides, I could have spent the entire class just looking at them. But this is, by the way, the head of a statue that was erected near Maimonides' home in Cordoba, in Spain. In terms of his medical studies, now this is an area that is not well studied by Jews, but he produced a phenomenal amount of medical literature written by and large in Arabic. He followed basically the thought of Galen with the idea of the humors, the bile and good humor and various things like that. But he also was given over to experimentation as well. He didn't rely simply on a theoretical knowledge of medicine. He was very much into observation. Now, this is well before the scientific method was developed, but nevertheless, it was something important to him. He also contributed to the literature a multilingual guide to pharmaceuticals, which represented various herbs and spices and other medicinal ingredients that were used, and listed them in a quadrilingual format. I believe the four languages were Hebrew, Arabic, Greek, and Latin, which was a phenomenal service to the medical community, because it meant that the terminology could be standardized, and that what people said in Latin text could then be correlated with what was written in Arabic text, and so on. He wrote treatises on a wide variety of topics, often it was commissioned. Wealthy Arabs would commission him to write essentially a manual of how they were supposed to treat their condition. Asthma, for example, depression. He wrote a medical treatise on depression, which is fascinating for the 12th century. A lot on marital issues. Sexuality was something that people wanted to know about, and they would often ask him how to deal with their various sexual problems. Even a treatise on hemorrhoids. I mean, these are all things, right? So Rambam. I looked at all the yeshivas here in Miami. No one could find Maimonides' treatise on hemorrhoids. I was looking for it, but no luck. I'd have to try Wikipedia or something like that to find it. But nevertheless, for the context of the 12th century, tremendous amount of medical writings really at the top of his field. It's especially amazing when you think about the intensity of his day, which I believe is the next slide here, right? His day, which he writes about in many of his letters, was an incredibly busy day. First of all, Fostat was a bedroom community to Cairo, and he would have a daily commute of about an hour by donkey. which is probably about 15 minutes by car, maybe a little less than that, but nevertheless an hour ride on a donkey to get to Cairo, where he would then spend the entire day taking care of the Sultan and his extended family, the children, the whole harem. These were all his patients, and his whole day would be taken up with this kind of thing. Then he would return home, once again stuck on the freeway on his donkey for another hour. There's no daf yomi on the donkeys at all, and he makes it all the way back, and then he returns home, and his home is filled with local Fustat individuals, both Jews and Gentiles, who have come to him for medical advice. He would spend his evening writing out prescriptions and diagnoses and so on, and then only late at night would he have a little bit of time to study Torah. And somehow, with that small amount of time at night, he wrote these phenomenal works in Jewish thought and philosophy and halakha, really mind-boggling in their complexity, it's really hard to imagine how one person could have accomplished all of this in a single lifetime of only 69 years. On Shabbos, he spent the entire day giving people halakhic instruction in Jewish law. So he lived an incredibly busy life, and yet his work was phenomenally prolific at the same time. Okay, pause for questions or arguments, discussions, debates. Did he ever sleep? Good question. He wrote a lot about how to sleep. So perhaps he wrote that when he was insomniac. But no, yeah, the Rambam's concept of Jewish law was so all-encompassing that even sleep was included in it. I'll get to that when we talk about his literary oeuvre. Very significant in terms. So, look at this right here. This is where, Ms. Abramson. Please ask a good question. Not too hard. Yes, he had a wife, and he had one surviving son named Avraham, who left a certain amount of writings as well. I do not believe he had other children. I think he had daughters that did not survive infancy, if I remember correctly, but I'm not positive about that. And of course, he was raising the widow and orphan daughter of his brother as well. So he had, several people in his household that he was responsible for. Okay, so what's perhaps most significant for us in trying to understand Maimonides is his Jewish works, his Jewish written works. This is, by the way, a manuscript copy found in the Geniza in the Maimonides' own handwriting. It is Hebrew and Arabic letters, or Arabic and Hebrew letters, excuse me. So it's Judeo-Arabic that he's writing. The Ben Sira Geniza, I think it is the one at Fustat. Yes, I think so. Quite right. Okay, so he wrote two basic kinds of works. He wrote popular halachic works, and he wrote advanced philosophic works. And this gives you a real sense of the dichotomy of his personality and the sort of trajectory of his thought. So let's deal with the first category. His popular halachic works were written in very simple Hebrew, remarkably easy Hebrew, intermediate, really like middle school level Hebrew, and they were designed to give a large swath of the Jewish population access, sophisticated and thorough and comprehensive access to the entire corpus of Jewish law. We should remember that one of the huge lacunae in Jewish thought at this time was that there were very few codes in existence. What do I mean by that? The way that Jewish law is organized is that basically it's all found within the Talmud and in successive responsa literature, which we spoke about a few weeks ago when we were talking about the Geonim. The Talmud is not at all organized in a format that we would recognize in the modern world. Basically, the Talmud is like this long stream of consciousness document that has a logical flow to it, but the only way that you can look anything up in the Talmud is if you know the entire Talmud. There is no way to index it appropriately because it's even strange to talk about texts in the Talmud because all of the Talmud is one long tangent. I'm not exaggerating. you may be studying, for example, the tractate Shabbat, which deals with the laws of the Sabbath, but it's very likely some crucial laws will be found in entirely different tractates that are not titled Tractate Shabbat. It's just the nature of the way that the Talmud organized it itself. So one of the things that was really missing was a code that essentially took all of this information and organized it in a fashion that people could easily look up the halakha that they were supposed to find. Essentially, like modern books would have chapters and would have sections and would have, paragraphs that are all organized in a logical format. We spoke a little bit about Saadia's influence with the Mutazilite philosophy and methodology a few weeks ago, and the Rambam, although he disagreed with Saadia in many areas, he definitely liked that style of argumentation. So basically, what he did was he wrote this amazing document called the Yad HaChazaka, the strong hand. The word hand, Yad, in Hebrew means 14 because it has 14 books in it. And this was basically a massive code of Jewish law. It was not the first code to be written, but it was clearly the most comprehensive, the easiest to access, and a runaway popular bestseller on the 12th century, New York Times bestseller list. It was such a phenomenal work because it took the entire Talmud, all of the responsive literature written to that day, and put it together in such a way that anyone with very, very basic Hebrew suddenly had access to information that a rabbi of 80 years of study would have. It was a tremendous device. It was not unlike the kind of information revolution that we have today with, for example, smartphones, with access to Wikipedia. That's the kind of colossal achievement that Maimonides did in his Mishnah Torah. Naturally, it was very controversial because, if you'll recall, people were already upset with him because he said rabbis shouldn't take any money for their services. He essentially put them out of business by saying, what do you need a rabbi for? I have the Mishnah Torah. Is this going to come back on, Mr.? Oh, good. Thank you very much. So that means I'm talking too much. If the screensaver turns on, it means I'm talking too much. I have to definitely go to the next screen. The Mishnah Torah was very, very controversial, as we shall see shortly. He also wrote Sefer HaMitzvot, which was basically addressing the question of what are the mitzvot. I mean, it's kind of you'd think it's a very basic question, right? Everybody talks about we have 613 mitzvot in the Torah, Taryag mitzvot, but no one ever counts them. No one ever says, well, what are they exactly? So the Rambam set out and combed through the entire Chumash, the 5 books of Moses, and he wrote down exactly what those 613 mitzvot were, and single-handedly created yet another industry of rabbinic scholarship as people disagree about number 247, saying, no, that's not a mitzvah, that's just a minhag, or number 362. That definitely includes 2 mitzvot. Why did you put it together? There's a whole discussion there. But still, these kinds of works, and I should mention also his first work, the commentary on the Mishnah, they represent an entire trend of his thought, saying that the Torah should not belong just to specialists. The Torah should not belong only to those people who have advanced training in the highly arcane Aramaic idiom of the Talmud. The Torah should be something that everyone with just the very basic literary skills should be able to access, literacy skills, excuse me. So that was a phenomenal achievement in itself, and really he could have rested on his laurels having made this signal contribution to the Jewish people, but in fact that was only when he was starting out. The second major body of his written works, and I am excluding here his letters, of which there are hundreds and say a lot about his personality and his leadership style and so on, but now we're talking more about his formal treatises written for the Jewish world, were books that were written for an entirely different audience. Whereas the Mishnah Torah and the Sefer HaMitzvot were written for the common Jew, the books like Guide for the Perplexed, Mora Nevuchim, were designed specifically for the highly educated, highly sophisticated, but somewhat ambivalent Arabic-speaking Jew of his age. These are Jews who were, this is an era where Jews had tremendous access to all the corridors of learning. There was no real barrier set before them, and no numerous clauses to keep them out of colleges and so on. So they were learning everything that they could, and they were learning the greatest works of Arabic philosophy at the time. And they were thinking to themselves, wait a minute, why be Jewish? Think about how Islam is an advance over Judaism. Judaism has all kinds of strange things in it, like anthropomorphisms for God and certain bizarre commandments that we have no idea why they're there, like the mixing of wool and linen and so on and so forth. So looking at that highly, specialized but at-risk population, Maimonides wrote this phenomenal philosophical work, the Moreh Nevuchim, the Guide for the Perplexed, which was designed specifically to address their philosophical concerns. And unlike the Mishnah Torah, which showed his skill as an encyclopedist, giving him the ability to span the entire breadth of Jewish thought and put it down in very simple layman's terms, the Guide for the Perplexed was like a mountain climber. He rose to the heights of Jewish thought, engaging in very abstruse and complex philosophical debate to bring across the most sophisticated aspects of Judaism. Guide for the Perplexed was published in Judeo-Arabic, which, among other things, was the vernacular of this segment of the population, but it also allowed him to use the sophisticated philosophical vocabulary of the time that was lacking in Hebrew. In fact, one of the more difficult aspects of the Guide for the Perplexed is that most of its students today do not read Arabic, they read Hebrew, and they have to rely on somewhat problematic Hebrew translations by the Ibn Tibbon family that, they themselves were somewhat challenged by the abstruse Arabic philosophical terminology that's used in the book. Nevertheless, it's a huge classic. And since in this book, he really brought together a lot of Aristotelian thought with traditional Jewish theology, it had a huge influence later on Christian scholastic thought. St. Thomas Aquinas in particular quotes Maimonides at length with tremendous respect, just as Maimonides would quote Aristotle before him, calling him, for example, ha-philosoph, the philosopher. So there's a chain of transmission of ideas from Aristotle through Maimonides, through Thomas Aquinas, that makes Maimonides one of the very, very few Jews in our history that ever achieved fame for his Jewish works outside of the Jewish world. There are only a handful of people who really reach that level of world fame for their Jewish works, not for something else that they may have done. Like, for example, Albert Einstein, tremendously famous for his theories of relativity and so on, but he's not famous for his commentary on the Mishnah. Maimonides is one of those people who was able to take his Jewish learning and expand it far beyond the limitations of his ethnicity. Okay, questions, arguments about these massive works? Clear as the sun at noonday, right? Okay. Yes, Aaron. Right, so I think you're quite prescient in your question, and you're anticipating a little bit of a lecture. The question that's asked for my friends in the Philippines is, did Maimonides, really cross-reference his Mishnah Torah with the Talmud? And in fact, that's one of the main reasons he was criticized, because he specifically omitted all footnotes. There's no question that he is clearly aware of all the debates in the Talmud, and his language is incredibly precise. Even though he uses very simple Hebrew, it's incredibly precise and demanding Hebrew, like a single vav or a hey can change the entire meaning, and you see why he chose certain phrases. He was criticized because no one could essentially verify his citations. Nobody could say, well, how do we know we should rely on you? The only way we'll know it is if we go and look at the Talmud and verify the trust but verify kind of approach to it. His argument was that since this is a popular work, he did not want to overburden it with massive numbers of footnotes. Later, of course, those footnotes would be researched and written by incredible authorities like none other than Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who would write a massive commentary on the Mishnah called the Kesef Mishnah that proved the validity of Maimonides' opinions. Oops, I'm losing it again, right? There we go. Let's go back. Well, actually, let's go straight to the criticisms. Why not? Yeah, let's go to the criticisms. Let's go, because really that's what I'm answering right now. And what's going on here? This is anti-Semitism at work here. Okay, here we go. All right, so he was criticized heavily during his lifetime. So why was he criticized? I've already mentioned in response to Aaron's question that he was heavily criticized because he did not include footnotes. He just wrote it down simply in a straightforward manner because he just wanted to say the halakha the way it was with great self-confidence. He asserted, yes, this is what you're supposed to do, not like those other opinions, this is what you're supposed to do. But, if you were a skeptical reader, there was no way for you to verify it unless you really did the same kind of research he did. Some critics, and his critics were very, very sharp, argued that there was a certain amount of intellectual arrogance in doing so, and simply stating it, boldly without offering any kind of justification was an arrogance they felt was a character flaw, and that his books were unreliable as a result. Adding to that the fact that he clearly was heavily influenced by Aristotle, unashamedly so. He felt that Aristotle was a tremendous philosopher, and he was open to the idea of learning from non-Jewish wisdom, which was not necessarily an attitude that was well respected, for example, in the south of France, in the Jewish communities there. So his reliance on Aristotle was another element of criticism. Maybe I should just give you like an example of his reliance on Aristotle and a little bit of where he differs. So, for example, in the third chapter of the Nicomachean Ethics, one of Aristotle's greatest philosophical works, he articulates there a definition of virtue, which has come down to us as the golden mean, also known through Maimonides as the Shvil HaZahav, the golden path. And Aristotle describes the golden mean as the midpoint between excess and deficiency. So, for example, if we take and you can look at this any character trait you want. Let's choose, for example, courage. So what is the correct definition of courage? Courage is the midpoint between recklessness, which is having too much courage for your own good, doing stupid, taking risks for no reason. That's excess. And on the other hand, deficiency is cowardice. Not being willing to take reasonable risks for reasonable payoffs. That is cowardice. Courage is exactly the midpoint between excess and deficiency. Maimonides says that's the way it is in Hilchot Deot, the 6th chapter in particular. He says, 3rd chapter in particular, he says this is the way it is with every single character trait we have. Love, fear, hate, you name it. There's like a midpoint between too much and too little. That's what we have to do. However, where Maimonides differs, he differs specifically in a few midot. He says that humility does not admit of an excess. You can always have more humility. There's no midpoint when it comes to humility. And that's clearly differing from Aristotle. Similarly, he argues that anger does not have a minimum, that you have to learn to completely remove anger from your heart. He does say, of course, that you are allowed to feign anger for your children, which we do regularly at home. For your students, you have to appear displeased and stern in order to, appropriately teach them the correct way to behave. But he says always it should be just kas al hapanim, below kas al halev, right? It should be anger just on the face. It's an exterior anger, not anger in the heart. Now, you look puzzled, Ms. Abramson. You had some problems with that? I really was angry with you, by the way, on Sunday morning, so I'm not on Maimonides in that way.
No, it's just that
Brought to you by Novartis. Founding partner. My heart
the gift was of anger. How should not exist in that cannot be at all. It's just the darling, very demonstrated and very we see in conversation differences here. Judaism and Christianity that don't try to stay in context that recognize the issue and then deal with it and find that balance. So how can you say you shouldn't recognize it?
Well, that's a very well put question, and I am somewhat proud of her. Yes, I'm like moderately proud, right? Somewhere between excess and deficiency proud. Right? But he says, in fact, that anger does not admit of a minimum. Anger is something that is so corrosive. It's like saying you're allowed to drink a little poison. It's something that you have. It's an avoda. It is a task of character development that you have to learn to detach yourself from anger. How to do it? Look, we can study Hilchos Deis together, and we're going to have a look at it and see how he says it. But it's clearly a huge task. Okay, follow-up question. It better be short.
It's so hot.
It's the other way. What you're saying does fit with the author of the Sefer Achinuch, the anonymous author. Some say is Rabbi David of Barcelona, that he says what you do on the outside affects your inside. But the Rambam says the opposite. He says you may, and in fact sometimes you must, pretend to be angry, but don't let it into your heart, because it'll just give you an ulcer. It's going to make you unhappy, and it's just internally corrosive. Okay, more later. Okay, did I see another hand? You know, I have to live with her in the same house, you know. Yes. Right. Okay, so God is allowed to do so. You know, li hanakama, vengeance is mine, nobody else's, right? Hashem geud lavesh. Hashem can dress in gava, in arrogance, but we can't. So just because certain attributes are given to Hashem ishmel chama, that doesn't mean that we can do those things. Very, very astute observation. And in fact, it's quite apropos, because one of the other reasons that he was criticized is because of his take on allegory and anthropomorphisms. We are, okay, I give up. You're right. I don't know how to answer that. We are B'Tselem Elokim, but yeah, that's a good one. I'm not exactly sure how to deal with that one. That's a tough one. I mean, I can give you sources to back up my point of view, but I don't understand them now that you ask a question like that. No, come on, leave me alone, Lisa. Okay, give me the answer later. Let's get. This is supposed to be like an organized lecture where one person talks and everybody listens. Okay, right. So one of the arguments was that he dealt with allegory. Oh my gosh. This is a punishment. He dealt with allegory in a very difficult way. Because the Torah does speak extensively in allegorical terms. You know, the hand of God, the finger of God. The Talmud says that God wakes in the middle of the night. God experiences emotions and things like that. But Maimonides was, he tended to discount these allegories as much as possible because he was an incredible rationalist. This is one of the areas where he stands apart from the bulk of the rabbis of his era, the Rishonim. He was very much opposed to mystical readings of the text. This is frustrating me. Yeah, but no, it's not getting me angry though. But he was very opposed to. I'm looking angry. Okay, this is getting out of hand. So he was opposed to any kind of supernatural interpretations of Judaism. He had a lot of problems dealing with, all these Talmudic passages in the Talmud speaking about demons and spells and all kinds of sort of magical things. He felt that they were all, complex rabbinic allegories, but they didn't actually mean straightforward meaning of reading the text. And in fact, it was a difficult position to hold, and he was going against the mainstream to be sure. So, for example, in the Bible, there's a lot of these kind of supernatural stories. For example, the story of the witch of Endor, when King Shaul is concerned about what's going to happen in the upcoming battle with the Philistines. And so he goes to a witch, and she performs a seance and brings back the dead prophet Shmuel to tell Shaul what's going to happen. And then there's a whole story there where Shmuel wakes up and says, "What are you bothering me for?" And Shaul says, "I want to know what's going to happen in the war tomorrow." He says, "Why ask me now? Tomorrow you can ask me face to face," which is a way of saying that you're going to die in the battle, which is, of course, what happened. So when you read that biblical passage in a straightforward way, it seems like, yeah, there was a seance and the prophet was brought back to life and so on. So Maimonides has a kind of complex and convoluted way to interpret it, saying that no, it was all smoke and mirrors, and that the witch had an accomplice who was pretending to be Shmuel and so on. Sometimes it's kind of stretched, but you get a sense of Maimonides' feeling that he really wanted to make everything as rational as possible. And so those areas, he came into conflict with a lot of the other rabbis, Rashi, for example, who predeceased Maimonides, but of the same era, who felt that, this mystical world of spirits and demons and things was in fact valid. Yes, please. He wrote a lot on Agadas, but he wanted to say that the Agadas were all, metaphors for complex philosophical truths. Same thing with the Midrashim. Yeah, he was brutal when it came to those kinds of things. Now, for these reasons, the lack of footnoting, which some interpreted as a kind of a scholarly arrogance, his reliance on Aristotle, non-Jewish philosopher, his disparaging attitude towards the supernatural aspect of Judaism got him into a lot of trouble with the Ashkenazi rabbis of southern France in particular. And what they ended up doing was, seeing his popularity, the Jews went to the Dominican friars. Dominicans were a fairly extreme group of monks in France at the time, and they complained that there's these books circulating among the Jews that are heretical in nature, that are portraying God in an inappropriate fashion and so on. Now, the Dominicans, it's kind of a funny thing. Why are Jews going and complaining to the Dominicans? Unfortunately, this is the kind of thing that we have in Jewish history quite often, that when there is an internal Jewish fight, I'm sorry? He's allowed to do what? I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, you can learn from, okay, you want to say Aristotle. Fine, sure, but, the citation is, Mikol malamdai hiskalti, from all my teachers I gained wisdom. But, that's just not the way necessarily the Jewish world works. I mean, if I were to say, if Rabbi Grunstein were to get up and say, I learned Torah from Oprah Winfrey, I just don't know if the community would receive it as well as if he said, I learned it from. Yeah. Actually, he probably would. He could get away with that because he does special things with Torah. But let me stick to where I am right now anyways in the lecture. So for these reasons, they went to Dominicans. Why would they go to Dominicans? It is an unfortunate reality that you can see it echoed in the halakhic literature, that when Jews are dissatisfied with a particular dispute, they will go to non-Jewish authorities, hoping to leverage their support in the dispute. And it almost always ends up badly. Once you take it outside of the family and you start having a dispute in the street, it ends up awful. So they went to the Dominicans and they said, you guys are interested in us being good Jews, right? So there are these books by this guy named Moses something or other that are just corrupting our minds and doing things differently, and we really think that they don't belong in our bookshelves. So the Dominicans said, fine, let us help you out with that. And they collected up all the manuscripts of Maimonides they could find, and they burned them publicly in 1232. A very, very sad moment in Jewish history, and ironically, it would be repeated 10 years later, because once the Dominicans got a bit of a taste of burning heretical Jewish books, they expanded their options a little bit, and they burned about 12 wagonfuls of Talmuds, precious manuscripts. This is well before... for the era of printing in the same spot in Paris as they had burned Maimonides. So it's a sad day when we start burning our own books. Eventually it will come back to haunt us. At that point, the dispute about Maimonides and his works reached a kind of a fever pitch, and so the great Rothschild, a very important Jewish rabbi of the time, argued for a compromise in 1305, which was ultimately accepted. This is already a century after Maimonides himself is deceased, and the compromise indicated that nobody could study books like the Moreh Nevuchim until they were at least 25 years old. They set up certain parameters. These books are kosher, these books are definitely valuable, but they should not be studied except by people who had a certain level of training. By 25, you would think a person had sufficient literacy and training and so on. And that ultimately kind of was a flag of truce between the anti-Maimonidean camp and the Maimonidean camp, and preserved Maimonides' writings to this day. Yes, Fred.
Remaining writings legitimate?
So it's an excellent question. Are the remaining writings legitimate? So legitimate is a tough word to really evaluate in this case. Authoritative is also another difficult one. I'll put it like this. There's no question that Maimonides' contribution is respected even by his detractors. And in fact, I would say that there are no serious detractors from Maimonides today. However, that does not mean that his opinion is considered the definitive one, especially in practical halakhic matters. For example, he wrote this great code, Mishnah Torah, in the 12th century. It was 400 years later, that the great Yosef Karo wrote his code, the Shulchan Aruch, which is really the definitive code for today. Now, when Rabbi Yosef Karo wrote his code, he basically took together three rabbinic opinions, that of Rav Alfas, the Rambam, and the Tur. The three very important codes that were written, and if there was dispute between the three of them, he would go with the majority. The majority often did not agree with Maimonides. So that meant that the code of law that is considered definitive for Jews today, in just off the top of my head, I would guess maybe 5 to 10% of issues, it disagrees with Maimonides. In 90 to 95% of issues, it agrees with Maimonides because they're all uniform on a topic. But there's a significant number of things that Maimonides says we should do it this way, and yet the accepted custom is to do it another way. So because in the Jewish tradition, we highly value, sincere, rejected opinions. That's something that's really ingrained right from the Mishnah with Hillel and Shammai all the way through our tradition. Maimonides happens to be the odd man out more than anyone else when it comes to practical halakha. Nevertheless, he also wrote on a far wider scale than the Shulchan Aruch. The Shulchan Aruch that we have today is very modest. It only deals with those laws of daily life that apply when the temple is destroyed. The Mishnah Torah of the Rambam, he wrote about the laws that apply when the temple is in existence. He wrote about the laws that would apply when the Messiah arrives. He wrote about the laws of things that are not even touched in the Code of Jewish Law, like how to sleep, as I mentioned earlier, how to think, how to believe, how to eat, incredibly scope of activities that the Shulchan Aruch says that's just way too much for us to get involved with. So in those areas, he is the only opinion. The laws of the Messiah, for example, what is life going to be like at the time of the Messiah? Maimonides is our go-to source because no one else wrote about it. So he is definitely very authoritative in those areas. Okay, that's an excellent question. Okay, yes, last question, then I'll wrap up. Rabbi Shneir Zalman, the first Rabbi? Yeah, I don't know how to answer that question. He wrote a Shulchan Aruch called the Shulchan Aruch HaRav, which definitely relies heavily on the Rambam. But he's a huge opinion. Everybody has to rely heavily on the Rambam today. Doesn't mean that we'll always agree with him, but nevertheless, his opinion is valid in the vast majority of cases. Yeah. Oh, the 13 principles. Let me just take a second to report on that. Then I want to wrap up because I want to stay on time. Some of the things that Maimonides did, which were also controversial, I didn't really mention them earlier. He was big in codifying things. So one of the things he codified was what exactly did Jews believe? It's kind of funny that here it is, we're in the 12th century. The Jews have been in exile for 1,200 years, and they've been in existence for another, 1,500, 2,000 years before that. And nobody ever sat down and said, okay, what exactly do we believe? Can we just agree on this? So Maimonides said, okay, let's write it down. And he came up with 13 basic principles of what Jews should believe. It says something about our religion, though, that we can go so long without ever having to actually agree on something so basic. But he wrote 13 basic principles that say things like, yeah, God exists, God is one, God is non-corporeal, we're waiting for a Jewish Messiah, he hasn't come yet. Don't confuse us with that other religion. There is life after death, things like that, saying that the Torah is valid. These are the basics of Jewish belief that he codified. Of course, once you put it out there, saying these are our 13 core beliefs, then you'll have 1,000 people who disagree with you. And so he was also criticized very heavily for even daring to suggest that these are our beliefs held in common. Okay, so let me wrap it up by talking a little bit about his legacy. This is his grave in Tiberia, although as I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, the Cairoese Jews would disagree with that. His legacy is absolutely phenomenal. He literally started the entire industry of codes in the way that we understand it today by taking a very bold intellectual leap and saying we can reorganize the Talmud. For example, the way he referred to the Mishnah Torah, this was also criticism. He said, listen, all you really need to be a good Jew is your Chumash, right, the first 5 books of Moses, and my book, the Mishnah Torah, the repetition of the Torah. That's really all you need to be a good Jew. And that was a very bold intellectual statement, but by and large, it's got a lot of truth to it as well, even though we differ in how to interpret it. He worked as an indefatigable, is that a real word? Indefatigable. Thank you for saying that correctly. I should give you the microphone. Tireless worker for Jewish causes. We only very briefly touched on this in the lecture. And he also created tremendous philosophical works. And on the side, he was an extremely successful physician with a very lucrative practice and a good publication record. So Maimonides is really one of those towering figures in Jewish history, but I strongly urge you to encounter his writings for yourself because they really are quite brilliant. They're available in English translation if you find the Judeo-Arabic or the Hebrew challenging. And once again, I want to thank you very much for your endurance and your attention tonight. I look forward to speaking with you next week. Okay.
And now, Handle on the news. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Bill Handle.
Good morning, everybody. Friday.
Tonight's lecture is going to be about one of Israel's greatest military leaders, the famous Shimon Bar Kokhba, who led a courageous and heroic and ultimately successful, albeit on a temporary level, attempt to drive the Romans out of Israel and retake Jerusalem. This rebellion occurred probably around the year 132 of the Common Era. We have some questions about the specific dating, but it's certainly about 60 years after the destruction of the temple, 70 odd years after the destruction of the temple, and he actually succeeded in driving out this massive Roman army, which was incomprehensibly powerful, and the Romans, in order to push the Jews back, had to invest a phenomenal amount of men, perhaps as many as 250,000 troops, to be able to beat down this strange but persistent guerrilla force of Jews hiding out in the Judean hills. It's a rather amazing and heroic story, but it has a lot of twists and turns regarding his own personality, including the fact that many of the rabbis felt that he was actually Mashiach. They felt that he was the Messiah, the long-awaited Redeemer. None other than Rabbi Akiva, the great Rabbi Akiva, believed that Bar Kokhba was the Messiah. Ultimately, however, he himself was killed, and his venture failed, and the Romans were able to enforce even a harsher punishment on the Jews and really reinforce the diaspora that had begun with the destruction of the temple in the first century. But anyways, that's the story that we're going to explore tonight. Part of our story revolves around this image, which is not so clear, I'm sorry, but I'll get a better one, I think, for next week. This is the Cave of Letters. It's a remote cave in one of the walls, sheer cliffs that are surrounding the Dead Sea. And in 1960, the great Israeli general and archaeologist Yigal Yadin, explored these caves and discovered a tremendous cache of documents, artifacts, utensils that were hidden there by the Bar Kokhba rebels in one of their last stands. So we'll have occasion to look at the documents that were found there, the artifacts that were found there, and it will lead us as well into next week's topic as well. Okay, let's get started with the material per se. So setting the tone for the uprising, we should recall that this occurred in the context of the Emperor Hadrian's rule over Israel. Not to be confused with Herod, who we spoke about last week. Hadrian ruled from the year 117 to the year 138. And initially, his approach to the Jews and to Israel seemed to have been somewhat conciliatory. In fact, there are several legends recorded in the Talmud in which he considered rebuilding the temple, which is an amazing thing. The temple, we should remember, was not only a center of religious significance for the Jews, it was their ultimate national center as well. It was kind of like the White House, the Congress, Capitol, everything was Washington, D.C. for the Jews. And to have lost the temple meant that their very sense of national self was destroyed. So a concession by allowing him to rebuild the temple would have really meant that he had felt that Judea had been pacified and that the Jews could regain some sense of their identity, and then they can move on. Let us recall what we discussed last week, that the Roman strategy of government was one of divide et impera, dividing and ruling, where they did not like to invest massive amounts of troops and administrators to directly administer a territory. They much preferred to sort of co-opt the elite and allow them to run their own government, kind of in a quisling fashion, if you think of World War II with countries like Norway and so on. They wanted them to run their own affairs. They just said, you pay us tribute and you give us the proper obeisances and we will be very happy to let you run your country. So that may have been the reasoning behind the legend surrounding his openness initially to rebuilding the temple. I'm going to read you a passage here from the Midrash, and we should understand that, the rabbis who recorded the Midrashim are not trying to record historical data as we understand it today. They're primarily trying to convey religious messages, which they will couch within the context of the historical realities of their time, but they will not necessarily be, they won't feel hard-bound to be completely accurate in every detail, because that's not the message that they're trying to convey. It's kind of like, if you think about the hermeneutics of the ancient texts, it's like the difference between a prescription and a love poem. A prescription has to be totally and completely exact. What drug, what dosage, how often you should take it, all those things are really important, or else, a disaster can happen. A love poem, on the other hand, can employ hyperbole, it can employ, similes, metaphors, all kinds of things like that. Could you imagine if your doctor said, oh, give him something sort of like Xanax, right? You can't do that. It has to be exactly Xanax or whatever it is. So these midrashic texts also are trying to convey the information like a love poem, as it were. We can't read them like prescriptions because that's not the way they were written. Okay, so here we go. In the days of Rabbi Yoshua ben Hanania, the Roman government, that's under Hadrian, decreed that the temple should be rebuilt. Papas and Mulianos, these are two important rabbis of time, set up tables from Akko to Antioch and provided for the Olim from the Galut, meaning they set up these tables principally, it seems, to allow people to start exchanging their local currencies for Israeli shekels, so that they could, because the term table in Midrashic Hebrew means money changers. Those Kutim then went and sent to the emperor. Anybody know who the Kutim are? Kutim are the Samaritans. So we're going to get to them in a second, but the Kutim, and that's in the next slide actually, the Kutim and the Samaritans had a very difficult time with each other. The Kutim, or Samaritans, and the Jews proper had a difficult time with each other. I'll explain who they are in a moment. But at any rate, here, they're going to essentially ruin the plan. The Kutim then went and said to the emperor, be it known now unto the king that if this city be builded and the walls finished, I love this translation, they will not pay tribute, impost, or toll. Said he, the emperor, to them, to the Samaritans, what is to be done, seeing that I have already issued the decree? Said they to him, send to them and say, either change the site of the temple, or enlarge it by 5 cubits, or diminish it by 5 cubits. Then they will of themselves abandon the venture. Meaning the story of the Midrash is that the Samaritans wanted to ruin the possibility of the temple. They said to the emperor, Hadrian, you can't let them have the temple. He says, what can I do? I already said I would let them have the temple. So they said to him, you know what? Let's do this. Tell him you can have the temple, but you have to put it someplace else. Like the embassy can be in Tel Aviv. It can't be in Jerusalem, for example. That was a joke. So thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. It was not a joke, but it was like a quip. Can I keep the quips? Maybe the Latvians will stay if I have a quip or two. Okay. The other thing is, or say to them, you can have your temple, but it should be a little bit roomier. Enlarge it by 5 cubits, which is the equivalent of about 9 feet or so. Or shrink it by 5 cubits. Now, why wouldn't the Jews say, sure, let's do it? Because the temple has to be exact, right? The measurements are described in Tanakh exactly the way it is. And so by telling them, you can have the temple, but it has to be a little bit bigger, they won't be able to accept it. And so what will happen, this is the plan of the Kutim, they are Jewish, by the way, and we'll see exactly how Jewish and in what context, but they ruined the pot because the Jews would have to refuse, and ultimately Hadrian got his way. A throng of Israel had congregated in the Vale of Beth Rimmon when the letters of the emperor arrived. The people began to weep. Then a spirit of revolt began to sweep through the assemblage. Some said, let a sage stand forth and calm the people. The sage would, of course, be one of the Pharisees. We talked about him last week. They said, let Rabbi Yoshua ben Hanania stand forth, for he is a great scholar of the Torah. So then Rabbi Yoshua arose and expounded this parable. It's a good parable. I'm going to use it on my kids. Once a lion ate of his prey, and he got a bone stuck in his throat. Said the lion, if anyone can get the bone out of my throat, he will get a reward. There came an Egyptian heron who stuck his beak into the lion's throat and pulled out the bone. Said the heron, give me my reward. Said the lion, be off with you. Go and boast that you entered the lion's mouth and got out of there safely. So it is with the Jews, says Rabbi Yoshua. We ought to be satisfied that even though we got entangled with the Romans, we got disentangled without coming to harm. Right, so the parable of the story is that even though, and some elements of this may be exactly conform to reality, that maybe Hadrian had this policy, he thought it might work, and then because of the internal conflict, specifically with the Samaritans, who were a significant force in Israel at the time, he would come to a bad end, so he decided to change his mind. And Rabbi Yoshua ben Hanania, representing the Pharisees, said, you know what? It's fine. We will do without the temple as long as we can do without the Romans as well. That was, of course, sort of the attitude of the sages in a non-revolting fashion, where you saw that there was a chorus of voices saying we should fight against the Romans for the chutzpah of asking us to change our temple. Okay, so let's just go a little further and try to figure out who are these Samaritans here. I'm sure you've heard the term the Good Samaritan. Does anybody know the meaning of that term? So what is a Good Samaritan? Oh, give me the modern terminology, please. Just what do we mean by it today?
That the person's given, they give it themselves.
They're very nice. Okay, and why does that person have to be a Samaritan? What's the pshat in Samaritan? Well, here's the parable. Basically, it occurs in the New Testament. I think it's in Luke. I'm sure a lot of my viewers will probably correct me. But what happens is there's a disciple who talks to Jesus, or it may have been actually an opponent, I can't remember. He says to Jesus, how am I supposed to love my neighbor as myself? I mean, come on, am I supposed to really do all these things? I don't see anybody doing those things, right? So Jesus says, let me give you a parable. He says, there's a guy who's like mugged, and he's like lying on the side of the road bleeding. It's this beautiful kind of like, I'm not sure who painted this, but it's sort of a Renaissance feel to it. Guy lying on the side of the road bleeding. And along comes a Kohen, a Jew, and sees him and then passes by. Crosses the street. Then along comes a Levite, a Levi, sees him, doesn't want to deal with him. It's messy. The guy's bleeding across the other street. And along comes a Kutim, a Samaritan, and he helps him nevertheless. He bandages him up. He takes him to a hotel. He tells the innkeeper, whatever it costs, I'll pay it. I'll come back in a little while to check on him, the whole thing. And that is the Good Samaritan. But the point that we have to understand in the story is that the Samaritans and the Jews hated each other bitterly. The Samaritans were a group of people who had converted to Judaism under duress. And their whole story is described in Tanakh, that they were afraid that if they didn't convert to Judaism, they would be devoured by these lions. And so their conversion to Judaism was sort of suspect for a good 400 years. And a good part of the Talmud, Tractate Brachot in particular, goes back and forth. Do we consider them Jews or not Jews? Can we count them in a minyan? If we're eating and the waiter is one of these Samaritans, can the waiter be included in Zimun for the benching? They're going back and forth deciding, are they Jews or are they not Jews? And as a result, not surprisingly, the Samaritans did not like the traditional rabbinic Jews in return. Ultimately, they divided very sharply, where the Samaritans set up a temple-like cult on Har Gerizim, on Mount Gerizim, which is, I believe, near Nablus. It's a mountain up near Nablus, and they even to this day, by the way, Samaritans, they still sacrifice on certain holidays, goats and things like that, because it's sort of like the ancient temple cult, but it is a Samaritan version. And so at that point, the rabbi said, that's it, we're not considering them Jews, they're off. And they had a tremendous fight with each other throughout the entire time. Another example of how they used to fight is the rabbis, when they would announce the new moon, they would signal to far-off communities that the new moon had been declared, so people would know when is Rosh Chodesh, when is Pesach, when is all these holidays, and they would do it by, lighting signal fires on mountaintops. And from far away, you would see the fires, so you would light a fire and go on, until the Samaritans started waiting and lighting fires on their own, on the wrong days. So it messed up the whole system, and we had to go to a printed calendar, and synagogues made a lot of money as a result because they could print catalogs. At any rate, so the story, Jesus' story, is only understandable in the context of the fight between the Jews and the Samaritans. It's like saying all the people who should have helped this Jewish guy on the road, they refused to, and of all people, Dafka, it's a Samaritan who helps him. It's like saying, let's say you're stuck in a really bad neighborhood, and all of the inner city population, rich people are walking by, let's say white, middle-class Americans are walking by, leaving me alone, and then an inner city resident who is dirt poor walks up and takes care of you. It's like Dafka, it's the Samaritan who helps them. Did I make that a little too long? I think so. Well, okay, thank you, Judith. All right, so anyways, there's three basic groups of Jews who are vying for authority in Israel at this point, and they have different relationships vis-a-vis Rome. The Pharisees we spoke about, the Pharisees are trying to practice this, like Yochanan ben Zakkai that we discussed the other day, they're trying to practice a sort of tactical retreat. They're trying to stay disentangled, disengaged from Rome. You leave us alone, we'll leave you alone, and they're trying to just stay out of Rome's way and manage their own Torah affairs in closed disciple circles. The Christians are being horribly persecuted, and they are being persecuted both by the Romans in a very physical and fatal way, and they're also being persecuted to a degree by the Pharisees by being excluded from the Jewish body politic. Again, remember that when I use the term Christian in the 2nd century, we're talking about a mixed population of Jews who adopt Christianity as a faith system, and their version of Christianity, Jewish Christianity, if you want to call it that, is basically all of the mitzvos plus belief in Jesus. And you also have a growing population, especially outside of Israel, of Gentiles who adopt Christianity, and they are practicing no mitzvot, but believing in Jesus. So it's a mixed population. It doesn't make sense. Well, these are Gentiles, meaning they're like Romans, Greeks, from Asia Minor, all these places, and they leave essentially paganism to become Christians, but they feel no reason to go through Judaism to get to Christianity. They go straight to Christianity, and therefore they don't pick up keeping kosher, keeping Shabbat, things like that. And there's internal struggles within the Christian world, but definitely they are united against the Romans and united against the Jews as well. I mean, the rabbinic Jews. And then finally, you have these Samaritans who are trying to have some kind of engagement with the Romans and trying to betray the Jews, as we saw in that story with Hadrian. And there's a lot of conflict as a result. To a certain degree, it will affect our Bar Kokhba revolution, but I didn't include too much of it in this particular lecture. So we have basically two major accounts, non-Jewish accounts of the Bar Kokhba revolution. I'll show you some depictions of the historians there. But there's a broad agreement on the major causes of the war. We know that civil society was breaking apart in the 3rd decade, in the 2nd decade of the 2nd century, that there was a tremendous amount of hooliganism, there was a tremendous amount of banditry, quite a bit of it actually perpetrated by Jews. We have Jewish bandits on the road throughout Israel, and the Romans are not particularly exercising much control. They're not trying to establish a Rechtsstaat, a society governed by law. They're just basically letting it become lawless as long as it doesn't affect the governing authorities. There's some amazing stories of these bandits who are kind of frum in a way. They're kind of like pious in a way. Like the Talmud describes one man who was being led off to execution, and as he is being carried away to being executed, he shouts, "Tell the widow of Shimon that I murdered him on the way to the city of Lod." I can't remember what city it was, but here he is. Why would he reveal that? Why would he say he's off being executed, and he's letting the widow of so and so know that he was the one who killed her husband? Yeah, good question. Anyone want to offer a suggestion? What if the body was never found? Right? So if the body was never found, then she would be an aguna. She would not be allowed to remarry. Well, if she were to remarry, right, against the rabbinic approval. So by going and shouting, "I killed him," that meant that she was no longer an aguna. She was a widow and therefore could remarry. So then the rabbis got into a big tumult. Oh my gosh, do we accept the testimony of a guy who's being let off to be executed? I mean, how reliable is that for testimony? They concluded in the woman's favor, saying that yes, the fact that he admitted to killing this guy, we would accept it in order to render her able to marry another man. But that you get a sense of the kind of confused period of the time. That here's a person who has no problem murdering another Jew, but he's about to execute it. He wants to definitely save this other woman from being an aguna. So the local governing authorities began to really crack down heavily. In particular, one individual named Tineus Rufus, or Rufus Turnus, as he's known in the Talmud, begin to impose some really severe measures on the Jewish population, outlawing a lot of basic Jewish practices. There's some debate about which specific ones, the observance of the Sabbath, observance of circumcision, and so on. But there are a lot of stories of brutality from this one Turnus Rufus that certainly escalated the conflict. Now, Dio Cassius, or Cassius Dio, shown here, the Roman historian from the late 1st century, early 2nd century, late 1st, 2nd century, early 3rd century, who wrote that the flashpoint for the revolt was specifically Hadrian's destruction of Jerusalem and its renaming as Aela Capitolina, meaning that was totally the opposite of his earlier policy of perhaps rebuilding the temple. And most historians follow Cassius Dio in their line of thinking. However, Eusebius, shown here, who is a church historian, is there other major non-Jewish source on this period, he says that actually the temple was raised, or the Aela Capitolina was renamed, Jerusalem was raised further after the revolt as kind of a punishment for Bar Kokhba rebellion. So historians at this point do not know exactly what was the flashpoint that caused it. One thing we do know is that Hadrian had just left Israel. He was on this kind of grand tour of the Middle East, and he left Israel, and that's obviously when the Zealots felt, okay, this is the time that we can finally rise up against the Romans. Dio Cassius says that the Jews had a unique strategy for obtaining weapons. They had a certain amount of gun control, as it were, in the ancient world. It wasn't possible for just anybody to just produce weapons. I mean, it made a lot of noise, the banging, the clanging. You had to get the raw materials and so on. And the Romans kept a tight control over the weapons that were circulating. So according to Cassius Dio, the Jews were forced to produce weapons for the Romans in their own forges and so on. And the Jews would intentionally make poor quality swords, meaning they would have a defective one every 2 or 3 swords, and they would hand these over to the Romans, and the Romans would say, "What is this garbage?" And they say, "Fe," and they would probably not say "Fe," but they would give the swords back and say, "Give us better quality swords." And according to Cassius Dio, that's how the Jews were able to accumulate a large amount of metal and a large amount of admittedly defective swords, but that they were able to arm themselves. We don't have much evidence for this particular legend, but it's an interesting one. What we do have evidence of, however, is approximately 125 tunnels found to date that they were used by Bar Kokhba and his rebels. Their strategy was to build these underground tunnels throughout, in particular, Judea, but also stretching forward into Galilee. Anyway, they built these and they hid in them, and they used them, when the Romans would approach, they would go out and they would have these guerrilla attacks on the Romans, and eventually they would seize towns one at a time, fortify them. The Romans, unfortunately, had the contrary strategy, which when they finally came in to take care of the rebellion, they besieged these towns terribly, and we have some tremendous massacres as a result. But the underground tunnels were one of the major features of the Bar Kokhba rebellion, and many of them are really quite ingenious and extensive in nature. One that I'll show you at the end of this lecture was actually 300 meters in length, inside a very remote cliffside, and it had 3 separate chambers and all kinds of amazing things. Okay, now, the star of the rebellion, literally, was Shimon Bar Kokhba. His name was probably Koseva, which is probably a family name. Koseva, we're not exactly sure. But he was known as Bar Kokhba. The word Kochav in Hebrew means star. And so there was this homiletic sort of appreciation of his name, the son of a star, because there was a passage in the Bible that refers to a star that will emerge from Jacob, meaning the Messiah. Mashiach will come from the line of Jacob, and he will, create this political unity of the Jews. He will be a brilliant military leader, and he will restore sovereignty to the Jews in Israel. And actually, that's what Bar Kokhba was able to achieve in his short life. However, his ultimate betrayal of the cause, for various reasons, led to great disillusionment among the rabbis, and they referred to him in a rather derogatory fashion later as Bar Koziba. Kazav in Hebrew means to lie. So what was once son of a star became son of a lie, because it was all for naught. At any rate, as a military leader, he was exceptionally aggressive and demanding. We have quite a few documents written in his name, letters commanding his officers to move to this place and move to that place and so on. But he was extremely abrupt and even cruel to his underlings. He would frequently refer to their punishment if they failed to follow his orders. He was insisting that his underlings are betraying the people if they do not follow his orders exactly, precisely to the letter, and that he was constantly threatening them with different things. He also had an even aggressive style vis-a-vis God, and this is something that the rabbis took a task for, perhaps post facto, but apparently when it came to praying for their victories, he said to God, don't help, but don't interfere either. And he said, God, stay out of it, and I will take care of it myself. A tremendous chutzpah, but you get a sense of the kind of personality of the man. At the same time, again, it's a confusing period. It's like the bandits that we spoke about earlier. We have evidence that while they were in hiding, they were specifically sending requests out for the Arba Minim, for the Lulav and Etrog, for the Sukkot holiday. Apparently, they were extremely expensive in the Dead Sea, and they had to import them from Yerushalayim or something. But they're also very attached to traditional religious Judaism, rabbinic Judaism at the same time. There's no question that in terms of his personal character, his midos, he would not be elected chief rabbi of the year. But on the other hand, in terms of his military leadership and his brilliance as a strategist, it was unparalleled. And ultimately, he was successful in driving out the Romans. Now, it was in this context that we should understand his nomination as the Messiah, because there's a lot written about what exactly is the Messiah in the Jewish tradition, but at its fundament, the Mashiach is believed to be, and there's a discussion of two Mashiach, or two of them, one following another, but basically Mashiach is a human being in Jewish tradition, a totally human being, not the Son of God, obviously, who will lead a military victory and bring all the Jews back to the land of Israel and establish a level of security for the Jews in the Holy Land. And so everything that Bar Kokhba was doing was in fact leading to these goals. And when he finally conquered Jerusalem, it seemed that the messianic predictions were all coming true in the person of this one Bar Kokhba. According to Maimonides, who wrote the best synopsis of Jewish philosophy on what Mashiach is, of who Mashiach will be, he wrote that Bar Kokhba could have been Mashiach, but he sinned, and as a result, he was killed for his sins. The sins may have included things like the very, chutzpahdik attitude to God, things like that. Akiva, the great rabbi of his times, was a follower of Bar Kokhba. Some have argued that he lobbied for him actively throughout the Jewish diaspora, but he certainly, argued forcefully that Bar Kokhba was the Messiah. He was not. There was multiple voices, however, among the Pharisees, and as I think I mentioned in the bulletin, Rabbi Yochanan ben Tarta said to Akiva, grass will grow from your cheeks before the Messiah comes, meaning that you're going to be dead and buried, and you'll be fertilizing the grass. You can't rely on Bar Kokhba to be Mashiach. So it's not one unanimous voice among the rabbis, but Rabbi Akiva was primus inter pares. He was one of the greatest of them, so his voice was extremely important. This is, by the way, a document from some of the Bar Kokhba papers of Empire that have served, have found itself to the present day. So here's a map showing where the revolt was centered. It did eventually spread to the north, but it was essentially in the area of Yehuda, that's around Jerusalem to the east. around the Dead Sea. The revolt started when Hadrian left town about the year 132. As I mentioned, the strategy of Bar Kokhba was to go town by town, village by village, drive out whatever Roman troops were there, immediately take over the entire location, probably have a lot of sympathizers in the local population, dig these tunnels and fortify and get ready for the Romans to counter them. And ultimately, going in this fashion, town by town, village by village, they were able to conquer the entire area, including Jerusalem, which was really quite an amazing achievement. Here is one of the many coins that was minted by Kokhba. What they used to do is very soft, malleable metal. They would heat up Roman coins until they were kind of soft, and then they would simply stamp over the emperor's face with whatever new symbols they wanted to import. And I look at some of these symbols here. Anyone recognize this structure here? The Mishnah, or I would say it's a little later, the Beit HaMikdash. This is the Holy Road, right, which was created by Herod in a kind of a neoclassical style. You have the kind of Greek style columns, things like that. So what does it mean that Bar Kokhba is putting this on his coinage? What are his values? They're clearly, very national, religious. Let's get back to Jerusalem. Let's get a temple sacrifice going. And that was like a really important deal. This little item up here, anyone figure out what that is?
In a case like this, and the government's involved, and they give everyone immunity.
I'll give not a line. Just
Except
do
for
a thing up
this
here.
guy,
It's
like to me, it's bananas.
I'll
like,
give you a hint. It twinkles.
Get off,
Star, right? And who's that?
The hookers get off,
Bar Kokhba, right? So the star on top of the temple, the Bar Kokhba, his star is shining there. That's the symbol. Now this is, I believe, this is supposed to be some kind of lulav. I'm not positive about that. Maybe confusing this with another coin. But again, also a religious symbol. The coinage, Mr. Rodriguez was trying to figure out the Phoenician Hebrew. These are actually old-style Hebrew letters, and they say things like Shimon, or Shimon Bar Kokhba, for the freedom of Jerusalem. I haven't been able to actually decipher these myself, but I read about them in other books.
You know what I'm saying?
Take my word for it.
They know going in, they didn't find shit. I've seen
Now,
the
so
Cassie video to get
this
the
is like
public on
the
their
high
side. I'll
point
see he's a
of the
bad
victory
dude.
was the
When it
conquest of
comes to
Jerusalem,
Rico and all that
which he
shit, like,
held
what was this
for
really
possibly
about? Well,
3
you're like
years.
assholes
But the
now.
Romans counterattacked, obviously, and they brought in troops from all over. The Romans had taken a terrible beating, so much so that in his report to the Senate, the Emperor Hadrian omitted a key phrase. Normally, when they communicate with each other, the Emperor writes, greetings to your senators. I and my army are well. He omitted the and my army part, because they were really taking a beating in Judea, which was, can you imagine from a Roman perspective? They just can't deal with these Jews. I mean, every few generations there was there. And who are they? It's this tiny little people. The Roman Empire extends from Scotland all the way out basically to Afghanistan, all around the Mediterranean basin. And they just can't deal with these Jews. Keep on fighting back. What's wrong with them? So he sends in 14 legions. How big is a legion? I looked it up. They vary in size, but the minimum size is about 1,000 troops. And a lot of these troops would have secondary troops attached to them, kind of like squires. So when you figure out what 14 legions mean, it's approximately 10,000 troops. 140 to 225,000 troops were brought in to Israel to quell the rebellion. We have inscriptions left by these Roman battalions and legions all over Israel when they were talking about Kokhba. It was really a full court press against him. He even brought generals from Britain all the way across the Mediterranean to deal with the Jewish problem. It was definitely a major military effort by the Romans. You can compare it perhaps to, let's say, the Warsaw Ghetto Rebellion, which was also a doomed effort, but there's no way that the Jews hiding in the Warsaw Ghetto would be able to fight off the bulk of the Nazi army. But nevertheless, they made a very heroic attempt at it and sent a signal to the rest of the world. It's a very comparable kind of comparison in terms of the size of forces. So the war lasted for about 3 years. We have coinage that survived that says, Jerusalem, year 1, Welcome to
The simplest way to
Jerusalem
get in
Gear
on
2,
the action
and
is
a third
download the
that
Big
may be
6 app from
read
DraftKings. It's
Gear
crazy
3,
simple.
and then the
Just
coin
pick
is
more
disappears.
or
So
less on the
we're
stats
thinking
for
that
2
the
or more
war
of your
lasted
favorite players, and
approximately 3
boom,
years. At
you're
least
in the mix for big
Jerusalem
cash
was held
prizes.
for
Like
approximately
pick
3 years,
less
but ultimately
eating out
it
of
could not
Otani
be
right now because he's in a
sustained.
slump. You know, your picks
The
are heating up.
last
Pick 6
stand
brings upside with
was
payouts up
in
to 500
Beitar,
times.
which
Big
has
6 from
become a
DraftKings, the
symbol
most fun
for
way to play
Jews
fantasy
throughout the
sports.
centuries.
Download the
Beitar
DraftKings
was
Big
one of
6
the
app
last
now. Use the code
holdouts
GOLDEN. That's
of
code
the
GOLDEN for new customers. Get a
Campus
special
Rebel,
sign-up offer.
and he had
Better
a
payouts,
very
better wins, bigger
enthusiastic
wins too.
level of
Only Big
support
6
from the
from
local
DraftKings.
population. The Talmud says, "Oh, did we lose this match?"
1-800-GAMBLER. Help is
Come back.
available for
Okay.
problem gambling.
The
Call
Talmud says that
888-789-7777 or
in
visit
Beitar,
cbg.org in
there were
Connecticut. Must be 18 and
300
over.
school
Age and
children
eligibility restrictions vary
who,
by
if they
jurisdiction.
heard the
Big 6
Romans
now
were
available
approaching,
everywhere,
would
including New
take
York and
their
Ontario. Or for
styluses,
prohibited
their
additional
pens,
terms
and they would
responsible
run
gaming
out of
resources.
school
See
to poke the Romans' eyes out.
big6.draftkings.com/promos.
Just as an illustration of how it's trying to understand just how deep the support was for the Rothschild Revolution in this town, which is, by the way, is located in a place called,
that was still part of
oh,
the
I
case,
forgot
though.
the Carlisle Pizza restaurant. I have to look it up. I'll make a little thing on the internet. These are, by the way, some of the ruins of Beitar in modern Israel. The Romans, however, besieged the city of Beitar, and they simply waited out the Jews. They made sure to seal off any tunnels that may have been dug under the fortifications, and they did not engage the forces for a long time, and they basically starved them until they were forced to try and make a break for it and to open up the siege, at which point the Romans, who had of course been well fed throughout the months and even years of the siege, they simply massacred the fighters of Beitar. The Talmudic descriptions of the carnage are, incredibly hyperbolic. For example, they said that the Romans rode with their horses into blood up to their necks. So it's hard to imagine what that would be like. They said that the fields around Beitar were fertilized with Jewish blood for 3 years afterwards. All kinds of these extensive stories trying to describe how horrible the suffering was. Beitar eventually fell. One of the ironies of Jewish history on the 9th of Av, which is kind of like the day in which so many tragedies that happened to the Jews, the destruction of the temples, actually the destruction of the Warsaw Ghetto,
all the resources, all the tax,
the expulsion from Spain,
RICO charges, like they're treating him like he was Al Capone. He's like,
day for
dude, I
Jews.
fucked a couple guys and pissed in some mouths. What are we doing?
So I had coffee.
Sort of like National Jewish Bad Luck Day. It's a really bad time for Jews, but I shouldn't joke about it. And Beitar fell on that day. The Romans, in an act of cruelty, would not allow other Jews to come and to retrieve the bodies, and they insisted on allowing, just leaving them there to rot in the August sun without burial. This lasted for approximately a week until finally the Romans, deciding that the revolution really was at an end, they finally allowed the Jews to come and collect the bodies of the dead and to bring them to burial. At which point the rabbis instituted a blessing in the liturgy, which is read always to remember the quadruple rebellion and the subsequent burial of the martyrs at Beitar. The blessing reads as follows: Blessed are you, Hashem, our God, King of the universe, the Almighty, our Father, our King, our Sovereign, our Creator, our Redeemer, our Maker, our Holy One of Jacob, our Shepherd, the Shepherd of Israel, the King who is good and who does good for all. For every single day he did good, he does good, and he will do good to us. He was bountiful with us, he was bountiful with us, he is bountiful with us, and he will forever be bountiful with us, with grace and with kindness and with mercy, with relief, salvation, success, blessing, health, consolation, substance, support, mercy, light, peace, and all good.
What?
And all good things
That's
may
so
never
scary.
deprive us. You know, recognize where that comes from? If I heard the Hebrew, you probably get it right away. Exactly. It's a fourth blessing invention. The one that ends how you cut granite. So the grace act of meals is
That's a little off, but
paragraph
that's
was
freaky.
instituted by the rabbis in memory of the
Hey,
massacre
Bob
of
wouldn't do
Beitar
that.
and the ultimate
Remember how the guy, remember the main thing
we
with
actually
Diddy
have
was
a lot of
big white
instances
party.
like that in the liturgy where
Everybody
the
went to the
liturgy
white
will
party,
not
and then
specifically
it gets
refer
late, it
to
turns
a
into
historical event,
I don't
but
think
it's supposed to avert the kind of feelings that the authors wanted. Another example, for example, would be the Harachanan prayer that we read on Shabbat, which is in memory of the massacres of 1096 in the Rhineland. Rabbi Akiva lived through all of this, but 24,000 of his students famously did not. So there was a lot of discussion among historians. I'm sure you're familiar with the legend that 24,000 of Akiva's students died over one summer.
It's gonna be a no for me,
And
Bob.
as a result, we have the period
I
known
like
as
the
Sphira.
just the broth
Well,
of young
we
chicks.
call it Sphira
Yeah, it used to be
because
just
it
get in there,
coincides with
it'd
a
be one after the other,
of
we'd have to
counting the
tickle
Omer.
his balls. It's
So
like, yeah,
there's
bitch,
Sphira
you're over
Omer,
the
the
mansion,
counting of the Omer,
rent
which is
free.
You know what drives me nuts is
basically
fucking.
usually
This is what drives me nuts.
you
This is
know,
what drives me
it's
nuts.
between
This is along those lines.
Passover and the holiday of Shavuot.
Okay, now I understand what
In
a
that
lot of
time,
these
there's roughly a
producers
month
do is
of
shitty.
semi-mourning.
And hey,
In the morning,
suck
no
my
haircuts,
dick and you can
no
get this
listening to
job,
music,
right?
things
Okay,
like that.
I get
No
that that
bikes.
sucks, all right, and that sucks for
Tiny
women.
clothes, and
that's
it's supposed to be in
bullshit,
memory
okay?
of Rabbi Akiva's 24,000 students
Nobody,
who died during
nobody
that
has
time.
come after the women
Now, the
that
tradition does not state that they died in the Bar Kokhba rebellion, but given Akiva's support of Bar Kokhba, it stands to reason that his students would also support them. And the timing in the summer is exactly right. Some historians have opined that those 24,000 students died in battle with the Romans and not from a plague. The term plague that Zalman uses is kind of like a euphemism for the Romans. They actually may have died in combat. But that remains speculative. What is not speculative, however, is how the Romans dealt with the last elements of Bar Kokhba's supporters, including Rabbi Akiva, at which point we have what's known as the Hadrianic persecution. Hadrian came back with a vengeance and specifically ordered 10 great rabbis killed in extremely public and demonstrative fashion. The most infamous of those deaths, of course, was reserved for Rabbi Akiva, whose flesh was raped from his body with iron combs. Chutzpis, the translator, whose head was removed from his body and dragged about the streets of Jerusalem by a pig. Now, there are all these examples which we read actually in the literature. Kayla Ezra, we read this on the holiday of Yom Kippur. We go through the story of the so-called Asarat B'Yedei Malchut, the 10 martyrs of the state, which were, those martyrs lost their lives in the immediate aftermath of the Revolution. So we see that these events have directly affected the liturgical life of the Jews even to the present day. Now, the last element that I find really fascinating about the whole Bar Kokhba story is one of the discoveries of the caches of material left behind by the rebels. It's in this thing called the Cave of Letters, which is an extremely inaccessible spot near the Dead Sea, even less accessible than Qumran, where the Dead Sea Scrolls were found. It's in a cliff face where you have to walk across these extremely dangerous little narrow paths with a 600-foot drop 6 inches away, and then you have to make this climb on a 50-foot ladder, which of course was not present back then. They used rope ladders and things like that to get to this cave with 2 entrances and a massive network of tunnels that housed entire camels. The kind of materials that were found in these caves indicate that children
What the fuck is that?
entire families and who knows how many, maybe a few people living in these caves for years. They had stocked up on water, which could only be got from about 10 miles away. There's no water otherwise. And they had evidence of ritual influence and had a full religious life going on inside these caves as they're hiding from the Romans. And what I found absolutely amazing, and I had not heard about this before, was
Look at this athleticism.
the entrance to that Cave of Letters
West
was
side.
a small package, this is it here, discovered in 1960 by the Israeli archaeological team led by General Yadin, which contained the personal correspondence of a woman named Babata. And in this personal correspondence, we have all kinds of her letters describing a custody battle she had over one of her sons, her marriage contract, legal affairs that she was involved in. Absolutely fascinating materials. These are documents that were extremely important to her, so she buried them before she was ultimately killed, we presume, by the Romans, and they were found. So 2,000 years later. So the change of topic for next week is I'd like to find out everything we can about this woman, Babata, and try to understand what we can learn from this about the life of women in 2nd century Israel. But let me get back to Bar Kokhba and to bring it to a conclusion. Bar Kokhba's legacy is profound and confused in some ways. Profound in that this was the last major military attempt by the Jews to regain their land in ancient times, and it would be a long 1,800 years before they would ever dream of doing this again in a real fashion. It was a heroic rebellion, it was a successful rebellion, and it ended, however badly, in a very bloody massacre at Beitar, all of which we remember very profoundly in our liturgical tradition in particular. Perhaps the saddest element for the Jews, however, was the dashing of the messianic hope that Bar Kokhba represented. But at any rate, I thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. Next week we'll talk about Babata, and I hope you have a great night. Well, you made it all the way to the end of the video, so I hope that means that you really enjoyed it, or else perhaps you fell asleep at the terminal. But I just wanted to say thank you very much for watching. And, I'd like to develop more of a relationship with my viewers. And so please feel free to click the like button or to leave a little comment at the bottom. I'll try to respond as much as possible. And if this video was useful to you, then please pass it on to someone else who might also find it so useful. Okay? Thank you very much, and have a great week.
That's what he's doing instead of, attending to the fire recovery. That'll come up along with the voice line after 1 o'clock on the John Cobell Show. KFI AM 642 Friday morning, July 9th. Last hour of our Friday show is always.
All right, tonight's topic is a little bit of a stretch for me. When I was putting together the series for this term, I tried very hard to include as many women as possible. And this is a difficult challenge for the ancient period. Once you've talked about Bruria, once you've talked about Rachel, the wife of Akiva, you run out of well-known named women very fast, simply because their voices are largely not recorded in our sources. But it's getting harder and harder as we go through. I think this is our 6th semester of giving lectures to find women that we can speak about in a meaningful manner. But obviously they're talking about an important, huge element of Jewish civilization, of human civilization. I think it would be completely irresponsible to go straight through this period without looking specifically at women's lives and women's realities. So I'll do the best I can with Salome. The second problem I had, though, is that when I really did some more research on who was Salome, I'm not sure it's really the appropriate topic for a shul lecture. It's actually quite a salacious topic, as I've told some of you before the class began. I'll do my best to try and steer myself away from the shoals of titillating references in the context of this talk. So let's try and understand exactly who was Salome, and why are we talking about her? So first of all, she was a Jewish woman, but otherwise her connections to Jewish history are rather tenuous. She did not, contribute to Jewish intellectual history like Bruria did. She wasn't a Jewish leader like some of the queens were. She actually has a really tiny bit part in Jewish history. And in fact, we have no reference to her in any traditional Jewish sources other than Josephus, who is a little bit problematic for reasons that I'll discuss shortly. Nevertheless, there are some really good reasons to talk about her. One is the fact that she was the granddaughter of King Herod gives us an opportunity to speak about Herod's rule, at least briefly. And I would like to definitely dedicate a lecture to Herod in general in another context. And perhaps more significantly for our purposes is not so much who Salome was, but how she has been understood and how she has been manipulated throughout the centuries in a way that casts an unfortunate light on the appreciation of Jews in the broader society. Specifically, we're going to look at a medieval Christian exegesis of the story of Salome and try to understand how she and her figure and how she was understood had an impact on the way in which Jews were perceived in broader society as a whole. So that's why I think we can justify the discussion of Salome in this series of Jewish biographies. And without further ado, let's go straight to the material. So who is this woman, Salome? Basically, I'm going to give you the actual narrative of her life based on the Gospels, the one episode that we have from the ancient world. But she has been tremendously popularized in medieval and in modern Christian and secular art. Most specifically, an opera by Richard Strauss made her quite famous in the 19th century, and a play version by Oscar Wilde, which we'll see in just a second. She represents so many things to those who appreciated her story throughout the last 2,000 years. But as I mentioned, not all of them are complimentary when it comes to Jews. Let me show you just a little bit of an interesting clip. This is from a 1923 art film, arguably one of the first art films ever that portrays Salome, the main scene of Salome's life. Here on the left is her drunken father, Herod II. Herod had about 9 wives and about 16 children, many of whom he named Herod. So it's very confusing trying to keep track of how many Herods we're talking about. This is Herod, his son, and he's at a drunken party with his friends, and he convinces his stepdaughter, Salome, to dance before the assembled guests. She dances this famous dance. This is Anna Nevazimova, I think her name was, a famous dancer from the 1920s who performs this dance of the 7 veils, which arouses Herod II, that is Herod's son, not King Herod, to such a degree that he promises her half the kingdom for any request that she makes. So we'll have to talk about that request. Now, perhaps the most famous version of Salome that we have today is a version authored by the great writer Oscar Wilde, shown in the little inset here in the photograph. The edition that's published has the phenomenal artwork of Aubrey Beardsley as well. You can see the famous peacock dress here in the background. Wilde took the story of Salome, which I have not told you in full yet, and he used it as a metaphor for forbidden love, which of course was very relevant to his own life as a homosexual at the turn of the 20th century. The metaphor of forbidden love was extremely relevant to him. It was illegal for him to perform this play, in England, so he wrote it in French and then translated his own work back into English, which apparently, according to some loophole in the law, he was allowed to do, and it was performed in English in his own translation from his French original, and it made quite a sensation. But as we shall discuss a little further on in tonight's lecture, it was an example of using the Salome story for his own personal agenda, specifically related to forbidden love, but nevertheless, it made a huge impact on the literary scene of the day. So what is the narrative? I'm going to read to you a short sort of a paraphrase of the account that we have in the Gospels, which comes from William Chester Jordan, who is a professor at Princeton, who has written a fantastic article on the way that Salome has been portrayed in the Middle Ages. So once again, our sources for Salome's life are principally two. We have the Gospels, that is the Christian Bible. There are two specific versions of the story, one which probably borrows from the other. And then we have another reference in Josephus. Josephus is the major Jewish historian of the first century. You'll recall perhaps from our lectures last year that he was a Jewish general. He defected to the Roman side, and then he wrote an incredibly detailed account of the First Roman-Jewish War in the 8th century, the 8th decade of the first century, and then it was very well read, and Romans read it. He received great accolades, and then he went on to write a massive 20-odd volume Jewish Antiquities, which is basically the history of Jews from all time. And these were documents that were produced for a Roman imperial audience, so they're not necessarily the most authoritative versions of Jewish history that we would like to perhaps read, but nevertheless, he has a version of the Salome story there. She is named in that story. She's not named in the Gospel, so there's no reason to suspect that this event did not actually happen. So here's the version that Dr. Jordan prepared for us based on the Gospels. Herod the Tetrarch refers to the three sons of Herod that ruled the principle of Judea in the first century. After he died, he divided up into three rulers. Tetra, meaning tetra is three, right? Right. What's four? Quattro. Thank you. And arch means like leader, archos, right? Democracy, right? Herod the Tetrarch ordered the arrest of John the Baptist and had him imprisoned in chains. John the Baptist, of course, a very important early Christian figure, and we're going to return to him as well. Herod's reason for doing so, for arresting John the Baptist, was the furious complaint of his wife, Herodias, right? Also named after Herod. He liked to name a lot of his kids after himself. At John's public condemnation of their marriage, right? So Herod's wife, Herodias, was angry with John the Baptist, so Herod had him imprisoned. Why was Herodias angry with John the Baptist? Herodias was the former wife of Philip, Herod's brother, whom she had left to marry the Tetrarch Herod. So in other words, she was married to one son of Herod. She left him and married the other son of Herod, which was forbidden under Jewish law. By the way, all these people are Jewish. Okay, so we're talking about Jewish kings, corrupt, obviously. Herod himself, as we'll talk about, was actually from an Idumean family, which was Edomites, but that's already, four generations ago. So these are like really, they're like the rich and famous among the Jews, and they have the sort of patron-pace life place that we can imagine. Anyway, so, right, Herodias, the wife, had married Philip, the son of Herod. She left him and married Herod, the son of Herod. And John the Baptist, Jewish guy, criticized her for marrying her brother's brother during his lifetime, which is forbidden in Jewish law. John railed against Herod, saying, "It is against the law for you to marry your brother's wife." Sounds like a good rabbi would say this. At first, Herod wanted to kill John, but he hesitated because of John's popularity and the widespread belief that the Baptist was a prophet, right? Which is, this is, of course, a Christian document that we're reading now. The popularity of John is alluded to here. Later, Herod came to hold John in awe. He did not understand all the Baptist's prophetic utterances, but he enjoyed listening to him and came to regard him as a good and upright man. Indeed, he protected him, letting him live despite his wife's loathing and her continued desire to have him killed. An opportunity arose for her to fulfill her desire at Herod's birthday banquet, which his courtiers, military commanders, and various elite male members of society attended, right? So let's get the scene right. The husband, Herod, he has imprisoned John the Baptist at his wife's insistence. The wife is upset because John the Baptist is casting asparagus at their wedding. Casting aspersions, right, at their marriage. I shouldn't say things like that. I'll edit it out, right, Mr. Rodriguez? Should I do that? Right. Because he's giving her a hassle about their wedding. So John the Baptist is sitting in prison, and Herodias gets an idea. Aha, how about this? my husband Herod is going to have a massive drunken birthday party. It's going to be all men there. I happen to have, says Herodias, a beautiful young daughter from my first marriage to Herod's brother. So this would be Herod's niece and stepdaughter. And she says, Herodias' daughter by her former husband danced before the assembled company, and so delighted Herod that he swore to give her anything she wanted, even half his realm. Right? So she essentially prostituted her daughter before Herod to convince him to give up anything he wanted, because she knew her husband and that he would like make some kind of sweeping statement in front of all his friends, and then it would be very difficult for him to retract. After talking to her mother, the girl asked for John the Baptist's head on a dish. Right, so this was all planned, and once she had achieved this, secured this promise from her father, she went back, or her stepfather, she went to her mother, and mother said, great, you have to ask him for the head of John the Baptist on a platter. Herod's distress was palpable. Turn the page, I want to find out what happened. But he did not wish to lose face before his powerful guests, and he ordered a bodyguard to behead John. After carrying out his task, the guard returned to the banquet with the head on a dish and gave it to the girl, who then gave it to her mother. When John's disciples heard the news, they claimed his body and buried it. So the theme of this young, beautiful girl, sexually alluring, possibly very innocent, possibly so young she's a virgin herself, dealing with the disembodied head of John the Baptist was so grotesque, it fascinated medieval artists, and we have literally hundreds of examples of this depiction of the young, beautiful girl and the decapitated John the Baptist. Here's one from Titian from the 16th century, and here you can see a piece of monumental architecture. Lots of these, sometimes with spooky backgrounds. You can see the artists are just loving this whole contrast between the beautiful youth and the decapitated John the Baptist. We could do this all day with tons of these examples. It seems they're having a huge field day with what's going on. Here is an early 20th century example from one of these staging of the plays. Now, this is basically all we know from the ancient sources, from Josephus and from the Gospels. There is an apocryphal text that may also be ancient in origin, which describes Salome's death, which perhaps I should might as well mention at this point. Apparently, she went on to marry, and she had several children, and then in the year 39, which would mean that she's probably in her 40s by this time, she was traveling to Gaul, which would be, let's say, France, and she, and again, this is not in the original text, this is something added much later, and we don't know how truthful it is, but she was walking on a pond, she fell into the water, and as she was falling into the water, her head hit the edge of the ice, and she was decapitated in a poetic and ironic manner, and her mother retrieved the body, the head as well. I could not find that the artists don't seem especially interested in that theme, but you know, that's how she met her gory end, as the apocryphal text has it. Now to take it a step further, to go back to Oscar Wilde, for example. The bit that Wilde adds, that's not in the story at all, but obviously had a very powerful impact, he also adds a sexual attraction between Salome and John the Baptist, and that she's confused and she wants him, but she can't have him, and so then she gives into her mother's wishes, and she has him decapitated, and there's a very powerful scene at the end where she says, you know, I could not kiss your lips in life, so now I kiss thee in death. Very powerfully connected back to Wilde's personal history. It makes a lot more sense, and so on. So it's a fascinating story that gripped the imagination of much of the medieval Christian exegetes and even the modern mind. And in fact, there are versions of the Salome story in song and in writing. If you happen to look at the Wikipedia article, they list about 30 versions of Salome in modern culture in the 20th and 21st century. So it's definitely an enduring kind of myth, if you will, that takes us to the next question, which is really, why are we talking about this in a Jewish history class, right? She's Jewish, but where's the Jewish part to this? Okay. So, first of all, let's go back in time a little bit to understand her background and Herod in particular. This is a Roman rendition of Herod, may actually be somewhat accurate. I will show you the best rendition we have, a period rendition of Salome a little later. And he's an extremely complex character that deserves an entire lecture easily. He was a client king of the Romans, which meant that when the Romans came into the Middle East, particularly in the first century before the Common Era, they dealt with the remnants of the Hashmonaim, who had already been falling into a certain amount of internal corruption and palace intrigue that led to their internal weakness and eventual demise. And the Romans were able to take over this very fractured nation without too much difficulty. Herod had gone to Rome and had petitioned successfully to become their client king in Israel. I remind you once again, we're talking now about Salome's grandfather. So now we're in the first century before the Common Era. This term client king is interesting. The Roman strategy of managing all these disparate populations was known as divide et impera, which we have in English, it's a common phrase, divide and rule. And the way they did it was they would take certain elements of society, usually the aristocracy, and actually give them a lot of privileges, give them citizenship, remove from them tax burdens and all kinds of things, and by co-opting key elements in the given societies that they controlled, they were able to essentially manage all these hugely different cultures and political systems with relatively little effort on their part. From time to time, they would have to use force of arms and they have to demonstrate their military might, but really their genius as a civilization was in governance through co-opting the elites of all these societies. So Herod was one of those co-opted elites. The Sadducees in charge of the temple ritual, we talked about them in a previous class, were also one of these co-opted elites. And he came into Israel and he ruled with a maniacal intensity and a ferocious degree of personal viciousness. He was married to a woman named Doris at the time that he received the kingship. When he got back to Israel, he felt that she was not really befitting his role as a leader of a country, as a client king. So he sent her away, married another woman named Mariamne. Actually, according to the Talmud, he later killed her as well. According to the Talmud, he actually preserved her body in honey. He kept her around, and the purpose of the honey was to keep her body supple. You just have to use your imagination. It's the worst possible thing you can think of. Herod was definitely not going to make it on, the Jewish President of the Year award. That's a stupid thing to say. I'll probably edit that part out too, right? Okay, but some terrible things about Herod. Now, at the same time, that we have this terrible, crazy king who was murdering his relatives left and right, and doing all kinds of awful things. We also have him as the renovator of the temple. In fact, all the pictures of the temple that we associate with holiness and things like that, the western wall, he built the Temple Mount, again, on earlier foundations, Hashmonaic stones, and also on the stones of the reign of Solomon. Anyways, here we are. So here he is. This is the great builder of the temple. This is the man who invested, millions upon millions of ancient dollars in this great religious center. How can the same person, be credited with all these horrible things and at the same time be the builder of the temple? You'll notice if you read the Talmud that Herod's name is hardly ever mentioned. Like, the rabbis just don't want to talk about him. Yeah, the temple, it's nice. We like it. It's great. Don't want to think about who built it. It's just not on the agenda because they're embarrassed by, his other activities. He definitely did do some nasty things at the temple as well. Like, for example, at one point he put the Roman eagle, the emblem of the eagle, up by the Holy of Holies. which is a hugely offensive thing. It's a symbol of idolatry, a symbol of the hated Roman occupation and things like that. And he got a lot of criticism for it, but nevertheless, he is the builder of the temple. He's also the builder of some of Israel's most enduring, beautiful architecture, such as his palaces on Masada, which you can see here are hugely difficult things to construct. Incredible examples of ancient architecture. Various cities were built by Herod, forts, aqueducts, all the things that Romans were good at. That's what he was doing in Israel. So most historians have concluded that for Herod, these huge acts of public works, typical for the Romans, were like his kind of signs of his grandiose beneficence. Thank you. Doing good things, right? Good works. He's like giving to the whole population. They were not at all motivated by religious sensibilities. And in fact, in northern Israel, he was also constructing beautiful temples to various idols at the same time. He was like a donor who was fair to everybody. He gave to the Jews, he gave to the idolaters, he gave to everybody. And that was part of his self-image as being this kind of, grand leader who could do everything. But he obviously did not take Judaism seriously in any way, even though he was himself descended from the Edomites, but nevertheless a Jew for several generations back. Okay, at this point, I'm going to pause for questions before we get back to Salome. Yes? Taxes. Yeah, heavy tax burden. And in fact, when there was famine, he was noted for generously reducing the tax burden by 1/3, but otherwise it was pulled together by taxes. If you look in Tanakh, you'll see that the relationship of Jewish kings to their subjects often revolves around the degree of the tax burden. In fact, the split between the northern 10 tribes and the southern tribes was largely over a tax revolt. The north was saying, we are spending way too much money on taxes. For Solomon, he built the temple and things like that, a huge tax burden. And when Solomon died, they asked his son, Rehoboam, okay, what are you going to do? Are you going to follow your father's practices and taxes like this? Or are you going to ease up a bit? And he made the terrible decision to say, no, I'm going to make it even harder for you. And as a result of that, the north revolted and they created a separate kingdom. Yes, Judith.
Well, I know
From the Odoo.com Weather Center, Odoo, the only business software you need. It's going to be sunny and warm today, highs in the mid-80s in Metro LA and proceeds in the mid-70s at the beaches. This report is brought to you by Rapid Radios. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, seeing more at the pump with Toyota's.
Yes, interesting. Very true. The parallel to Ruth, the parallel also, I would think, to Esther, right? A parallel also, if you can even include the decapitated head, to Judith and Holofernes, right? In fact, some of these earlier artworks, sometimes the artists have specifically connected them to Judith. So that's a story where there was a Jewish woman, I think she was some kind of princess, and she got the king of the Syrians, I think, drunk, or she fed him lots of dairy products, and he fell asleep, and then she cut off his head. Yeah. That was Sisera, Yael and Sisera, and Yehudit and Holofernes is a similar story. Yael is with the tent peg, right? And Yehudit and Holofernes is with the decapitation, right? See, it's a head thing. Okay, let us go on. Okay, so back to, so John the Baptist part. That's an important element that we just kind of, was there any other questions? Okay, John the Baptist part, because he's obviously key. Yeah, what exactly is going on here? John the Baptist in Christian thought is the functional equivalent of Eliyahu HaNavi in Jewish thought. John the Baptist is, the term baptism is basically taken from the mikvah, right, which is a very old Jewish ritual. The idea of going into a body of living water, either the River Jordan, as John the Baptist used so often, or any other natural body of water like the ocean or lake, things like that, or a collected body of rainwater, for example. It symbolizes a transformation, a cleansing, and when one goes in one status, one comes out another status. One goes in ritually impure, one comes out ritually pure. One goes in a potential convert, one comes out a Jew, these kinds of things. So John the Baptist was promoting, in particular, the use of the mikvah. He was, one of the early mikvah ladies of his day. He was promoting it for many people. But in Christian thought, he was to be the herald of the Messiah, meaning he was going to be the one who would let everybody know that Mashiach was here. And of course, in Christian tradition, he was predicting that Jesus was the Messiah, similar to the Jewish thought. And it's based openly on the idea of Eliyahu HaNavi, of Elijah the prophet, foretelling the coming of the Jewish Messiah. So a lot of these things are prefigured, to use a Christian term, or they are modeled on the earlier Jewish models. And he was an unpopular figure with Herodias in particular, because he, like the early Christian movement and the Pharisees, were antithetical to traditional authority. Because, think about it. We're talking about this palace intrigue where you have people who are like marrying the wrong people against Jewish law, and the whole business with a young Jewish girl dancing in front of a bunch of drunken men, that is definitely not kosher practice. This is not the kind of rabbinic vision of tzniut, of modesty, of the way people should deport themselves. And people like John the Baptist and other Pharisees, because they're all in the same kind of intellectual framework and trajectory, are openly criticizing authority and saying, this is not what God wants from us. This is not what the Torah demands of us. And they're like thorns in the side of the authorities. Even though the authorities are all Jewish and they all receive their power from Rome, they are unable to control this popular movement of resentment for the antinomian activities of the ruling authorities. Remember, this is the same kind of intellectual and moral force that will ultimately result in the First Roman-Jewish War, and the Second Roman-Jewish War, which we'll talk about next week under Bar Kokhba. There is a growing degree of separation between the common Jews, who were primarily peasants at this time, from their traditional leadership, and they're associating themselves with these charismatic local preachers, be they these early Christians who are basically Jews who are simply promoting Jesus as the Messiah, or more traditional Pharisaic leaders. And so for people like Herodias, is shown here, the mother in the 1923 film I showed you earlier, they view these people as do-gooders, holier-than-thou types who are really trying to undermine the basis of their authority. And so the conflict between Herod, the Sadducees, and these messianic figures like Jesus, John the Baptist, is really quite palpable, which will eventually result in contributing to not only Jewish sectarianism, but also to ultimately open revolt against the Romans in the year 70. So that's really what this underground work is. Now, looking at Salome in particular, there's really two ways in which her life has been interpreted. And one way, which I don't want to focus on for the next 10 minutes or so, is the idea of Salome as the innocent. In some cases, like in Oscar Wilde's, was it Wilde's depiction? No, I think it was Strauss's depiction. I'm not sure offhand. Salome is portrayed as being somewhat dim-witted, of having, no real clue of the moral perfidy that she's involved with, either with the dance or with asking for John the Baptist's head. And in fact, when she goes to ask Herod to have John the Baptist decapitated, she can't remember his name. She goes, my mother said, what was his name again? That just shows how distant she is from it. And so there have been depictions, particularly in the late 19th and 20th century, that show her as kind of like being taken advantage of by all these evil forces around her, such as her mother, Herodias in particular. But that's not generally the way that she's understood in much of the medieval literature, where we see her more as a kind of prefigurement of Judaism. in the post-Christian era, that is in the post-Jesus era. This is an image, I've shown you several of these in previous classes, but let's just think about one element that I have not focused on before, but just for those of you who haven't seen it, I'll just give you a quick rundown. This is one version of the famous Ecclesia et Synagoga painting, which we see in monumental architecture. We see it here in a stained glass window from the German city of Verben from the 14th century, which always contrasts the church as being, morally correct and upright and having power and so on, with the synagogue, which is dark and is immoral and is unfavored by God. So you see, there are certain elements that I'm only going to show you one. We could do this all night too, but I'll just show you one. This is the church always on the left-hand panel, because usually there's, and actually in this image they've cut it out from the middle, but there is like a crucifix in the middle, and Jesus is on the cross, and his hand is over the right side, the stronger side. And church is represented riding a four-headed beast called a tetramorph, which is like a symbol of authority. It alludes to several passages in the book of Ezekiel. She's got the upright staff with her flag unfurled, blowing in the wind, holding on to the Holy Grail, the chalice here. Her eyes are open and looking straight forward, and everything conveys a message of like authority, regality. Is that a word, regality? Regalness, maybe? Regalness, like being kingly. And in case you're not sure, not only does she have a halo, but there's a hand descending from heaven, crowning her, indicating divine approval of the church's rule in the temporal world. Now, over here, though, is synagogue, and represented really quite differently. She's riding a donkey, which is nowhere near as interesting an animal as the tetramorph. Her very posture is bent over. She's in an attitude of decline, almost depression, right? She's actually smaller than the church physically. The crown that she used to wear is knocked from her head, indicating the loss of favor from God. Her staff, which indicates her power, is broken. She's no longer in charge. The synagogue is in disfavor. And once again, to contrast with the crown coming from heaven, there is a sword descending from heaven and piercing her through the top of her skull, to really get the point across, so to speak, that he's out of favor. Now, what is this bit here with the ram's head that she's holding on to? What is that all about? Open to the floor for analysis. Judas, you must have an idea. What does that ram's head represent?
Have we really gone that far? Yeah.
Very good.
Democrats that met under a storm in Chicago.
Yeah, no, there's actually flesh on the bones. The eye is still intact, but I'm going to say it on the microphone so they hear it on the internet audience. That's Judith saying that this represents the ram of Abraham, which for Jews, though, is a very positive symbol, right? We like the ram of Abraham. We blow the shofar, it's Rosh Hashanah, all that stuff. Yes, holding it by the horn, which is very significant.
15 inches of rain.
Okay.
Somehow,
Interesting. Yes, I think all those things are definitely very true. Notice that the contrasting element that the church holds is the chalice, right, which represents you receiving the blood of Jesus, the sacramental wine. So here you've got the bloody ram's head, and you've got the sacrament, which reminds me of another funny story. A friend of ours named Heaney in North Miami Beach, the one year he decided to do the actual ram's head or sheep head for Pesach, and so she had it in the sink before Pesach, and her 3-year-old came and saw it and freaked out and went to her and said, "Mom, there's a dinosaur in the kitchen." So the chalice represents like spirituality, represents like, it's intoxicating. It's something that is like takes you to a higher spiritual sphere, things like that. The ram's head represents carnality. represents physicality. And it is correct that the artist here is alluding to the ram, the sacrifice of Abraham, but it is taken in a negative sense. That the church is ethereal, the church is spiritual, the church is above those things. The Jews are still stuck on sacrifices. They want blood, they want meat, right? Carnal, from carne, meat. They want these kind of physical things. And so the concept of carnal Israel becomes very significant through many of the medieval readings of Salome's story. That Salome, thinking of perhaps her love for John the Baptist, is really obsessed with the physicality of him, that it's all about the blood, it's all about the death, it's all about the physical things. And in fact, a lot of medieval commentators, Christian commentators, looking at Judaism and trying to understand what's going on with Judaism, we have so many details with the milk spoon and the meat pot, and you could do this on Saturday, you can't do this on Saturday. All these details, which for the medieval Christian mind, I would argue for the modern Christian mind, for the modern secular mind, like, what does God want with all these details? That's all physical. Is that really what God wants? So the criticism is that the Jews are excessively carnal. They're excessively sexual, which we'll talk about in a few weeks when we get to the medieval period. They're excessively focused on the physical as opposed to the spiritual. And so the whole Salome metaphor, which is translated primarily through the image of a female as well in the Ecclesian synagogue, is seen as negatively grounded in this world things rather than the spiritual, ethereal vision of Christianity. Okay, but I should point out the blindfold, right? I can't believe I forgot that. The church here is clear-eyed and able to see, whereas the synagogue is always blindfolded, cannot see the truth, cannot see what's going on. This is actually a more generic representation of all Jews, right, as embodied in this female figure of the synagogue. And it's important to note that the artwork is especially important because we're dealing with several hundred years of virtually complete illiteracy. And so for people to understand, if they come to church and say, well, I don't understand, who are these Jewish people? And don't they come before us? And wasn't Jesus Jewish? I heard that someplace. And then the priest would be able to say, oh, check this out. This explains the whole relationship of Judaism and Christianity and so on. So it's really important to have this kind of monumental architecture. And it figures very prominently in a lot of cathedrals and illuminated manuscripts, things like that. We should also recall, you're absolutely right, that, the overwhelming power of this kind of art compared to our modern sensibilities must have been amazing. Like, it would be like going to an IMAX theater when you've never even seen moving pictures. It would just be tremendous, because what kind of artwork could you have in your village? Someone would scratch something into a piece of wood maybe. Who has time to paint? Who has any skill and training and so on? You come to the larger village or the big city and you see these cathedrals and stained glass art and wood. It's like overwhelming. So it was like institutional education. Here, by the way, this is an actual depiction of Salome herself. The coin, it was recently discovered. I cannot figure out the Latin, but the websites tell me this is saying Salome. That's what she looks like.
Who else could hit on my wife for 20
Hard to
years?
tell. I couldn't tell the difference between her and Herod, but at any rate, we do know that she was a historical figure. She had some royalty, and she had enough to have the coins minted after her. But we should put in this context the legacy. So what do we understand from this story vis-a-vis Jewish history in particular? It's a complicated legacy, because she does not even figure in the Jewish sources that I mentioned. She doesn't set a tone or a message for Jews. She has no teachings that we can offer for moving forward. And she's basically invisible to all of Jewish history, except through perhaps one of the most well-read Jewish books, and that would be the Bible. And specifically in this context, I'm talking about the Christian Bible, which does have reference to her there. Unfortunately, for the larger scope of Jewish history, the reading of Salome as a personification of Jews does not sit well with the way in which we prefer to be portrayed, because she's associated with carnality, with illicit sexuality, with promiscuity, and so on, and of course with bloodthirstiness and the eventual decapitation of John the Baptist. So she's a little bit of an outlier for most of the topics that we'll be discussing in this series. Next week, God willing, we're going to speak about Bar Kokhba, fascinating individual who led a revolt against the Romans in the 2nd century. And it was thought by many, including Rabbi Akiva, to actually be the Mashiach. It turned out that he wasn't, but I think we'll have a lot to say in the more conventional Jewish time next week. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to seeing you next week.
Hello, gorgeous. These are for you. I took your criticism to heart. I'm here to let you know I'm up my game. I have more stamina, more flexibility, and you know that trick where someone ties a knot with a cherry stem?
Listen to the Ghost Therapy podcast.
Damn it, no. That was much more painful than I thought.
Caitlin and Tyler go here.
I don't know, Clem. Are you sure you can handle me? Better question. Can you handle me?
All right, let's load him in.
What happened?
OIA, orgasm-induced aneurysm. Orgasm slept with someone out of his league.
I gotta say, it's almost
Okay, so I'd like to formally welcome you to the fall 2014 season of lectures in Jewish history. I'm going to actually do a few things differently this year. As you know, we have a new greeter, Mr. Mick Balcony, who is very pleased. We're very happy to be here. We had a grueling interview process to try and find someone to replace Aliza. And I forgot to mention, Mr. Balcony, you have to ask like really difficult questions.
Every guy wants sex to be mind-blowing.
He's the only person who's allowed to ask hard questions, because Aliza was the only person who's allowed. Because I could always tell Aliza, sorry, I'll answer you that later. And then, of course, I would find something else to say later. I've decided before I put these videos online, I might actually edit them now. Because, thank God, we're getting over 12,000 views a month, which is really, it's amazing. And the Latvians are still with us. Actually, 3 days ago, I noticed that I had more people watching from Finland than I did from the United States, which was really bizarre. It happened to be like at about 5 in the morning or 4 in the morning when I woke up and happened to check the statistics. So it was before most of America woke up. But nevertheless, these lectures really are getting quite a global audience, and so I've decided I better make the recorded version a little higher quality. The other thing is we're starting at 8 o'clock now until the clocks change. Hopefully that'll be easier for people, and I imagine we'll get a larger crowd once we get into the season a little more. Finally, I have to let you all know, I think many of you are already aware that unfortunately this is going to be my last season here in the Young Israel Bal Harbor, because I will be taking a job in New York City. Yeah. So that will be actually the last time I tried to fly in the winter time up to New York. I actually was a victim of racial profiling, because they stopped me at the airport because it was very rare to see a Jew traveling north. But at any rate, so we are. So this is going to be the final series. I'm going to try and really do a good job with it so that we can leave with a lot of success. So without any further ado, let's get to tonight's material, which is going to be on Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, an extremely influential figure in the development of Jewish history, and one of the rare leaders that appears at perhaps the darkest moment in Jewish history, at least until the 20th century, takes some very controversial stands, is not without opposition at the highest levels of the Jewish establishment, and nevertheless, through his bold innovations and his decisive leadership, he is able to, in a period of about 15 years, revolutionize the very basis of Jewish identity and set us on a course that brings us even to the present day. We are very much today living in the shadow of Rabbi Yochanan's decisions, and so it's extremely incumbent upon us to understand a little bit about who he was and what exactly did he do that made him such an important character in our national lives. So if you know anything about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, chances are you know this famous quotation: Ten li Yavne v'chachameha. Give me Yavne and its sages. And this is a passage that occurs in Tractate Gittin of the Talmud, which I happen to have with me here from the Young Israel Library. And I won't read it to you in great detail because it is really, it's about a page and a half of Talmud. But the version that's recorded in this text basically goes as follows. It's probably the year 68 of the Common Era. The Emperor Vespasian is surrounding Jerusalem and is about to destroy it. And in fact, within a short period of time, the holy city would be razed, the temple would be destroyed, and a whole host of terrible things would happen to the Jewish people. Anyways, Vespasian is outside. He is right now a general. There are other versions that tell this story a little differently. Basically, the version that is in Gittin goes like this. Rabbi Yochanan is inside the city, which is being defended by the Biryonim, who are a sect of zealots. These are Jews who are in rebellion against Rome and are trying to, in a very quixotic and somewhat incomprehensible manner, trying to free the tiny country from the incredible might and strength of the Roman Empire, which at this time covers the entire Mediterranean basin, which extends all the way out to Afghanistan, is going to go over into the British Isles and so on. It's a massive empire, and these zealots believe that somehow they can overthrow them, like a few hundred years earlier, the Hasmoneans had overthrown a much weaker Seleucid kingdom. At any rate, Yochanan ben Zakkai feels that this is an unrealistic approach to the Roman occupation, and it behooves the Jews to surrender and to negotiate a treaty of some sort, because otherwise it will be utterly destroyed. He approaches his nephew, who happens to be the leader of these zealots, and says he wants to leave the city that's under siege, meet with Vespasian and negotiate. And his nephew says, there's no way they're going to let you do that because, you know, my soldiers are very much against any kind of negotiation with the Romans. But Yochanan ben Zakkai pressures his nephew, and so they come up with this bizarre plan that he should fake his own death. Should take a kind of a potion or something, and it will make him seem like he is in fact dead, put him in a coffin, and they're going to carry him out of the city walls for burial. The Biryonim they've seen that trick before, and so they want to try and drive iron rods through his coffin, but they say, come on, you can't do this to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, that's not appropriate, right? So then they say, well, what if we shake him around a little bit? Rashi says maybe he'll cry out. He says, no, that's not appropriate to do to the body either. You have to treat him with dignity and let him out. And of course, he manages to get out of the city, and he approaches Vespasian. And as the story in the Talmud goes, he says to him, he greets him as Emperor Vespasian. And Vespasian says, thank you very much, but I'm not an emperor, I'm a general. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, no, you're actually an emperor because someone died in Rome and you're getting a promotion. And in fact, that's exactly what happens right there on the spot. And Vespasian learns he is going to be the emperor, he has to go to Rome. He's amazed with this. And by the way, there are other versions of the story in rabbinic literature that have the sequence of events a little differently, but the version in Gittin is like that. And what happens is Vespasian says, wow, fantastic. You must be a very holy man. I will essentially give you 3 wishes. What do you want? And so these are the 3 wishes that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai negotiates. He says, the first one is, of course, the slide here. Looking for Tein li Yavne v'chachameha. Give me the city of Yavne and its sages. And then secondly, V'shilta de Rabban Gamliel, and give me the lineage of Rabban Gamliel. I'll explain who he is in a minute. V'yisvata the Messiah the Rabbi Tzadok, and a doctor for Rabbi Tzadok. Rabbi Tzadok had been fasting in repentance to try and save Jerusalem, and he had made himself ill as a result, and so he wanted to get a doctor to come in to help out. It's amazing, the entire city of Jerusalem, you can't find a doctor there, Obviously, we've changed as a society dramatically since then. Maybe they had a lot of accountants or lawyers, but no doctors. Surprising. Dentists, right? Here is, by the way, a bust of Vespasian, so you get a sense of what he looks like. All of those three requests were granted to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, and essentially what he did was he repaired to this little city of Yavne, and he assembled the yeshiva there, the Kerem B'Yavne, the vineyard of Yavne, and established a kind of a foothold, a piedmont for rabbinic Judaism to continue. That's perhaps the most significant thing. However, there are a lot of really significant questions. First of all, what exactly was Yavne? What is he asking for Yavne? Yavne is a strange kind of place. It does not have a long tradition of Jewish scholarship. It doesn't even have a long history of Jewish settlement. Why is he asking for Yavne? So I'm going to talk about that in a second. But before I do that, I want to also point out the fact that we have a tremendous difficulty as historians working with Tannaitic literature. Tannaitic literature refers to texts that have been preserved for the following centuries from the era of the Tanaim, or the so-called teachers, which is roughly from about the year 200 before the Common Era to approximately the year 200, maybe 300 of the Common Era. About 500 years of literature. The most significant documents include some of the older Midrashic collections like Sifra and Sifri, of course the Mishnah, and many other older texts that have made their way into the Talmud like the Baraitot. They contain a wealth of historical information. The problem is the way in which this material was transmitted and recorded make it rife with errors, and there are multiple versions of all kinds of stories with very big differences in salient details, including who said what to whom, for example. This is because these were oral documents that were handed down from Rabbi to student, for many generations, and all kinds of errors crept in, which the rabbis were very, very aware of, and that's why the Talmud in particular goes through a refining process of trying to determine which Mishnah is correct, which Tosefta, which Baraisa is correct, and so on. Secondly, and perhaps more significantly even than the errors and the contradictions that are in the Tannaitic literature, is the fact that they weren't trying to write history, not in any medieval or modern sense of the word. Meaning, the rabbis, when they're writing these kinds of texts, they are not trying to teach basic historical information, why this happened on a historical level. They're trying to teach religious information. They're trying to teach, what does God want us to take away from this moment? They're teaching us morals, lessons, interpretations of verses, all kinds of things. They're not specifically interested in preserving the historical record, as the great historians of the 19th century would put it, wie es eigentlich gewesen war, the way it actually happened. That wasn't so important to them. What was important to them was get across the message of the story. So as historians, 2,000 years later, trying to unpack these texts, we have a lot of great difficulty just trying to understand what exactly they mean. Let us take, for example, what we know about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. I mean, what do we actually know about his life besides that key moment, Ten Li Yavne v'Chochameha? So there's some interesting biographical material in Tractate Sukkah, which talks about his life. Let's grab it quickly here. And this I might read a little bit more detail because it's rather amazing in scope. Okay, so first of all, the Talmud says, Amru alav Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. They say about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, Me'amav lo sach sichas chulin. He never spoke casual speech, meaning every word of his was measured and was spoken for a reason. No schmoozing about the Marlins, no complaining about the Chazan, nothing like that. V'lo halach dalad amos below Torah below tefillin. He never walked 4 cubits, about 6 feet, unless he had his tefillin on unless he was learning Torah. He was constantly involved in this. V'lo kadmo adam b'beis midrash. No one ever came before him to shul. He was always first in shul. V'lo yashan b'beis midrash. He never slept in shul. Lo shenis kebo, lo shenis harai. Not even a little drimmel when the rabbi was giving the drasha. Nothing. L'chader di. That happens to be one of my hardest points to stay awake. He had no problem staying awake the whole time. Below here, hard hair b'mavos to fanos. He never had any inappropriate thoughts in alleyways that were profane, which means like when he was in the bathroom where it's forbidden to think about Torah, he never thought about Torah there. Below he never left anyone alone in the base midrash and went home, meaning he was always the last guy to go home. And it goes on and on with these kinds of behaviors. Now, where did this come from? Well, it happens that he was one of the students of Rabbi Hillel, the great Hillel, the sage. We've spoken about him a couple of years ago. For those of you who are watching the internet, you can always go back on the index there. But check this out. This is kind of an interesting passage about him. Also on the same page, it says here, Shmonim Talmidim Hayu LeHillel Hazakim. There were 80 students that studied under Hillel the elder. 30 of these 80 were so great that the divine presence could rest on them. Moshe Rabbeinu, like Moses, our teacher. And another 30 were so great that the sun would stand still for them, like it did for Joshua ben Nun during the conquest of Israel. And then I love this part. Restream, Beinonim, 20 were so-so, right? Like they were not at the same level. Gadol Shebakulan, Yonasan ben Uziel. The greatest of them was Yonasan ben Uziel. That later on the Talmud will say that when birds were flying overhead, they would be, and he was learning Torah, they would be burned to a crisp, which his whole family went into the outdoor barbecue industry as a result. Katan Sheb, that was a joke. I'll edit that out. That's one of those things I can do. Katan Shebakulam, the least of Hillel's students was Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. So he was the least of them. I guess that 20 so-so, I'm not sure what to make of that. Anyways, what do they say? Amar Allah about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, just to get a sense of what was the least of Hillel's students. Shelo Hiniach, Mikra, Mishnah, Gemara, Halakos, Agadus, Diktuke Torah, Diktuke Sofrim. He learned every aspect of Torah, both the written and the oral Torah. Kalim v'chamurim. He learned Gezerah Shabbos, logic, hermeneutics. Tekufos v'gematrios. He learned astronomy and numerology. Sichas Malachi Ashares, the language of the angels. The Sichas Shedim, the language of the demons. The Sichas Dekalim, the language of the palm trees. Mishalos Hobsin, the parables of the washerwomen, which is a fascinating thing, which Rashi explains like, this is like Aesop's fables, kind of like stories that people would say. So he was well-rounded. These are things that not necessarily in the traditional Jewish canon, but he knew proverbs and he knew sayings, Shulim, Davar Gadol with Davar Katan. He knew a great thing and a small thing. Davar Gadol, what is the great thing? Maaseh Merkava, mysticism, Kabbalah, the acts of the chariot. Davar Katan, what's the small thing? Havayos Davayeva Rava, the entire Talmud, the questions and answers with Abai and Rava. So this is Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, the least of Hillel's students, and this is the scope of his learning, a fascinating kind of depiction. We have a serious problem, however, with this passage because we're not exactly sure when Hillel died. Perhaps it was in the last quarter of the first century before the Common Era. And we do know that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was active up until the year 85 CE, give or take 5 years. So that would mean that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai would probably be in the neighborhood of 120 years old at the time that he had this encounter with Vespasian, which is like an incredibly old age, even in the context of biblical ages for this particular period of time. So some scholars have discounted the specifics of him actually studying at Hillel's feet. He may have been one of the base Hillel. He certainly was one of the base Hillel, the house of Hillel, one of the disciples, but he may not have necessarily had the direct contact with him. But at any rate, he certainly was an older man towards the end of his life when he met with Vespasian. We don't know a lot about his family life. We do know, however, that he had one son who predeceased him. And this context, this will be, I think, my last citation from the Talmud for now. It describes how he was comforted at the after the funeral of his son by his greatest student, Rabbi Elazar ben Arach. First, I should tell you, because we will have to come back to this earlier, there's a famous Mishnah which describes the 5 greatest students of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, and they talk about all their characteristics. This one, for example, is a sealed cistern that loses not a drop, meaning he remembers everything. This one, my favorite, Ashrei Yoladato. His mother would be so proud of him. That's a beautiful phrase. I think that's one of the greatest things. His mother would be proud. And about the last one, Rabbi Elazar ben Arach, though, he has a leiv tov. He has a good heart. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, if you put all the sages of Israel in one side of a scale, and you put Elazar ben Arach on the other side, he would outweigh them all. Now, when he unfortunately lost his son, so his student came to console him. Here it is. And his students and others came to console him over the loss of his son. So one rabbi came forward and said, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, may I console you? He says, sure. So he says, don't you know that Adam buried one of his sons and he was nevertheless consoled? And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, I'm sitting here mourning, and you want to add to me the tsuras that Adam Arishon suffered? And then he says, get away from me. And then another rabbi comes and says essentially the same thing with another biblical figure, one after another. He's saying, look, Kasser Meshugayim money, do I need more people? This is the kind of comfort I have. Until finally, Rabbi Elazar ben Arach comes to him, says, Rabbi Elazar, you have consoled me, and then he gets up and he goes on with his life. But you get a sense of his sense of humor as well, that even in a dark moment, he can still say, here I am mourning my son, and you're giving me more tsuras. We don't know much about his wife, about the rest of his family. Now, what we know about his major teachings in general is that he was, as I mentioned, a student of Hillel's. He was a great populist, meaning he believed in the value of the Jewish masses. He did not, kowtow to the established authorities among the Jews, including the high priests and especially the Sadducees, with whom he had tremendous conflict, as I will explain shortly. And he emphasized elements of kindness as a new way to reach out to God in the absence of the temple. We will also return to that point towards the end of this class. He was a major proponent of Torah study as an activity. You may think of that as, well, that's obvious, isn't it? We're talking about Judaism. But in fact, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai really directed Judaism in that particular path, arguing that in the absence of the temple, in the absence of traditional sacrifices, the way that Jews can express their devotion to God is through study. And he said famous things like, do not take credit for your study because that is the purpose for which you were created. These kinds of things endeared him to the masses, but I think what I'd like to do now is turn to some of the political background of his life and works. Maybe I'll pause for a couple of questions. We have no record of his debates with early Christians that I'm aware of. Occasionally, you will see certain rabbinical figures speak with so-called philosophers, philosophes, which may be an allusion to early Jewish Christians, but we don't have any record that I'm aware of any sustained debate. Next week, actually, when we talk about Salome, we will talk about Jews and the early Christian movement. But again, it's important to recall that, even in the immediate wake of the destruction, the year 70, Christianity was still such a tiny movement. We're not even sure how much intercourse they would have had with each other. small groups of Jews who choose to follow Jesus in the context of, they're still Jews, and it's just another kind of, and don't forget, this is a period, as we'll talk about next week, of incredible messianism. There were several figures during this period who were claiming messianic status, and in fact, Jews were following them and fighting and dying for them against the Romans. And within just a short period of time, we would have Bar Kokhba, that'll be 2 weeks from now, of whom even Rabbi Akiva thought that he was Mashiach. So it's a period where Mashiach was a dime a dozen. A doctor, on the other hand, was very hard to find, but Mashiach, easy. Well, what does that mean in the first century, a Torah Jew? Well, let me answer that question in a few slides, because I'm going to give you a sense of Jewish sectarianism, and we'll try to understand what that means to be Torah observant. What we understand by Torah observant today is largely a result of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's formulation of Torah study, which we could say, for example, is basically the Pharisaic ideal of having small disciple groups who are all committed specifically to tithing their produce and of leading lives of Torah study as opposed to sacrificial activity. But we'll get back to that. Last question, Ms. Abramson. Probably, Zakkai, which means like pure or innocent. No. In Jacob Neusner's biography, he has a longer discussion of that. That's a nice name. I don't know anyone named Zakkai today. Certainly don't know anyone named Chayev. That would be a really bad name, and guilty. But anyways, let's go on. So let's look at Israel in destruction. So we have to really put ourselves in the mindset of Jews at this really terrible time in Jewish history. Israel has been going through a tremendous amount of sectarian dispute. We'll go through several of the groups in a couple of slides. And ultimately, the Romans have decided enough with this. The immediate precursors to the Roman-Jewish War were some radical elements who decided to deny the Romans the right to bring sacrificial offerings, which had long been afforded to them, along with other non-Jewish nations who just celebrated the holiday of Sukkot. And when that was withdrawn from them, this was considered an act of great, chutzpah to the Romans to not allow them to bring sacrifices at certain times of the year. And it sparked a revolt because the Romans really had enough of this fractious people who were insistent on maintaining their stubborn individualism, am kashay oref, stiff-necked people, when just about every other nation that they conquered, they were able to effectively manage. And the war was bitter, brutal, and incredibly bloody, with possibly hundreds of thousands of Jews losing their lives and being sent into exile. The numbers that we have from the classical sources may be as high as 600,000 Jews. That's most likely an exaggeration because that population figure for this era is inflated, and it is the way of ancient sources to kind of use numbers poetically, but there's no question that it was an overwhelming demographic loss. When we look at the mood of the nation, we can look at one of the greatest historians of this period is Gedalia Alon, shown here, an Israeli scholar, originally from Poland, I believe, who died very young in the 1950s, I believe. And he wrote a very important work which was translated later and published by Harvard called The Jews in Their Land. And he identifies 6 basic attributes for a sense of national independence, all of which were basically missing at the time of the destruction. Specifically, one of the things that helps assert national independence is the existence of a state, and that was completely wiped out by the Romans. And the Romans actually put a tremendous amount of effort in trying to root out the entire memory of the Jewish state at this point. The region known as Judea was downgraded from a governorate to a section of another part of the kingdom. It wasn't even given individual status. The name Judea was wiped out, and it was replaced with the name Palestina. which was intended as an insult to the Jews, because that named after the Philistines, the traditional biblical enemy of the Jews. So they renamed the land of the Philistines, Palestina. And of course, today, the debate over names continues with that particular term. So there's no statehood. Secondly, it's quite likely that as a result of the deportations and the wars, Jews no longer constituted the majority of the population of the land of Israel by the end of the first century. They did constitute a plurality, meaning they were most likely the largest minority of all the peoples in Israel, but they definitely did not have majority population anymore. The money is always essential, and you have to have like a continuous population with a stable economy, which is in the ancient world essentially agrarian, and that was completely wiped out by the Romans with tremendously onerous tax burdens, which were not only difficult to bear in terms of their quantity, but also in terms of their quality. For example, the traditional Machatzis HaShekel, the half shekel award, which was given to the temple in Jerusalem, the Romans had allowed the Jews to continue collecting it and sending it to the temple for the upkeep. And as a result of the Roman-Jewish wars, the Jews were ordered to send that money to Rome to the upkeep of the temple of Jupiter, which was, still a tax burden and an insult on top of it. Leadership. Now, this is especially interesting. Who were the leaders of the Jewish people at this time? We have traditional status groups such as the high priesthood, the leader of the Sanhedrin, which may have been the same people, meaning there are certain periods in Jewish history where the Kohen Gadol would be the head of the court, the Sanhedrin.
I sat in a windowless room
the Sanhedrin at this point, by the way, seems to have been disappeared for a short period of time, and it is largely due to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's activity that it eventually finds its home in Yavne. But in the immediate aftermath of the war and the destruction of Jerusalem, the Sanhedrin is not functioning, the priesthood is not functioning. All that's left are the Pharisees. These are the so-called Perushim, those who separate, who were establishing this little disciple circle of Jews who would get together to study the oral law, and membership essentially meant taking an oath before a group of other Pharisees saying that you would promise to maintain the laws of the Torah, and in particular, the tithing system, the Meiser system, and that would create a cover status, an associate status that would allow you to be among these kinds of charismatic groups, who had no official authority. They had no administration. They had no hierarchy. It was simply a group of Jews who were like-minded and organizing on their own without any official sanction. They had no tax base. They had no revenue source. And nevertheless, they were still emerging as the popular leadership of the Jewish people. This is primarily where Yochanan ben Zakkai comes out, because he is essentially a Pharisee. Control of the diaspora. There is a Jewish diaspora which predated by several hundred years the destruction of the first temple, and really, for at least another 400 or 500 years, Israel remained the center of the Jewish people on a leadership level, whereas the rest of the Jewish world would look to Jerusalem, or at least to Israel. Jerusalem, of course, was emptied of Jews. It was declared unionized by the Romans. No Jews were allowed to live in the environs of Jerusalem. But Israel as a whole would be considered the spiritual homeland of the Jews, and issues would come forth out of Jerusalem. Decisions would come forth from there. Mitzion, Tetzei Torah, right from Zion. So this is still in effect, but again, there's no leadership to exercise that authority. And finally, statehood could still be existence as alone if there is an active resistance to the occupation, but after the temple was destroyed, and especially 3 years later when Masada fell, that was it for the resistance. It was completely broken. It would amazingly rise up 5 decades later under the Bar Kokhba rebellion with similarly disastrous results for the Jewish people. But at this point, the Jews were literally at their lowest point in history. And it's amazing, it is truly mind-boggling to think that they could survive this kind of national assault and still emerge victorious on a spiritual and ultimately even today on a national level. We shall
But
see.
the literal
So
signing
this is
up
the
was
context in
taking
which
a
we
lot
have to
more
see
effort
Rabbi
than I
Yochanan ben
wanted it
Zakkai's
to.
activity. Who were the
Some of
various
my
groups we've been
excitement was
dancing around this
tempered by
question a
the
couple
fact
times?
that I was
Who are the
sitting in
various
that
groups that were
room
active at
trying
this
to
time?
dredge
So
up
you
the
have
names
the
and
so-called
addresses of at least
Sadducees,
5 individuals who knew
the
me when I was
Tzaddukim,
living with my
who were
adopted parents
associated
back
primarily
in
with the
Westbury,
temple,
Long
and that was
Island,
their
New York
locus of
in the
authority.
mid-60s.
They had
Having
a
worked at Los
revenue flow
Alamos,
because
I was
Jews
used
were
to the
always bringing
idea
in
of
their
having to
sacrifices
provide
and so on,
lists of
and they
references
had
for a
a
job,
level of
and also a
significance
more
because they
comprehensive
controlled
list of
the
past
ritual activity
residences,
of Judaism, which centered
residences,
around
in
temple
order
activity.
to
Again, let
receive
me
the
take
necessary
us back a
security
second and just
clearances.
imagine for yourself.
For my
We
work
live
at
in an era where
EG&G, in what I was
Jewish
soon to
activity
learn was their special projects
probably
division,
centers on the
I
home
needed
more
the
than
highest
anywhere
clearance
else,
possible.
and a close second
Majestic.
would be the synagogue.
I was told that
We have
level was
a tremendous
22
amount of
levels
rituals that
higher
are
than the
involved in the
highest
kitchen,
civilian
in the
clearance,
bedroom,
known as
in the
Q
study,
clearance.
and then of course in the
While I
synagogue with
understood
all
the
its
need for
regular
that level
prayers
of
and so
clearance,
on.
it was still a
But this
pain
is
in
an
the ass to
era
be
in which
sitting
that
there
was not
racking my
true.
brain trying to
Judaism
recall the
was
names and
practiced
contact
in one
information
place,
of
in the
people I
temple,
hadn't seen
and you had
in
all kinds
years.
of laws that you could observe on
I
your own
shifted
in your communities.
uncomfortably in my
And if you
seat
had a Beit
and used
Knesset,
the
which means
silver
simply
push
a
button
house
of
of
a big
gathering,
click
you
pen
would get
to
together
trace the
perhaps
wood
to,
grain pattern on the table. I
to
smiled
study
ruefully
texts if
and
you
shook
were
my
literate,
head.
which was
I
probably
knew
not
that a
likely,
retractable pen like the one I held in my hand
discuss prayers
worked as
which
a
were then
result of the
very new.
interaction
The
between
actual
the
Knesset
thrust
Agadola
tube,
was
the
had
thrust
just
device,
begun really
and the
producing
ink
these things
chamber and
shortly
spring.
before
It
the
could produce a
Roman Jewish
reaction
Wars,
sufficient
a
enough
little
to
bit, maybe
launch the
100 years
pen
earlier.
off the table's surface by
Really,
as
if
much
you
as
were a
8
Jew,
to
you thought
11
of yourself
millimeters.
as belonging
I
to
did
the
not
great
know,
temple in
however,
Jerusalem
the
and
contact
nowhere else.
information for my
So when
supervisor
all
at
that was
Fairchild
removed, it's as if the
Electronics in
horizon had
Chatsworth,
disappeared,
California,
and the
where I worked
defining
while attending
elements of your
classes
religion
at
were
Pierce
totally
Junior
gone.
College.
So
I'd spent
what
most
would
of
you
my
do with
life
that?
interested in
Second
taking
group
things apart
were the
and putting them
zealots.
back
We
together,
discussed the Biryonim,
such
which
as
were a group of the
retractable
zealots earlier,
pens and
who
other
believed that the
devices.
correct way
And I had made
to
a
deal with the
jet-powered
Romans was
bicycle
to
in my
rebel
youth
against them,
and a
to throw
jet-powered
off the
car in
hated
my
yoke
adulthood.
of occupation,
But piecing together
the
my
yoke of the
employment
so-called
history
evil
and
kingdom.
personal
The
life
Sadducees, by the
was
way,
proving to
believed
be
in
a
complete
real evil.
capitulation to the Romans and
I looked up at the
collaboration with
security
the
guard
Romans.
who stood sentinel to
Finally, the
one side of the
Pharisees, which we
closed
discussed
door,
a minute ago,
and wondered
and then
if
there
he
are a whole
found
host
this
of other
trial by
groups.
memory
Not
as
only the early
tedious as
Jewish
I did.
Christians that we mentioned
He
earlier,
was
but
rooted
there
there
are
in
also
what I jokingly come to
Jews
think
like
of
the
over the years
Essenes
as
who went and lived
penis
in
protection
caves
mode,
and
the
practiced
manner in which
celibacy,
many
which meant that
military
they
men
had to have
stood
a
when in
recruitment
public.
drive every 20 years
His
or so.
crossed hands were anchored in
And these
front
are
of his
all
groin.
various groups who are
His feet
neo-messianic
spread
and so
to
on.
just
So
shy of
to
shoulder
return to your
width.
question,
His
what
light
does it
blue
mean to be a
uniform was
Torah
military
Jew?
style, but wore
Undoubtedly,
no
all of
adornments,
these groups
stripes,
consider
insignias,
themselves Torah
badges to
Jews,
indicate rank
but
or
the
any other
definition
kind of
of what a
identification.
Torah Jew was
He stood
so wrapped up
square-jawed
with the
and
temple
staring straight
that when
ahead,
the temple was
as if
removed
there
from
was
the
something
scene,
far
no one
beyond the
exactly
walls of this
knew what it
12
meant
by
to be a
12
Torah
room
Jew.
that
Of
held
all
his
these
attention.
groups, the ones that had the
The third
clearest
member of
and
our
most
trio,
coherent
Dennis
definition of
Mariani,
that would
was
be
of
the
similar
Pharisees.
military
Because they
bearing
said,
and
look,
appearance.
the
When I
reality
shifted my
is
glance to
you
him,
can no
he
longer
scratched at
rely
his
on the
close-cropped
Kohanim to
hair.
be the
It was
experts
the
in
first he'd
Judaism. We
moved,
can't just
other
bring
than
our
to
cows
blink,
to them
shift his
and
eyes,
expect
or slide,
atonement once a year. We
retrieve,
can't do
or
that kind of
stack a
thing, Mark.
form,
We must
since he'd
ourselves
sat
become
down across
expert
from me.
in Jewish
Unlike the
texts,
security
Jewish law,
guard,
Jewish thought,
Dennis wore a
and that
civilian
formed the
uniform,
basis of the
a navy
intellectual
blue suit,
meritocracy which
something
is
that could
rabbinic
have come
Judaism.
out of a man's
So that's
closet
really
in the
one of Rabbi
1950s
Yochanan
or
ben Zakkai's
1960s.
major
The
achievements.
jacket had narrow
So,
lapels
of the
with a single
Pharisees,
chest
there are
pocket.
three distinct
Normally,
groups.
I wouldn't have
There were
noticed
the
or
so-called
commented on such
Pharisees
things,
zealots, and you can
but
see
for the
this in the
last 3
Tanaitic
hours,
literature.
since
There are some
Dennis had met me
Pharisees
at the
who have such
EGG
tremendous
offices on the
contempt
grounds
for the
of the
Romans
Caron Airport
and
and
are
accompanied me
more
on
than
the
willing
United Air
to take
flight
up
out to
arms,
this
even
remote
though they
location.
are still,
We'd never been
within the
separated
Pharisaic
by
camp,
more than a
they
few
still
feet.
feel they lean
There
towards
hadn't been a whole lot else to look at
aggressive
but this
confrontation with the
sturdily
enemy.
built,
Then you have the
heavily
so-called
lidded man who
moderates,
seems
which
to be in his
Dalia Alon
mid-30s.
calls
In
the
many
so-called
respects,
national
Dennis
realists.
reminded me of a
I
boxer.
hesitate
Not the
to use the
athlete,
term realist
although,
because
come to think of it,
everybody
he did have the
considers
air
themselves
of
a
a
realist, no
pugilist
matter how
about him,
fanatical they are.
but
They
more
consider
than
everyone else
canine breed.
living in the dream world.
His
But
expression was
me,
seldom
of course,
slack.
I'm
He
realistic.
appeared
Everyone
highly
else, I'm not a
attentive,
pessimist. I'm not
and
an
yet
optimist. I'm a
his
realist. So
demeanor revealed
and then
nothing of what he
who
was
believed
thinking
in some
or feeling.
level of
I
accommodation
met
with the
Dennis
Romans
2
because
days earlier at the
defeating
second
them
of my
was
interviews with the team from
impossible. And then
EGG.
there were the so-called
He
peace
sat on the
party
periphery of
who
our
were
group interview,
simply
not
out for
asking any
complete
questions
surrender
in
without
his
any conditions
dog-like manner,
whatsoever.
sitting at the edge of our firelight,
Where exactly Rabbi
observant
Yochanan ben
and
Zakkai
seemingly
fits into
ready
these
to
two
pounce.
groupings is not
Whether he was
entirely clear,
preventing
but it
anyone from
appears that
getting
he
into or
fit
out of that
within the
circle,
moderate
I
group
could
more
not
than
determine.
anyone else. He
He
believed in
hadn't been
some
present at the
accommodation of
first
the
interview,
Romans for
one that
a
I felt had not
strategic
gone at
retreat,
all well.
meaning a tactical
I left,
retreat would be better term,
despairing
by
of my
simply
chances.
allowing the
A few
Romans
days
certain things that they
lapsed,
wanted,
and I
the
grew more
Jews could
certain that I'd
retain
have
other
to
things that were
enlarge my
crucial to
circle
their
of employment inquiry
So let's go
beyond
to
the
the
driving
three
distance from our
enduring
home.
questions
The
that
one I
we
shared with
began
my
with
second wife,
our
Tracy,
lecture. First
in
of
the
all,
West End of
what
Las
exactly
Vegas.
was Yavne? You
When I was
recall I
called in
asked,
for a second
why
interview,
would he
I was
ask
told
for
that I was
Yavne and
considered
its
to be
sages? There
overqualified for
really
the
were
original
no
position for which
sages
I'd
in
interviewed.
Yavne before Rabbi
They were
Yochanan ben
impressed with my
Zakkai.
knowledge and
And
wanted to see how I might
secondly,
fit in as a senior
what kind of a
physicist in the
place
Special
is
Projects
Yavne? It's
Division.
like Yehubitzville. It
Obviously,
doesn't occur
they
in
expected I
Tanakh.
would accept.
Nobody ever
And
talks
for
about
that reason,
Yavne.
I was
Maybe you
now
could
searching
say,
my
I don't
memory
know,
for the data
Hebron
required to award
or
me that
Shechem or
majestic
some other
clearance.
biblical place.
I'd
What
always
is
had
going
a
on
bit
with
of the
Yavne? So
arsonist in me.
the
Not so
Roman
much
term
as a
for
prankster,
Yavne is
but as an agitator.
Yamnia, sometimes spelled with a
I
J,
grew tired of dull
pronounced Jamnia,
routines,
but really it's
and
Yamnia.
particularly the
And it
display of
appears that
self-importance that people
even
who
though
work at
Yavne
places
did
like Los
not have a
Alamos
majority
and, I
Jewish
presume at this
population
point,
and had
out at
no
Groom Lake
yeshiva
and at
to
EG&G,
speak of before
more
Rabbi
like
Yochanan ben
ID
Zakkai,
badges.
the
I do serious
Romans
work.
used
I am a
Yavne
serious person.
primarily
In
to
the past,
control
I loved to pop that
displaced
bubble of arrogance
populations
with
in their
little
rule.
jokes and
Meaning,
witticisms.
when they had a
Mostly I did this to
population, and
amuse
they were big
myself
into moving
rather than take
large
down
people,
any of my
numbers of people
colleagues.
around, when
The
they had a
atmosphere in the
population
room that day was heavy
they
with the
wanted to
elements of
keep
that kind
tabs
of
on, not
grandiosity.
quite
But
a
I knew it was too
jail,
soon to
but
risk
kind of
doing
like a
anything to relieve the
supervised
tension.
environment
I
where
glanced
they
at my
knew what
watch.
was going on.
It
It
was
was not
now
like the great
10:30 at
city
night.
New York or
I'd
Warsaw or
hoped that
something like
by
that. It
noting
was
the
like, look,
time,
yes, you
I'd
can
set
come over
off some
here,
kind
and
of
there's lots of
normal human
Gentiles
social
here who
interaction.
will, be aware of your
Do
comings
you
and
have
goings.
somewhere else to be?
In other words, it was
What
kind
time
of
do you
like
have? Does that watch have a calculator
not
function?
exactly a
What
ghetto,
kind of
because it was
battery
like
life do
a
you get
mixed
with that?
population.
We
But
won't
it
be
was
here
kind of
much
like a place where
longer.
the Romans could keep an eye
Take
on
your
what was
time.
going on.
We've got all
So in
night.
other words,
All of those floated
perhaps
through my
Yochanan ben
mind as
Zakkai, I'm sorry,
possibilities.
Mr. Weiser?
But Dennis, and what I decided to now call his marionette, remained
Exactly.
statue-like,
It's maybe a colony, a control point.
still.
It's very good. In other
I
words,
decided to
perhaps
dip
Rabbi
my toe
Yochanan ben
into the water.
Zakkai
Time
had asked for a
flies.
place
I
that he
muttered
knew the
under my
Romans
breath.
would be inclined to grant.
Dennis rose to the
Meaning,
bait.
we're not asking
Do you have a
to,
question? His
occupy
voice
a
sounded
traditional
familiar.
Jewish center where maybe we
Somewhat
could
like the
foment
Long
revolution.
Islanders I
We
knew
live
back
right in your
when,
backyard. They
stretching
want.
the first two
Or,
words
as
out as
Alon has
do
suggested,
and you.
not in keeping
question.
with the text that we have in the
Just
Talmud and
thinking
Gittin,
out loud. I
perhaps it was
just don't have
Vespasian's
all these
idea.
names and numbers
Saying,
at my
okay, look,
fingertips, you know.
you're flattering me,
I
you're telling me I'm
paused,
going to
waiting
be
for
the
him to
emperor. It
respond.
turns out you're right.
And he didn't.
So, fine,
I
what do
added,
you want? You want it? He
I
says,
know
well, give
how
me the
important the
sages. Okay,
security
all right. You
clearance
can
is.
have
I
some
want
of
to
your
get this done as
sages,
quickly as
but they have to
possible.
live in
Help
Yavne.
make your job
They
easier.
have to live here where I
Do
keep
what
an
you
eye on
can.
them, which is a
We'll do
radical
our job.
rereading of the text and
I
alters
wasn't
the
insinuating.
understanding of it, but at the same
I
time,
stopped
it makes
when I
much
saw
more
something
sense
briefly
with
pass
the
across
nature of the
Dennis's
confrontation
eyes.
between the Romans
A
and the Jews
sign,
at that
maybe,
point.
of his irritation with me?
So it could be,
I
according to
thought again
Alon,
of
that
that second
Vespasian
interview I
offered
just had.
Yavne,
How
and
much more, if not
Yochanan ben
jovial,
Zakkai
at least
accepted it.
collegial,
Other
did it all
readings of
seem.
this story
We were
elsewhere
all there
seem
for
to
the same
support
reason.
that interpretation
All
as
men
well.
with technical or
Secondly,
scientific
what
backgrounds.
exactly
And
was
while we
Rabbi
weren't cracking
Yochanan ben
jokes,
Zakkai's
we were at
role?
least being human.
We note that he
Dennis
is
had sat
referred
there
to
then as
usually as
unresponsive and
Rabbi
blank as he was
Yochanan
now.
ben Zakkai.
I couldn't tell you the
And
names
not
or the
as a
titles of the group of men I'd spoken with that
Rabbi
day,
Yochanan ben
but I
Zakkai.
did recall after the
Rabban
meeting ended
means simply
that I was
our
most
teacher,
drawn to Dennis
but it is
and
a
wondered what
term
his
that
story
is
was.
reserved for a
Was he always
particular
in such a bad
position
mood?
known as the
As I
Nasi,
sat there in
or
that
the
tiny
president.
office with him, I
For
felt like my
most of this
future was
period,
hanging in
the
the
Jews
balance.
were led by
If this
two
guy ended
distinct
up hating
individuals,
me,
and the
which
zugos,
seemed to
the
be the
partners
case,
or the
could he
pairs.
make the difference
One was
between
called the
me
Nasi
being
or the
hired
president,
full-time
and
and
the
not?
other was the Av Beit
As
Din,
was was made
the
clear to
head
me.
of
I was
the
being
Jewish
hired on
court.
a provisional
However, according to
basis.
Sharira
Until I
Gaon,
received my
a
majestic
medieval
clearance, I
commentator
was only
on
going to
Jewish
work on
history,
site on an
he
on-call
insists that
basis.
this term
I was
Rabban
pleased
is
to hear that,
reserved
and even
for
more pleased that they
people who are
agreed
the
that I could
Nasiim,
continue
or
to
the
work during the
presidents,
day running the
which
photo developing
doesn't make
service
sense
out of my home.
because Rabbi
I needed
Yochanan
to
ben
pay the
Zakkai
bills
was
and all
not
that.
of
I
the
told them.
lineage
They
that would allow
understood.
him to be Rabban. It
Still,
was always,
I
you know,
have to
a
be on
Hillel,
call,
a
and
Shimon,
when I
or a
received
Gamliel,
notification by a phone that I was to
so
go
on,
into the
that were
office
the
that
Nasiim.
day,
How did
I'd
Rabbi
have very
Yochanan ben
little time
Zakkai
to
suddenly
get to
get to be
McCarran to
Nasi?
get
And
myself aboard
secondly,
that
in the
Janet
various
flight out
decrees
to
that
the
he
airfield at
passed
Groom Lake.
during the time he was
Earlier
actually in
that
Yavne,
evening,
he
I
was
received
always
the call
signing
from the woman
documents second
identifying herself as
after
Nancy from
probably
EG&G.
absent Rabbi
I was to
Gamliel,
be at
who
McCarran at
was the
7:30 that
Nasi.
evening.
So it appears
Having
like
lived
he
in the
was
Las Vegas
behaving
area
as
for
if
more
he
than
was the
5
Nasi,
years,
the
I was already
president,
familiar
with the
with the
right
sight of
to
the so-called
execute
Janet
orders and to
aircraft
demand
taking
Jews
off
to
and landing
conform
from Las
to
Vegas's
new
major
takanot.
airport.
But
McCarran was located
he
only a
doesn't
few
have the
miles
right
from
to
the
take
famous
that
Las
position.
Vegas Strip.
You add to that the
Though
fact
Tracy
that
and I
there
lived
seems to
in
be
West
no
Las
other
Vegas
person
on the
acting like
appropriately
that
named
until
James
about the
Lowell
year
Street.
85,
Our
and
business
you
took us
wonder
all
what
around the
exactly is
metro
going
area,
on.
and we
So the
both
way
frequently
Alon
saw the
reads
white
this
Boeing
particular period,
737 jets with
he
the distinctive red
takes
markings
it in
along the
such a way that he
fuselage and
believes
window
Rabbi
height of the
Yochanan ben
Janet
Zakkai
jets.
essentially
No other
stepped
emblems
into
were
the
needed,
breach at a
especially since
moment
all
when
the
the
locals joked
existing
that
leadership,
Janet
the
stood
existing
for
Nasiim,
just
were
another
paralyzed with
non-existent
indecision.
terminal.
How do
That
we
was a
deal
reference to the fact
with the
that though
loss
we
of the
daily
temple?
saw
How
those
do we
planes
deal with this
ferrying employees
overwhelming
to and
loss of
from what
statehood?
was often
And Rabbi
referred to
Yochanan
as
ben Zakkai
Area
said,
51,
look,
for a
let
long
me just
time,
escape from
the
Jerusalem,
military and the
and I'm going to
government
take a place, I
disavowed
don't
the
care what it is,
existence of any
Yavna,
kind of
who cares what it
operation
is,
going on
and in
around
Yavna,
Groom Lake.
with a few sages,
Many
I will set up a
speculated about
yeshiva,
what went
and that's
on
going to be the
out
future of the
there.
Jewish people.
Given
Which
that
was
the
an
Nevada
incredibly
test site was
audacious
also in
thing
the
to
region,
do, flying in
and
the
having
face
worked at a
of all
government
of the
facility with a long
authoritative,
history of secrecy,
authorized
I
leadership
was
figures
pretty
of
sure
the
that
time.
Area 51
And in
was a
fact,
place where
after
experimental
15
aircraft
years
and
of this
weapons
activity,
systems were
it
tested.
appeared that he was
At the time,
successful,
there were a few
and
people
then
on the
he
fringe
was
who were into
removed from that
UFOs
position,
and
and the
speculated
traditional
about
leadership
Roswell
reasserted
and the
itself.
like. I
And
wasn't
he
into the whole
stepped back from national
extraterrestrial
politics.
debate
He
and
established
mythos.
another yeshiva
As a kid, I
outside of
watched
Yavna
Star Trek,
and allowed
but I
his
was more
Sanhedrin
interested
to
in
go
how
on
its warp
functioning in
drive
Yavna
functioned
himself. So,
than I
in other
was
words, to
in
try and
about
bring
the
this down
various
into a
life forms
sentence
they
or two,
encountered.
Alon's
Some kids might
analysis,
have
which
wanted
seems
to be
quite
Captain James
convincing
T.
to me,
Kirk and engage
is
in
that
extraterrestrial
Rabbi Yochanan
relations,
ben
but
Zakkai
I wanted to be
essentially
Scotty and get my
boldly
hands on
and
dilithium
audaciously
crystals and not
asserted
the body of
a
a
leadership
nubile
position where
female
he
life
did
form
not
from the planet
have it
Centaur.
by any
That
rights
said,
in a
when
traditional
Tracy
Jewish
and I were
constitutional
house shopping
sense.
in Las
And
Vegas, we
ultimately, the
attached
rest of the
no
Jewish
special
leadership that
importance
failed
to
to
finding a home
act
on a street
appropriately at that
named after
time
an astronaut.
came around to his way of
Jim
thinking.
Lovell was the
He
commander
was
of
then
NASA's Apollo
displaced,
13 mission.
possibly
Whoever had developed our little area between Alta Drive to the
an
north
amenable
and
way, in
Charleston
an
Boulevard to
amicable
the
way,
south
to
must
allow
have
the
had an
traditional
interest in space
leadership to
exploration.
reassert itself.
In our
But
little
it was those
quadrilateral,
crucial
there
15
was
years
Alan
that
B.
he was
Shepard
active
Street,
in Yavna
John
that
Glenn
he allowed
Circle,
Judaism to
Astronaut
continue in the
Avenue,
form that we would
Michael
understand it.
Collins
And
Place,
the
and
problem with this whole
Skytrail Place,
discussion, however,
mixed in
is
among
that
the
it
usual
relies very
suspects:
heavily on
Oakhurst, March, and
a
Hemlock.
logical
You
tool,
could be
which is very
arboreal
weak.
or
It's called the
patriotic, or a
argumentum
combination of
accidentio,
both.
an
But to be
argument from
honest,
silence.
Tracy and I remarked on the name of our
We had
street
no
once, and
documents
then
to
it just
prove
quickly
this.
became
We had no
ingrained
text that
as one
prove
of the
this. All we
thousands
have
and
is, for
thousands of
example, the troubling
unremarkable
question,
facts of our
wait a minute,
lives.
if
So,
the whole story
once I
is
got
about
the
what
call from
happens at
Nancy to
Yavna,
drive to the
then
airport
where
and
is the Nasi?
EG&G for
Why
a
is the
flight,
Nasi
I
not
was
there with
thinking
him? We
more
know
about
he's
whether
elsewhere
or
in the
not I should
country.
have
If
brought a
he's in
change of
Galil,
clothes or
and he's not
toiletries
doing
with me,
anything.
more
And
than any
more
kind of
significantly,
name
where are, for
coincidences.
example,
As a
Rabbi
lover of
Yochanan
explosive
ben
reactions, though,
Zakkai's
what was
students?
second to a
A
nuclear
whole
blast
bunch
in
of
my
his
mind
students
was the
do not
thousands and
follow
thousands
him
of
to Yavna.
pounds of
As
thrust
great
produced
as
by
he
those
was,
rockets
he
used in
did
the
not
Apollo
have
program.
his
Little
primary
did I
student, for
know
example,
how much of
Rabbi
a
Elazar
role
ben Arak,
propulsion
who
was
you
going to
recall
play
you
in my
mentioned that
life in the
Rabbi
months
Yochanan ben
that
Zakkai said
followed
that
that
if all the
first
stages
call
on one
from
side and
Nancy.
Elazar ben Arak on the other side,
As a
he would weigh them up.
scientist, I
He
relied
abandoned
on
his teacher,
rationality.
and he's off
I
at a
didn't do so
different
to the
place
extent
for
that
those
Mr.
crucial
Spock
15
might have,
years. And
but
he only
certainly to a great
returns
enough
to
degree
Yavna
that though I
when
heard about
Rabbi
things things like
Yochanan
the
is teaching
NJ12
elsewhere.
or Majestic
And
12 documents.
even the
I
great Rabbi
discounted them
Tzadok,
as a
who
hoax.
you recall
Friends and
when
acquaintances knew about the
Rabbi
conspiracy
Yochanan
theory
Zakkai
that
went out
existed
there and he
around that alleged secret
asked for two
organization
things: give
President
me
Truman
Yavne,
founded in
give me
1947
the
to
lineage
assist
of
with the
the
recovery and
Nasi, which he
investigation of alien
took for
spacecraft.
himself,
Those
and then
discussions
later
were
gave it
all
us
a part
back.
of living in this
He
company
says,
town,
give me a
and
doctor
the
for Rabbi
wild
Tzadok.
imaginings of
Even
those on
Rabbi
the
Tzadok
fringe
did
were
not
exactly that.
follow Rabbi
Imaginings,
Yochanan Zakkai
fun
to
to
Yavne
ponder and
initially.
speculate
And
about,
these kinds of
but
arguments from
unlike
silence
the
indicate
influence
that
of
those 15
organized
years
crime on the
were really
development
ones
and
in which
continued
the
operation
established
of
Jewish
Las
leadership
Vegas
were not aware
without
of
real
what can we
substance to
possibly
support them.
do to
For me,
accommodate
seeing
ourselves and
or
to
having
move
some other
forward from
form of
this colossal
verifiable
crisis.
empirical
But
evidence
it was
was
Rabbi
believing.
Yochanan ben Zakkai who
The issue of
determined
what to
that
believe
path.
was on my mind the
So
night of
this is
my
Alon's
first trip to
basic
Area
thesis,
51,
which is a
only
great
because
amount
I
of
was going to
opposition to
have to
Rabbi
explain
Yochanan
to my
Zakkai,
wife
but
why I was
ultimately he
leaving
was
the house
victorious
so
in
late
that kind
on a
of
work
decision.
night. Since
Okay,
Tracy's
I'll
father
pause
had
for
been
a couple of
employed at
questions
Los
that are giving
Alamos,
you some
and the two of us met
something.
there
Yes,
before moving to Las
Mr.
Vegas,
Moore.
She understood why it was that I couldn't tell her much about my new job. I wasn't being evasive or secretive. As I set out from home that night, I truly had no real idea what I would be expected to do that evening or on subsequent evenings. What did strike both of us as odd was that I had to jump immediately into action that night.
So that's a good question. I'll repeat it for the internet audience might not hear on, especially where was God during all this picture?
I need to report to EG&G.
So first of all, I have
said
to
to Tracy,
give you full disclosure.
I
I'm not a
rushed around
rabbi.
the house trying to
I'm not
find
allowed
my
to
wallet and
dispense
a lint-free
theological
cloth to
information
clean my
because I'm
glasses.
not a card-carrying member
Oncoming
of
headlights were bad enough, but when the light refracted off smudged
but you can
lenses,
certainly
the
ask that kind of
blurring
question
and
to Rabbi
blinding was even
Blumenstein,
worse.
who will,
I
I'm
was
sure,
out
give
the
you
door in less than 20 minutes,
a very
minus the
profound
change
answer.
of clothes and toiletries
The
I
sources
previously mentioned.
that analyze this
My
material, like
post-rush
the
hour
Jolly
drive
Alone,
to the
for
airport
example,
was
so
uneventful,
they won't ask
as
that
was the
question,
flight out of
which is not
Vegas.
part of the
Only a handful of passengers was on the flight when
mechanics
Dennis and Abe.
of the
He had met
tools
me at the
that
offices of
historians use
EG&G
to
and
figure out
escorted
what's
me
going on
through
here.
a security gate and out
But
onto
on
the
the other
tarmac.
hand,
We exchanged
and
little
I'm
more
not
than
going to
a brief
step into a
greeting.
rabbinical role,
Then
but
I
I'll
took Dennis's
speak as a
command
Pasha
to
Yid,
follow
a
me
simple
to the
Jew at
most
this point.
literal extent possible.
Obviously, God was
If
all
he
over the
wasn't going
place
to
there.
speak,
And
then neither
just
was I.
because some of the
I was
established
reminded
leadership
of the
may
times my
have
father
a
Al took me
temporary
into New York
lapse
City or
in
Queens on the Long Island Railroad.
the
Most of
ability
the
to
other
make the
riders
right
on the
decision,
train
shall we
sat
say,
singly,
that doesn't mean
or,
that God
if
isn't with
forced
the
into
Jewish
being seated
people
next
with
to
a new
someone
leader.
else,
And here's
regarded
Rabbi
him or her as
Zakkai,
nothing
who
more than
was
a fixture
taking
of the
control.
train's cabin,
And if it were not
something
for
to
his
sometimes
chutzpah,
bump up
we
against,
wouldn't be here
but
in a
not to
synagogue
engage
today.
in a conversation
So
with.
where was God?
Even the
I think it's
pilots
pretty
on the
clear that
flight
God
were
is
silent.
right in there the whole time.
At the point
Again,
when I felt the
apologies to Rabbi
plane's
Blumenstein, he's
speed
not here.
slacken,
So, we'll go.
Dennis turned to me
Okay,
and said,
so
inclining
let's
his head
understand
toward
something
the
about
window,
his legacy, and then we'll
"That's the Groom
conclude
Lake
for the
facility
evening.
below." Yes,
One
I've
of the
heard of
more
it, I
interesting
told him. That's where
passages
we'll be
about
landing.
Rabbi Yochanan
I
Zakkai
didn't respond at all.
is a discussion that
Dennis's
he
brow
actually
raised in surprise.
reinstituted.
His reaction triggered
That
a
he
similar one in
was
me.
the person
His
who
statement
really
seemed
created
obvious,
the
though
rabbinate
when we
as we
departed
understand it
McCarran,
today. And there's
Dennis
some
made
interesting
no indication
passages
of where we
that
were headed.
support this in the rabbinic
I didn't
literature.
tell him that I
But
assumed that
basically,
Area 51
this
was our
idea is really
destination.
quite appealing because,
Maybe I'd
once
spoiled
again,
the
if we
party
think
for
of
him a bit.
who were the
Maybe he liked
authority
to see
figures
others
in
get
Judaism
excited at the mention of
before the
anything to do
destruction of
with
the
Area
temple
51.
was most
The
certainly
fact that he was
the
even speaking to me
Kohanim, the
seemed
priests,
like a spell that I
who
shouldn't
had
break with any
largely, by
unnecessary
joining
comment.
Sadducees,
We covered
capitulated
the
to the
100 or so
Romans
miles
and were
quickly,
bereft of
and I
any
imagined our flight
shred
path
of
looking
authority
something like
among
a steep
the
spike on an
common
oscilloscope.
population.
Once we
The
disembarked from the plane,
Sanhedrin,
Dennis and I
judges,
boarded a
many of
school
you were
bus. It
unfortunately
was no
also
longer in its
co-opted
traditional
into
yellow and black
the
livery,
Roman
but
regime
had been
because this is,
painted
after
navy
all,
blue.
a position of great
All of the
authority
windows, with
and
the
potential
exception
for
of the front
abuse.
windshield, had
And
been blacked out. We
these
proceeded along a paved
low
road to the first stop,
scholars
a
who had
nondescript
no
single-story
official
office building.
authority, no
I
kind of
followed
like
Dennis
dispensation
out of
from
the
heaven
bus.
to act as
The late
leaders, but
December
nevertheless
desert air
devote
was
themselves
cool
entirely
but
to the study
refreshing.
of the
It
Torah.
was only then
These
that
were
I
people
thought
that
about how
Rabbi Yochanan
tired
ben
I was.
Zakkai
I'd been
designated
unable to sleep
as
and had
rabbis,
risen at
as
6 that
Rabbi,
morning.
as teachers.
Once
And
inside the
these
office
were the
complex,
people
Dennis
who
produced a
did not
plastic
have, once
ID
again, any
badge
kind of
and held it
formal
out to a
stamp of
uniformed
approval
guard.
other
The
than the
reception area
endorsement
had sets
of
of
a
doors
great figure like
immediately to
Rabbi
the
Yochanan
left and
Zakkai.
right of the
And they
desk,
ultimately
and one
became
directly
the
behind it.
popular leaders of the
I
Jewish
was led
people
to the left.
through the next 2,000
Dennis
years
switched on
of
the lights,
statelessness.
and it took a
So
moment for
Rabbi
the
Yochanan ben
fluorescent bulb
Zakkai's
igniters to heat
innovation
up
here,
the
which
gas.
I admit I
In the
still have
dim
some historical
half-light of
thoughts
the
with,
room,
but
I made out a
giving away
device in
pieces now
Dennis's
anyways.
hands. A
Is
camera.
essentially the model of
Stand
Jewish
there,
leadership
Dennis
that
said,
Jews have
pointing to a
followed
set of
since the
footprints
destruction of the
embossed on
temple.
the floor.
Kohanim, for
He
example,
stepped
are no
behind a
longer
desk,
the leaders
and
of
I
the Jewish
stood there
people.
for a few moments
Even
while he adjusted
administrative
the
heads like
equipment,
chief
and then the
rabbis
flash
do
stabbed
not
at my eyes.
really claim the same
No,
kind of
say
authority
cheese, I
because
said,
Jews are free to
squinting
simply
hard hard to make out
give
Dennis's
their authority to their
expression.
local rabbi. And in many
Didn't
ways,
matter if I
in
could see his
halakhic
face or
terms,
not.
they
I
may be
immediately
obligated to
thought
give the authority to
it
the
was
local
going to
rabbi
be the
over the
same
chief rabbi.
sullen,
You
yet
don't have
alert
a pope
look.
in Judaism. This is the
Follow
kind
me.
of structure that Rabbi Yochanan ben
As
Zakkai
we passed
really
by the
created.
reception desk, the man
Another
behind
major
him lifted up
legacy
a
point
walkie-talkie
was
and produced a
his
manila folder that he
teachings
handed to Dennis.
firmly established
Neither of them
the
exchanged a
moderate and
single word,
national realist
let alone
approach
anything
of
approximating a
Pharisaism
pleasantry.
to the
I
present
thought
day.
that I might like working
I'll
here,
just quote
if in
two
fact this was
passages
where
which I
I
think
would be
are really
working.
quite telling of this
No idle
approach.
chit-chat,
First of all,
no
Rabbi Yochanan
feigning
ben
interest
Zakkai
in relative
says,
strangers.
do not
Sign me up.
hurry to knock
And that
down
was exactly what Dennis had
idolatrous
me doing
altars.
for nearly the next
Because
hour and a half.
perhaps you will have to
As I was getting to
rebuild
the
them
last lines of
better
the
than they
final
were
document,
before.
I could
Which
feel
the
my
commentators
eyelids
explain,
scratching as I blinked.
like
I
in
tried to
Israel, there
remember
are
the last bit of
various
liquid I had
commands
taken in.
regarding the
A coffee
establishment
would have
of
been nice, or even just some water.
idolatrous
But I saw
places of
no
worship.
signs of the
And
typical
let's say
office
you
refreshments
are a
anywhere in
zealot
reception
and
or
you
the
want
two rooms
you
I'd been
can't
in so
stand
far.
seeing that particular,
I think that should
statue
do
of
it,
Mercury,
I said at last,
Mercury, as
sliding
it's
the
mentioned
last
in the
of the
Talmud,
documents
in your
across the table to
backyard,
Dennis,
your neighbor's backyard,
careful
something
to
like that.
turn it
So you
so
want to
that
go
he
over and you want
received
to
it in the
destroy
proper
that statue.
orientation.
So Rabbi
Follow me,
Yochanan says, don't
Dennis said after
do that.
placing the last of the
Why?
papers into the
Because
folder.
right now, he has a statue up there
Outside,
that's
Dennis
made out
said,
of plaster.
we'll
If
take
you
the
go
bus
over
back
and
to
you
the
knock
plane.
it down,
That will take you back
given
to Las
the
Vegas.
reality of
There you
the
can pick up your
governing
car
authority
and go
in
home.
Israel right now, the
That's it.
Romans might make you go back and build it out of bronze, or maybe
I
even
thought it a bit
silver.
odd that I had to be
So
on the
what's the
premises to
point?
fill out
You
that
will have
paperwork.
just created
I was
another altar
considering
and a
asking
more
Dennis why they
enduring
thought
one
it
at that.
necessary for me to
So
come
this is
all
kind
the
of
way
like a
out there.
moderate realist,
Before I
nationalist
had a
approach
chance to
saying,
ask,
yeah,
Dennis
sure,
added,
it makes sense on a
"It's late."
purely ideological level that you should go and
I
you should get rid
shrugged
of all
and thrust
idolatry,
my
but
hands in my
let's be
pockets.
smart about this,
I
because it
couldn't
may
refute
be
the logic of
that
that
it'll come
statement.
back to haunt you,
I
and
was
you will
more than a
actually
little amused
will
by
backfire and
Dennis
you'll
revealing the next
reinforce
steps
that.
we take,
So
or
this
the
is kind of
steps
an
we
interesting approach
retrace,
that
and how
sort of
unnecessary that
steps
was.
back from
It was
the
also very much in
ideological
keeping
demands
with how
of the
people
Torah
in
and
government
says, let's
jobs
be
often
real about
conducted
the political
themselves.
situation we're living in.
He stated
Similar
very clearly
to
the most
his
obvious things,
negotiation with
but left
Vespasian in the first
unstated
place.
what I most wanted to
Another
know.
beautiful teaching,
When was I
one that
going
is
to come back
recorded
here?
in a variant
What
text of
exactly
the
would I
Abbas
be working on?
of
Who
Rabbi
would be my
Nassim,
boss?
which I found absolutely
My
fascinating. I
string of
was thinking about
questions
it
was
all week.
interrupted by the
The
squeak
text
of the bus
reads,
brakes. I bit my
if
tongue when
you are
Dennis said the
holding a
last words to me that
seedling
he'd
in your
offer that
hand,
night.
right? You have like
The bus is here.
a tree seedling.
An
You're
hour
about
and
to
a half
plant it.
later, I
And
slid
someone
beneath the
comes to
sheets of
tell
our
you
bed,
that
hoping
Mashiach
not to
has
wake
arrived.
Tracy,
The
but
Messiah
she
is here.
snapped on the light on the
Rabbi
nightstand.
Yochanan ben Zakkai says,
How was
plant
it?
the tree
She
first,
asked, and tried to
then go
stifle a
see
yawn.
Mashiach.
I
Which
couldn't
is,
agree more.
amazing statement,
I
because
said,
you think
she
that if
looked
Mashiach
puzzled,
is really
and I
here,
realized
oh my
that my
gosh,
reference
drop
to her yawn
everything,
wasn't
right?
clear.
Because this is the end of times, it's the
Hard to
apocalypse,
tell from
and
a
this is
first
Rabbi
day.
ben Yochanan
A
ben
lot of
Zakkai
paperwork.
who says, no,
Boring
look,
stuff, really.
you got to take care
I'm
of
sure
business
it will
that's
get
going on right
better.
now. Take care of
It
the
has
future.
to,
You're planting a
I
small
said.
tree. If he really is
I
here,
lay
Mashiach
awake
is
for a
here,
few
then it'll be
moments
irrelevant
thinking
whether you
about
have
the
the
next
tree or
day.
not. But
I was going to have to drive out to a
be
realtor
smart.
on the north
Plant
end of
the
the
tree
city
first.
to pick up
So
a
this
few rolls
is
of
the
fill.
national realist
I couldn't
approach that
remember
we
if
see
I'd filled the
throughout
tank
his
with
entire
gas.
lifespan. And
Just as I
ultimately,
was about
it
to
is
drift into sleep,
the
Tracy said to me,
strategy that allowed the Jews
"While
to
you're out
survive
tomorrow,
the tremendous
can you pick up a
crisis
can
of
of
the destruction
coffee and
of
a
the temple."
pint of half and
So with
half?"
that, we're right on time. I want to thank you once again for your
Chapter
support and your attention. I'm really happy you could
The
come.
following morning,
And
after
I
a
wish you
quick
an
cup of
amazing
coffee,
week. Thank you
I
very much.
headed out to pick up the photos from a regular client, a real estate appraiser who worked out of an office near the Painted Desert golf course. The course had just opened, and along with it, a housing development had gone up, and many others as well, in that area far north of the Strip. Many of my clients worked in real estate. New construction was booming. Current residents were taking advantage of rising prices to move up to new homes. The population rose from just shy of 275,000 people in 1970 to nearly 465,000 by 1980, and was destined to reach 740,000 by the start of the 90s. Simply
The
put, business was
penultimate
good for anyone
class
in real
of the
estate and
season.
housing.
We're going to
And I
speak
liked
about
working
an
with
extraordinary
clients who were
individual, one of the
professionals, rather
most
than someone
influential
who came
Jews of
in
the 20th
griping that
century,
their
to be sure.
vacation shots were
You're signaling I
overexposed.
should step this way.
Still,
Yes,
as
so
I
you can see
drove
the screen.
along
Right,
with
that'd be
my
very good.
window down, the scent of change was in the
You're going to
air,
see Leon. It's
as
the
much
first
as
time
the
you're here. I always
exhaust
walk around like
fumes from
this.
the
I
many
walk back like
diesel
this.
engines
It'll be
powering
okay.
ready-mix
Anyways,
cement
first off,
trucks and semi-tractor
tell the
trailers
joke. The joke
loaded with
goes like
lumber.
this. We are going to speak about
I
a
wasn't certain
really
when I'd be
unusual
called back to
individual, one of the most
EG&G,
influential
and in
Jews,
some ways,
influential
that was
thinkers of the
okay with
20th
me,
century.
at least
And he comes
temporarily.
from a
I
line
figured
that
it was just a matter of
really
time
is
before my
Jewish
security
royalty.
clearance
I
came
mean, there
through.
are certain
I
surnames
knew
in the
that
Jewish
traffic
tradition. Oh,
along
welcome back.
I-15 was
certain
going to be
surnames in
tight,
the Jewish
so I
tradition,
chose Nevada
like
95 instead.
Rothschild,
and I
Ibn
felt a
Tibbon,
little
maybe,
sorry for those
Ashkenazi,
commuters
certain
sealed in
names
their
that really,
cars
go
listening
through many
to one
generations.
morning Scoop
Names you might not
or
be so
another
familiar
on
with,
their
Rodriguez,
radios.
for example,
The news
that
was
really,
still full of
resonate
stories
for many
about the
generations.
horrific
And
terrorist bombing of a
Soloveichik is one
Pan
of them.
Am flight over
And one of his
Lockerbie,
forebears,
Scotland.
we'll speak briefly
I
about this
switched
in
off
the
the
first
radio,
slide, but
preferring the company
he
of
was
my
known as the
thoughts
Brisker
to
Rod.
how
So there's the joke, the
horrifying it must
introductory
have
joke
been
of
in
tonight
those few
is actually a
instants
story,
before
a
the
true story
blast
about the Brisker
obliterated
Rod.
part of the
This is the
craft
middle of the
and the
19th
intact
century in
pieces
Eastern Europe,
hurtled to the ground.
and the
Maybe
students are learning
because
with
we
the
were
Brisker
nearing
Rod,
the
and
end of
a
one
showcase
year
comes
and
in,
the
a
beginning of
ritual
another,
slaughterer, and
but
says,
I was in a
Rabbi,
more
I
contemplative
I
mood
just
than
shafted
usual.
a cow,
My
with
first day
500
at
rubles,
EG&G didn't exactly
and I'm
begin with a
concerned
blaze
that
of glory,
perhaps I didn't do
but at
something
least I
right.
had made some
Would you
headway
please
in
go
my desire to
inspect
return to
the
more
carcass
meaningful
to make
work.
sure that
I
it's
enjoyed the
kosher?
photo
The
business that my
Brisker Rod
first
goes
wife
out, the
Carol and I
students
had
follow,
begun
and
several
he
years
inspects
earlier
their
when
cow,
we
and
were
he says,
still
in
living in
fact,
Los Alamos,
it's not
but it was
kosher,
hardly
this
what I would
animal
call
is
intellectually
not kosher.
stimulating.
It's a huge
For a while,
loss,
that was
because
fine
now
with
it's no
me.
longer fit
I
for
had needed
Jewish
to clear my
consumption. He has to
head.
sell it at
I
regular
adored
rates,
Carol, and the
which
two
are
of
like,
us had built a
1/10
wonderful
of the rates that
partnership
you get
together.
for kosher meat.
As husband and
And
wife, we shared a
the
vision
showcase
for
says,
what our
okay, well,
lives should be
what can we
like.
do? They
In
go
many
back
ways,
to
we were living
studying,
the American
and then
dream.
as they're in the middle of their
I'd grown
Talmudic
tired
section
of working for
the
someone
middle
else
of their
and had
Talmudic
left
study,
my job
a woman
working
bursts
for
in the room
Los
and says,
Alamos
Rabbi,
National
Rabbi,
Laboratory,
I
LANL,
don't know what to do.
and
I'm very
set up
upset.
bizarre energy
I
systems,
had this chicken
designing,
slaughter,
developing,
and
and
I brought it home,
repairing
and I saw it
alpha
wasn't kosher.
radiation
I brought it
detection
back to the
systems.
showcase, and he refuses
LANL
to give
used
me
a
back my
lot of
money. He insists
plutonium,
that the
which
chicken
gives
is
off alpha
kosher.
radiation.
What am I going to do?
And for
So
4
he says, okay,
years
let's go
straight,
have a look at the chicken.
Lazar
So
Energy
the
Systems
woman
was
takes
granted a
him back to
government
the showcase,
contract
and
to
they have the
provide
chicken
that
there,
form of
and it's the same
radiation
showcase, of
detection.
course, the same slaughterer.
As
And
many
the
had discovered
showcase
before me,
is furious,
it was
and
far
he's
better
angry,
to
he's
work
livid,
with
his
a
face
government
is like a
agency
thermometer,
than
he's
it
all
was
red
to
with
work
anger,
for
and
one.
they're arguing over
It
this
was
chicken,
certainly more
and the
lucrative,
Brisker loves
and I also got
says,
to be my own
unfortunately,
boss.
once again,
The photo
the chicken
business
is
was
great.
Carol's to oversee,
And the
and that
showcase
brought
is
in more than a
furious.
fair amount of
He
revenue.
stomps in
We were
anger,
doing well
and he
financially.
says
We'd
terrible
even
things to the
invested in
Brisker
a
Rod,
legalized
impugns
brothel
his
in Las
honor, his
Vegas
integrity, and
that
his
was taking
intelligence,
in
and he orders him out of
$100,000
the store.
a month at the
So
time we
the
purchased it
students,
for $1
they say
million.
to the rabbi, what's
The
going on?
Honeysuckle
At
Ranch
first,
had been in
the guy
business for more
made a
than
mistake
30
with
years,
a large
had
cow,
a solid
500
management
rubles,
team in
and
place,
he was like
and with
accepting
Carol
the
doing
Gezerah
careful
from
oversight of the
God
operation, we
speaks, and that's
expected
the way
the
it is.
wheels to keep
And
on
now
turning
here, over
and the
25
money to keep
kopecks for a
rolling
chicken,
in.
he's
Add
furious
to
and
that the photo
disrespectful. What
operation,
happened?
and the
So
two
the
of us
Brisker
were
Rod
incredibly
said,
busy,
so
mostly
they're two
working
totally
from
different
home,
situations.
socking
In the
away
case
as
of the
much as we
cow,
could.
it was between him
I
and
did
God,
give in to one
and he was prepared
indulgence,
to let it go.
the
But
purchase
in
of
the
a
case of the chicken, it
1984
was between him
Chevrolet
and another
Corvette,
human being.
but we
That
lived
he
a
wouldn't be
quiet and
prepared to let go.
unassuming life.
There's a lot of
That is,
mixture in that
with
little
the
story, a lot of
exception
wisdom.
of the
We're
jet
allowed,
car
we
I
can,
built and
well, I'm
tooled
not going
around
to spell
town
that
in.
out for you. The rabbi goes
That
to do those kinds of
eventually
things.
got
But
me
it's a
some
story about the
attention
Brisker Rod
and
anyway.
figured
Steve, you're about
prominently
to
in my
go?
getting a job at
You're waiting for the
EG&G.
punchline. Not really a
I
joke.
was
I
too
always
busy
thought it was
living
funny.
my life to really
I could tell
reflect
this
much
lecture
on
is going
it
to go
and our
downhill from
reasons
this
for
point.
doing the
Okay,
things we
so
were doing.
good and
The
well
general
finished. First of
tenor
all,
of the
it is
80s
the
decade
penultimate
was
class of
examined in
the
an Oliver
season.
Stone movie, Wall Street,
Next,
that
today we're
featured
going to look
Michael
at someone
Douglas as the
ironically
financier
who is
Gordon
very
Gekko.
much associated
His
with the great
lizard-like name
institution
was
of
no
Jewish higher
accident,
learning,
and
Yeshiva
what most people
University.
who saw the film will
Next week,
likely
our last
remember
lecture will look at
is a
someone who
line
is
from a
associated with
speech
another
Gekko
great
delivered.
institution of Jewish learning,
Greed
Touro
is
College,
good.
as we will study the
I
life
can't say that
of
Carol
Dr.
and I
Bernard
were
Lander,
greedy,
the
but
founder
we
of
were
Touro College,
definitely driven to
also
succeed.
a fascinating figure that
Success for us and for most
cast a
people
wide and
meant
long
making
shadow
money.
over American
If
Jewish
if it
history.
took running 3 separate
One last
businesses,
good welfare
not
thing
taking
is kind of
vacations, and having
shameless
work-related issues
self-promotion.
on your
I
mind
want to
24
thank you.
hours a day
Many
and
of you
7
have
days a week,
sponsored my
then that
son
was a
to
price
go
we
to
were willing
Israel,
to pay.
and he is participating in
A
this
price I
learn-a-thon
wasn't
now for
willing
one
to
more
pay,
week.
and for a
He's
few
raised so
months
far
wasn't even aware I was paying,
$713
was the loss
to
of Carol's
get him
life.
out of our hair. Get
For
him
a
to Israel
time,
for 5
she was
weeks.
able to hide her
If you are
pancreatic cancer
interested,
diagnosis from me.
it's an NCSY.
Toward the end,
The URL
her
is
frequent absences from home, her
learnathon.ncsy.org,
weight loss,
and
the
he would
sallowness
appreciate
of her
a little
complexion,
bio and things
and
like
the
that.
anguished
Meanwhile,
look of
let's go
pain
straight
on her
to our
face
material.
when she thought I couldn't see
Okay.
her aroused my suspicion. Before I could get her to stop saying that it was nothing, that she was
as I
just feeling a
mentioned
little
in the
run down,
introductory
she
story
waited for me to leave
joke,
the house to run a few errands.
our topic
She
tonight
sat behind
is
the wheel of her
one
car
of
in
the
the closed
20th century
garage
members of the Great
and ended
Soloveitchik
her life.
dynasty. This is one of those names that
I
resonates
can't
throughout
describe
Jewish
the
history for the last
feelings of
really 300
devastation and
years.
loss that
And
followed.
this name
I missed her
as
and struggled with the kinds of questions that a man in his late 30s ought not to have taken on.
The Soloveitchiks were especially associated with the Lithuanian yeshiva movement, which we
What do
discussed in
all our hard
previous
work and dreams mean
classes,
when one day
and
you can come
specifically
home and
with
discover that the woman you
heritage
adore
of the Vilna
felt she
Gaon,
had to face alone
as
such an
expressed
awful
in the
set of
greatest
choices?
institution of learning established
To say
by the
that I
Vilna
was
Gaon
reeling
study
is an
student at the time
understatement.
of the
I was overwhelmed by
who
guilt
was
and
one of the
anger
forebears
and
of
sorrow.
the Soloveitchik dynasty.
Responsibilities
Incidentally, the
weighed
reason why Rabbi
heavily on
Chaim
me, and as
we
much
don't
as I
have a
wanted to keep
surname
our
attached to him
businesses
is because
afloat as a
the
way to honor what
18th and
Carol and I
19th
had
century
built,
is when Jews
the
began
feeling that
to
none of it
take
mattered
surnames
eventually
in
won
large
out.
numbers. There are some
Whatever
exceptions.
minor
Italian Jew, for
dissatisfactions I had
example, you
felt
find
about
surnames
Los
that go back
Alamos,
to
the
Middle Age or
intellectual
things like that.
snobbery
But
that
in
many who
Europe,
worked at the LANL
surnames were
exhibited
kind of
and
like the
lorded
equivalent
over
of
the rest
social
of the
security
residents
numbers.
paled in
That as
comparison
states
to how
became
much I
more
associated that
sophisticated,
place
as they
with the
moved
loss of my
towards
wife.
direct
I wanted to get
taxation
out
of
of there,
individuals
and
from the medieval
eventually
corporate
did.
structure to
One
a
saving grace in
citizen-based
all of this,
nation-state,
which I
it was
felt
necessary
Carol had
to
a hand in
identify
making, was
individuals
that Tracy
rather
was in
than
my life.
communities.
Carol
So
had hired
many
her to
states
work
like
at one of our photo
Austria-Hungary, the Russian
stores.
Empire began
She
to
was a bit
impose
of
the
a wild
requirement
child, to be
that
sure,
Jews and other
but
people
the two of us
take
grew close,
surnames. In
drawn
fact, there's
together
a
by the
lot of
belief that
fascinating
Carol had
stories about
set in
what
motion the
surnames mean and
events
how
that led to
people
Tracy
get
and
them.
me getting married soon after
I'm not
Carol's
sure
death.
if all of them are true,
Tracy
but
and
for
I had
example,
traveled
they
to
say
Las
that names
Vegas
like
together
in
to
certain parts
oversee
of
some matter
Austria-Hungary, you could
related to the
buy
photo business.
you could
What that
bribe the
matter
official
was
to
is
get
lost
a
in a
really
fog now.
beautiful name, like
I don't know if either
Rosencrantz
of us
or
noted the
Rosenberg.
irony of it,
These are names,
but we were married
Field of
at the
Roses,
We've Only
things
Just
like that.
Begun
And
chapel
if
in Las
you
Vegas
ticked
in
off
April of
the
1986.
the clerk who was
When I
recording names, he would
arrived
give
at the
you a name
pickup
like
point,
Zwiebel,
I got out
which
of the
means
car
like onion.
and walked to the
Or
door.
this is a good one,
Taped to
Katzenellenbogen,
it was a
famous Jews,
9x12
Zwiebel and
mailer.
Katzenellenbogen.
Inside
Katzenellenbogen
were a
means
couple of rolls
cat's
of
elbow.
Kodak
So it's
Ektachrome
hard to
film
imagine you're going
and
to
a
come up
brief
to
note
the
of apology
authorities.
for
I'd like to
not
register
being
my
there to
surname
meet
as
me in person.
cat's elbow.
I tucked
But
the
that's why so many
envelope under
Jews have
my arm,
surnames that are related
and
to
while walking back to the
professions like
car,
Schneider for
realized
Taylor,
that I hadn't
or
eaten
they're
a
related
thing
to
since
the
lunch the
traditional
previous day.
son of
I
the
found a little
father's
mom and pop
given name
diner
like my
nearby
name,
and pulled
Abram's
in.
son of, I had
The
probably
film
an
would get
ancestor named
developed and
Avram,
printed in
and so
plenty of
his
time.
son was the first one to take
Tracy would
name,
get
and
her
so on.
coffee and
So
half and
Rabbi
half.
Chaim is just known
I
simply as
settled
Rabbi
into a
Chaim
booth,
of Voloshin,
grateful
but
that I could
shortly
set my
thereafter
own
you have
schedule,
the
and wondered
Soloveitchik
how I
line
might
that descends
adjust to
from him.
having to report
They
and
are,
work under
there's a
someone
whole
else's timeline.
line of rabbis, one
In
after another,
science,
who are
one
really
of the ways that the
towering
word
figures,
entropy
not
is
only in
used
terms
is
of
to talk
their
about how any
fame
natural
and
system
erudition, but
tends to
also
move
in their
from order
highly
to
original,
disorder.
creative
In many
approach to
ways,
study. And in
that is
fact,
a
it is
perfect
through the
description of that
Soloveitchiks
period of
that
my
we get
life.
the so-called Brisker
Tracy helped
Derech,
keep things from
the
falling
way
apart
of Brisk.
completely.
They were
And there was
attached
something in
especially
my
to the
nature that
city
also
of
wouldn't allow me to
Brest-Litovsk,
just
which is
simply
in
shrug my shoulders in
Poland, Belarus,
resignation.
Ukraine
It
region.
took me
The
a few
boundaries were
years
really
of
quite
running
fluid
the
during
photo
most of the
business in
19th and
Las
early
Vegas
20th
to
century.
regain my
And
footing.
so the name
I
of the town,
realized
which
that
was
when in
taken
doubt,
from
you should go back
Rabbi
to the
Chaim
things you love.
Soloveitchik, known
And
as
for
the
me,
Brisker,
that
who
was
lived in the middle
science.
of the 19th century.
It's
The
funny
Brisker
to think of it
Derech,
now,
or the Brisker
but as I
way of
struggled that
studying
night in
Talmud,
that office,
is a
filling out
highly
paperwork and
analytical
coming
method
up with names
which
and dates,
takes
the
a
one that
text and
shouldn't have escaped
using
me,
what would be
and in fact
considered, in
didn't,
my humble
was
opinion,
Alan
very
Rothberg.
postmodern
Alan and I lived on
techniques,
the same block
breaks
in
it
West
down
Barry and
into
went to
its
Bowling
component
Green
elements
Elementary
without
School
looking
together.
at its
His
content.
father was an
So rather
instructor
than
at
looking at
Nassau
the
Community
subject that
College,
Talmud is
where he taught
discussing, the
chemistry.
Brisker Derech
He'd
will
bring
analyze,
home
well, what
various
is the
equipment,
question? What
high
is the
voltage
response? What is the
demonstrator tubes,
refutation?
Geisler
And
tubes,
they
and
could
other
map
things.
out a
Some
sugya or a
kids might
section
have had
of the
children's
Talmud
chemistry sets to
simply
play
by
with,
its
armed with
structural
access to
form
Alan's
rather than the
father's
content.
classroom and
It
supplies.
was
We
highly
were conducting
influential,
actual
and
experiments
many,
with the kind
many
of
modern
equipment you'd find in
yeshivot
a
who
research
study the
center's
Talmud in
laboratory.
this manner. There is,
My
of course,
family
a
moved
Brisker
around a bit
yeshiva
at that time,
in Israel,
back to
and
Brooklyn, after
the
California,
Yeshiva
then
University
back
in
to
many ways
Westbury,
inherits
due
this
to my dad's
similar
work.
method, and was
Alan
highly
was the one
influential in
constant for
the
me in that neighborhood,
university-style
and I
academic
took
study
great
of the
delight in
Talmud as
attending
well.
the classes
So
his
there's a whole
father taught
line
during the summer session.
of
I
Rothschild
was in
yeshiva
junior high
heads
by
of
that
these
time,
yeshivas
and
like
Alan
the
and I
Tzir,
both
Rabbi
loved the
Nachalski
idea that
Berlin,
we would take the same
and on
test
his
as the
mother's side
real
as well,
students
another
and could
famous dynasty,
consistently outscore them.
almost as
In high school,
well known as
I was an
relationship to
indifferent
Feinstein
student in
family.
most of my
Of
other
course, we have
classes,
the great
but science
Rabbi
was
Moshe
a big
Feinstein,
part
who
of my
hopefully in another
academic life
class
and
we will
success.
discuss. That was a
Outside
relative
of school,
our
I devoured
protagonist
issues
today.
of popular
Okay, Ms.
science,
Abramson, you have a
popular
question?
mechanics, and science and mechanics, as other kids my age lost themselves in the Marvel universe of Spider-Man, Captain America, and other comic book heroes and villains. I still have many back issues of those science magazines in my possession today. What really enticed me about the magazines I read was that they weren't about pure theoretical science. They provided me with
I think you're
plans that
asking
I
a
could use
brilliant
to make
question,
things.
which
The
is probably
schematics
too
for
much
building
for
a
us to get
Wimshurst
into
machine,
tonight. The
an
question for those of you who are
electrostatic
happy on
appeared
watching
in
this on
one
the
issue.
internet, you might not be
I
able
was
to hear.
ready for the
As a
challenge and
brilliant
built
student who
one,
attends every week,
essentially using two
who
discs with
asks,
metal
like,
sections
if we are
attached to them
focusing,
to
if I
spin
can
in
paraphrase
opposite
it, if the
directions,
Brisbane Dare
producing high
focuses on
voltage through electrostatic
the
induction.
structure, the form,
Instead of relying on
aren't we
friction,
missing
they
that for
produce
the
the charges
content?
through influence.
And just to give you a short
I
answer,
also
though,
built a Tesla
the
coil.
content
I was stymied
is
for a while
truly
on that project
revealed by the
because I
form.
needed an
So,
automobile
for example,
engine's
if you can
ignition
identify
coil.
whether a given
Believe me,
statement, which might be
I
2 or
was
3 words
sorely
of text,
tempted to
if you
read
can
my
identify whether
father's
a given
Oldsmobile,
statement is
but
an
I resisted.
answer, or if it
Just
is a
prior to this,
question, or if
I
it
had
is a
installed in my
refutation,
room a
or
box
if it
with
is
a
an
red
exception,
light and a green
all
light
these
that
things
I
make a
could
difference.
switch
But what
between,
exactly does the
indicating
text
to my
mean?
parents and
And
my
I
sister,
remind you that the
like
Talmud,
me, she was
you know,
also adopted,
Jews, brilliant
when
people,
I'd
they
allow
couldn't
them
invent
into my room.
punctuation. There's
I
no
did
periods,
this
commas,
because
question
my
marks,
mom had
exclamation
gone
marks,
into my
quotation
inner
marks.
sanctum
The
while I
Talmud
was
is just like
away
a
to
mass
do
of
some cleaning.
words, and it's up
She
to the
stepped into
student
the room,
to figure
got
out where
tangled in
an
some
individual
electrical
clause
wires,
begins and the
setting
next one
off a
ends.
shower of sparks
Ends and
and
the next one
tripping a few
begins.
breakers.
So this
I
structuralist
didn't need to
approach is
add to their
actually,
worries about what their
quite
mad
revealing
scientist
to
had
the
done
meaning of the
by
text.
creating
Similar
hard
to,
trouble
if you
for
will,
them.
the way the truck,
Fortunately for
the
me, we were living in
cantillation
Brooklyn
of
at
the
the time,
Torah text
and more than a few
reveals the
abandoned
inner
cars
meaning
littered
of the
the
verses
neighborhood.
themselves.
While out
The
riding
truck
my
is only
bike,
the,
I
the
managed to
musical
scavenge an
notation of the
ignition
sounds.
coil
But
from the
with the musical
dented,
notation, you
rusted,
know
and
where
windowless
the phrases
remains of an
begin and
American
end,
Motors
and what's
Pacer
emphasized, what's
that
a
other
question,
car carrier
things
eaters
like
had
that.
stripped.
Okay,
When
good
the
question.
Tesla coil
Yes,
was
please.
done, I could sit for hours watching it spew its
The
colorful
Chavetz
Corona
Chaim,
discharge,
I
bright
don't
discharges,
think the
and
Chavetz Chaim
streamer
is
arcs.
within like 2 or 3
Almost as much as I got a
relations
rush of
to the
accomplishment when I
Soloveitchiks. They're
built something
definitely
from one of those
Lithuanians.
magazines, I was also excited
It's the
every
same
time
tradition,
I looked
correct?
at the
In a sense,
Estes
you mean the
catalog.
Chavetz Chaim in terms of the yeshiva
Estes
movement.
Industries was based in Denver, Colorado, and they were producers of the
The
finest
people or
functional
the
scale
movements?
model
The
rockets at the
people.
time.
I don't think they are
Alan and I and a
related,
few
although
other
they do
guys in
come from the
Westbury
same
were
region
really
of
into
Europe.
building them and launching
In
them
terms
while
of
in
the
junior high and
thinking,
high school.
certainly the yeshiva
The
in
construction
Rabbi,
of the
which
rocket
was the
wasn't
Chavetz
that
Chaim yeshiva, was
complex.
influenced by the
In
Brisbane
fact,
Dare.
quite the
But
opposite.
they have their
The
own
engines were
sort of
supplied
spin on
either
how to
in the
study the
kit
Talmud as
or
well,
could be
which
purchased
we looked at
separately.
a couple of weeks ago.
There
We looked
wasn't
at the
enough
Chavetz Chaim.
do-it-yourself
Okay, let me
activity to
go
keep
on.
me interested in their flight.
Here we are. Now,
The engines
his
were
youth, he
housed
was
within
born
a
in
sturdy
1903
cardboard
in
tube.
Kruzhana,
Inside
Poland,
the tube
which
were a
was
ceramic
a
nozzle,
part of Eastern
solid
Europe that had
propellant,
about
delay
17
charge,
border
ejection
changes
charge, and a
between
clay retainer cap.
really during
We'd
his
run a
lifetime.
coated wire through the
His
nozzle
father
and make
was
contact with
a
the solid
rabbi
propellant.
who served
then
as a
attach
communal
that
rabbi,
wire to
and
a battery,
early on in their youth,
and
he
the
was about 10
electric
years
current
old,
would heat the
they
wire
moved to
and ignite the
Belarus in
solid propellant.
1913.
An engine could also be
There,
ignited
interestingly
by the
enough,
hot
he
gases from the
was
propellant
influenced
of
by
a
the
booster
large
engine.
number of Lubavitch
I
Hasidim that
wanted
lived
to
in
take on the
the town.
challenge of
And
building
this is
my
kind of
own
a
rocket
fascinating
engines
thing
from
that,
scratch.
all
Small
biographers
diameter
of the Rav,
cardboard
by the way, he
tubing
is
that
known
would withstand
affectionately
the
simply as
explosive
the Rav,
forces wasn't difficult to
meaning the
source.
rabbi. So
Many
then there
wire
are very,
coat
very few
hangers had
people in
cardboard
Jewish
wrapped
history
around
who
the bottom
received
of the
that
triangle.
designation.
It was
The
the
late
solid fuel
medieval
that we
Italian
needed to make.
commentator in the Mishnah, Rabbi
Cook is
Ovadia
probably a
Mitzvah
better
is
term.
called
That I
Rav.
set about researching.
There is a rabbi in the
I read a
Talmud
number of
called Rav,
articles
but
that made
really
reference to
only a
something
handful of
called
people are called
meal
Rav,
powder.
as they
At
well
that
known.
point,
So I'll
I
just
didn't
probably use that
understand what
designation.
meal powder was
as a young
a
boy,
finely grained
the
gunpowder.
Rab was exposed to a tradition
was a
which is
meal,
also
And the only
Lithuanian
meal I had
in
access to
origin,
was oatmeal.
but miles
Oatmeal
apart
might be able to
in
fuel
terms of
muscles,
its
but it
trajectory
didn't
to
do
the
a thing
traditional
for those
emphasis
early
on
rocket
talmud.
engines I
And
tried
he
to create.
spent about a year in
It
deep
wasn't that I
study
didn't have
of
the
the
money for
Tanya. As a
replacement
very
engines.
young man, we're talking
In my
about
early
an
teens, I
early
got a job
adolescent.
at a local fireworks manufacturer.
So much so that
Talk
his
about a kid in
parents
a
began
candy
to
store.
notice
A but I didn't get
his
involved in the
traditional
manufacturing
grasp of the
process at all.
Talmud, which was
Mostly I
precocious,
just helped out
you know,
by
as
packaging
would
the
be
various
expected from
items
a
they
solar
produced.
basic scion.
I didn't learn
And
a
so they
whole
actually
lot,
pulled him out
but enough.
of his close
I
association
also
with
learned
one
enough to
particular
solve the
Baruch
rocket propellant
Reisberg and said,
problem.
"Thank you very much, Rabbi
That
Reisberg. You know, we
information,
really got to
plus
get him back
greater
to
exposure
Tosfos."
to Alan's
And
dad's
he,
chemistry classes
you know,
and a few of his chemistry
ventured back to the
supplies
traditional
had me
areas of
launching
Lithuanian
rockets thousands of feet into the
non-Hasidic
air at
thought.
Salisbury
Nevertheless, the
Park.
Tanya, and if you'll
I
recall,
knew
go
enough
back a
from
few
chemistry to know
lectures,
that
we talked
combining
about
potassium
the
nitrate,
author of this book, the Alter Rebbe,
KNO3, and
is
sugar,
an
and
extremely
heating them
deep philosophical
would
work
produce
that
what those in
plumbs
the
the
model
depths
rocket
of
know
Jewish
called
mysticism,
rocket
that
candy, because
seeks
of
to
the
understand
distinctive
the
smell
structure
of
of
the
the
sugar
soul,
caramelizing as
the
it was
nature
heated
of the
and absorbing the
universe,
KNO3.
the
Funny to
theurgic
think how
value
much
of
of my
our
early
everyday
rocket propulsion
actions, and
days were
is an
associated with
absolutely
food.
amazing work with a
Oatmeal,
tremendous
Salisbury
range of
steak,
depth
rocket
and
candy.
quite different in
KNO3
feeling
was
than
the sole
the Talmud.
component of stump
And so
remover,
he was
a
very
chemical
early on
application
influenced by
homeowners or
the
contractors could
Roberts
use
movement.
to
He, by
dissolve
the way,
tree
maintained a
stumps.
very close
I
personal
also
relationship
became our
with
chief
the
project
Rabbi
engineer in the
Menachem Mendel
manufacture
Schneerson.
of pyrotechnic
They
and
say
other
of him that
explosive
when they studied
devices.
together in
That
Europe,
was mostly
at one
due
point
to
they
the
were,
fact that my
I believe,
friends
at
didn't
University of
seem as
Berlin
interested
together, or
in
perhaps it
blowing
was in
things up
Paris.
as I
He
was.
Paris. Thank
They
you.
were
He
good with the
never missed a
rockets
day
and
of
enjoyed
going
the
to the mikvah
pyrotechnic
when he was in
displays,
a close
but I was
association with
interested
the
in seeing
Geology
how
Rabbi. He would go
chemicals
to the
could
mikvah
react
every
with
day.
one another to
And
produce
there's no question
small-scale
that he had a
explosions.
very
That
warm feeling
experimentation
for that
was a
mission.
natural
You
offshoot of
see
my
that even
rocket
though their
engine making,
intellectual activities
working with very
diverged,
like the
they
KNO3
had a
plus
few kind
sugar
of interesting
formula.
for
Eventually
example,
able to produce my
with regards
version
to the
of an
education of
M80
women,
firecracker and
there
other
was
smaller
a
firecrackers that produce a
controversial
lot of bang
proponent
and little
of the
more.
study of
I tried to
Talmud
mass
by women,
produce them for the 4th of
sometimes
July,
in
along with
co-educational
cherry
groups,
bombs,
and
and managed
the
to make quite a
Rebbe
few.
held a
But as
position that
impressed as
also was
friends
very
were with
favorable
my
to
efforts,
women studying
their
Talmud.
interest
For
waned.
similar
The
reasons,
laws of
though
supply and
their
demand exerted
views
themselves, but that only tempered
anyway,
my business interests and
developed
not
this
my
intense
passion
love
for
for
the
the
products and their
philosophical
explosive
orientation of the
displays.
Tanya,
I
and
don't know how
by the
much
time
of the
he was
other guy's
18, they had
loss
to
of
leave that
interest was
region. They
attributable to the
fled
one
from
incident
the
that resulted
Bolshevik
from
Revolution,
faulty handling of the
and when
products.
all of this
I'd
settled
taken
down,
potassium
in
chlorate and
1914,
red
of course, you have World
phosphorus
War
and
I,
carefully wrapped them
1917,
together in a
the
tissue.
Russian
This
Revolution, the
combination is
entire
often
region
referred
was
to
thrown
in
into
the
chaos,
pyrotechnic
with
community
the
as
German
death
army moving
mix.
over the
The reason
front
for that
lines and then being
is because the chemicals
pushed
are
back
friction
by
sensitive
certain
and
elements
thus
of the
very
Red
unstable.
Army, and
I'd take that mixture I
ultimately
placed
it
into a
just
tissue
created the
and then
state of
folded it
Poland,
around the
which is
shaft of
where
a
they
bolt,
settled in 1920
sandwiched
in the
between
city
two
of
nuts.
Warsaw.
I'd thread a nut
Warsaw
onto the
in
bolt
the
to
interwar
secure the
period
little
was
explosive
an absolutely
package. After you
fascinating place
tossed that
for
bolt
Jews.
grenade
It was,
and it hit the ground,
I
it
believe
would
it was
erupt in a
probably
huge puff of smoke
the
and a
city with the
loud bang.
largest Jewish
Once at Alan's
population.
house,
I'm not, I
he
have
was
to check the
standing on the
demographics,
sidewalk
but
that
it
led to
certainly
their
had
front
a very
door.
high proportion.
He
We're
tried to
talking about
toss the bolt underhanded
1/3
toward
of
the
the
street,
population of
but it
Warsaw
slipped
was
out of his
Jewish,
hand,
and it
went a few feet
represented
back toward the
tremendous
house,
diversity of
then
thought.
detonated near
Warsaw
the
was
porch.
a very
We
cosmopolitan
spent a
city
good hour
where you had
cleaning up
Jews
the
who were
front door and
Talmudists,
porch area
Lithuanian
in a
style
complete
Talmudists,
panic
you had Jews
as
who
the
were
hour
Hasidim,
neared for his
you had
parents to
Jews who
return
were
home.
Zionists of all
Fortunately,
stripes,
all the
you had
smoke
Jews
stains
who were
came off,
communists,
and no
you
one
had
was the wiser,
and you have Jews, of course,
except
who were
us.
secular
We
and
kept a
ultimately
safer distance from
assimilating
Alan's house from
Jews who
that
were
point forward.
Polonophiles and seeking to
Looking
identify
back on it
themselves
now,
completely
if
with
that
the
was the worst
Polish
thing that
national
happened,
movement,
we
which
were all
had just
pretty
gone
fortunate.
through its heroic
I can't
renaissance
believe
after
some of the
being
stuff I was
destroyed in the
doing,
18th
and
century.
how it
It
might
was
have all gone wrong
reborn
if I
in the
wasn't as
20th century.
fortunate as I'd
So it was a
been.
really very exciting place to live for
As I sat
everyone,
in the
but
booth of the
especially
diner,
for Jews
finishing my
who suddenly
pancakes,
saw
I
new
thought about
potentials
those
in
days from my
this
youth
young
because
state.
of the nature of the
This was a
questions
time
I
when
was
Jews
asked
first
during my
began
second interview interview in
exercising their
EG&G.
political
I
might
thought it
in
a
Eastern
little
Europe.
odd that
They
they kept
organized
asking me
themselves into
about my
political
hobbies and other
parties and
interests
actually
outside of work.
won seats
I
in the
believed they
Polish
might
Sejm, the
want to
Polish
know
parliament.
more about my
So Jews
training,
were
what
organizing
I did at
themselves
Los
communally
Alamos, that kind
and
of thing.
exercising
After
their
all, as I was to
desire to
find out
change within
toward
the
the end
state.
of the interview,
In
they were considering me for a
Warsaw,
senior staff
he was
physicist
especially
position.
influenced by
The
his
reality
mother's
was
love
that my
of
interests
poetry,
outside of work
especially
hadn't
Russian
changed
poetry
very
and
much
literature,
since I was a
Pushkin,
kid.
Turgenev,
I
and
was
others.
still involved in
And
pyrotechnics.
he was
I hosted
really
the Desert
very
Blast
widely
for a
and
number of
deeply
years,
in
setting off a
secular studies,
terrific
primarily
display of
through his
fireworks
mother's
each summer.
influence. He
I'd
went
also
to
created a
several
jet car installing one in a
traditional
Honda Civic
Polish
I owned, and
gymnasia
later put
that
a
is like
larger jet
high
engine and a
schools, but
rail
it's a very
dragster.
wide curriculum.
I took my jet cars to
My
drag
own
strips all
grandmother,
around the
she
Southwest
also
and
went to one
beyond.
of these kinds of
In
schools,
a
although
very
she went
real
to one
sense,
that had a
if it
more
wasn't for my
Zionist bent.
interest in
But
rocketry,
these would come
pyrotechnics,
out of
and
these
my
high
love of
schools
science
with a
and
working
powerful
knowledge of several
reactions,
languages, and
I
not only
might not
several
ever have
languages,
had an
several
opportunity to
language
interview AG&G.
families. Like, it's
Before
understandable
all
to
that,
have
however,
a couple of
I had to get
Romance
some
languages, a
additional
couple of
technical
Slavic languages,
experience.
but they would
In
come out of these places with
1976, my
3 or
parents had
4
moved to
different language
California
families
again.
represented. Very
I
high
was
level
determined to take
education.
a year off
He
from college,
attended the
but instead
university, the
enrolled
Free
at
Polish
Pierce Junior
University of
College
Warsaw,
on a
and later he
part-time
went on
basis.
to the University
I
of
also
Berlin.
got a job
And in
working for a company
1933,
called
he
Fairchild
completed his
Electronics.
dissertation
They
on the
manufactured
philosopher
equipment to
Hermann
test something
Cohen.
called bubble
Hermann Cohen,
memory
as you probably
devices.
guessed, is a
Think of
Jewish
them as
thinker.
an early
His
precursor
thought
of the
is
hard
not
drives that we have in
specifically
today's
Jewish,
personal
but
computers.
widely admired
Instead of
by
a
Jews in the
semiconductor,
19th century,
the main
primarily
memory
because
component
he
of these
was
devices
the
was a slice of
preeminent
crystal.
spokesperson for the
The people at
Neo-Kantian
Fairchild
movement.
were
You'll
absolutely
recall
certain
way
that
back
bubble memory was
beginning of
going to be the
this
key to
semester,
the
I think we
future of
spoke about
computing excellence.
Immanuel Kant's influence
Obviously,
on
they were
Jewish
wrong,
thought,
but at
his
that time,
relationship with Moses
bubble
Mendelssohn
memory
in
was a
particular.
viable means to
Kant
store data produced
created
by
a kind of
mainframe
moral
computers.
system
The
that
other
was
option was
independent
reel-to-reel
of
tapes,
religious
the
texts.
kind you'd
In
see in
fact, one of
movies and
his
television
lesser known
encased
but
in
very
large
influential
metal
works was,
cabinets.
I think I
Just
remember
so
the
you
German
don't
title,
think that bubble memory devices were too out there, I can also recall a system of programmable memory that used ultraviolet light in order to erase the data on them. Given how sophisticated our devices are now, this seems impractical at
and
best
so there are
and
many Jews
boneheaded
who
at
are
worst.
looking to
But
kind of
those were the
create their
times.
identities in modern
I
Europe,
originally
and
worked
they
at
wanted them
Fairchild as a
morality that was
technician
so
repairing broken
soaked
circuit
in the
boards,
Torah,
but
but they
eventually
wanted to
became a
find a
test
way
engineer,
to anchor
and
that
later
morality
an
to
engineer
some
designing
philosophical
circuit
system
and
that did
logic
not
boards.
require religious
I
texts.
loved
That's what
electronics,
Kant
and
provided
I was
them.
earning money
Hermann
from
Cohen
going to
was one
school
of the
at
Jews who really
Caltech by
discovered
this
it
time.
and
I was
expanded on
studying
it. And I think
electronics
it's
there mainly
instructive
because
that
the
of
people
the
at Fairchild
philosophers
thought that was the best use of my
Soloveitchik was
time.
attracted to,
But in
there
my
was
off
this
hours from
Hermann
school
Cohen,
and
who was kind of
Fairchild,
the entree
I was
into
working
the
on my
wider
own
world of
projects at home.
Enlightenment thought.
Lasers
So
had
pause for
captured my
questions.
interest, and
Is
I
there
was
anything,
working
no
with
question?
plasma containment
Emmanuel
and
Kant?
MHD,
Fine.
magnetohydrodynamics. But I knew that I had to pay my dues, and if working with electronics was a way in, then that's what I was willing to do.
Emmanuel Kant.
But my desire was still to become a scientist and leverage my love of physics into a place in the defense industry, working on weapons systems.
He said, but
At
when
that
you really
period
look
in
at
our
it carefully,
history,
doesn't it
weapons
look
systems
like the
meant
perfectly
nuclear
rational
weapons.
religion? Geez,
We
it
were
looks a
still
lot like
waging
German
the Cold
Lutheranism,
War.
doesn't it?
Ronald Reagan was in office, and his proposed Star Wars nuclear missile defense system was still making headlines.
Let's go.
By the summer of 1982, my feet had grown itchy,
and it was
and
at
my
this time
desire
that
to
he
take
met
the next
his
step was
Rebbitzin,
too great to keep me at
Levitt,
Fairchild.
who was also
As
a
much as the move
rather
to
brilliant
California from
student.
New
She
York had
received her
initially been a bit
PhD
of
in
culture shock,
education from the
I'd
University of
grown to
Vienna.
really
Here's
like
a
the
picture of them when they were a little
stereotypical
bit
but
older.
true, laid-back
She
surfer dude
predeceased him by
mentality
some
of the
30
people I
years.
worked with. They had treated me well,
But she was also a
and
very
there I
heavy
was
influence
at the
on
age
his
of
thought later on
23,
in
working
his
as an
life.
electronics
Let us
engineer,
move, though,
even
to
though I
the
was still
more
a few
significant
credits shy
chapter
of
of life that
actually
most
having a
people
college degree.
associate him with the 20th
I
century.
wanted more. So in the summer of
The
1982,
1920s was a
I
period
sent a
of
cover letter and
tremendous
resume to Los Alamos
exuberance and
National Laboratory.
potential
I
in
spent an
Poland
anxious
for
few
Jews.
weeks waiting to hear back from them.
That came
I'd
to
almost given
an end
up hope,
by the end of that
but I received
decade
a
as
phone
the
one day in
entire
September
Eastern
inviting me
European
down for an
region
interview.
took a turn
I
to the
accepted,
right.
and as
Country
part of
after
the interview
country began
process,
to
I
develop
was taken on a
stronger
tour of the
integral
facility.
nationalist
I
movements,
knew a
the
lot
most
about its
famous of
history
which,
and
of
the
course,
Manhattan
is the
Project,
notorious Nazi
but
Party
the
of
Mason
Germany.
physics
But every
facility
country
was
began to
all
develop that
relatively
same
new
kind
to
of
me.
ideology.
I
There
knew
was
that the
Germany for the
particle
Germans,
accelerator was there,
Poland for the
but when
Poles,
you read about a
Romania for the
device being a
Romanians,
half mile in
Latvia
length,
for the
it's hard to truly get the scale of the thing until you're on site.
A much less tolerant place for Jews.
Seeing
And
a
Jews, I think, were
Van de Graaff
a prime
generator
target
the size
because
of
they were
small
so
office
concentrated in the
complexes
urban
took my
areas.
breath
You could
away.
walk down Main Street
The
in
fact
Poland,
that
and
these
there would be all these
machines
Hebrew
were
and Yiddish
producing
signage
billions of
everywhere.
volts was
Poles
absolutely
felt, especially
astounding.
these strong nationalist
I
Poles,
was in
they felt
power
that
heaven.
their
I
capital
saw
cities had been
bicycles
invaded
propped
by
up
so
along
many
various
nationalities.
stretches of the runway,
Ukrainians
for
were also a
lack of a better
popular
term,
target for them,
that ran
and
alongside
Jews
the
as well.
accelerator
So they
and
were
its associated
steadily
buildings.
instituting
The
more
device
and
was so
more
large that technicians and
measures to try and
scientists would
restrict
pedal
Jewish
from one
activity, freedom of
location
movement, and
inside
so
the
on.
building to the
And
next
one of the
in
most
order to
notorious,
save time.
at least in the
How
academic
cool was
environment,
that?
was the
I
institution of
will
the
never
so-called
forget
ghetto
looking at one
benches,
meter,
where
and the
Jews
lowest
were
number on
allowed
its
to
measurement
register. There
range
wasn't
was
numerous crowds, there
110
were only a certain number of
kilovolts.
Jews
And these
could
guys were
take a place in
accelerating
the university,
particles to such
but
a
they were
speed
forced to
that
sit
time
at the
itself
back of every
was being
auditorium.
affected.
They were not
I
allowed to
felt
sit
like I
in
had
the
stepped
front
into the
rows.
world of
The Jews had
science
to sit
fiction.
in the back and so on.
I was
It's kind of
moving
like the
among
Rosa
men and
Parks
women with an
situation, but for
intellectual
Jews.
capacity
I
that
use
was
that term
nearly as
ghetto
great
benches
as
when
the
people
power
are
these
asked if they
machines were
want to audit
generating.
my classes. I
I
say, okay,
wanted to
fine,
work
but
there, even if it
nobody
meant
gets
that I
it,
was
but I
going to
like
be
it
working
anyway.
in the electronic
These
monitoring
kinds of
side of
restrictions
things
just made
and not
Poland
conducting
less and
experiments.
less tolerant
I
a
also
place, and
expressed a lot of
those
interest in
Jews
my
who
work
were
with
pressed
lasers, and during the
realized
interview,
that
and even after I was
things were
hired,
looking very
there
dull
was some
on
talk
the
of
horizon.
possibly
One of
utilizing
those
that
Jews, for example,
experience at
was
the facility.
the right-wing thinker
The one
Vladimir
thing was,
Jabotinsky.
with each
Quite
age,
accurate.
they wanted to
Something like
know
the
as much
Holocaust
about
in
my
the
interests and
1930s,
activities
but he
outside of
predicted it
work
would not start
as
in
they did
Germany.
my
He
work
thought that Poland
experience
would be
or
the
education.
epicenter of hatred.
Also, it's
At any
hard to
rate,
imagine
the
from the
Soloveitchik
perspective of this
family
post
found a way
9/11
to
world
move
we
out of
inhabit
that
that the
inhospitable
level of
environment.
security on the facility
Our
would seem
protagonist's
completely
father,
lax
Mayor,
today.
was
I
invited
was
to
free to
serve
roam
as the
around
head
the
of
facility
faculty.
on the
They
day
never
of my
actually used the
interview,
term Rosh
as
Yeshiva,
well as after
but the
I
head
was
of
hired.
faculty of the
I
Rabbi
was
Isaac
reminded of those
Elkanah
days with my
Theological
dad that we
Seminary in
spent
New
at
York
the
City,
Mall of
which would
Science
later
in
in the
Flushing
40s
Meadows,
be renamed
Queens, and Corona
or
Park,
be made
the
part
site
of
of the
the
World's
new
Fair in
university status,
1964.
Yeshiva
He'd
University.
take me to that
So
museum,
the
and I
father
could
was given
wander
this
among the
position,
displays,
and
knowing
in
that
the
I
late
was
20s,
walking
and
along
a few
and
years
seeing
later,
some of the
one
great
married
moments in
couple
human
made their
history.
way over
Intellectual
to
history
be with his
represented
father.
before my
He,
very eyes.
this is
I'm
a
not
picture,
a big
by the way,
sports
of
fan, but having lived in New
the
York,
northern
I know
campus
how
of
revered
YU.
the Yankees are.
I
In
should
many
mention, I meant to
ways,
say this at
those
the beginning
trips
of the
to the
lecture, I
Hall of
approached this
Science
subject
and
in
those
particular
first
with
hours
considerable
and later
trepidation.
months and years were like setting
First of
loose
all,
a
I'm
Yankee
usually
fan
not
on the
afraid to
field at
speak
Yankee
without
Stadium.
preparation.
Not
Those of
only
you
was
who
I
before
allowed on
know
the
that happens all
field,
the time.
I got
But
to play there.
I never really,
Obviously,
in my
then,
own life,
when they made an offer that day for
spent
me
a
to
lot of
work
time
there,
working with
I
the
accepted.
ideas of the Rav. I always
I
found it very
returned to
difficult. I
California,
did been through
gave
the
my
Lonely Man of
notice,
Faith a few
packed my
times,
belongings,
but
and
I
within
never
a
really
month
did get through it.
was in
It
Los
was a very hard
Alamos
book
and working at
to
Mason.
understand.
I
And
was
so
in
he
for
was
a
always on
bit
the
of culture
periphery
shock
of my
there as
thought. Of
well.
course, I'm aware of
The
his work,
employees
but
there,
never
as I
really
said,
delved into it deeply.
possessed some of the most
And
powerful
here in this
scientific
audience, there's so
minds in
many
the
people
world.
who
I
met
was
the
used to
Rav,
working
who
with
worked
lasers,
Rav, who
but these
knew
were
him
human beings
personally
with a
and
similar
were
kind of
deeply
intensity
influenced by his
and
thought
focus.
and his philosophy
They weren't
that I'm a
exactly
little
like
afraid to speak.
Dennis
So
Mariani.
if you've been watching this
The
lecture for
air
the
of
last 10
menace
minutes,
he
you're
gave
expecting
off
some brilliant
wasn't a part of
insights
these people's
into the
temperament.
life of the Rav.
They
Forget it,
were
I'm sorry to have
similarly
wasted your time this far.
serious-minded and
This is going to be
watchful.
very basic,
Over
biographical
time,
kind of
I learned that the locals refer to the staff
and
at
I will
Los
leave the
Alamos as
experts
the
to speak
clone
about the
heads,
significance of his
the
thought.
alien
But that
family
said,
from
I do have a
Beldar who
personal
were
connection
brought
with
to life
YU
on the TV show
because
Saturday
my
Night
wife
Live.
is a graduate of
Ironically, in
social work
Los
school,
Alamos,
and we
particularly
spent
among the staff
a
at Los
few memorable
Alamos,
years
it was
in New
generally
York City.
Saturday night dead.
We
Make that
lived actually not too
every
far
night
from this
dead,
building, in
really.
faculty housing
By
for a
6
while.
p.m.,
And
most people at the
I
facility had
learned in
their
their
workday over.
I enjoyed
That part of
tremendously, met
town
some
was so
fantastic
quiet
people,
that
but
the
that's the
traffic
extent of my
signals all
personal
flashed red
connection to it.
lights,
Washington
letting
Heights
drivers
is a
roll
very
to a stop
frightening place
and
to
then
live once
proceed
you
one
move
at a
out of the
time.
little safe zone of
I knew
Yeshiva
the
University, and I
excitement
have
wore
lots
off,
of adventures there
not
too.
just because the place was
get off the
boring,
personal.
but
So
because of
he
the
went
kind
to
of
YU, but
arrogance I've
immediately
mentioned
after
before.
landing in the country,
Sure,
within
in
a
school
very
I
short
had to
period of
endure my
time, he
fair
made his way
share
to
of
Boston,
taunting
where he
and
would spend the
teasing
rest of his
because of my
life.
interest in science and my disinterest in sports. I've never thought myself superior to anyone, or that I was in any way inferior. I just had different interests. That wasn't the case with a lot of people I worked with, and the derision they felt for the rest of Los Alamos, the city, and people in general was more than a little off-putting.
But Boston, with
I also
Harvard,
didn't like working for the federal
tremendous
government.
institutions of higher
I
learning,
needed to see the kind of wasteful funds and supplies that working with other people's money produced. In fact, it was our money, since we paid taxes like everyone else.
is the
But for as
establishment
smart
of
as
a
these people were,
remarkable Jewish
they
day
didn't
school,
always
the
seem
first
to
in New
understand
England,
that,
known as the
or at least
Maimonides
they
School.
didn't
The
seem
name
to care.
Maimonides is very
All
significant
of that culminated in
because
me becoming
obviously
a bit of a
Maimonides is one of the
prankster,
greatest thinkers of the
but
Jewish
I like
people,
to
but
think of
also
myself as a
extremely important
prankster
to the
with a
Brisker
cause.
Derech.
As its name
Maimonides was
implies,
also
a
a
particle
highly
accelerator gets
uncharacteristically,
particles to move
even
at a
among
rapid rate
Jews,
to the
systematic
speed of
thinker,
light.
and so Maimonides
Most of
thought
what
even
were
when
referred to as the
his
targets,
opinions are
the
rejected,
particles
was
accelerated,
subject to the
had
same
to be
kind of
cooled
searing
to close to
analysis of
absolute
the
zero.
Talmud that was
That way,
characteristic of the first
the
So
atoms and
it
molecules
makes
inside
sense
them
that
would
this,
be
this young
essentially inert,
PhD rabbi
not moving.
would spend
To
time
do that
thinking about
cooling,
Maimonides and name a
you
school
need
after him
vast
because
amounts of a
Maimonides
specific
exemplifies
isotope
both
of helium,
the world of Talmudic
helium-3.
learning and the
It
world
is a
of secular
rare and
knowledge.
expensive
Maimonides
isotope,
being a
and we
very
had it brought in
well-known
by the
medical doctor
truckload
at the
in
time,
specially equipped
well
tanker
published as
trucks,
it were for
which
the
were
12th century.
essentially like
So
scale
that's what the
vacuum
new school is named
thermoses
after.
designed
There's
to
a
keep
lot
the
of
incredibly
controversial
cold
elements
gas
to the
as
Maimonides
chilled as
school, such
possible.
as, for example,
Even in
the
a vacuum-sealed
gender-neutral
environment,
study of the Talmud,
helium-3
with
is boiling
boys
off
and
due
girls
to the
studying the
tank's
Talmud
exposure
together
to the
in the
ambient
same room.
temperature.
Just the idea of
Generally,
women studying
as soon
Talmud
as
even
those trucks
separately
rolled
was
onto
quite
the
radical.
property
We're talking
and
about
to
the
where they were
1930s,
needed,
not
the
the
gas was all included.
1970s. But this is the
Except
kind of
on
thing that
days when no
Soloveitchik
experiments
was
were
very,
being conducted.
proud to be a
The
gold
trucks
thinker,
still rolled
and
in,
as he
but
grew
they
in
sat there,
prominence, his
as the
authority was such
enormously
that few
expensive
could
payload
challenge
they were
him.
carrying
He also, though,
dissipated
was
into the
sensitive to
atmosphere.
the
The trucks would be
traditional
parked on
mindset
these
of
radiation
the
shield
yeshiva
blocks
world. In
with
fact, this
6-inch
was a major
diameter hoses
preoccupation of his
spewing
thought,
off
the kind of
helium gas.
idealization of the
I wasn't
traditional
an
yeshiva
accountant.
world.
I
And so
wasn't in
when
the
many
procurement department.
refugees
But that
began
kind
coming
of waste
to
really
New York
irked
in
me.
the 1930s, and
I
especially
mentioned
after the
it to a few
Holocaust, he
colleagues, and
organized
they would
several different
shrug and say,
programs that were
hey,
more
it's government
geared
work.
to their
They've got deep
sensibilities towards
pockets,
yeshiva
so
movements
why worry
and so
about
on.
it?
So Boston
So I
is where
didn't,
he began to make
except
his
in my
mark.
own little way.
But he is associated
One day
with
when the
more than any
accelerator
other
wasn't in
institution,
operation
Yeshiva
and I didn't
University.
have to monitor
He
any
was
of the
appointed
sensors, I
professor
was a
of
little
Talmud
bored.
in
I
1941
saw the
and
trucks
also
outside.
professor of
I saw a
philosophy
few
at
rolls
the
of the tape we
graduate school.
used to
Now
cordon
we have
off
to talk a little
areas
bit about
or
what
to
this
label any
institution is. I'm
items
just
that
going to
might
ask
have been exposed to even
my daughter,
trace
Lisa,
levels
could
of
you give me another one
radiation.
of these, please? I'm finding
It was
myself
kind
very
of like
thirsty.
crime scene
Must be because
tape,
I'm nervous
except
talking about
it
the
was
rounds.
magenta and yellow
Thank you so
and
much.
said,
His father had
danger,
unfortunately passed
radiation,
away,
all
and
along
he
it.
was Mamale
I
Matla.
went
He
to a
filled his
custodian
father's
and
shoes,
asked
so
for
to
a few
speak, by
plastic
taking over
trash
his position.
bags,
And
the
note
kind
that
that
it is,
lined
of
the
course, a
large
dual
bins in the
professorship
cafeteria
and also
and
in
not the
two
small office
institutions,
waste
because
paper
Yeshiva
baskets.
University
He
is
gave me a
precisely
box.
as the
I
name
went
sounds.
outside and
It
placed
is
a bag over the
yeshiva.
pipe from
It
which the
has
now
a
no
branch,
longer
which is a
super cool
traditional
helium was
rabbinical
being
seminary,
discharged.
modeled very
I
much
tied
on
off
the
the bag with
Lithuanian
the
style
danger
yeshiva,
radiation tape.
which is the
I held on to
quintessential
it,
model of
and I could
Talmudic study.
feel it tugging at
Thank you
my
so
arm,
much. I
begging
appreciate
to
it.
be released.
And
I let it go
at the same
and
time, it's
watched it
also
climb.
a university,
That was
which
fun.
is really at the
The
crux
second
of the
was fun
matter
as well.
of who was the
I
Rav,
didn't want to
what did
keep
he
all the
stand for.
enjoyment to myself, so I went inside and got my friend and colleague Joe to join me.
He lectured
We
there
spent our lunch
for
break
40 odd
filling and
years.
releasing
He was
helium
hugely
balloons.
influential.
Eventually,
Did not
we stood there
publish
at the end
much
of our
until
lunch hour
later in
watching
his
this
life. He
dotted
wrote
line of
quite a bit,
trash
but
bags
he
being
was
carried
highly
south of
hesitant
our
to actually
location on the
render it
prevailing
into
winds.
printed
The
form to
facility
be
sat on a
circulated.
high point
We'll talk
and
about
was
that more in a
separated
minute.
from the main
But
area of the
through
town
these
by
4
a somewhat
decades of
shallow
activity,
valley.
he ordained
We could see the path they were
2,000
taking,
American
and
rabbis.
familiar with the
And
area,
so
we knew
his
generally where they were
specific
heading.
influence on
One
American
of those
orthodoxy
lights,
was
Joe asked
signal.
me,
It was
squinting
extremely
and
important
pointing in the
because his
general vicinity of our
worldview
flight
was
path.
stamped upon such a
I'm not
large
sure,
number of
I
highly
said.
influential
There's
communal
quite a few of
leaders
them.
throughout this country.
Looks like Mars
It's
lights.
ironic. I was
You
talking
can't
to a
see
colleague of
Mars
mine
from here,
yesterday
Joe
when he
said.
gave this lecture,
He couldn't keep a straight
and he
face.
said to me
And
an
I
interesting
knew
thing.
that
He
he
said,
understood that
if you
Mars
look at the
lights were the
span
ones
of
atop a
people
police
who
car
claim
or other
the Rav
emergency
as their
response vehicle.
personal Rebbe, as their
I think they're at the
main teacher,
McDonald's.
they
I said.
represent such a
Maybe
wide
it was filled
spectrum
up,
of ideas,
Joe said.
from the extreme right
We headed
wing
back
kind of
inside.
black hat. We'll talk about the spectrum in a second.
I've heard
To
it said that
much more
smart people
liberal
sometimes don't have common
approaches,
sense.
which are
In
gender
this case,
neutral,
that was true of
egalitarian,
Joe and me.
and they all
Not only did we
find
not
the
understand
school
that
of thought of the
imperfectly
rock. And
sealed
it's very hard
bags
to
would
kind of
launch and
encapsulate
fly,
what is
but
it that you
eventually come
believe
to Earth.
when you look
We
at
didn't
such a
understand
wide
the kind
range of
of
students. But
panic
it
that
gives you
would
an
result
indication
when those
of
bags
simply
were
how
found to have
influential he was.
danger
So we
radiation
have to get an idea of what is Yeshiva University
We
and what
also
is
didn't
one
connect the
core element
dots
of its
between our
philosophy.
location,
So to
the
do that,
McDonald's, the flying bags,
let's
and
do
the
that for a
police
second. come back to the public affairs.
I can't say that our little stunt produced a reaction equal to Orson Welles' broadcast of the War of the Worlds, but the facility did receive phone calls about the mysterious appearance of irradiated trash bags. The local authorities were genuinely concerned, knowing that there was likely only one place the items could have come from.
Orthodoxy, as you know,
They were not amused, nor was our supervisor, when Joe and I came forward and explained what we'd been up to.
Ideas, beliefs, and practices that
During
all
my
go
interview with
under the
EG&J,
moniker
I
Orthodox.
did not
So
mention the
what
gas
exactly
bags.
does it mean?
During my
So if we
remaining
lay
time
out
at
a
Los
spectrum
Alamos,
here,
I did my best to curb my desire to make life there more
we
interesting
get a
for
sense
us
of
all.
what orthodoxy is and
I
what
had no
modern
desire to
orthodoxy
work
is.
myself any
If we
more
take on
attention
the
than I
left,
received. In a way,
openness. So
mine
this
was a
arrow
futile
here
gesture.
points to
I suppose there were more
increasing
appropriate
degrees of
ways to
openness
express
to
my
society,
feelings about the wasteful
willingness to
practices.
engage in
I also
the
knew
wider
that
world,
doing so
whether
would
it
have
be
been
through
shouting into a very strong and
non-Jewish
powerful
culture,
wind that would have
through
drowned
sporting
my voice
events,
out
through
and pushed me
music,
back
art,
from where I
ideas, and
emerged.
how open
Still,
are Jews
I didn't
to
like
the
feeling
larger
as if I
trends
was
of
powerless to affect
the
any
human
kind of
condition
change.
outside of the
Not
shtetl
about
of
the
Yiddishkeit,
bags
so
and
to
the
speak,
helium
outside of the
3,
small
not about
definition
my
that we
growing
hold
sense
for
that what I was
our own
doing at
community.
Los
If we
Alamos
put a
was only
spectrum that goes out this way
tangentially
like this,
related to
and we put on
physics,
the other side
the
of the
kind of
spectrum
work I
that
truly
is
wanted to do.
celerity. How, to what degree
Taking what I thought was a
the
step
outside
in
world
the
is
right
toxic,
direction, was
that
grateful
these
to the
things
folks
are
at Mason for sending me to MIT
pure
to further my
ideologies that are
education,
going to influence
but I
us
felt
to
as if I was one of those
pursue
bags
acts of
being
activity
carried
that
along by
contradict
the
our core
wind,
values. So
unsure
if
of
we
how
have
I
this
could
kind
make
of
any
left-right
kind of course
spectrum,
correction,
what we'll
and a
find is
little
on the
fearful
right
that
lane
my
here,
scientific
we'll have the so-called
ambitions might
Saturday
result
view.
in
The
me
Hebrew
crash
term
landing in the
is
parking
really
lot of a
meaning the
McDonald's,
tremblers,
deflated and warning
those who
others of a
tremble at the
danger that
word of
didn't
God,
exist.
verse taken from the book of
Lazar
Isaiah.
energy systems
Sometimes
had
in
been a
English
step
they're
in the right
referred to
direction,
as the
and if things
ultra-Orthodox.
had turned out differently,
And you can often
I may have
recognize them
kept that
by
outfit
certain
running for
costumes,
many years.
certain types of
In
headgear,
many
what
ways,
a friend of mine
with
likes to call
Carol's death,
yarmulke
the loss
culture.
of various
so
business
I
interests,
always thought
and
that was
my
funny.
interest in them, I
When I
had
was
been
laughing.
drifting for a
Sometimes
few
they call it
years.
yeshivas because they
Certainly
tend
not
to be
to the extent
associated
of
with the
those
traditional
balloons.
yeshiva world,
But as
or
the last
Hasidim,
year of the
they tend to be over
1980s
here.
approached,
Chabad, by
I
the
had
way,
been
does not
wondering
conform
about
to any of this.
waste
They're
of
totally
my
different.
time, my knowledge,
Well, we'll get to
my
that for another
passion.
point. Then if we look on the
That
other
was
end of the
why I
spectrum, here where
decided
you
to
have
send out those
Reform
resumes
Judaism,
and cover
which is perhaps
letters.
the most open
As it turned out, though, my time at Los Alamos wasn't a waste by any stretch of the imagination.
We're talking about the 10 suggestions.
Sometimes it pays to go to class and to listen to
It's
lectures.
just not working.
The payoff may not come
much
for
more
years.
open to the idea of
Along with that, though,
embracing
comes
totality of
another
the human
kind of
experience
lesson.
and every expression
Be
and so on.
careful
And it's quite
what you
different
wish for.
from the insular Hasidic movement. But we have to put the
Chapter
conservative
2.
movement somewhere over here, definitely
To
towards
give
the
you
open
some
end of the
idea of
spectrum,
how
but not nearly as
sleepy
much
the
as
city
before.
of Los
And
Alamos
then
can be,
the problem
in June
is
of
that the
1982,
barrier,
a reporter from the local
between
paper,
everything that's
the
over
Los
here and over
Alamos
here,
Monitor,
and that is this
contacted me.
idea of the
He identified
613
himself as
commandments.
Terry
One
England,
of the major
told me that he was a
ideological
staff writer for the
separators
paper,
between the
and he wanted
Orthodox
to
as a
interview
whole
me.
and the
He'd
non-Orthodox
gotten word
is
that
this
I had a
concept of
jet-powered
Torah
car.
Sinai. Does the
I agreed to
Torah
talk to him,
come
never
from God
figuring that the
in the
eventual
form that we
story would
have it
wind up
now,
being on the
and
front page of
very
the Sunday
important
paper on June
are all of
27th.
the traditional
I'd make
commandments
some crack about
binding?
it being a slow news
Or
day
do we
and
say,
he needed a
this
fast
particular
story,
commandment is
but
not
that
human
would be
in
too easy.
origin, it's not
The
divine
writer
origin, I'm
appeared
sorry,
to
it's
be as
human
interested
origin,
in the fact
it's
that
no
I
longer
came from
relevant.
California to work there
We do
and
say
still
that there's
had
some things
vanity
are
California plates
related
on the
to
Honda
particular
Civic that
circumstances. For
read,
example,
Jet, you bet.
a lot of the commandments are
I
related
know for a fact he was also
practices in the
extremely
temple.
interested,
The temple is no
or
longer standing,
perhaps
so those
distressed is a
commandments are
better
no longer
word,
practiced.
when
But it's
Carol
not
and I
that they
drove
are
the car
abandoned,
using
it's
its
simply no
conventional
longer
gasoline engine that still
applicable
functioned in its
until
usual
the temple
place
is
in the engine
recreated, so to
compartment
speak.
at the front of
They're
the
simply,
vehicle to
existentially
take it to the
impossible.
Pueblo
Like,
High
for
School
example,
parking lot. There I fired up the
prohibition
jet
against
engine for him,
homosexuality,
and
very
it
difficult
howled like
problem in
you'd
a
expect
society
a
that is
jet
growing
engine
very
to.
permissive of
He
homosexual
stood there with
behavior.
his hands pressed
The
to his
Orthodox Orthodox have a very difficult time
pages of his
saying, well,
notebook
this is
fluttering
no
and
longer
threatening to
applicable,
take off.
whereas in the conservative
I
reform movement,
explained to
it
Mr.
is
Ringland
easier.
that the
I'm
sound
not going
waves
to
coming out
generalize,
of the
but
nozzle,
it's easier to
which
say,
was
well, this is
exposed by pressing a
an
switch
expression
that
of
dropped
their
the
time
rear
and
license
age,
plate
and
out
a
of the
human
way,
document and so
were
on.
synchronized with the
If you
intake,
accept that all
producing
of
a
the
fairly
commandments are
substantial
binding,
amount of
then you will
noise.
likely be in the
Starting
Orthodox
it up
camp.
for a
Regardless
few
of how well
times
you
garnered
observe
us
them,
more
you will be
attention
in the
than I
Orthodox
would
camp.
have
If
otherwise
you
wanted.
don't necessarily
A
accept
man
that
drove
number
over from
613
another
as binding,
neighborhood a few
then you're
miles
probably
away,
going to find yourself
and
in
a
this camp.
police squad
The
car
modern
from Los
Orthodox world
Alamos
is right
County
about
showed up.
here. So they
The
are
officer was nice and
just on
simply
the
asked
right
me to not
side
do
of the
any more
613
demonstrations due to the
area,
number of
but
complaints.
their sense
The jet car and I got the attention of a man I never thought in my wildest imaginings that I would ever speak with.
Still within
Edward Teller was back in Los Alamos from the Lawrence Livermore National
traditional
Laboratory to
Judaism,
deliver a lecture.
all the commandments are
I was
binding,
excited
but
by
they
the
are not
opportunity to
afraid
get to see
of
hear the man
engaging
who
in
was
modern
credited
culture,
with being the
politics,
father of
art,
the
and so
hydrogen
on.
bomb.
That's kind of like
Of
a very
course,
quick and
given
good
my
review
interest
of
in
how the
nuclear arms,
denominational
I knew
spectrum
about him
works.
and was
Modern
eager to
Orthodoxy
hear him
is
speak.
sometimes called, as
Even
one
if
of the
he hadn't been a
one of the
part of
heads
the
of Yeshiva
Manhattan
University
Project,
called it
he had an
centrist
extraordinary
Orthodoxy,
career.
because it is
Born
more
in
or less in the
Budapest,
center
he left
of
his home
that
country to
spectrum.
be educated in Germany.
But
He earned a PhD in physics under
it's
the
one of the
renowned
most moderate
scientist Werner
approaches,
Heisenberg.
and the middle is
Heisenberg,
the
of course,
easiest to
was
attack
awarded
because
the
there are
Nobel
extremes
Prize
on
in
either
Physics
side.
in 1932 for his
Okay.
creation
Any
of
questions
quantum
or arguments about
mechanics.
this
Even
very
today, mention Heisenberg's
sketchy
name, and people with only the most
approach to the
rudimentary
denomination?
understanding of the history of physics in
It
the
makes
last
perfect
100
sense.
years will
Okay,
know at
great. So
least
it's
about
fine.
his
That's where
uncertainty
modern
principle.
Orthodoxy.
One of the
Traditional?
biggest problems with quantum experiments is the seemingly
Traditional is kind of an
unavoidable
interesting
tendency
word.
of humans to
I'm not
influence
exactly
the
sure what it
situation
means,
and
but I've
velocity of
usually heard
small
it applied
particles.
to Jews
This
who,
happens just by our observing the particles.
well,
And as
actually,
quantum
let's pick it up, because
physicists
one of the most
frustrated.
interesting terms
To
that's
combat
circulating
this,
in
physicists
the
have created
among the
enormous,
cognoscenti
elaborate
now is
machines
this
like
term
particle
open
accelerators,
orthodoxy,
such as the one I
or
was
what
hired
you
to
term
work with at
social
Mason, to
orthodoxy.
remove any
So
physical
open
human
orthodoxy
influence
is
from the
a
process
kind of
of
an orthodoxy that
accelerating the
wants to get
particle's
right to the
energy
very
of
edge of
motion.
this line and still try and like
The
see
mixed
through the
results
latitude to
quantum
the other side.
physicists find
And
when
they're
examining
associated
the
with a lot
same
of interesting
particle
movements like the
indicate that we
ordination of women
just
as
can't
rabbis,
help
for
but
example.
affect
So
the
that's the
behavior
open
of
orthodoxy is kind of like
or
pushing that
quantum particles.
barrier even further to the left.
Even the lights we use to help
Social
us better
orthodoxy is a
see the
fascinating
objects
term
we're observing
that
can influence the
refers to
behavior of
Jews
quanta.
who
Photons, for
observe
example,
the
the
patterns
smallest
of
measure of
Orthodox
light,
life,
which have
the
no
lifestyle,
mass or
the
electrical
diet, and so
charge,
on, but
can
they
still
don't really
bounce a
believe
particle
that any
around,
of it is actually
changing its
valid.
velocity
They do
and
it
speed.
because they like
To
the
be able to
friends,
hear a
they like
lecture by a
the
man who
gatherings.
studied
They
with
just
Heisenberg was
that's
a
just
real
what we
privilege,
do. We are
and one that I
Jedi,
couldn't
as the
pass
Wall
up.
Street article or
I
New York
also
Times
knew that
article said
Teller
about it.
had studied
That's what
under Niels
Jedis do,
Bohr
like
while
some
spending
Star
a
Wars
year in
references.
Copenhagen.
And
Bohr is another
they
giant
don't
among
necessarily buy
scientists
it,
in my mind,
but it's fun,
and
so
in
they
the
do
mind
it.
of many
And
others,
you
nearly
wonder
as
how
important a
large a
theoretical
phenomenon that
thinker
is.
as Albert Einstein.
Worthy
In
of further consideration.
1935,
But that's
Teller
not
took a
modern
position at
orthodoxy.
George
Modern
Washington
orthodoxy
University,
is
where he worked
it's a
as a
shita.
theoretical physicist.
It's a learned opinion
Eventually,
saying
Teller's
that we
attention
value
turned to
traditional
nuclear energy,
Judaism and its
both fission
mores.
and
We also
fusion.
value secular
In
culture, and we
1942,
find that there is
as
a
the
place
U.S.
where both
involvement
of
in
these
World
can
War II
coexist
ratcheted
at some
up.
level. Yes,
Teller
Rabbi.
took part in Robert Oppenheimer's planning seminar at the University of California, Berkeley. From that summer meeting, the Manhattan Project got it started. Teller began work on the development of a nuclear bomb at the University of Chicago, eventually heading a group at Los Alamos in the Theoretical Physics Division. He was a big proponent of developing a hydrogen bomb. Thus, the nickname he claimed he didn't
Where
like,
does this
and that
ideology
created
come
some
from?
friction within the top level of scientists
Basic
working on the
intellectual
Manhattan
roots of
Project.
modern orthodoxy can
Under
be
pressure
traced
from the
most
government and
prominently
military
to Rabbi
to
Samuel
develop a nuclear
Frohirsch. We
bomb
spoke
as
about
soon as
last year.
possible,
Very important.
Oppenheimer and
19th
others
century thinker
eventually created
who,
the two bombs that were dropped on
felt that
Japan.
the way modern
Little
Europe
boy
was
used
headed,
enriched
it was
uranium.
impossible
Fat
for
Man
Jews to
used
try and
plutonium.
retain the closed
It wasn't until
mentality that was
1952
the
that the
pandemic of,
U.S.
let's say, northern
successfully
Hungary
detonated
or
a hydrogen
parts of
bomb.
Poland. The
1,000
idea that
times
Jews would
more
soon be
powerful than what the
politically
Manhattan Project
emancipated,
had developed,
the idea
a
that the reality that
thermonuclear
Jews were
as
slowly
opposed to a
being admitted to
conventional nuclear
universities
device.
to
The hydrogen bomb was a
act in
truly frightening
Gustav
advancement
Mahler
in
and
weapons
symphony and so
technology.
on, that they're finding all kinds
Many
of new
said that its
advances.
development
Hirsch
accelerated the
felt
arms
that,
race and
the
heightened the
horses are
Cold War
already
tensions
escaping the
between the
barn.
U.S. and the
We try to close
USSR.
the door that everybody
That's
will be able
true,
to come in. So
but
what we
as
have
a
to do
scientist,
this is
I
such a
could
weird
Nancy
metaphor.
White Teller
What
had
he tried to do
advocated
is
for
he said,
its
look, we
use.
have to find a way
When you're charged with
Jews
producing
can
the ultimate
access
weapon,
modernity
and you see
without
how
totally
one can be
abandoning
made
Judaism.
practicable,
They should not
you
feel it is
advocate for it.
either or
By the
choice.
time
We
Teller
can
was back
exist
in
in the
Los
modern
Alamos,
world,
he'd
and
gained
we can
and
be
lost
traditional Jews at the same
notoriety
time.
and
And
reputation
so
among
he
certain members
advocated a
of the
very
scientific
careful
community.
look at what is
His
Judaism
advocacy on
and a
behalf of the
pruning
Strategic
of
Defense
those
Initiative, what most
accretions
people
of
knew of as the
behavior
Star
not
Wars
grounded in
defense,
the sources, but
a
are
system
simply like
combining
things that Jews
ground-based
do,
units and
and to
orbital
see
deployment
what could
platforms to
be
destroy
jettisoned without
incoming nuclear
sacrificing core
missiles,
values,
lost
and
in
what had to be
favor in
retained.
some
And so
scientific
he
circles.
articulated an identity
Some
for
stated
Jews
that the long-standing
that sort
nuclear policy of mutually
traverse that
assured
narrow
destruction
bridge
was
between
working.
outright
What the
assimilation
SDI
and
might
outright
do
rejection
is be
of
seen by the
modernity
Soviets
to
as an
create a kind of
escalation of
Jewish identity
offensive
that was
practices
viable.
and
And
not
that has kind
as a
of like
defense.
gone through the stages
In
to
hindsight,
develop into
given the
modern
collapse
orthodoxy.
of the
The
Soviet
Hebrew
Union,
term that he's
it
often
all
associated
seems to
with
have not
is
really
this
mattered.
phrase from Pirkei
But at the
Avot, from the
time,
chapters of the
nearly
fathers
the
that reads
entire 1980s, the
Talmud,
debate
Torah,
raged.
Derech
In truth,
Eretz.
we didn't have the
Beautiful is the
technology
study
to
of
implement the
Torah
proposal,
with,
but
quote
in my
unquote, the
mind,
way
that
of
didn't
the
mean that we
world.
couldn't
Now
develop
that
it.
phrase, Derech Eretz,
Since Teller
can
spoke
mean
on behalf of the
in
plan,
different
he was
contexts
considered to be a kind
common
of
courtesy.
cockeyed optimist
It can
about our
mean making
scientific
a living.
capability,
It can mean
more of a
making love.
salesman of
It
a
has all
plan
kinds of different
than someone
connotations
who
and
had really
contexts,
arrived
but
at
he
a
took it
workable
for its
solution.
literal meaning.
In fact,
The
a
it's beautiful
Scientific
to learn
American
Torah
article that
and
several
be in the
prominent
way of the
scientists
whole
wrote
world,
said that
meaning
any of our
appreciate
enemies could launch
German culture,
decoys for
art,
a
society,
fraction of
music,
the
and so
cost
on.
of our
And
SDI
this was
system
the
and wreak
origins of
havoc
what was
on
called
us with a follow-up of
neo-orthodoxy, new
actual
orthodoxy,
missiles.
later evolved
Teller
into
didn't help
Zionism.
himself by
Jewish.
stirring up controversy throughout his career, even at one point testifying against Oppenheimer when the man many considered a hero was being subject to a security clearance investigation in the 1950s. All that taught me was that science and politics didn't really mix.
Between the
Huge
the
egos
conservative
often
movement in general used
clash,
to be much
and it would
favored
be
to the
better
right.
to toil in
Schechtter's day
anonymity doing
was
something you really
almost,
enjoyed than to be mixing it up with the
impossible
bigwigs in
to
Washington,
really
D.C. and
a
elsewhere.
traditional conservative
I
synagogue
arrived at
and
the
an
site of
Orthodox
Teller's
synagogue at
lecture
the
a
turn
few
of the
minutes
century. There
early.
were even discussions
A few people sat in the
potential
hall
merger
waiting.
in the
I
first two
decided to
decades of the
linger
20th century.
outside and enjoy some sunlight and fresh air. I enjoyed the nice break from the artificial light and the stale air inside the
America
facility.
is
We'd
sui
all heard
generis,
rumors of how
and
the
there
Lawrence
is
Livermore
special
National
impetus
Laboratory
to
was
participate
run
in this
much
world as
more
much as
loosely.
possible.
One article I read characterized Los Alamos as the Ivy League, all tweeds and ties, while Livermore was the counterculture. If not hippies, then at least rule breakers and risk takers. In a way, I identified more with them
that's a
than
fun
I did
question,
with
actually.
Los Alamos and its conservatism.
One of your sisters who shall
I was hoping that Teller was going to speak about his Excalibur project,
but
the
she
precursor,
tried out a dating
or
service.
some said
Latvians don't get
inspiration,
excited,
for the
but
Star
she
Wars
tried out
system.
this online dating service
Teller had
called
envisioned a device that would orbit in
which
space,
comes from
a
Yeshiva
spherical
University,
machine
right?
that would have elements sticking out of it,
meet
kind
guys
of like a sea
who might be
urchin.
appropriate to marry.
Those elements would
The
be fiber
questionnaire
optic
to
light
join
guides
is
to
hilarious. She
aim
asked
and
me
focus
questions.
immensely
What do you
powerful
do here?
X-rays
And then the
that could
question about,
evaporate the metal
defining the
casings of Soviet
they have about
ICBM
15
missiles
different
after they were
categories.
launched.
It's hilarious. The
I would
spectrum
have
is broken
loved
down
to
into
have
so
been
many
a part of the
I think
development
she
team that
decided
worked
that
on
she
Excalibur,
liked,
but even just hearing about it would have to do for the
she
moment.
called herself
I took
modern
a seat on a
Achmer,
bench outside a
which
study
means
area in the
non-orthodox
administration
but
center.
strict. Right?
Above
Like
me,
she
a
dresses
series of portraits of Nobel Prize winners who
Right,
worked
the
at Los
non-orthodox
Alamos at one point or another in their career
And they
ran
have like so
along
many
one
different
wall.
shadings of identity.
In some ways,
Yeah.
it was like being back in high school, though instead of varsity letter winners
A
being
little bit later,
commemorated,
they
it
asked
was
for
scientists.
actual behavioral
Across the way
markers,
from me
like
sat a man with an expansive,
do you
broad
watch television?
nose and
Or
eyebrows that
remember
reminded
By
me
the
of
way,
a
I
mink
tell you,
stole
fascinating
draped over a
studies.
woman's shoulders.
I recently
His
heard of
heavy-lidded
research done
eyes
at
were
YU
deep-set
by a
and
professor that we
focused
just
on a
hired at
newspaper he was
Yale
reading.
College.
I
She was a
recognized him
graduate.
immediately as
She
Edward
studied
Teller.
the relationship of
I wasn't
religiosity
starstruck at all,
to
but I did
academic
want to meet him.
irregularity.
I stood and walked over to him and put out my hand.
If you were religious,
Dr.
would you
Teller,
more or less
my
likely
name
to
is
cheat?
Bob Lazar.
Okay, so this
It's
is
a
what she
real
found.
pleasure to
Fascinating.
meet you.
I'm just summarizing quickly.
Teller
We have to
looked at
go
me
on.
over the edge
She
of the
found
paper
that
and said, his
religious
voice thick with an
students,
Eastern
those
European
who
accent.
reported religious
Bye.
values,
Thank you.
were less likely to cheat.
He made
Not
no move to
surprising.
drop the
In
paper
their
and to
first
take my
semester.
offered hand.
In the
Feeling a
second
bit awkward,
semester,
I
there seemed
watched
to be
as
no
his eyes
correlation
focused on
between
my
religious
face,
values and cheating,
and then he turned
It
his
was more
head
highly
slightly to the
correlated with
left
the
as he
atmosphere of the
squinted more
school.
forcefully.
Right? Did they feel that she didn't
He
tolerate
looked down at
sound?
the paper,
The other
closed
fascinating
it,
thing that she
and then
discovered
folded it
was
so
she
that the
measured
front page was
religiosity two
visible.
ways. One
You
was the
honestly, man,
self-reporting,
check card,
yes, I am
he said.
religious, yes, I believe in
He
God, yes, I
stabbed
do
at the
these
paper
things.
with my
And she
photograph on the
also
front
measured
page.
things like, do
That's
you
right.
light Sabbath candles every week? Do you attend synagogue 3 times a day? Do you, whatever? She actually measured if they walk the walk. There she noted that there is no correlation between the ones who said they were religious and, they just dropped off the panel. It meant nothing to them. I shouldn't say that. They cheated just as much as everybody else in the second semester. But the Jews who reported actual religious behavior, it took them several semesters to start cheating. Right? So in other words, if you actually walk the walk, that's what counts. Talking the talk means almost nothing. But if you actually do things, then it actually makes it much more likely to remain honest. Okay, so let's go back.
Members came and escorted him away so that Teller could begin his presentation. For whatever reason, Teller must have remembered me. Whether it was our conversation, my jet car, my last name, I'm not certain. When it came time for me to send out query letters to get a new job, I wrote directly to him. He was still with Lawrence Livermore, but it seemed less and less likely that Star Wars was ever going to come to fruition. Various treaties limiting nuclear arsenals had been agreed upon. In a lot of ways, the nuclear weapons industry was contracted. I hoped that my attempted networking would at least get me some attention. As it turned out, I got a job as a result of that meeting with Teller, and later, a whole lot more attention than I ever wanted or needed. I was, of course, blissfully unaware of all that when 2 days after my first visit out to EG&G's remote site in Groom Lake, I got another call to report to work. The routine was much the same. Get the phone call, get to EG&G, get on a plane, and fly out to the base. This time, though, there was a difference. When I arrived, I was the only one on the bus except for Dennis. This time, instead of remaining on the main base and proceeding to the administrative area, as I had come to think of it, we headed south along Patton Road. Within minutes, we were in the desert. With the blacked-out windows, I couldn't see much to the sides of me, but it was likely what I was seeing in front of me through the frame of the front windows. A few rolling hills, sand, a smattering of creosote bushes, greasewood, and cactus. We traveled for nearly 40 minutes, covering approximately 10 miles. The bus headlights sending out a flickering semaphore as we rattled over the corrugated sections of the road. Eventually, we slowed and came up to a rather large hill. Above the loose pile of dirt and stone, a spire rose with the characteristic desert varnish darkening their surface, set like a broken jaw and teeth above it. As we moved left around the hill, it was as if someone had taken a giant shovel and squared the face of the hill at 90 degrees to the ground. To one side of that perpendicular rise is a small entryway. Dennis led me inside the building and into a small 12 by 12 foot room that was completely unadorned and unfurnished. The only thing inside it was what looked like a standalone ATM machine you might find in a convenience store. Dennis walked up to it and put his hand on a glass plate. He splayed out his fingers, and some kind of optical scanner or reader lit up from above. Next, he typed in a few pieces of information on a small keypad. A moment later, his identification badge dropped into a slot at the machine's base. I repeated his actions, and my badge popped out. That is yours. You'll need to have it on your person at all times. It's both your identification card and your key card. He nodded toward the door. Alongside it, a small stainless steel plate clung to the wall. Without this, you won't be able to go in or out. I immediately understood that with such a system, all of my movements within and between rooms and buildings could be tracked. Not unusual for any kind of facility dealing with sensitive information. We walked toward a second door. Dennis nodded toward the plate.
When it was established in 1941,
I swiped the key card and then heard a click as the latch was released.
Direction separate
Dennis
from his
gestured for me
ideology,
to lead the way,
they went their
and I
separate
stepped
ways.
into a well-lit
He
corridor.
remained very
I
strongly
immediately
associated
felt
with
like I was
religious
back at Bowling
Zionism,
Green
however,
Elementary
in
School.
the Mizrahi
I
movement, where
smiled
he
to
was the
myself
honorary
and
president.
wondered if one of the
In
colors on
fact,
the
he was
walls or
actually
cinder
considered
blocks
for
was,
the
in
chief rabbi
fact,
of Israel
known
several
as
times,
bowling green.
who declined
The light green
several
of the
times,
drywall and the
although he
darker
did
green of
apply
the
in
cinder blocks that
1935
rose to
to
about
chief rabbi
waist
of Tel
height
Aviv and was
were the
not able to
typical
actually
institutional
get that
green
position,
that I'd seen
ironically.
in countless
Okay, let me
hospitals
jump
and
ahead to where
municipal
we were supposed to
buildings
be. We
and
gotta go
schools.
through all
I
this stuff
tried to
again.
remember something I'd once read
Okay.
about the
It's a late night
psychology
when
of
we start
color,
late.
how green was
Now,
supposed to
so
react
the
with our central
controversy
nervous
associated is quite
systems, but
significant.
couldn't remember
The
if it was
Orthodox
calming
right wing
or
felt that
energizing,
he was
and what
too
any of that might have
infatuated
to
with
do with being
modernity
green with envy.
to be taken
All I knew
seriously.
was that the corridor
Despite
was
the
very long,
Soloveitchik
and
name,
it seemed as if
despite
it
his
stretched along to the
incredible
vanishing
and
point in
undisputed
a
brilliance,
long and
they felt
narrowing
that
row of
his
doors on either
love
side.
affair with
The hallway
secular
was
culture
empty,
was
and the building
intolerable, and
nearly
therefore he
silent,
was
except for the
excoriated by
clicking
the
sound
right
of our
wing.
heels.
One area
And
in
as it stopped
particular
abruptly
that
after just a
was
few
kind of like
paces, he nodded his head to the right.
flashpoint
In there.
in the controversy over it was
Unlike the other
the
doors,
organization
this
known
one
as the
didn't
Synagogue
require
Council
me to
of
use the
America,
key
which was
card.
a formal
I
institution
simply turned the
that
knob and stepped
had
in.
membership from
Once
all
again, I
denominations
found myself in
very
what
few
seemed to be
extremes.
a waiting area of some kind.
The right
A
wing
few upholstered
had
chairs
all
sat along
united
one
pretty
wall,
strongly
and an
behind
office
a
desk
ban
sat
on
in roughly the
participation
center of
in
the
this
room.
kind of communal involvement.
Alongside
But
it,
the
a
Rav felt
two-drawer
that it was
filing cabinet the
worthwhile and
color of
nevertheless
unfinished
maintained
brass
his
sat with
membership
an
in
English
the
ivy
movement.
plant,
He
and its
did
tendrils draped
justify
along
his
and down its
opposition to the
flanks.
mainstream
A water
primarily
cooler in
because
the far corner of
he
the
made a
room
distinction
belched
between
and
what he considered
bubbled
very
before
internal
quieting.
concerns and
Before I
external
could
concerns.
decide,
The
Ward Dennis
internal
would
concerns
indicate
were
that I
things
should
like
take a
whether or
seat.
not you have
Another
a
door
mechitza
opened at the
in the
back of the
synagogue.
anteroom.
That for sure
A
he was
petite
willing to lay
brunette
down on the
wearing
top
a
floor.
bright red
But on the other
cardigan
hand,
and
when
black
there is an
pants entered.
external threat,
She
such
smiled
as,
brightly,
you know,
and the room
Soviet
lost much of
jewelry
its
not being
cool
released,
indifference.
things like that, then he felt that
Would you
Jews
like to
should
follow
present a
me?
united front.
She asked.
And so in those areas,
I knew
he
she
felt
wasn't
that it was
asking a
appropriate
question,
to participate,
but I appreciated her
and in
being
fact
far
he
less
maintained his
pert than
membership
Dennis
there.
was.
However, the
Absolutely,
large
I
bulk of
said,
Orthodox
not
Jewry,
quite
or right
matching
wing
her
in particular,
enthusiasm,
moved
but
away
nearly.
from him on that position.
We'll need
At the
about
same
30,
time,
the woman said,
the Orthodox,
rising on her
very
tiptoes
left
and
wing, and
angling to the side
non-Orthodox
to speak
felt that he
around
was
me
too
to Dennis.
strict about
She held a
halacha because he
clipboard
was
folded
really,
in one arm and resting
quite,
against her chest.
attached to
Once I got into the
traditional
room from
halachic
which she'd
mores in so
come,
many different
I
ways.
knew what
So
was
his
next.
insistence on the mechitza,
A
as an example
small
that we come to
examination
again and again,
table,
is
a
something that made him
series of
distinctly
glass-fronted
unpopular on the
cabinets,
left wing.
a
That's
scale,
primarily because
and
he
the other
occupied that middle
accessories you'd
position
find in a
that gives
typical
him two
doctor's office
flanks to
exam room.
criticize. It's much
Would
easier
be
to be
in.
a radical than you can only be
Would you like
criticized
to take a seat?
from one
She
flank, but
asked,
he was criticized
and I
from
wondered
both
briefly if
ends.
this was going to be a recurring pattern.
His
If they were
major
going to be playing an
publications,
odd
there are
sort of
two in
game
particular
of
that I'll
20
just touch
questions.
on right now because we are running a
Sure,
little bit late.
I said.
They were actually both written in the
I
same
sat on the
era. He wrote them in
examination table,
1944
feeling and
and would
hearing the
not
rough
allow them to be
paper cover
published for
shift as
many
I did
years
so.
later. The first
I
one
watched as the
was
young woman moved
known
past me.
as
I
Halachic
noticed
Man,
that in one
Ish
corner of her eye,
HaHalakha,
she had a
which was,
faint mole that
it's an
intensified
interesting
the
work.
deep
On the
brown
one
of her
hand,
eyes.
it is kind of
Once
like
out of my line of sight,
a
she
tribute,
must have
a
opened the drawer.
commemoration
I
written
heard
in
the
the
metallic clatter of
depths of the
things being
Holocaust
moved about.
to the yeshiva
When I saw
world
her
that once
next, she had a
existed in Eastern
stethoscope
Europe.
draped around
It's
her neck,
kind of like a
and she
family
was tugging
memoir
at the
because
Velcro of a
of
Svigma
all the
vanilla or
names of
something.
the yeshiva world. Soloveitchik
Could I get
stands
you to
above
take
them
your shirt
all.
off?
But he
I
describes
was
the
wearing a
beauty
white
of
Oxford cloth
the
dress shirt
Lithuanian
and
Talmud
a
tradition.
t-shirt.
And
I undid the
his
buttons, and then
emphasis was
shrugged
on
out of the garment.
the
May I?
incredible
She asked.
religious
She held out
and
her hand,
unusual
and I
religious
gave her the shirt.
experience of
She
the
hung it from a
submission
book on the
to the
back of the door.
intellectual exercise of
16 more
determining the
questions and
halakha
we'd be
and
done,
then
I
binding
thought.
oneself to it. The
Can you
halakha,
hold
of
out your
course,
right
means
arm
for
the
me.
law, the
I did
Jewish
as
law as
instructed.
determined by the
She
Talmud.
slid the
The
blood pressure
process
cuff
of
on and began to
analyzing the
inflate it.
Talmud, getting to the bottom
Any sign
line,
of
and
rain
once
out
you know what
there?
the bottom line is,
She asked.
completely giving
I
yourself
thought that
over to
maybe
it.
we'd get
He
lucky.
described that as an
I'm heading out to
unusual
Death
act of
Valley this
religious
weekend with my
ecstasy.
boyfriend. I'm
He
hoping the
referred
desert
to
bloom
it,
will be
actually one of his
beautiful.
students referred to
One
it
of my
as
favorite
the
things.
symbiosis of the
I hope
homo
I'm not heading to Death
religiosus,
Valley
meaning
soon,
the
I said.
man or human being
She
has
laughed.
a religious ache,
Not according to this, she said as she held the
and the
gauge out to me.
scientist, because the application of
124 over
scientific
82.
Can I get your heart
methodology,
rate?
the scientific methodology,
We did a
like
few
thinking
more typical
to
and cursory
traditional
medical
Talmudic study.
examination
It's a
things to be
fascinating
sure my
insight
hearing
into it.
and eyesight were okay.
He also
Without my glasses, I
expanded on
told
this a
her,
little bit
I'd
with
be
the
lucky to see the
halachic
chart,
mind a
let
little
alone
later.
any of the letters
The
on it.
second major work
After that,
is the
we
lonely
turned
man
to
of
what
faith,
seems
which is
to
what
be
I
the real
dipped into a
reason
couple
for my
times
being
and I always
examined.
find difficult to get past
After
the first
reading
chapter.
through a list of
But it
potential
is
allergens,
heavily
I'd lost track of the
existentialist
number of questions,
you
but
know, he
was
first
pretty sure we'd
spoke
gone
about it in
beyond
the
20.
1960s.
She asked me if I was
I'm not
left-handed
sure,
or
maybe
right-handed.
I'm not sure
When
if he
I
wrote this
answered
in
that
the
I was
1940s.
right-handed,
But
she said, or asked,
this is kind of
well,
like a deep
let's have you do the
existential
left arm, okay?
meditation on
She
the
retreated behind me again
fundamental
and
loneliness
returned
of
with
the
a small
human
clear
condition,
plastic case
the
that was
inescapable
subdivided
gap,
into
the
compartments.
unbridgeable gap
She
that
next
exists
produced a
between human
felt tip
beings
marker.
that can only
Holding my
be
wrist
partially
gently,
assuaged
she turned over
by
my arm
religion
so that
and
the
by
bottom of
divine
my forearm
intervention.
was
And
exposed.
through
She
the
swabbed the
engagement
area
in
with
intellectual
alcohol
activities
and
such
then
as the
drew
study
a
of the
neat
Talmud,
grid on it,
you can slowly
producing a
develop
series of 16
loss of
uniform-sized
alienation,
squares.
a chibur,
I was quite impressed with how symmetrical they were,
into a
given that
community.
she'd done it
That's a
freehand.
paraphrase based on someone who hasn't read
She
the
shrugged
entire
off
book.
my compliment.
So
Done
check
this
Wikipedia,
dozens
you'll
and
have a
dozens
much
of
better
times.
account of it than I just gave you.
Once she was done with the
His
drawing,
legacy
she
is
retrieved a
deeply
rolling stool
profound. His
and drew it
legacy, of
alongside
course,
the
is found
table.
in the institution
She cranked
that
a lever and
supports this
rose up
class.
so that her
This
head
Institute
was
Young
nearly
Israel
level
is
with
definitely
mine.
very much an outgrowth
She
of
looked at
the
me
Rabb's
and
philosophy,
then shook her head.
and so many other
Sorry.
movements were highly influenced
She
by
retrieved
the
the plastic
thousands
case
of leaders
and placed
that
it on
he
a
and
rolling
his school
table like the
produced.
one dental
On a more
hygienists
personal level,
use.
you can see his legacy
Okay?
in his family,
Now, one
where
of the
there are
reasons you're
certainly
here
worthy
is so that
bearers
we
of
can do a
the
baseline
name.
allergy test.
He had 3
What we've
children.
discovered
His daughter
is that some
Sarah
people
went on
working here
to
get
head
exposed
the
to elements in the work
school. You'll
environment
forgive me
that
for the
produce,
typo
in some
I'm sorry.
cases,
And her
strong
husband
systemic responses.
was
So what I'm going to do
Tursky,
is use one of these.
rabbi at the
She
Talmud
held up a
Rebbe,
small
and
device
also a
that resembled
professor
a
of
push pin
philosophy at Harvard
to
University.
place a small
Very
amount of
unusual
different
kind of individual,
chemicals,
but
some
that's the kind of person you
cutaneously
would
on your
expect
arm.
to marry
I've got
into the
the grid
Salvation
there,
family.
and I'll know which,
His
if any
daughter
of these
Tola
produce any
doctorate
kind of
went on to
reaction
teach
on
at
your
Bar
skin.
Ilan, and also
What
married
kinds
a
of
very
things are you
important
testing for?
contemporary Rosh Hashiva,
There could be
Rabbi
redness,
Dr. Aaron
swelling.
Lichtenstein. And
I cut her
finally,
off.
his youngest son,
I'm
Rabbi
sorry,
Dr.
I
Chaim
didn't quite
Soloveitchik,
ask the question
professor
properly.
of Jewish history,
I know what the
extremely
allergic reactions may be like.
influential thinker. I myself
What
have
are the
enjoyed so
allergens
much
you're
of
testing?
his work
She
as
frowned
well.
and let her
So
shoulders
with that, I
slump.
thank you very much for your
I'd like to
patience,
tell you, but I
and I look
can't.
forward to speaking with
I
you
really
next
don't know.
week.
All I was told is that you and a lot of other people here will be working with, and here she used her fingers to form quotation marks, exotic materials. What those are specifically, I haven't been told. Do you know if there have been any serious consequences of that exposure? Can't say. This time her tone rose only slightly at the end, as if she were questioning whether or not she was asking a question. For my part, I was very concerned. This was a high-tech lab after all, so who knew what kinds of materials I might be working with? Better safe than sorry. After she'd done the pricking of the various areas, she returned with a small plastic container, the kind that hospitals often use to place a patient's medications in. A faint yellowish liquid was inside. Just a couple of ounces, I estimated. Can you drink this? She held it out to me while she made some notes on her chart. I took the cup and brought it toward my mouth. I immediately thought of the household cleaner Pine Sol. I drank it down and felt my eyes tear up briefly. What was that? I asked. Not so bad, was it? She asked. Just another part of the testing. She snapped the plastic case shut and said, We're all through here. Good luck with your work. And again, please be sure to monitor those test sites. And if you notice anything unusual, let us know through your supervisor. The nurse handed me my shirt, and while I put it on, she went out into the anteroom. By the time I'd finished dressing and gone out there, she was gone. Dennis was nowhere to be seen either. I stood in the hallway for a few moments, thinking about the allergy test and what it might mean for my future employment. I was still waiting for the majestic clearance needed to become a full-time employee. I had no reason to doubt that I'd receive it, but I also knew that wheels often turned very slowly in these matters. I was accustomed to hard work, having multiple responsibilities, but still, it would have been far more desirable to be able to shut down the photo business entirely, selling it off, and resume a more normal kind of 9-to-5 existence. A part of me really enjoyed the less structured schedule that my involvement in photo processing afforded me. But of course, that came with certain trade-offs. Tracy and I were doing fine financially, but having to make myself available on an on-call basis for EG&G, and in essence for the photo business, could wreak havoc with a social life and our personal schedule. I knew that it was going to be temporary, but how temporary that was going to be was difficult to say. I knew that stress played a role in how our immune systems operated and responded to pathogens. Would my current mental and emotional state have an effect on the grid of substances that had been introduced into my forearm? I didn't have a long time to reflect on the matter. I don't know how I missed seeing him at first, but Dennis was just down the hallway from me. This way, Bob. Dennis rarely used my name in our conversations, and for as common as my name is, and for as many times as I'd heard other people use it, it sounded strange coming out of his mouth. I followed Dennis as he entered another unmarked door into another small room, this one even less spacious than the one where I'd been issued my ID key card. Dennis gestured toward a small office desk, a metal-framed affair with a cheap wood laminate finish. On the desk sat a stack of blue file folders. I took the seat behind the desk and noticed that the folders were blank. That is, there were no labels on the folders themselves to identify EG&G. Dennis stood just inside the closed door and said, "It's important that we get you caught up as quickly as possible about where we've been and the direction the project is going in. Given your present clearance level, these briefings should give you the background information you need. Obviously, this is all confidential information. Once your clearance is upgraded, you'll learn more." He paused and thrust back the cuff of his suit jacket and shirt to consult his watch. "I have a number of other tasks to attend to. Do your reading here, and when I'm done with those other matters, I'll come and get you. Any questions?" He barely paused before saying, "Good, I'll be back." The stack of folders was nearly a foot high. They were of various thicknesses, none containing any more than what seemed a dozen pages. I figured it best to begin at the top and work my way down. I opened the first folder that was labeled Overview. The title page had nothing more on it than the words Project Galileo. The prose was typical government plain speak, a kind of just the facts sparseness that suited me, especially given the stack of materials I was to read, and having no indication at all from Dennis when he might return. The short first paragraph would have pleased me, except for the inclusion of one word, extraterrestrial. It explained that the purpose of the program was to back-engineer the process by which you take knowledge or information from anything man-made and reproduce it, or produce anything based on the extracted information, a propulsion system of an extraterrestrial craft. The power and propulsion systems of the craft were of the highest priority. For a second, I stopped reading and considered just what was meant by extraterrestrial. One thought I had was that EG&G, or whoever had authored this overview and whoever had approved it for distribution, was being either very precise or very loose with their use of language. Something that is considered to be extraterrestrial means that it is of or originates from outside the Earth or its atmosphere. Maybe, in the language employed at EG&G and out here at Groom Lake, the experimental craft they are presumably working on get referred to that way since traditional nomenclature, a plane, a jet, or names for other land-based vehicles didn't quite fit with the scope of the craft's capabilities or intent. I knew how many scientists thought, and if this was something that a scientist or engineer had written, and it was intended as an in-house document, then the use of a potentially loaded word like that wouldn't be so odd. On the other hand, I thought that maybe this whole document was another form of a test. I was still, in a sense, on trial with the organization. I'd been subjected to all those other questionnaires that dealt with personality and temperament, and maybe this was just a part of that larger assessment. Was I someone who would get frustrated or annoyed by references that were seemingly off topic? Would I be willing to wade through information or data that was seemingly irrelevant or confusing and not be able to plow ahead or keep an open mind? I decided to do precisely what I thought they wanted me to do, to keep reading and not form any judgments until I had the bigger picture formed in my mind. As I read on, a few other things became clear. Though no dates were given, it was clear to me that the project was not in its infancy. Some references were made to past attempts to understand the nature of the power and propulsion system. Several attempts had been made to reproduce the kind of system that had come into their hands, but with no success. Given what I knew of back engineering, it often involves disassembling something and analyzing its components and workings in detail. Any kind of propulsion system is likely to be highly complex, and the disassembly and production or fabrication of new components could take a considerable amount of time. I next read that a previous attempt to dismantle one of the existent propulsion systems had resulted in an accidental explosion. The document didn't go into much detail about that incident, but I also knew that any time there was an accident like that, there would be a period of time when the work was halted, an investigation initiated, and only after a review process of the procedures, something that could have taken place in months or perhaps years, work would then commence. Reading a bit more made it clear to me that something like the process I'd imagined had taken place. The last bit of the overview dealt with the present reality. They were going to de-emphasize the dismantling efforts and focus instead on other kinds of analyses to determine how it functioned. What those types of analyses were to be wasn't specified, but one other thing was made clear as a priority. It was a bit presumptuous of me to include my not yet fully cleared self in this, were to duplicate this technology using existing materials and not utilizing what the briefing referred to as exotic materials. None of what I read set off any alarm bells. I was pleased to read about the nature of the work. It would be a real challenge to take on the task that was set before me. What types of analyses could we devise to understand the nature and function of a propulsion system without having the ability to dismantle the existing and presumably functioning system? After all, in my mind, the word analyze means to break down into component parts to see how they interrelate. When you're working with a physical object, or a set of physical objects in the case of a propulsion system, not having the capability, or in this case the task, of seeing how those component parts all fit together was like working with one hand tied behind your back. We'd have to devise new approaches, and I wondered then if that was why I'd been hired. Frequently, when a team is at a sticking point, it helps to bring in someone new who hasn't been through other parts of the process. I could look at things with a fresh set of eyes and none of the preconceptions, or at least a different set of them, from the other scientists already at work. Still, as I returned the pages to the folder, the one question that kept coming back to my mind was what the hell these guys were up to. Was this just a test of my temperament and suitability to work in this environment? Or was this reverse engineering of an extraterrestrial propulsion system a real work assignment? The last sections of the overview also cast some shadows of doubt on the whole enterprise and made me think this had to be a kind of screening mechanism. If you could put up with this kind of disinformation, then let's see how you feel about working under these restrictive conditions. Project Galileo was comprised of a number of divisions: the power and propulsion team, and those that dealt with navigation, control, metallurgy, and other component elements of a flying craft. These groups were not to work in concert, as you might expect, but were to be segregated. Not only wouldn't they work together, they were not to share information with one another. No communication between the work groups was allowed. If we had questions that we thought needed to be answered, we weren't to go to any other team members directly. A clear chain of command was in place, and it was a condition of our employment that we not share information with anyone other than our work partner. Failure to adhere to the security rules was ground for immediate dismissal and potential prosecution. Interestingly, some of the other briefings dealt with the other teams. Project Looking Glass dealt with the materials side of the craft, and Project Sidekick was exploring the possibilities of the craft's weaponization, but only in the most generic of ways. For example, I learned that the bulk of the craft was manufactured from the same material. Tests had shown that it was not metallic in origin, nor was it ceramic. That intrigued me. Think of your car and how many different materials are used to produce its various components: aluminum, steel, glass, rubber, various plastics. And here was an object that was claimed to be made of a single material? I can't claim to be completely logical. I was a trained scientist, and I was supposed to look at things with as much objectivity as possible. I found myself veering between 2 points: rejecting what I was reading out of hand as an attempt to use a fictional scenario to determine my suitability for some highly confidential project, and being caught up in the excitement of being exposed to new ideas that would test the limits of my understanding of the nature of things here on Earth. Or maybe the test was even simpler. They presented this scenario to me to see if I was going to share it with anyone. They could do all kinds of background checks, but the surest way to see if I was capable of keeping information confidential was to provide me with a story and see if I kept it to myself. I briefly scanned the room, wondering if I was under surveillance in there, and if my eye rolling at some of what had been revealed to me might determine the fate of my employment. For a few moments, I considered the possibility that this craft, or maybe a better term was this technology, came from somewhere other than the United States. We were still dealing with the effects of the Cold War, and perhaps we'd managed to gain control of some Soviet technology. Whether we had stolen it, had someone present it to us, or in some other way gained possession of it, didn't really matter. What did matter was that we had it. Apparently didn't really understand fully how it worked, and it was to be my job to determine how it functioned and how we could reproduce it. I'd wanted to be involved in working with nuclear weapons, but maybe this was an even more worthwhile task. Maybe this technology would prove to be the key to what seemed to be the dominant and ominous political philosophy of the day: mutually assured destruction. Even in hindsight, it is difficult to come up with a coherent explanation of my thoughts and feelings at the time I was reading those documents. I can say this with real clarity, however: I was thoroughly engaged in the reading, not by its language, but by what it offered as a possibility to utilize my interests and abilities. If this was all a game, a way to determine if I was cut out for the work, then how could I strategize and make the right moves to get to the end point, to be hired full-time by EG&G? If what I was reading were true, that there was some extraterrestrial craft that we had in our possession, then I'd have to manage to accommodate a fundamental shift in my thinking, recalibrate, and proceed to the task at hand. In either case, it was all about the job in that moment. And for now, the task that was at hand in the immediate was to read more of the briefings. I picked up a folder marked by. As I scanned the first page, I was again torn in different directions emotionally and mentally. The file identified the place from which the extraterrestrial craft originated. It stated that the craft came from the planet Zeta Reticuli star system. I wasn't familiar with the name, but the briefing went on to add that the constellation was located some 39 million light years from Earth. It was only visible from Earth from positions in the southern hemisphere. The most obvious question was, how could that craft have gotten here? Even if we could travel at the speed of light, approximately 186,000 miles per second, or 671 million miles per hour, that meant it would take 30 years to get there. That's a ridiculously long period of time, even at that great speed, and an unfathomably long period of time based on 1981 technology, and the fastest we could then travel through space. I couldn't even begin to imagine how much fuel would be needed to propel a vehicle that far, how life support systems could function and replenish, how food supplies could be sufficient, and all the rest. It just boggled my mind. Those questions paled in comparison to the considerations that came to mind when I turned a few more pages in the file. I got to a pair of black and white photographs reproduced on regular copy or printer paper. One was a relative close-up of a humanoid organism. The photo encompassed what seemed to be the torso. No head was visible, and nothing below what appeared to be the midline or waist. I could see just the stub of where a human arm would project from the torso. The rest of that limb was out of the frame. The same was true of the lower extremities. I could see just the suggestion of a pair of legs, a protrusion roughly where you'd find the hip bone of a human. More specifically, the crest of the ilium, rising from the gray-white skin. What most distinguished the photo was the classic T-shaped incision that ran nearly the entire vertical length of the trunk, with a far shorter horizontal line at the top of that major cut line. The skin had been pulled back, revealing, if the subject had been human or an animal, a series of specific organs of respiration and digestion: lungs, heart, kidney, liver, bladder, etc. Instead, what I saw was an undifferentiated mass of tissue that filled the majority of that cavity. The second photo was much the same as the first, but it was smaller, and in the white space that surrounded the photo on the page, it appeared as if several different people had added their notes. These annotations were in different handwriting, but they mostly expressed the same sentiment: how unusual it was to see this large central mass, and speculations about how it might function to perform the various specialized tasks that our human organs do. For some reason, the inclusion of those notes from others really got my head spinning at a greater rate than before. Why would they, and to this point I had no clear understanding of who they were, include those notes in the briefing materials? What was the point of that? I can see now that this seems like a minor question compared to the bigger issues these photographs and the information about Zeta Reticuli engendered. I was so wrapped up in what I was reading, so overcome with a kind of information overload, that my mind fixated on a point independent of my own will. Maybe subconsciously, my brain kicked into fight or flight mode. It sensed that this information could have done me some kind of harm, confused me to the point where I was in danger of losing touch with what I understood to be reality. I knew that from the time I opened the pages of that first folder to viewing those photographs and reading the brief account of the planet from which the craft originated, I'd experienced something that had happened to me many times before. The passage of time hadn't been a part of my conscious awareness. I could have been reading for 5 minutes or 5 hours. I was so wrapped up in what I was reading that time had become irrelevant. I know that comparing the human brain to a computer and its operating system is a gross oversimplification, but the only way that I can think of to describe the state I was in is to say that information was being downloaded, and I was in the process of formulating a vast number of questions. Because I was still acquiring more data and wanted to, I didn't have the time to pose all of those questions to myself. They were being stored and queued up. Who I would ask, and what the answers might be, wasn't something I knew as I sat there trying to assimilate all that I was here and hold. I was failing miserably at that task, but was hopeful that at some point I'd be able to put all those pieces together. Chapter 3. Something caught my eye, and I looked up from reading. Through the door's small rectangular window spider-webbed with wire, I caught a brief glimpse of someone out in the hallway. A few seconds later, I heard the electromagnetic sounds of the door's latch being released. "You can leave those there. There's someone I'd like you to meet," Dennis said from the doorway. He edged into the room, and a uniformed security guard slipped past him. He bundled up the files and strode off. He didn't make any attempt to count them or inspect them, and that made me wonder again if I had been observed the whole time I was in that room. "Follow me," Dennis said. I did as instructed. We stopped in front of a door just a few spots down from where I'd been reading the briefing papers. Dennis carted us in, and before we could enter, a security guard exited the room. Once inside, I could see that we had entered a laboratory. A man was seated on a stool at a long workstation. When he saw us, he smiled broadly and walked toward us. Dennis made the introductions, letting me know that my work partner was named Barry Castillo. He was an inch or so shorter than I, thin, and with an olive complexion and a shock of brown curly hair that he had the habit of running his fingers through whenever he spoke. Other than each of us saying, "Pleased to meet you," we were silent until Dennis left the room. His parting remarks were simple and straightforward. Barry will bring you up to speed. This is Propulsion Lab, and you'll be spending most of your time here. He'll advise you on what your task assignment is, the goal that you're expected to achieve. I'll leave it to you gentlemen to get started. I'll see you both later on this morning. As soon as Dennis left us alone, Barry eyed me and said, his eyes sparkling, "You're not one of them, are you?" "I don't think so," I said. "Military, I mean." He shook his head and waved both hands in front of him. "Forget that. I can tell. I mean, no disrespect. It's just that I can tell that you're, well, you're normal." I laughed softly. "I was thinking the same thing about you. As soon as Dennis let me in here and I saw you, I was like, thank God, somebody I can actually have a conversation with." "I know what you mean." Barry grabbed my biceps and said, "You've got to see this stuff." I had that laundry list of questions I wanted to ask him about the briefings, but Barry's enthusiasm was so infectious that I let him lead me to his workstation. Sitting about 15 feet from his high stool was a cylinder about the size and shape of a household garbage can. It was pewter in color, and both from a distance and upon closer inspection, it seemed to have no seams, no welds, no fasteners, no sharp edges, no marks on it at all. I saw nothing that hinted at how it had been manufactured. It didn't appear to have been cast, machined, molded, formed, or joined. "This is one of the emitters," Barry said to me. "What does it emit?" I asked, setting aside again the dozens and dozens of other questions about what I'd just read. "I'll show you in a second," Barry said, sounding very much like an excited teen wanting to show off all the components of his stereo system before letting the music blast away. On the desk surface of Barry's workstation sat a half sphere of the same color and material. It was roughly the size of a basketball and sat on a 1-inch plate, again of the same composition as the other two pieces, or so I surmised, based on a quick look at it. "This is the reactor." Barry lifted the half sphere and exposed a small tower-shaped object inside. It was approximately 6 inches tall, and, as was true of everything Barry showed me, seemed to have been wholly formed through no process that I'd ever seen or read about. Sitting atop the tower was a cap. Like all the other surfaces, it had a rounded or radius corner instead of a 90-degree edge. Barry retrieved a small triangle-shaped disc from a metal box and placed it in the top of the tower. He replaced the cap, put the half sphere back on the base, and stepped over to the emitter. He pushed it a few feet toward the reactor. "Watch this," Barry said. He extended his arm toward the half sphere, but before his arm could reach its full extension, his hand moved back toward his upper body. He looked at me expectantly, and I felt bad that I didn't share his enthusiasm in that moment. It simply looked like he just extended his arm as if to shake someone's hand, and then withdrew it. "Better yet," Barry said, stepping to the side. "Feel this." I stood in front of the reactor and did as Barry had done. When my hand got within approximately 8 or 9 inches of the devices, I felt myself being pushed back by some unseen force. If you've ever had the use of two fairly powerful magnets and put them so that two of the poles are placed near one another to produce a repelling effect, that was very much like what I felt. Anti-gravity, Barry said. Can you believe it? I read about that in the briefings, I said as I continued to test the field being produced. I skimmed over that portion, figuring it was part of some joke or something else. I don't know what. My voice trailed off. Like anybody who was interested in science and who grew up in the era that I did in the 1960s, anti-gravity was a concept with which I was familiar from watching science fiction shows on television or in films. And for the most part, that was where the notion of the existence of anti-gravity resided. Every school kid learned about Sir Isaac Newton and his discovery of gravity, one of the 4 fundamental forces at work in the universe. The other 3 are electromagnetism and the strong and weak nuclear forces. According to Newton, gravity was an external force transmitted by some unknown means. Anti-gravity, as its name implies, is the opposite of gravity, a hypothetical force by which a body of positive mass would repel a body of negative mass. The key word there is, of course, hypothetical. No one had been able to prove that it actually existed. When Einstein came along with his theory of general relativity, gravity was not considered to be a force, but a result of the geometry of space-time. Simply put, that theory offered no real hope that anti-gravity existed. Quantum physicists postulate that gravitons exist as a subatomic particle. These are massless elementary particles that transmit the force of gravity. How they could be created or destroyed is not yet clear. We tend to think in terms of opposing binaries, light and dark, long and short, and so on. So it seems logical to us that if gravity exists, its opposite must as well. That's why going back as far as H.G. Wells and his book, The First Men in the Moon, published in 1901, we humans imagined a substance or a process by which gravity could be blocked or controlled. Wells called it cavorite. He linked the idea to propulsion as well. He wasn't alone, and prior to his writing, scientists like Nikola Tesla, Thomas Townsend Brown, John Worrell Keely, and others all worked on ways to control gravity, to harness the power of anti-gravity. If that demonstration wasn't enough, Barry next went to a drawer and produced a golf ball. He wagged his eyebrows at me and stood several yards from the bench on which the devices sat. "Heads up," he said. He tossed the golf ball underhanded into the anti-gravity field being produced. The golf ball arced as it approached the field, and then, once it entered into it, shot violently upward into the ceiling. "Holy shit," I said. We were like 2 kids monkeying around while our parents were away. The ball had hit the acoustical tile in the suspended ceiling of the lab. Bits of the tile and a fine spray of dust fell and settled on the workstations and the floor. "We better clean that up," I said. "Isn't that so cool?" Barry said. "It's amazing." I was still having trouble wrapping my head around what I just read and then seen demonstrated. As before, my brain focused on something more concrete, more of the present. "Do you have a dustpan? A broom?" This was really my first day on the job, and the last thing I wanted was to get in trouble for breaking something or creating a mess in the lab. Funny how the mind works. We spent the next couple of minutes with me sweeping up using a file folder as a broom and another as a dustpan. Barry took the half sphere off the plate and removed the fuel disk. It was showtime again. Barry reinstalled the fuel disk. He retrieved a candle from his desk drawer. He held it in the mouth of the emitter, and using a striker, he lit the candle. At first, it burned normally. Then, as he pulled the emitter closer to the reactor, and presumably focused the gravitational waves, the candle stopped flickering, but the light remained. "Bizarre," was all I could manage to say in response. Next, he took off his watch, a classic chronometer with a second hand, and placed it in the emitter. The second hand stopped. That doesn't mean that the device has slowed time or created frame dragging, I said. It could just be electromagnetism affecting the watch's works. Barry smiled and shrugged his shoulders exaggeratedly. Maybe so, but check this out. He removed the watch and then rotated the emitter 90 degrees. Look inside, Barry told me. I did, and there, about 2 feet from the bottom of the emitter, I saw that a black dot had formed. It's bending it, no doubt about it, I said just barely above a whisper. I was stunned. Anyone with a basic understanding of physics understands that light can be reflected or refracted. Truly bending light is another matter entirely. We can use lenses, mirrors, prisms, and other means to change the direction that light is traveling, reflecting it or refracting it. But that doesn't truly bend it. That black dot, the absence of light in the visible spectrum, showed that the light was being bent. The only force that can bend light is gravity. Having seen this latest of Barry's demonstrations, what I'd been puzzling over seemed to have only one possible conclusion. The device we were working with was able to produce a gravitational field. As far as I knew, as far as I'd say any terrestrial scientist knew, the only things that produced gravitational fields were enormously large objects. The Earth, for example. Here I was in a room with an emitter the size of a garbage can and a reactor that was smaller than a typical toaster oven, and the two of them worked in concert to produce a gravitational field. I was in awe at this technology. Of course, I was dealing with a propulsion system, if I was to believe what I'd been told to read, that didn't originate on Earth. The only understanding I had of how the phenomenon of light and gravity operated was based on the work of scientists here on Earth. I had been standing there in that room with Barry for more than an hour, and in that time, I'd been processing what I was witnessing, analyzing based on my knowledge of, for lack of a better term, Earth physics. That meant looking at this from both a Newtonian and Einsteinian perspective. Einstein's description of gravity, which is fundamental to his theory of general relativity, tells us that the effect of gravity is caused by distortions in space and time itself. Now, if you do something as fundamental as distorting space and time and reshape it, anything that lives inside space and time will be affected. That includes waves, and so waves can be bent and can follow different paths if you change the geometric properties of the space they live in. Gravity can effectively bend space and time, meaning that anything in its field is also distorted, and that includes light. This thing was producing a controllable form of intense gravity. Once it was produced, they'd be able to do anything they wanted to do with it. It could push the craft or pull it. It would also produce some bizarre side effects as it bent light. Much like the thermal heat waves that rise up off a heated surface, like a roadway in summer, it would distort our field of vision. A desert mirage is an even better example. You could see something that is not even there, or the inverse of that, not see something that was there. Once you mess with the nature of light and optics, all kinds of odd things could happen to our perceptions. It's the missing piece, Barry said. If you can produce a gravitational field like that, then anything's possible. Force fields, anti-gravity, exotic propulsion. You can bend space and distort time. The thing is so simple. No moving pieces. How the hell did they do this? Barry shook his head appreciatively. Elegant, really. I really don't know what to say. I just have so many questions. Do these devices focus the field? Do they produce their own artificial gravity field? Are they amplifying it somehow? Can that field be directed or controlled? That's what we've been trying to figure out. he said. I mean, I get it that the reactor produces the field somehow, but what's really got my attention is the emitter. That's gotta be one of the keys, doesn't it? If it were omnidirectional, I don't see how. They're really interested in how the reactor operates, Barry went on. That's to be our primary focus. I keep hearing that over and over. That makes sense in a way. Start with the power source. Move in a linear fashion from there. But thinking linear may not work. I know, Barry said. But as much as I hate to approach things this way, we've got to do what they ask. I don't want to jump too far ahead here, but as far as we humans know, the only thing that produces gravity is an immensely large body of mass. I pointed at the cylinder and then at the reactor. I've seen you move both of those things. That doesn't tell me we're dealing with a large amount of mass. Something fundamentally different from anything we know and have experienced is going on here. Barry took a seat again on his stool. We let a silence linger for a minute or two. So, what do you think? Barry asked. I remained standing in front of the two devices. Well, first of all, this thing works here, on Earth, in this atmosphere, under all the conditions of our existence. That means that it operates for the most part in this physical realm, and has to conform somehow to our understanding of our physics. Second, that makes no sense at all. Maybe it has to conform to some other physics. I mean, for it to produce a gravitational field as we understand it, it would have to produce terawatts, or even more, of power. A tremendous amount of energy has to be produced. All the power output possible on this planet, focused into a small area. Unimaginable power, really. And the size of that reactor? Tiny. I scratched the back of my neck and head. How can I be standing here in front of this thing while it's still functioning? If it's producing enough energy to create a gravitational field, where's the waste energy going? The basic laws of thermodynamics are being violated here. We should be burned to a crisp. No reaction is 100% efficient. None. Not nuclear, not chemical, none. It's not giving off any heat. It makes no noise. It makes no sense. I know, Barry said. These things have torn a huge hole in my understanding of science. A huge hole. None of this is supposed to be possible. Barry pointed at the emitter and then at the reactor. Yet, there they are. Can you tell me that they're not there? No, I can't. I paused for a few seconds. Can you tell me how the hell this is possible? Barry laughed again and slapped the table. What do you mean, can I tell you? You tell me. That's why you're here, isn't it? At least that night made one thing clear. Yes, indeed. That was why I was there. I imagined that if I were a screenwriter or a Hollywood director, how I'd have been totally disappointed by what Barry had shown me. More specifically, I'd be disappointed by how little, for lack of a better term, spectacle there was to the whole demonstration that he produced. The reactor and emitter weren't that visually impressive at all. I knew that they were producing a reaction that was extraordinarily powerful, but it didn't look like much at all was happening. The room didn't shake. Eye-searing beams of light didn't flash from it. It didn't produce any kind of discernible sound. I thought of the jet engines that I used in my vehicles, the rockets we used to launch, and those that NASA used to launch spacecraft beyond the Earth's gravitational pull. Those things produced a kind of sound and fury, but what Barry and I witnessed produced nothing but a slight visual distortion. If you've ever driven down a long stretch of highway and seen thermal heat waves rising from the heated pavement, then you've seen something similar to what I saw when an object was placed between the emitter and the reactor. The visual distortion I witnessed was milder than that, but still very much like it. In the end, as much as I was always interested in powerful reactions, I was consumed by thoughts of how in the world, or in some other world, were these emitters and that reactor able to produce gravity. I now more clearly understood what our task was. This was my real aha moment. I was certain that the people in charge of this whole project had the same desire in mind that I did. We wanted to figure out how we could produce gravity in the same way this device did. That was the be-all and end-all of what we'd been assigned to do. In my mind, the whole alien origins of these objects, the whatever of their civilization, their purpose in coming to Earth, or whatever other far-flung questions about alien life forms and anything else, truly did take a distant back seat to the notion of how anyone could produce a force that was as fundamentally essential and powerful as gravity. In a way, I was like a caveman who'd seen fire for the first time. I sensed that what I was seeing was so life-altering in its possibilities that I had to do anything in my power to understand how I could produce that same phenomenon. As Barry later put it, what we were experiencing in witnessing what this device could do was having a science-gasm, the world's best. The truth was, though, that what we were experiencing was a science chasm. What that emitter and that reactor were able to do tore a gaping hole in our understanding of science. I was standing in a small room where an enormously powerful reaction was taking place. The freaking production of gravity, and no residual heat was being given off. You can't have 100% efficient energy transfer. That's just not possible. Nuclear reactions, chemical reactions, no kind of reaction in our world is 100% efficient. And yet, this one was. The entire output of power on our planet was essentially being focused in that room, and I was still standing within a few feet of it and being completely unharmed. The nuclear bombs we dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki were like tiny sparks compared to the power needed to produce gravity. A nuclear power plant that provides energy to a small part of our planet has a veritable river of water, millions of gallons flowing through it to keep it cool. But there I was, standing and talking with Barry in a room so quiet that I could hear the institutional-style clock on the wall click over to the next minute. In the quieter moments when Barry and I were both lost in concentration, I could hear the hum of the fluorescent lights above us. I knew that I was repeating in my mind what I'd said to Barry minutes before, but it was like my mind was back to being an old-fashioned record and the needle was stuck in the groove. The question of how this thing worked spun around and around and around again in my mind. Somewhere, I suppose, the question of how could this even be happening was faintly playing, but far too softly to matter. Chapter 4. After the fascination came the fear. I had no idea how long I was supposed to work with Barry that first night. I considered it a kind of orientation session. We weren't going to get into any of the specifics of determining how the technology worked. That seemed obvious to me, especially since I was still reeling from the effects of what I'd witnessed. We'd had that science-gasm, as Barry had put it, and in the lull afterward, we sat at the workbench, each of us lost in thought. It was an awkward situation, to say the least. Barry and I knew nothing about one another, our educations, our previous work experience. We'd been thrown into a room together, and he'd proceeded to demonstrate to me how the technology worked. After that, it seemed as if there wasn't much else to talk about in terms of the devices. We had the what, or so we both believed, but now we had to turn our attention to the how. Finally, I said to Barry, "So, how long have you been working at this?" His expression darkened, and he let out a noisy breath through his nose. "I don't know if I can tell you that." He screwed up his face in disgust at what he'd just said. What I mean, of course, I'm capable of telling you that. I know the answer to the question. I'm not stupid or brainwashed. I just don't know if I'm allowed to tell you that. We both looked around the room. We were alone, but given what we both knew, the enormity of what those devices represented, the kind of security clearance required, it made sense that we were being surveilled. In fact, that was a part of the transition I was experiencing in going from being fascinated to being fearful. That's not completely accurate. I wasn't in a kind of binary situation where I was either fascinated or afraid. I was both simultaneously, but just in different proportions. That would prove to be the case the entire time I worked there. Part of that fear was a result of realizing my ambition. I always wanted to work with large and powerful forces. That was what I loved about jet cars and explosives and incendiary displays like fireworks. I knew enough about them that I felt I could control them. What I'd seen on the workbench with the emitter and reactor wasn't something that I felt I could control. I understood that it was turned on by placing the two objects in proximity to one another. That kind of powering up wasn't that unusual, by the way. A Tesla coil and some radio transmitters have a similar functionality. Beyond that, I had no understanding of how it produced a gravitational field and controlled that field. That lack of understanding was absolutely frightening. What went unsaid, and what I didn't really think of until after that first orientation session was over and I was on my way back to Las Vegas, were the larger implications of what this propulsion system represented. What if we were able to figure out how it operated? What if we were able to produce a similar kind of effect or the same effect? If we could help our government and military produce a gravitational field, what kind of weapons systems would be possible? What kind of propulsion systems? What kind of energy production? How would we be able to change the world as we knew it? And as cliched as it sounds, what if that technology fell into the wrong hands? To what lengths would nations or individuals go to get what seemed to me to be, as the expression goes, the keys to the kingdom? If you could produce and control gravity, if you could distort space and time as we commonly know them and accept them, what then? I had to stop myself. I knew that those questions weren't going to get me any closer to doing what I had been hired to do. I'd learned while working at Los Alamos that the kind of institutional compartmentalization that went on there, and was also in place here, was the kind that I needed to put in place in my own mind. It's above my pay grade. I do my job as asked and leave the bigger questions for others. That was going to be more difficult here, but I knew that I had to make my best effort, or else who knew what might happen to me. Fascination and fear were going to have to learn to get along. Of course, though, I couldn't shut down every thought I had. I did wonder briefly why it was that what seemed to me to be a relatively small group of people were working on a project that had the kinds of implications that this one did. Los Alamos and the project to produce nuclear bombs involved an enormous number of people and resources. Still, very few people outside of the program actually knew what was being conducted out in the deserts of New Mexico. For all I knew, there were teams all over the country working on this same project as Barry and I. At least, I wanted to believe that. I wasn't so egotistical as to believe that I was one of only a select few working on something so monumentally important as this was. I feel like I should tell you this, though, Barry said haltingly. I have no idea how long this project has been in progress. I do know that I was brought on, and I assume you were, out of necessity. Maybe this is very obvious, but we need to be careful. He nodded toward the bench where the two pieces sat there, looking as benign as some kind of Scandinavian sculptures that some Hollywood hipster might have had in his home. He went on to explain that he'd been informed about an accident that had occurred that necessitated him being hired. He wasn't given any of the real details, but as he put it, those involved were unable to work again. By his tone and his expression, I knew that he meant that there had been a loss of life. I stood there trying to imagine what it was those individuals might have done. As Barry said, he wanted me to know because we were all under pressure to figure out the solution to this puzzle. There was also the temptation to take shortcuts, to take risks, and the consequences of a bad choice, being too eager to please or too frustrated to consider every possible effect when dealing with such an unknown, could have enormous consequences. That was a part of the fear. On the surface, without all those science fiction-like displays of the propulsion system's power and capabilities, it appeared completely benign. A marvel of simplicity and elegant engineering of a type that was astoundingly sublime. Beneath that benign veneer was something more powerful than anything I had previously imagined. Yes, it was fascinating to consider. It had an allure that drew me in. But just as magnets have poles that attract and repel, I sensed in those first few hours in the lab that I was also going to feel respect for the intelligence behind its creation and a kind of nervous anxiety that I'd never experienced before in my personal or professional life. A whole lot was at stake here, and to be incautious in any way seemed to be the least desirable approach to take. A last resort that I hoped I would never even have to contemplate. At some point, well into the early hours of the morning, Dennis came in to let me know that I was done for the night. He escorted me out of the room and sat with me briefly in a small office off the main corridor waiting area. This will be your routine for the foreseeable future, he told me. Once you have your final clearance, you'll be housed on site. Barry? I asked. A flash of annoyance flickered across Dennis's face, but he answered, "Still working." A faint ringing sounded in my ears. It was as if I'd been concentrating so hard for so long that the tension in every nerve and tendon in my body was as taut as a piano wire and was still vibrating long after the key had been depressed. "You'll be partners," Dennis said. "You'll discuss your work with him solely here and with no one else." Understood. I was about to say that I understood that the first time that he'd mentioned that protocol to me, but thought better of it. Above my pay grade to remind Dennis Mariani of anything. We spent a few minutes going over my proposed schedule. Dennis wanted to be sure that I didn't have any conflicts with times and dates. Despite the tango of fear and fascination that I had, I assured him that I would clear my calendar to be certain that I'd be able to report as needed. He reminded me again that the security clearance could take some time. "If you can think of anything that might get in the way of you being approved or even slowing the process, let me know now. It will be far easier and can speed things up." "I can't think of a thing," I told him, and I spoke the truth as I did. On the flight home, I thought again of the immense power the reactor and emitter produced and directed. I couldn't imagine what those individuals involved in the accident might have done to wind up dead. I imagined that they had to understand that what they were working with had the power equivalent to what our sun possesses. That is a mind-bogglingly large amount of energy. I touched the emitter and the reactor. They were made of a material that could only have been cut into with something like a plasma torch. Who in their right mind, or with enough testosterone in them, would even consider applying that tool to something so powerful? Imagine someone taking the power of the sun and shrinking that reactor to the size of a small box and putting it into a room with you and saying, "Isn't that amazing?" "Sure is. Let's cut it up to see what's inside." "Okay, sounds great." As a result, I knew that it was unlikely these guys had done something really stupid. If they had, I'd feel bad for them, but essentially, they got what they deserved. Instead, they may have done something far less stupid, possibly something extremely intelligent or insightful, and still they'd lost their lives. That scenario was far more frightening to me. I was going to engage in work with something unknown, and I might even, while being the most scrupulous and cautious as I could be, still end up doing great harm to myself and possibly others. Even when I got home and lay in bed next to Tracy, I contemplated that thought. And as the sun rose the next morning, I began to wonder just how many more of those beginnings of a new day I might end up seeing. From seemingly out of nowhere, a thought occurred to me. What if the guys we had to replace had completely misunderstood the nature of the objects? What if they couldn't get their minds wrapped around the idea that something so small could be producing that kind of energy? Maybe they thought that it was retransmitting energy being produced elsewhere. That had to be it. It made sense then that since there were no outward signs, heat, noise, etc., that it was producing power, it made sense to them to dig beneath that surface to see how it functioned. The same with the emitter. It was essentially empty space, a kind of shell without any obvious other components, as we understood them, attached to its surface. The housing seemed inert because it was only when the fuel, the triangular bit that Barry introduced to the tower, was in place that the system functioned. Maybe those guys weren't doing something stupid, but only in hindsight could we see the error of their way. Before I could go on any further, I felt Tracy stirring beside me. "Good morning," I said. When she didn't respond, I repeated my greeting, slightly louder. Still getting nothing in return, I slid out of bed and went to my desk. I had more pickups and deliveries to make, and despite only what seemed to be a few minutes of sleep, I knew that I had to get the day going. If I got the call, I was going to have to be ready. By noon, bleary-eyed and better able to identify the cause of the ringing in my ears as sleeplessness, I decided that even after just a couple of trips out to Groom Lake, this schedule was unsustainable. I thought it was going to be just a question of a short period of time before I was on staff full-time at the lab. I'd been living there, and I wouldn't be able to keep the photo business operation on my own. Tracy was familiar with the routine and could handle the workload on days I was called in or the mornings after. I'd have to show her how to use the machines. I knew she had the aptitude for it, since she'd shown some interest in the rocket car and other things mechanical. Besides, she was taking flying lessons, and the pre-flight checks and other routines associated with that were more complex than a photo processor. The one difficulty was that she was working at a local airport doing administrative duties for the airport manager. She liked the work and had a great relationship with everyone there. I hoped that we could leverage that last fact to our advantage. I wasn't asking her to take on the whole photo business. She'd just have to fill in on an as-needed basis. The problem with that is that we never got enough advance warning for her to ask ahead of time if she could be out for a few hours or a whole day. Maybe I was naive, but it seemed to me that her job wasn't so essential that some accommodation couldn't be made. And with that hope in mind, I returned home and we began the transition to a different way of life. Since I'd worked at Los Alamos before, and because Tracy's father had, I assumed that the secretive nature of the enterprise I was engaged in wasn't going to present any problems. Tracy knew that I couldn't talk about the exact nature of the work I was doing, and so I didn't really broach that part of the subject with her. I did address the fact that my schedule would be, for a while at least, irregular at best. I told her that I didn't like it, but if I wanted to do the kind of meaningful work that made me happy and provided a better living for us, then that was the price to pay. She agreed. As she put it, "I'm not jumping for joy about it, but I get it. You have to do what you have to do." So with that assurance in mind, I brought her up to speed as best I could on what her new role would be. Her employers proved to be flexible, and so on those occasions when I wasn't able to be working in the photo processing lab or needed a few hours of extra sleep, Tracy would cover for me. As it turned out, things didn't prove to run as smoothly as I'd hoped, and I was still being run ragged most days, adding to what would eventually be a heap of stress. It was far easier for me to do that than it had been for Barry to do so for me, and I have to admit that I was frequently distracted while at home. I love problems and puzzles, and the one that I encountered while working for EG&G was so engrossing that my mind would frequently take me back to the lab. I loved Tracy and the life we had together, but I did find myself hoping that every time the phone rang, it would be the voice of the receptionist. At least, that was the job that belonged to the pleasant but disembodied voice on the line, letting me know it was time to head to McCarran. I could never predict when the call would come, but when it did, I bid Tracy a quick goodbye and I've gotta go. A few times, dinner plans with friends had to be postponed, but Tracy and I were pretty much homebodies, so the disruption felt, to me at least, to be minimal. My relationship with Barry was about as no-nonsense as a work relationship could be. I understood that I couldn't act out like I had in my Los Alamos days, but Barry kept himself on an incredibly tight leash. That first night we worked together was really the extent of him sharing any information that wasn't directly related to the work we were planning on doing that night or in the hours ahead. I suppose that part of that might have been that I was still considered, though no one referred to me this way, as a temp. The larger factor in Barry's tight-lipped approach was the presence of armed security personnel. Whether some member of the security detail was in the room with us the entire time, or dropped in unannounced and exited unannounced, they shadowed our existence within the confines of the lab, the building the lab was housed in, and the entire facility. Whether the security team members had pistols or rifles varied at times, but it was clear that they meant business. Whether they were there to protect us or to keep us in line was never something I could decide firmly, but came to believe that it was likely both. Whenever we left the lab, to go to the restroom or the cafeteria, we were always escorted, not just to those rooms, but inside them. The second night I worked there, I received a reminder of just how tightly monitored I was going to be. As was true the first time, and as it turned out every time I was on the ground at Groom Lake, Dennis picked me up at the airfield. Unlike the first time, though, when we entered through a side door into the administration and laboratory section of the facility, we pulled around to the front of the building. This time, the door to one of the hangars was open. Dennis indicated that I should go inside through the large open door and into the bay. Inside sat a cylindrical craft, typical of the flying saucers that I'd seen depicted in blurry photos and in TV shows and the movies. As I got nearer, I saw an American flag emblazoned on one of its flanks. The flag was printed in reverse, so that if you were looking in a mirror, the image would be correct. I thought that I understood better at this point. This was an experimental terrestrial aircraft. The story I'd been told in those reports was a kind of cover designed to keep me somewhat in the dark about the operational nature of the facility, etc. As we walked past the craft, I did what I think anyone would do when walking past this type of vehicle. I ran my hand along the surface. Immediately, one of the guards walking along with us snapped at me, "Hands off." His menacing voice was so loud, I was startled. The sound of it echoed in the space, and I wondered if it was my imagination, or did I really hear the sound of weapon being cocked? In either case, the message was clear. They had a very stringent set of protocols, and I was being kept on a...
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
Here's what we're working on in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Immigration protests in Ventura County got heated as protesters clashed with federal agents. Agents started shooting rubber bullets and tear gas at the crowd.
Where is the money?
California's largest police force will not wear body cameras. State lawmakers have given CHP nearly $20 million for the cameras.
KFI News is on it.
An 18-year-old driver was arrested after hitting an LAPD officer and crashing a pickup truck into a bagel shop in the San Fernando Valley.
KFI News is your number one preset for breaking news in Southern California. KFI AM 640 for stimulating talk.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Don't forget to let us know what you learned this week on the Gary and Shannon Show. We'll get those together and play them for you. Coming up in the 12 o'clock hour, Michael Lux is with us. And Michael, where'd you go to college, Michael Lux?
I earned my bachelor's degree at Northern Kentucky University. You may know it better as the Harvard of Campbell County. And I earned my master's degree in Suffolk, New Hampshire.
Okay. So, student loans, topic you brought to the show, is near and dear to your heart. You pay off loans currently. And it seems to be a target of the administration when it comes to getting rid of a lot of the goodwill that the Biden administration put towards these people.
This was something I wanted to talk about because it's coming up, and people should know this because it's happening really fast. If you have a student loan currently and your interest payments have been paused, basically everybody just about is in forbearance. You don't even have to make payments right now, which is okay because there's no interest accumulating. So if you don't have the money right now, you need to take a month or 2 months off. Your balance is not going to grow at all, and you're not going to be penalized for missing your payments.
And that was something the Biden administration put in.
It's related to the Biden. Remember, Joe Biden wanted to forgive a lot of student debt. He was able to push through a plan that forgave about $10,000, but that got struck down. So there was no overall forgiveness outright for just regular borrowers. There's some very specific colleges, scam colleges, and some specific circumstances where people saw forgiveness. What he did implement was something called the SAVE plan. I forget what it stands for, but it's an income-driven repayment plan that was very generous, probably the most generous repayment plan ever. So your balance isn't growing too much. There's interest, but it's not growing so much while you're making your payments. That, which has about 8 million borrowers on it right now, will start paying interest again starting August the 1st. So this is like immediately almost. So if you benefited from the forbearance.
Is that going to charge you retroactive insurance?
No, it's not.
This
plan has been held up in court because the Trump administration Republicans didn't like this plan, so it was challenged in court. It's been held up. So in the meantime, the message from the government, the Department of Education has been, you're in forbearance, you're interest accumulating, you don't have to make your payments right now if you can't. Until this court case is settled. Now, it is true that you are still technically in forbearance. You do not have to make your payments, but the interest accumulation is starting. I did not borrow for undergrad. I was fortunate. I went to a directional public college, and my parents paid for it, which was great. Not everybody has that.
And the officer
Jones. Yes, and he was here in Los Angeles right now. She's under his name, yeah. So seeing the fruits of her labor, she's a little wild.
I love flowers.
She's here with my Aunt Brenda. They're hanging out, so we're going to hang out this
weekend.
weekend.
Pam and Brenda.
Yeah, but she's
always getting together.
They sent me to college, Pam and Brenda. Brenda didn't, but so when I went to graduate school, I decided to do that later. Foolishly, while starting the business also. And so I'm doing the business and I'm doing graduate school.
What was the business you started?
I started a newspaper in Kentucky, and I was able to sell it, 10 years later, and moved here.
What was it called?
It was called the River City News.
Go on.
Yeah, and it did well. In fact, it's now called Lincoln KY. Was acquired, and
Lincoln KY. I have a lot.
Let's not talk about it. You want to talk about why I'm on a little weight? you off like. I borrowed some money. I had to master's program. I don't regret it. And I've never missed a payment. During the pandemic, when everything was really frozen, any payments on anything, I held it because I was very fortunate then too. With my business, being host a radio show in Cincinnati, and so I don't owe it right now. But if you are somebody who owes a lot, this interest could hit you hard. And I'm going to just chat about it because I think this is a polarizing issue also in this country, because you've got one side saying, forgive it all, and the other side saying, no, that's not fair at all. You borrowed the money, forget it.
Yeah, I have a hard time with it just because I picked a school based on the fact that it didn't cost a lot of money. And thankfully, I'm fortunate my parents paid for my education at Frisco State. But there's a reason why I didn't go to Boston College or some places that I had interest in going, because I didn't want to be saddled with loans upon graduating. That was a conscious decision. It was one of the major factors that I thought about. I did not want to be saddled with that. And there was no idea in my head that it would be forgiven. Why would it be forgiven? It's a loan. You should be taught that loans are not forgiven.
That is correct. And that's the way that I feel about it too, is you cannot blanket forgiveness because it is not fair. It just isn't fair. You already paid it. Although there are many who pay their loans off.
I mean, if I went to Boston College, I could be working at Lincoln KY and not here. You know what I mean? I said over here over Lincoln KY because I didn't want the loan.
There are accesses that can be had to make it to certain colleges. There's certain prestige associated with it. Again, I went to Northern Kentucky. You went to Chico State. These are state schools.
It really is a different track for life sometimes.
But look at us. We're sitting on the air at KMI. We're doing well.
I'm just trying to be facetious. We're okay, but it does put you on a different track.
It certainly does. And the same is true when you get there's other people who just go to the trades. People should do trades.
We can have time. We have a whole other
I
segment.
have a surprise for you in a second.
Oh, can we do both?
Yeah.
Okay, put a pin in it. Because trade schools are great. You have a master's degree, and I don't, because I don't have a loan. Gary and Shannon will continue. Deborah Bark has the news.
Here's the latest. Selling their gas signs and executive directive to support immigrant communities. A federal judge in LA could rule today in a lawsuit looking to end immigration enforcement operations in Southern California. We'll have more at the top of the hour from the Odoo.com Weather Center. Odoo, the only business software you need. Sunny, high 70s to about 100. This report brought to you by the International Hot Rod Association. From Southern California, Toyota dealer truckers that report the Conference Toyota's full lineup of fuel efficient vehicles crash on the 10 in Upland.
Just outside Detroit, Mountain Avenue crash in the left lane. It's closed, and traffic jam from Archibald. Also, the eastbound side, I should say, seeing a lot of slowing there all the way back to Monte Vista. As people look over to see what is going on the other side of the freeway. Boyle State crashes 35 southbound connected to the 60. Still kind of slow though from the north end of the East LA interchange. And in Norco, still big problems on 15 southbound at 2nd Street. Traffic is about to go back from Lima Ninth Avenue. Southern California's most accurate traffic reports at Cole Schreiber.
You've got an app for music, an app for photos, maybe even one that helps you sleep. But only one app puts the live radio dial in your pocket and lets you save your favorite stations, playlists, and podcasts as presets. Get the free iHeartRadio app, the #1 app for radio. Jill, why would you tell class what you did this weekend?
Well, my dad and I went to the classical minnows and found a zillion of them in the stream from our lookout rock. Then my sister and I escaped from the spot cave and went back to my super twin fort for safety. Then we told stories till it got dark, and the Big Dipper led us all the way home. Where were you, Jill? We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org, brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is the #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
I happened to be in Bourbon one night when this journalist came up to me. It's a tsunami that hit Birmingham. Birmingham does not get national attention. It was a circus, and I couldn't describe it. His name was Hamza Syed, and he wanted help for his first ever story about a mystery in Birmingham, his hometown, that no one had ever solved. It had begun a few years earlier when news of a strange letter exploded in the press. The letter looked to be a secret communique between Islamic extremists who'd been infiltrating the city's schools. A bulk called
Madly Xeroxed. Yet still, it sparked one of the biggest school scandals in British history. Government investigators descended on Birmingham. The country ripped up its counter-terror policy. By the time it all died down, schools were revamped, teachers lost their jobs. But what I was found suspicious about this whole affair is that this project, extremists were taking over our schools. Nobody was finding out who wrote it or why. Remarkably, none of the investigators have been tried. If I do this by read over there, then we should go for it. This is supposed to be the first wave of everything we've ever done.
I'm tonight speaking news writing this down.
I'll give you a clue. Who is the letter defending? Is the question you have to answer.
But figuring out who wrote the Trojan horse letter, that was only the first mystery we were up against. It started to seem like officials knew more than what they were letting on. And then Hans and I were poking at something that people did not want to talk about.
Can you give us a bit of details about the situation? It is particularly
From Serial Productions and the New York Times, I'm Brian Reed, and I'm here to say it's the Trojan horse affair, a mystery in 8 parts that a lot of people don't know.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
GMI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
On the next Bill Handle show, what if you showed up to work and your boss said they wanted you to take a polygraph test to prove your loyalty to the company? Well, that's exactly what the FBI is doing. And that's a lie. And that's coming up after 7 a.m. Monday morning on the next Bill Handle show.
Away from the crowd, I thought I never can't help it now. Nothing lasts forever. But this is gonna take me down. He's so tall and handsome as hell. He's so bad, but he does it so well. I can see the end as it begins. No condition is. Say you'll remember me.
Oh my God. Over the weekend, I hope you're up for me.
I never stop thinking about you. There's no time to remember you because you never left.
You'll be back next week too.
I will, 10 o'clock. Friday until Gary comes home. We're all waiting for Gary to get back. Not just the listeners, we're all waiting for Uncle Gary to get back.
That was hurtful.
No. You are excellent.
No.
This isn't me being silly. You have such a great radio voice.
You're very sweet.
Poor Liam.
Okay.
Yeah, let me just wrap up. We were talking about student loans because there's certain repayment plans on the federal program. The Trump administration has determined that you will start paying interest again in spite of the fact that the program itself is in legal limbo. So they've not required you to make payments. They have not allowed interest to accumulate. But it is starting again. It is starting fast. It's starting on August 1st, which is important because there isn't an honest, serious conversation about student loans in this country. The fact that maybe the interest rates are too high, the fact that education costs too much.
What are those interest rates?
They vary, but they are often typically higher than what you're paying on a mortgage. So even when mortgage rates were low, 5 years ago, the interest rate on the loan that I took out would fluctuate between 6 and 8%.
Yeah, I was going to say graduate loans, 7.94% for unsubsidized loans.
That's right. And that's a lot. I've been able to make a lot of great progress on this, so I'm grateful that there hasn't been any interest. That to me is an acceptable proposal from a politician. You gotta pay it back. But we as the federal government may be able to do something either with a much lower interest rate or no interest rate.
I agree. Pay it back, but that's 7%, 7.9% is ridiculous.
That's what people get. The reason that you've got a lot of passionate defenders of forgiveness is that there are plenty of folks who have never disobeyed. And let's just say they owe $50,000 a week. They've made consistent payments. It's 10 years later, and they're able to $60,000.
Yeah.
Those stories exist.
I know they do. I knew that I was going to be in no position to pay off a loan when I graduated college. I just assumed that I would not be, and I wasn't for many years. And I mean, you're screwing yourself.
You are especially screwing yourself if you don't finish.
There's not too.
People too who took out student loans and did not even finish the program, so don't have the qualifications to have the potential income associated with that degree program, and they're just sadly missed it. So there's got to be some serious conversation about the cost of education, the cost of financing education, and what career paths we are prioritizing both as individuals and as a culture.
know things. Here's we gotta shut the power. I know we have to be better people. I brought in this thing. We have to be better people. Do you remember the candy we talked about a couple weeks ago?
Oh yes, the divinity cake.
You never had that? I have not. So we made some last
Oh my
night.
gosh, I'm so
And I
excited.
brought it in for you, and I'd like you to taste it.
I would love to.
So Kiana's gonna do a social media video. If you want to see Shannon taste it, that can be done.
Okay, now walk me
It's
through
really Instagram. I feel like I need you to sign a waiver because the amount of sugar in it shocked me. Remember, I wasn't at home when the spouse made it the first time around, but I participated in this batch because I wanted you to taste. People back in the newsroom have already tasted it. They liked it a lot. You can either have a whole piece. I brought it right there. You can cut a little slab up. Divinity is sort of in the family of fudge and marshmallow. It's sugar. It's egg white. It's oil, vanilla, and it's a very complicated cooking process. So tell me about it.
the sugar.
Yeah, your teeth are falling out.
I don't care. Give me all the root canals.
Yeah, we will.
It's delicious. It reminds me of something I would have had at my grandmother's house.
Bingo. I associate it with older ladies, and that's not a dig on older ladies. That's my key to as a broadcaster. But my nanny, my grandmother called Nanny, always had and loved it. As we explore our future business that we fantasize about creating a creamery and confectionery is I think it's going to be a signature dish. I love that. And so there's some nuts involved. There's some cut up pecans. You can only put a pecan on top of it. But
You say pecan and not pecan.
well, that's because I speak English.
Okay, that is a point of.
I know it is. I think in the South, pecan is absolutely the pronunciation. I think maybe in the upper Midwest, the North. Did you say pecan? No, surely not.
I don't know if I've ever said it in conversation.
I do. I don't hate it. I find it a charming mispronunciation of a word.
Like, bless your heart.
It sounds hard. Y'all want a piece of this pecan pie? Pecan pie. See, you got to come here. I got to shoot that back on you. Pecan pie is not appetizing. Pecan pie sounds very
smooth and sexy.
Absolutely. You like pecan pie?
I don't like pie.
In general?
I don't like pies. I don't like nuts, and I don't.
Oh, there's nuts in the divinity.
I liked those nuts.
Tell me more.
But I'm not a pie person. I don't like fruit in my desserts usually. I mean, I can be persuaded, but I just haven't reached for a pie really ever. I'll reach for cake over pie.
What kind of cake do you like?
I like them all. I like chocolate cake.
I like chocolate cake too.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So eventually one day,
and name your confection.
I don't know. I have a cat named Milo, and I think Milo could be involved in somehow.
Why is the cat involved with the sugar?
I don't tell you how much of his hair made his way into this dish.
Oh, I tasted it.
Yeah, you did. You got a little bit of Milo.
I did.
Milo frijoles monks is a very important part of my life, and
And I'm not saying that Milo frijoles monks is not an important part of your life, but why doesn't that have to bleed into your candy shop?
Because we love him, and his life is important to us, and he inspires us.
But there's so many names for a candy shop that are fun, that are not pet oriented.
I don't. Here's the thing. I'm going to be very traditional. I'm not into artisanal. The candy that we will sell eventually will not have like artistry on it, and that is not a dig at the folks who are. I love walking into a candy shop with beautiful pieces of candy that I have to pay $12 for a morsel. I appreciate the work that goes into that. This is going to be a traditional shop. I wish to walk in and feel like it's very comfortable.
And there's cat hair and everything.
And then you can trust the cat hair and Milo's.
Yeah.
I might name a candy cat.
That's one thing. Keep it to that.
Yeah. So we're gonna have ice. One day we're gonna have a mixed building, like a commercial space on the bottom floor, a beautiful, lovely apartment on a main street in Ventura, California.
Ventura, that's gonna be your home.
I think that's gonna be the place.
I mean, don't say no right away. Maybe we work in Babes Delights.
So,
Babes Confections.
I brought up Babe yesterday because Elmer, our board director, technical director here, has a friend who apparently just used the name Fonzie, and I thought that.
Well, in his defense, his name's Alfonso.
I know, but Fonzie is very well taken, famously taken, and so I said, well, can I just be Babe? So maybe Babe's Candy, Ventura, California.
I think we can do better than Babes Candy. I think we can have a little bit more fun with it. We'll love chocolate. No, we're keeping the cat out of it. And then when the cat dies, it's going to be a whole thing. Gary and Shannon will continue. Michael Lutz, thank you for your service, sir. We will see you next week. And we've got Swamp Watch on deck with Gavin Newsom making his case in South Carolina.
KFI and KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County. More stimulating talk.
Calling for support on Deborah Mark. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, Ellen Bass has signed an executive directive to support immigrant communities in the city. She says the goal is to inform city workers and managers, essentially develop preparedness plans that have specific protocols and that help city workers know how to address immigration officials should they approach a city department. She says they also want to share information on city services and assistance programs for families impacted by immigration raids. A federal judge in LA could rule as early as today in a lawsuit looking to end immigration enforcement operations in Southern California. Fox News says the judge has written a tentative ruling that would bar immigration agents from stopping suspected illegal immigrants unless there is a reasonable suspicion the person has violated immigration law. It can also bar agents from relying on race, Spanish-speaking type of work or location when making arrests. The ruling would only apply to the 7 counties in California's Central District, which includes LA. The FBI is looking for a protester who appeared to fire a gun at ICE agents near Camarillo.
On Thursday night, the FBI announced a $50,000 reward for information leading to the person's arrest and conviction. The video appears to show a person fire a gun a few seconds after ICE agents fired smoke canisters into a crowd of demonstrators to try to disperse them. The crowd had gathered in protest of an immigration raid at a cannabis farm that ended with several people detained. No one was injured. David Martindale, KFI News.
The LA County Sheriff's deputy is pleaded guilty to smuggling heroin into a jail.
Michael Miser admitted to trying to sneak Pringles cans packed with heroin into a jail in Castaic. After last year, prosecutors say he made a deal with inmates where he smuggled heroin in exchange for $15,000 in cash. Miser pleaded guilty to 1 count of possession with intent to distribute heroin.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the camera is rolling. I'm sorry I started a couple minutes late, so I will speak faster to make up for it as usual. So the joke goes like this. A guy goes into a diner and he orders his usual. He's been going to this diner for many, many years. I always joke to Heshi. Thank you very much. Well, oh, wait a minute. I went off camera for that. Sorry. Back on camera. Thank you. I just got a cup of tea. So anyways, thank you for the joke. It goes like this. Guy goes into a diner. He's been going there for years, and he always orders exactly the same thing. So he orders the chicken soup with matzo balls, and the waiter comes and brings it to him, and then the waiter goes away. A few minutes later, the waiter's walking by. He sees, Heshi, or the customer is indicating he should come over. So he comes over, and the waiter says, "Is something wrong?" He says, "I want you should taste the soup." Stephen, well, you know this joke, right? And the waiter says, "Is something wrong with the soup? You have the same soup every day. You come here all the time." So I want you should taste the soup. And he says, "Look, I'm sorry, I'll bring you another one." He says, "I want you should taste the soup." So he says, "Okay, all right, I'll taste the soup. Where's the spoon?" He says, "Aha." Okay. All right, everybody. So many people know that one, but it's a good one to forget and then remember to again. Okay. That's a big hand to Heshi for giving me that joke. Thank you very much. Okay, so tonight's topic is actually one that's very close to my heart that I'm glad that we're finally going to have the opportunity to discuss. We're going to look at one of the most influential rabbis of the late 19th and early 20th century, Israel Meir Kahan, known better by his first work, the Chafetz Chaim, which is transliterated a number of ways. If you're looking for him on the web, you may have to spell it with an H instead of a CH. You might have to change the vowels, the O to the A. This is perhaps the most popular transliteration of the name of his book by which he is known. He's significant in many ways. First of all, his life spanned almost a century, from 1938 to 1936. But on a more significant way, he is one of the last of the great scholar leaders of the Jewish people. Very rarely do we have such individuals who stand out far above the crowd as the pious kind of eyes of the nation, with a vision that stretches backwards millennia, encompassing the entire arc of Jewish history and thought since its origins, and looking deeply into the future, and anticipating the kind of challenges that the Jewish world will
I
face.
sat in a windowless room in a building somewhere on the site of a military installation at Groom Lake in the Nevada desert.
One of my favorite
The
stories, he
only
did not even
sound was
become
the
a
faint
rabbi
hum of the
until his
fluorescent
70s.
lights and the occasional
And he only
passing
did that
of my
because
pen
he had
across
to
the
fill out a
page.
passport form,
Seated at a
and
small
they needed an
rectangular desk
occupation. And
for
he was
nearly an hour,
simply a
I had
teacher.
been
He was a
filling out
Rosh Yeshiva.
forms
He had
for
a
a
school,
job
but
I was
he didn't
really
really
looking
have
forward
like
to
a
beginning.
designated profession
When
other
it
than
was to
people like
begin
to study
and
Talmud.
what it was I would
So
be
he
doing
called up
was
his
still a matter
student,
to be
one of the
settled.
most famous rabbis
At
of the
least
day
I
as
knew
well,
for
Rabbi
whom I was going to be
and
working.
he said, "Would you please come
E.G.
and ordain me,
Having
give me
previously
smicha,
worked at
so
the
I can
Los
write
Alamos
something down on
National
the Polish
Laboratory,
government
I was
document."
familiar
This
with
is the kind of person he
EG's
was.
history.
He was widely
Named
recognized
after three
as
of its
the Gadol
founders,
Hador,
the scientists
the
Harold
great
Edgerton,
one of the
his
generation,
one-time graduate
that
student
unique
Kenneth
individual who really,
Vermishausen,
you know,
and later
able to
Herbert
span
Greer.
so many
They had
different worlds
executed
within the otherwise
high-speed
fractious,
photographic
very
images of implosions
very
tests
fractious Jewish
conducted as
community.
part of the
Although
Manhattan
it's also
Project.
true to say fractious
The
and very
company
Jewish.
continued as a
Those two
defense
terms
contractor,
go together
working
very
with the
well.
Atomic
And
Energy Commission on
there's
a
a lot to say
variety of
about
projects at the
his
Nevada
life
test
and
site to
leadership.
develop weapons.
So let's
In Las
start with,
Vegas,
first of all,
most
his dates. Now,
everyone
this
either
picture
worked in the
is
resort or
iconic.
gambling industry
If you have
or as
ever
part
seen
of
an
what
image of
hippies
the
in the
Public Time, you
1960s
probably have
denigrated
seen this
as the
one. This one's a little
military-industrial
bit more
complex.
airbrushed and so on.
In that
And it does
sense,
kind of have a
despite all the
glowing
glitter and
face
glamour
of
associated
so
with
on.
one of its industries,
It's
Las
widely
Vegas was
reputed
kind
not
of a
to be a
company
likeness
town,
of the Public
all
Time,
dressed up
but
in
rather
either
apparently
sequins
of a
or lab
butcher in the
coats
town of
or
Rodin,
military
who
uniforms.
just had
Then
that
there
kind
were
of
those who
shade
worked
upon
in
him
various
that
states of
people really like.
undress.
So this,
Simply
whether or
put,
not this is true,
I was
I
aware
don't
of what
actually
went
know.
on at
There is an
Groom Lake
Israeli
in the
website
defense
that is
industry
dedicated
and of
to
who some of the
debunking
major players were.
images of rabbis
If
that
in
circulate as
January of
icons, like the one with the
1989 I was
Maimonides
eager
with
to
the
get
turban and
back
things
to
like
working
that,
in the
you have no
scientific
idea what
community
Maimonides actually look
after
like.
more than 4
But
years,
this is kind of like
instead
the
of the fairly
trademark image
lucrative
of the
but
Public
ultimately
Time.
not very
There are
mentally
only a
engaging
handful of
photo
photographs that
development business
exist
I
of
owned
the
and
Public
operated
Time
out of
himself.
my house.
He
I
was
was
very,
absolutely
very,
thrilled to be going to work for one of the biggest
head
players
covering,
in the defense
right?
industry.
Like most people.
I was especially keen on
People
working for
sometimes, when
them
I call them
because
up,
I'd
they don't
always had
recognize
an
my
interest
voice
in
on the phone.
explosive
I like to say,
reactions.
Phil
The
Abramson,
bigger,
beard,
the
glasses, funny
better.
looking. It's, oh yeah,
What could
right.
be better
That
than working
covers just about
alongside
all,
people at the
all
forefront
Jews
of
of
our
my
defense
generation,
industry
male.
who had a long and successful
So
track
here's
record
an
with the
actual
biggest
known
of bangs,
photograph of him. He
nuclear
was
weapons.
hesitant to be photographed,
Sign me up,
and
as
this
the
goes along
expression
with his
goes,
general
but the
personality
literal
trait
signing
of
up was taking a lot more
actually
effort
being
than I
quite
wanted
receding
it to.
and running away from
Some
honor
of my
whenever
excitement was
possible.
tempered by
Even
the
though
fact
he
that I
was
was sitting
widely
in that room
acclaimed
trying
throughout
to
the Jewish
dredge up
world,
the
really,
names
as
and
one of the
addresses of
greatest
at least
scholars of
5
his era, and I think
individuals
by
who
the end
knew
of
me
tonight's
when
lecture,
I was living with my
hopefully you'll
adopted
appreciate a
parents
little bit
back
more
in
the
Westbury, Long
unique
Island, New
nature of
York
his genius,
in the
which was not
mid-60s.
only intellectual,
Having
but was
worked at
moral
Los
and
Alamos,
spiritual on
I
a
was
very
used to the
profound
idea
level
of having
that
to provide
crosses
lists of
you know,
references for a
all
job
denominations,
and also a more
Jewish,
comprehensive
non-Jewish, and
list
so
of
on.
past residences,
He
acquaintances,
nevertheless
residences,
receded from
in
all
order to
honors and
receive the
accolades whenever
necessary
possible.
security clearances.
There are a lot of
Through my
beautiful
work at
stories about his
EG&G,
life, but
and what I was soon to learn was their special projects division, I needed the highest
reveal
clearance
themselves in due
possible.
course.
But just
So his family
I was told
background
that level was
is
22
an
levels higher
illustration
than the highest
of a
civilian
very
clearance,
important principle
known as
that
Q
my own
clearance.
Rebbe used to teach very
While I
often.
understood the
Rabbi
need for that level of
one of
clearance,
the
it was still a pain in the ass to be sitting there racking my brain trying to recall the names and contact information of people I hadn't
was
seen
that you
in
should
years.
never look askance
I
at
shifted
anyone's
uncomfortably in my
family.
seat
Never look
and
askance
used
at
the
anyone's
silver push
equals.
button of a big
Because
click
when
pen
you look,
to trace the
said my
wood
Rebbe,
grain
at
pattern on
the
the table.
yichus of Mashiach,
I
when you look at the
smiled
family
ruefully
background of our our Messiah, there's a lot of paint and paste kind of X-rated material going on there. There's whole story
as a result of the interaction between the thrust tube, the thrust device, and the ink chamber and spring. It could produce a reaction sufficient enough to launch the pen off the table surface by as much as 8 to 11 millimeters. I did not know, however, the contact information for my supervisor at Fairchild Electronics in Chatsworth, California, where I worked while attending classes at Pierce Junior College.
And nevertheless, that is
I'd
the
spent most
Messiah
of my life interested in taking things apart
Before I tell
and
you
putting them
the
back
family
together,
background of the
such
time,
as
I'll tell you quickly
retractable
that
pens and
my
other
son
devices.
Boaz,
And I had
some of
made
you
a
met him, he was here
jet-powered
doing
bicycle in my youth
a few minutes
and
ago.
a jet-powered car in my adulthood.
I found
But
that here in
piecing
South
together
Florida,
my
African
employment
American
history
women
and personal
really
life
know their Bible.
was proving to
You know,
be
when
a
you talk with
real
African
evil.
American women of a certain generation,
I looked
they
up at the
really know
security
their
guard
Bible.
who
I
stood
happened to be in the
sentinel to
post
one
office,
side of the
and I was
closed
friendly
door,
with one of the
and
clerks
wondered
there,
if he
and I
found
had
this
Boaz
trial
with
by
me,
memory as
and
tedious
I
as I
introduced
did.
them, and the clerk looks
He
at
was
Boaz and
rooted
says,
there in what
"So
I'd jokingly
Boaz,
come to
let
think
me
of
ask you
over
a
the years
question.
as
Why
penis
was
protection
Boaz
mode,
so angry?"
the manner in
And
which
Boaz says,
many
"I don't know."
military men
And she
stood
says,
when
"Because
in
he was
public.
ruthless."
His crossed hands were anchored in front of his groin.
She said it better than
His
I
feet
did.
spread to
Anyways,
just shy of shoulder
so
width.
here's the Chavetz
His
family
light blue
background is
uniform was
interesting.
military style, but bore
His
no adornments, stripes,
his father,
insignias,
unfortunately,
badges to indicate a
passed
rank
away
or
when
any
the
other
Chavetz
kind of
time
identification.
was 10. No,
He stood
sorry, gotta go back to
square-jawed
that.
and staring
His
straight ahead,
father
as
married
if there was
his
something
aunt,
far beyond
who
the walls of
unfortunately
this 12
died
by 12
after having
room
several
that
children.
held his
And
attention.
so the
The third
Chavetz
member of
Chaim's
our trio,
father
Dennis
married
Mariani, was of
his
similar
aunt's
military
younger
bearing
sister.
and appearance.
So, and
When
the
I
Chavetz
shifted
Chaim's
my
mother
glance to him, he
was the
scratched at
sister
his
of
close-cropped
his
hair.
father's first wife. So the
It
Chavetz
was the
Chaim was
first he
actually his
moved,
own
other than
uncle.
to blink,
And
shut
that
his
is okay,
eyes,
it's a little
or
weird, but you know,
slide,
it happens.
retrieve,
But then
or stack
later,
a form,
his
since he'd sat
father
down
passed away
across
when the
from me.
Chavetz Chaim was 10,
Unlike the
and so
security
his
guard,
mother
Dennis wore a
remarried,
civilian
again, a
uniform,
blended
a
family,
navy blue suit,
because his
something
second
that could have
father,
come
his
out of a
stepfather,
man's
had
closet
already
in the
married, had children. He
1950s
was a
or
widower.
1960s.
And
The
when the
jacket
Chavetz Chaim
had
came
narrow
of age,
lapels and a single chest button.
his adopted
Normally, I
father,
wouldn't have
his
noticed or
stepfather,
commented on such
wanted
things,
him to
but
marry
for the last 3
the
hours,
adopted
since
father's
Dennis had
daughter
met
from the
me in
first
the
marriage.
EG&G
In other
offices
words,
on the
his
grounds of McCarran
stepsister
Airport
by
and
marriage. And
accompanied
in
me on
fact,
the
that
jatted
his
air
mother was
flight out
opposed
to
to it,
this
but
remote
they worked
location.
it out, and the
We'd
Chavetz Chaim
never been
married his own
separated by more than
stepsister.
a few feet.
So when you think about
There hadn't been
Shia,
a whole lot
you
else
know,
to
it's the
look
same
at
kind
than
of
this
family
sturdily
story.
built,
It's an
heavily
illustration
lidded man
of
who
Rabbi
seems to be
Uziel
in his
Levsky's
mid-30s.
teachings
In
on,
many respects,
family
Dennis
background.
reminded me of
He
a
came
boxer.
from the
Not
small
the athlete,
shtetl
although, come to
Ghetto
think of it,
in
did have the
Belarus,
air of a
and
pugilist
he
about
made
him,
his
but
fame
more the
largely in
canine
another
breed.
very small
His
shtetl
expression
called
was seldom
Rabin,
slack.
or
He
in
appeared highly
modern Lithuanian
attentive,
Radon,
and yet
which
his
is an
demeanor
entirely
revealed nothing of
unremarkable
what he was
place, which
thinking or
ironically
feeling.
became really
I
the
met
center
Dennis 2
of
days
Jewish
earlier at the
scholarship
second of my interviews
for
with
the
the team
entire
from
world
EG&G.
during the Chavetz
He
Chaim's
sat on the
lifetime.
periphery of our
The
group
area
interview,
surrounding it
not
includes
asking any
places that are
questions.
famous in the
In his
Jewish
dog-like
geographical
manner,
imagination,
sitting at the edge
cities
of our
like
firelight,
Mir, towns like
observant
Mir,
and seemingly
Slobodka,
ready to
Kovno,
pounce.
places like that that have
Whether he was
huge
preventing
yeshivas.
anyone
He
from
was
getting into or
recognized
out
from
of that
his
circle,
youth
I
as
could not
having
determine.
two
He hadn't
characteristics
been
which were
present at the
highly
first
valued.
interview,
One
that I
was
felt had not
an
gone at all
incomparable
well.
genius. He had a
I'd left,
phenomenal memory
despairing of my
and
chances.
phenomenal
A few days
patience in
lapsed,
study,
and I
which
grew
is
more certain
uniquely
that I'd
captured
have to
by the
enlarge
Yiddish
my
word
circle of employment
Sitzfleisch.
inquiry beyond the
I'm sure
driving
most of you have
distance
heard
from
this
our
term
home.
Sitzfleisch,
One
but
I
it
shared with my
captures
second
a
wife
unique, it
Tracy
means
in the
literally
West End of Las
sitting
Vegas.
flesh.
When I was
You know,
called
you
in
have
for a
to have a
second
little bit of
interview,
a cushion to
I
be
was
able to
told
sit
that I
and
was
study the
considered
Talmud
to
for
be
many periods,
overqualified for
many
the
hours
original
a day. So
position for
he
which
had
I'd
phenomenal
interviewed.
Sitzfleisch. He was a
They were impressed
master,
with
a
my knowledge
perpetual
and
student,
wanted to
and
see
this
how
is
I
later
might fit in
expressed
as the
in his
senior
life.
physicist in the
He was
Special
also
Projects
known,
Division.
and this is something that
Obviously, they
was
expected I
perhaps
would
one of his
accept,
greatest
and for that reason,
reputations for the
I
rest of
was
his
now
life.
searching
I'll
my
focus on it a little
memory
bit
for
later
the
as
data
well,
required to work
for
me that
his
majestic
tzidkus,
clearance.
which is a Hebrew word, or
I'd always had a
tzidkut,
bit of the
meaning
arsonist in me,
piety. He
not
had
so
an
much as a prankster,
unusually
but as an
well-refined
agitator.
sense of
I
morality,
grew tired of
and
dull
he
routines,
applied
and
it
particularly the display
courageously
of
and
self-importance
with
that
humility
people who
whenever
work at
possible.
places like
Some of
Los
the famous
Alamos
stories about his
and, I
childhood, for
presume at this
example,
point,
include the fact
out
that,
at Groom Lake
you know,
and at EG&G
probably lowest on the social scale in the shtetl was the Wasserträger, the water carrier. There's no running water in the shtetl, and somebody has to have the job of going to the river, filling up the buckets, bringing them back to the homes. That's menial labor, very low pay, and so on. So it's really low on the status symbol of the shtetl. So the young boys in Jettel used to like to play a trick on the Wasserträger. In the winter, what he would do is he would bring his buckets at the end of the day, and he would leave them by the river, And then he would
Do
go
you
home
have
to
somewhere
sleep.
else
And
to
the next
be?
morning, he would go walk
What time
down.
do you
I'd
have?
carry the buckets all the way
Does
back
that
down.
watch have a
He'd fill up
calculator
the buckets
function?
and start his
What
rounds.
kind of
And
battery
so what
life
the
do you get
boys
with
used to
that?
like to do
We
is
won't be
they
here
would
much longer.
go at night,
Take
fill
your
up
time.
his buckets
We've
with
got all
water,
night.
and leave them to freeze
All of
overnight.
those floated through
So
my
the
mind as
Wasserträger, the poor
possibilities.
guy would have to get up
But
in the
Dennis,
morning and,
and what I
you know,
decided to now
laboriously
call
chip out
his
the ice
marionette
to
remained
be able to do his
statue-like.
job. And they got a
Silent,
kick out of this. But when the
still.
Chofetz Chaim, young Yisrael Meir,
I
heard of
decided
this,
to dip my toe into the
he
water.
would go out secretly later
Time
than the other
flies.
boys
I
and pour
muttered
out
under
the
my
water
breath.
to the Wasserträger without even
Dennis
knowing,
rose to the bait.
until, of course, he
Do
was
you have a
eventually
question?
caught, without
His
even
voice
knowing
sounded
that he was, in
familiar.
fact, doing him a
Somewhat
favor
like the Long
without,
Islanders I knew back when,
insulting the boys who were
stretching the
playing this
first two
terrible
words
trick.
out as
And in
do
fact, there's
and
so
you.
many of these stories of his
No,
phenomenal
no
piety.
question.
Some
I
of them
said,
have
just
a kind of
thinking out loud.
a
I
humorous
just
tone to them.
don't
It's just
have all
hard to
these
believe.
names and numbers
Like
at my
the famous
fingertips,
story,
you know?
again, it may be very
I
apocryphal,
paused, waiting for him
but
to respond. When he didn't,
apparently a
I added,
burglar once broke into
I know
his
how
house
important the
and
security
stole
clearance
his
is.
silver
I want to
candlesticks.
get this done as
And
quickly as
as the
possible.
burglar was
Help
leaving,
make
he
your
woke
job
up the
easier.
Chofetz Chaim. So the Chofetz Chaim
Do what you
ran
can.
out of the house
We'll
after
do our
him,
job.
saying, I forgive you, I
wasn't
forgive you.
insinuating.
You can
I
keep the
stopped
candlesticks. He
when I
didn't
saw
want to even
something
have any
briefly
sense
pass
of
across Dennis's
an
eyes.
obligation
A
to
sign,
another thing.
maybe,
He figured if he
of
was
his
stealing it for a
irritation with
reason,
me.
he must need it, and he didn't want
I
this other
thought
person
again
to
of
be
that second
liable for
interview
the
I just
terrible
had.
crime of
How
theft.
much more, if not jovial, at least collegial
Really?
in it all
With the
seemed.
Chofetz Chaim, I didn't even know
We
that.
were all there for the same reason. All men with
So
technical
I'll
or
tell you the story that
scientific
goes with
backgrounds.
that.
And
Apparently,
while we weren't
he was
cracking
once called to
jokes,
be some
we
kind
were
of
at least
expert
being
witness.
human.
And the
Dennis had sat
lawyer
there
who
then as
presented him
unresponsive and blank
said,
as he was
listen,
now.
Your Honor, the
I
Chofetz
couldn't tell
Chaim,
you the names or the titles
Israel
of the
Meir
group of
Cohen,
men I'd
is
spoken
going
with
to
that
present
day.
now.
But
I
I
want to
did
tell you a few
recall
stories
after the
about
meeting
him.
ended
And
that I was most
apparently the
drawn
judge,
to
as the
Dennis
story goes,
and
how
wondered
true
what
it is,
his
but the
story
judge says,
was.
that those are all very
Was he
nice stories,
always
but
in
I
such
find
a
them very
bad
hard to
mood?
believe. And the lawyer
As I
answered,
sat
well,
there
it
in
may
that
not
tiny
entirely be
office with
true,
him,
but one
I
thing's for
felt
sure,
like
they
my
don't say
future was
them about
hanging
me
in the
and you.
balance.
They say
If
them about
this
the
guy
Chofetz
ended up
Chaim. So there
hating
must
me,
be an
which
element
seemed to be the
of
case,
credibility
could
to
he
it
make
if
the
there's so many
difference
of these
between
kinds of
me
stories.
being
Hopefully I'll tell you
hired
a couple more
full-time
that are
and
more
not?
verified. At any rate,
As
what
was
I'd like
made
to
clear
focus
to me,
on,
I was being
there are
hired on a
three
provisional basis.
areas in which
Until I
his
received my
reputation
majestic
was
clearance,
made.
I was only going to
His
work on
piety,
site on an
his
on-call basis.
scholarship, and
I
his
was pleased to
leadership.
hear that,
And so these are the
and even
areas that I
more
like to
pleased
focus
that they
on
agreed that I could
for the
continue
rest
to
of
work
our
during the
time,
day
basically.
running the photo
The
developing
piety had
service out of
already
my home.
mentioned a couple
We
of
needed to
stories from
pay
his
the
youth,
bills and all
but
that,
in
I
many
told them.
ways his piety
They
made him a
understood.
great failure.
Still,
He
I had
was
to be
an
on call,
incredibly
and when I received notification via phone that I was to go into the office that day,
businessman. And in
I'd have
fact,
very
his
little time
efforts
to
in
get to
business,
McCarran to get
while
myself aboard that
well-meaning,
Janet flight out
ironically
to the
failed
airfield
him
at
on
Groom Lake.
several levels. And until he
Earlier
finally
that evening,
found his
I
métier
received the
as
call
a
from a
Rosh
woman
Yeshiva,
identifying
with
herself
a small
as
group of
Nancy
young
from
men studying under him, he really
I was to be at
was
McCarran at
not
7:30
succeeding in
that
business.
evening.
And this is
Having lived in the
ironically
Las
because
Vegas
of his
area for
piety.
more than
For
5
example,
years, I was
one
already
of the
familiar with the
areas
sight of the so-called
that
Janet aircraft
he really
taking off
insisted
and
on
landing
from
from
his
Las
youth. And
Vegas's
he began
major
with
airport.
very meager means.
McCarran was
He was
located
supposed
only
to
a
get a
few
dowry
miles
of
from the
300
famous Las
rubles
Vegas
when he
Strip.
married his
Though
stepsister,
Tracy
but
and I
things didn't
lived in
work out,
West
and he
Las
got a
Vegas
fraction of
on
that.
the appropriately named James
But
Lovell
with the
Street.
small money that
Our
he got, they
business
opened
took
up
us
a
all
small
around the metro area, and we
food
both
store, like
frequently
a
saw
food
the
stand
white
center.
Boeing
But he was
737
extremely
jets with the distinctive
meticulous
red markings
about
along the
every
fuselage and window height
possible
of the Janet
aspect of the
jets.
business to make sure that no
No no
theft
other emblems
whatsoever
were
would
needed,
occur.
especially since
So, for
all the
example,
locals
he was
joked that
famous for
Janet stood
measuring
for
his
just
scales every
another
single day.
non-existent
The
terminal.
Torah,
That was a reference to the
requires that
fact
all
that though
scales,
we
weights, and
daily saw
measurements
those
be
planes
accurate,
ferrying
and he would
employees
check
to
them
and
every
from
day.
what was
So
often
things
referred
that
to as
happened, like for
Area
example,
51.
it once happened that
For a long time, the military and the government
sold some
disavowed the
salt,
existence of any
and
kind of operation going on around
when the
Brooklyn.
time checked
Many
the
speculated
scales,
about
there's a
what
little
went
bit of
on
salt that
out
was kind
there,
of stuck to some
given
moisture or
that the
something
Nevada
on the
test
bottom of
site
the
was
pan, a
also in
tiny
the
little
region,
amount.
and having
And
worked at a government facility with a
felt
long
terrible
history of
because,
secrecy,
you know,
I was pretty sure
someone
that
had been
Area 51
shortchanged.
was a
Someone
place
did not
where
get the proper
experimental
amount of salt,
aircraft and
and he
weapons
could not
systems
figure
were
out which
tested.
person it
At
was.
the
It was
time,
market day.
there were a
Nobody,
few
you
people
know, all
on the
kinds of
fringe who
peasants
were
coming
into
from the countryside to
UFOs
buy
and
in the market.
speculated about
So he
Roswell
gave
and the
out
like.
the next day,
I
the
wasn't
next
into
market
the
day,
whole
small packets of
extraterrestrial
salt to
debate
every
and
customer,
mythos. As a
hoping
kid,
that he
I
would be
watched
able to
Star
return
Trek,
it to the person
but
who
I was
bought
more
it.
interested in how
On
its
another
warp
occasion,
drive functioned
they once
than I was in
shortchanged
about
a
the various
non-Jewish
life
customer from
forms
a
they
faraway
encountered.
village
Some
a
kids
herring.
might have wanted
And
to be
so in the
Captain
same kind of
James
thing,
T.
he
Kirk
brought a
and
herring
engage
to
in
every single person
extraterrestrial
in that
relations.
village to try and
wanted to
return
be
the herring
Scotty
to them.
and get my hands on dilithium
They
crystals
received
and not the body
a
of a
small
nubile
inheritance
female
from an
life
uncle of
form
his
from the
wife's that
planet
passed away
Xantar.
to buy a cow.
That said,
And
when
they thought
Tracy
they
and I
lived
were house
off the
shopping in Las Vegas, we attached no special
their
importance to
business
finding a
nevertheless
home on a
flourished
street
because
named after an
people
astronaut.
respected his honesty
Jim
and his
Lovell
diligence.
was the commander of
The
NASA's
prices
Apollo
were really
13
low,
mission.
and he was very, very
Whoever had
particular about
developed our little
honesty and
area
so on.
between
So
Halton
he
Drive to the
began to
north
worry
and
that he
Charleston
was
Boulevard
driving
to the
his
south
competitors
must
out
have
of
had an interest in
business.
space
So he
exploration.
started
In our little
shortening the
quadrilateral,
hours of
there
his
was Alan
business
B.
to
Shepard
try to
Street,
just make
John
enough money to
Glenn
keep his
Circle,
family alive
Astronaut
and to
Avenue,
let the other people
Michael
have some
Collins
business.
Place,
And then
and
when
Sky
that didn't
Trail
work,
Place,
because people would
mixed
say
in
word
among
of
the
mouth and
usual
make sure they shop
suspects.
by him,
Oakhurst,
he would
Larch,
close
and
the
Hemlock.
front entrance,
You could be
and you had to go
arboreal
in
or
the back
patriotic,
entrance. It was
or a
the only way
combination
that
of
it was
both.
open. You would know is if you
But
went
to be
around to the
honest,
back alley.
Tracy and
None
I
of these
remarked
things
on the
worked,
name
and
of
so
our
finally
street
they
once,
just closed
and
that
then it
business
just
when they got
quickly
the milk
became
cow.
ingrained as one
The
of the
milk cow is a little
thousands and
higher
thousands of
situation. You can
unremarkable
imagine
facts
in
of
a
our
kind of a
lives.
funny way the sky
So,
being so
once I got
fascinating
the
because
call
all
from
of a sudden
Nancy
now
to
he
drive
has
to the
all
airport
of
and
the laws
EG&G for a
regarding
flight,
animal
I was
husbandry
thinking more
to
about
deal with.
whether or not I should have brought a
It took
change
him
of
a long
clothes
time
or
to buy a cow
toiletries
because
with
he
me,
wanted to find
more
one
than any
with
kind
the
of name
smallest, most blunt
coincidences.
horns
As a
possible,
lover of
just in
explosive
case it should get
reactions,
angry
though,
and should
what
gore
was
someone. He
second to
wanted to
a
make sure
nuclear
that
blast
it
in my
wouldn't harm
mind
them.
was the
And he was
thousands and
exceptionally
thousands
careful
of
about
pounds
every
of
little
thrust
detail about
produced
how
by those
the cow
rockets
was
used
locked
in the
up at
Apollo
night so they
program.
shouldn't go out and graze in
Little did
someone
I
else's
know
field and
how
all
much
kinds
of
of
a
things.
role propulsion was
Eventually,
going
all
to
of
play
these
in
things
my
led
life
to
in the
near
months that
bankruptcy
followed that first
until he
call
ended
from
up
Nancy.
beginning to collect
As a
students
scientist,
for his
I relied on
yeshiva. But these are
rationality.
the kind of stories
I
that
didn't do so to the
dawned
extent
a
that
couple
Mr.
times
Spock might
throughout
have,
his life,
but
and it really
certainly
speaks
to a
to
great enough
the
degree
nature of
that
his
though I
character.
heard about things like
This
the
in itself, however,
NJ-12
would not
or
grant
Majestic
him
12
more than
documents,
regional fame
I
at
discounted
most.
them as
What
a hoax.
really cemented his
Friends and
reputation was
acquaintances
his
knew about the
incomparable
conspiracy theory that
scholarship.
existed around
And
that
in this
alleged
regard,
secret
I'd like to
organization
speak about
President Truman
two
founded in
of his greatest
1947
works.
to assist with the
He was quite
recovery and
prolific, but there
investigation
are
of
two
alien
that are
spacecraft.
absolute
Those
classics in the
discussions
Jewish
were all a part of living in this
corpus of
company
rabbinic
town,
literature, and
and
they
the
really
wild
stand the
imaginings
kind
of
of test
those
of
on the
time that make
fringe
them
were exactly that.
millennial in quality.
Imagining.
These are not works that
Fun
will
to
last
ponder
for a
and
few
speculate
decades or even
about,
a few centuries.
but
These are
unlike
works
the
that
influence of
tower
organized
as
crime on the
achievements of
development and
spirituality
continued
and
operation
thought
of Las Vegas,
that, in many ways, I
without
don't think there
real
are any
substance to
comparable
support them.
works in other
For
traditions,
me,
as far as I'm aware. The
seeing
first one
or having some
is the
other
work
form
by
of
which he got his
verifiable
name. He wrote
empirical
it in his
evidence
early
was believing.
30s. It's called
The issue
Sefer
of what to
Hafetz
believe
Chaim.
was on my
This is
mind
the
the night
title
of my
page of the
first
work,
trip to
published
Area
in
51, only
1873.
because I was going to
The
have to
title
explain
is
to my
taken
wife
from a
why I was
verse
leaving
in
the house
Psalms
so
that
late
says,
on a work night.
who is he
Since
who
Tracy's father had
desires
been
life?
employed at Los
Yeah,
Alamos,
Yishach
and the two of us
Chaim.
met there
And
before
then
moving to Las
after
Vegas,
the
she
psalmist
understood
asked that
why it was
question,
that I couldn't
he
tell her much
answers
about
it
my
by
new
saying,
job.
one who guards
I
his
wasn't
tongue
being
from speaking
evasive or
evil.
secretive.
Lashon hara.
As I set out
And
from
so
home
this
that
is a
night, I
highly
truly had
creative,
no real idea what I would be
innovative
expected
work
to do that evening
that
or on
points
subsequent
to an
evenings.
area of Jewish
What did
thought
strike
that,
both of us as odd
until he
was
really
that I had to
uncovered as
jump
being
immediately into
central to
action that
Judaism,
night.
was simply
Who,
thought as being
other
a
than
kind of a
first
secondary
responders
element.
and other
But
emergency
really, it is
personnel,
a
worked under
vein
such
that runs
conditions.
deep and true throughout all
I
of
need to
Jewish
report to
morality.
EG&G. I said to
Specifically,
Tracy.
it is a
I
book
rushed around
on
the house
the
trying to
laws
find my
of
wallet and a
appropriate
lint-free cloth to clean my
and the
glasses.
prohibition of, for
Oncoming
lack of of a better translation,
But
gossip.
when the light refracted off
Gossip
smudged
is
lenses,
not
the blurring
understood in
and
Jewish
blinding was
law.
even
Let me
worse.
just back up for a
I
second.
was out the door in less than 20
you know how they
minutes,
say that
minus the change
Eskimos
of clothes
have
and toiletries
27
I
words for
previously
snow
mentioned.
because snow
My
is such an important
post-rush
part
hour
of their
drive to the
reality.
airport was
Well, we have
uneventful,
about 8
as
different
was the
words for
flight out of
gossip
Vegas.
in the Jewish
Only a
tradition.
handful of
And
passengers was on
that
the
says
flight
something
with
about
Dennis
us.
and
We're
Nate.
very big into
He had
speech.
met
And
me
in
at the
fact, you don't have
offices
to
of
look very far.
EG&G
If you look,
and
for
escorted
example,
me
at the
through
Hebrew, the
security
confession
gate
that we
and
read
out
on
onto
Yom
the
Kippur
tarmac.
about all the sins,
We exchanged a
good
little more
proportion
than
of
a
them,
brief
maybe
greeting,
half, have to do with
and I
speech,
took
how we
Dennis's
speak to
command
each
to
other, how
follow
we
me
speak
to the
about each
most
other, and so
literal
on.
extent possible.
So there are
If he wasn't going to speak, then neither was
three
I.
terms in particular
I
that
was
stand
reminded
out.
of the times my
One,
father
which is
Al
often used
took
as a
me to
collective
New York
term,
City
is
or
lashon
Queens on the
hara,
Long
which means
Island
literally
Railroad.
evil
Most of the
speech
other
or
riders on the
evil
train
tongue.
sat
Lashon is
singly,
tongue, and the
or
law is evil.
if forced into
And
being
that
seated next to
refers
someone
to
else,
the
regarded
communication
him or her
of
as nothing
correct
more than a fixture of the train's
derogatory
cabin.
information.
Something to
So
sometimes
it's not
bump up
exactly
against,
gossip,
but not
because
to
gossip in
engage in a
English tends to
conversation with.
imply
Even
that
the
there's something
pilots on the flight were
false
silent.
about what people are talking about.
At the point when I felt the
speaks about
plane's speed
things
slacken,
which are true.
Dennis turned to me and said,
Ruvain did
inclining his
something
head toward the
reprehensible,
window,
and Shimon
"That's the
tells
groom light
Levi about
facility
it.
below."
That is Lashon
Yes,
Hara.
I've heard of it.
And it is
I told him,
strictly prohibited in
"That's where
Judaism.
we'll be landing."
One may not
I
relate
didn't respond at all.
negative information about another
Dennis's
person.
brow
Period.
raised in surprise.
Yes, of course,
His
there are
reaction
exceptions.
triggered a
I'll get to
similar
those in a
one in
second.
me.
But that's the basic
His
rule.
statement seemed
And
obvious,
this book, it took
though when we departed
millennia
McCarran,
before someone
Dennis
could
made
come
no
out and say
indication
it
of where we were
outright
headed.
and produce a
I
book
didn't
which
tell
was
him that I
totally
assumed
dedicated
that
to it.
Area
The other
51
two
was our
terms which we'll just
destination.
touch on right now. One
Maybe
is
I'd spoiled the
multi-shamra,
party for him
which
a
is
bit.
literally
Maybe he liked to see others get excited at the mention of anything to do with
dissemination
Area
of
51.
a
The
false
fact that he was even
word,
speaking
and
to
that's
me
referred to
seemed like a
as the
spell that
gossip,
I
which is
shouldn't break
untrue.
with any
Well, I guess we would call
unnecessary
that
trouble.
libel, perhaps, in legal terms
We
today.
covered the 100 or
That's
so
correct.
miles
Is that correct,
quickly,
Judith? Libel
and I
is fine.
imagined our flight path
Something
looking
like that.
something like a steep spike on an
Okay, good. So
oscilloscope.
they both qualify under
Once
that.
we
Two words in
disembarked
English
from the
language.
plane,
And
Dennis and
the
I
third one
boarded
is
a
the
school
Chiluk,
bus.
which
It was no
is
longer in its traditional
it's kind of
yellow
like
and
Lashon
black
Hara, but
livery,
it has to do
but
with
had been painted
lady
navy
information on
blue.
the third hand. I
All
won't
of the
go into the
windows, with
details
the
for now.
exception of the
But
front
anyway, what
windshield,
this
had been
essentially
blacked out.
is, it's
We
a
proceeded along a
it's a
paved road to the
guidebook
first
for
stop,
how to
a
speak like a
nondescript
Jew,
single-story
how a
office
Jew
building.
should speak.
I
And it's a
followed Dennis out
phenomenal
of the
work,
bus.
a towering
The
genius.
late December
The
desert
first
air
part
was
of it
cool
is
but
rather
refreshing.
amazing. He
It
spends
was
the
only then
first,
that I
say,
thought
20
about how
pages
tired I was.
convincing people
I'd
that
been
it
unable
really
to
is
sleep
forbidden in
and had
Judaism
arisen at
to
6 that
gossip.
morning.
And he is convincing
Once
people
inside
who
the
are
office
highly learned.
complex,
It's a
Dennis
very
produced a
erudite
plastic
treatise,
ID badge and held
answering
it
all
out to a
kinds of
uniformed guard.
objections that
The
Tonguidists
reception
have,
area
saying,
had sets
oh,
of
it doesn't
doors
mean that,
immediately to the left
these are
and
the
right of the
exceptions,
desk,
people
and one
already know it,
directly
it's public
behind it.
knowledge, and he
I
goes
was led to the
very
left.
methodically through the whole thing, and
Dennis
by the
switched on
time
the
you get
lights,
through, let's say,
and
the
it
first
took a
20
moment
pages,
for the fluorescent
it's
bulb
absolutely
igniters to
terrifying.
heat up the
Because you
gas.
say, oh my gosh,
In the
I
dim
can't say
half-light
anything.
of the room,
That's it for
I
dinner
made out a device
conversation.
in
Now, if you
Dennis's
think of the New
hand.
York Times, all the
Camera.
news that's fit to print, it
Stand
would be
there.
like a little
Dennis
advertising
said,
circular. There'd be
pointing to a
nothing
set
in
of
there because
footprints
so much
embossed
of
on
it
the
is
floor.
forbidden.
He stepped
Nevertheless,
behind
by
a
the time
desk,
through
and I stood there
the
for a few
next,
moments while he
180 odd
adjusted the
pages,
equipment,
he
and then the
explains
flash
the
snapped
parameters
at my
under
eye.
which speech is
No,
permitted.
say
And in
cheese? I
fact, by
said,
the time you master
squinting
this
hard
book, and
to
I can't
make
say
out
I'm a
Dennis's
master of it
expression.
all, but when you
Didn't
master this
matter if
book,
I could see his face or
every
not. I
communication you
immediately
have
thought
is
it was
elevated.
going to be the
It is
same sullen
spiritually
yet alert
meaningful.
look.
It is
Follow me.
energizing. It is something that
As we
builds
passed by the
relationships rather than
reception
tears them
desk,
down.
the
It's
man
truly
behind it
a
lifted up
heroic
a
work
walkie-talkie
of
and
Jewish
produced a
thought.
manila folder that he
Now,
handed to Dennis.
one
Neither of
misconception
them
about the
exchanged a
Palestine is
single
if you look
word,
at this title
let
page,
alone
his
anything
name doesn't
approximating a
appear
pleasantry.
anywhere in the Hebrew section.
I thought that I might
And
like
for
working here,
many
if in
researchers,
fact
including
this
some
was
of
where
his
I would
prime
be working.
biographers, I'm kind of surprised
No
to
idle
say,
chit-chat, no
they
feigning
emphasize
interest
how
in
the
relative
Palestine wrote this
strangers.
book completely
Sign me up.
anonymously. And he was a nobody.
And that
Nobody
was
knew
exactly
of
what
him
Dennis had me
outside
doing
this
for
tiny little
nearly the next
shtetl.
hour and a
It's
half.
not exactly true
As I was getting to the last
because
lines
one
of
of
the
the
final document,
requirements for
I could
publication
feel
in
my
the Russian
eyelids
Empire
scratching as
was
I
you had to have a
blinked.
censor's
I
approval,
tried to remember
and
the
there was
last
like
bit
a
of liquid
Library
I
of
had taken
Congress
in.
kind of
A coffee would have
formality
been
that you
nice,
had
or even
to
just some
put some
water.
bibliographic
I
information
saw
on the
no
title page.
signs of the
So
typical
it may
office
be that in the
refreshments
Hebrew
anywhere
section
in
here, where he talks
reception
about the
or the
contents
two
of the
rooms
book,
I'd been in so
he
far.
he
I
doesn't
think
have
that
his
should do it.
name.
I
But
said
when you
at
look
last,
at the
sliding the
bibliographic
last of the
citation down
documents
here,
across
it's
the
in
table
black
to
and
Dennis,
white. If you read
careful
Russian,
to turn
it
it so that
says
he received it in the proper orientation.
to jest żaluję,
Follow me.
like
Dennis
how,
said
you
after
know, how
placing
to
the
speak
last of
properly.
the papers into the
Soczenia
folder.
nie em kagana. on.
Outside, Dennis said,
It says his name in
"We'll
black
take
and
the
white,
bus
so
back to the
it's not
plane.
like he did it
That will take you back to Las
totally
Vegas.
anonymously.
There
And
you can pick
everyone
up your car
in the
and go
Eastern
home."
European world could read his name
That's it.
there in black and white, but he certainly didn't emphasize it.
I thought it a bit odd that I had to be on the premises to fill out that paperwork. I was considering asking Dennis why they thought it necessary for me to come all the way out there. Before I had a chance to ask, Dennis added, "It's late."
Yes, this
I
is a
shrugged
stamp.
and
This
thrust my hands in my
particular
pockets.
copy was
I
owned
couldn't
by
refute
the
the logic of that
Lubavitch
statement.
Library,
I
and
was
so
more
the
than a little
owners of rights,
amused
oh,
by
Yosef,
Dennis
Yitzhak
revealing the
Lubavitch,
next steps
took a
we'd
break
take,
to the USA,
or the
came
steps
from
we'd
the theater that
retrace,
Rabbi owned
and
this
how
first edition.
unnecessary that
And
was. It was also
I'm sorry
very
to
much
stamp
in
it
keeping
because,
with how people
from
in
a
government
librarian's
jobs often
perspective, it's
conducted
not nice to
themselves.
stamp books like that.
He
But
stated
nevertheless,
very
it does give
clearly
us
the
a
most
sense of the
obvious
provenance of
things,
it, and
but
it also
left
shows how
unstated what I
Friedrich
most wanted
really
to know.
valued this
When
particular
was I
work.
going
That's
to
the
come back here?
prior
What
Rebbe
exactly would I be
who died
working
in
on? Who would be my boss?
Yes,
My
Ms.
string of
Abrams.
questions was interrupted by the squeak of the bus brakes. I bit my tongue when Dennis said the last words to me that he'd offer that night. The bus is here. An hour and a half later, I slid beneath the sheets of our bed, hoping not to wake Tracy, but she snapped on the light on the nightstand.
But
How was
no
it?
one,
She asked.
you know,
I
like
tried
they
to
say
stifle
about
a yawn.
geniuses like this in the Jewish tradition,
I couldn't
at a
agree
certain
more.
age,
I
they
said,
outgrow all their teachers.
She looked
They
puzzled,
say that of
and I
the
realized
Vilna
that my
Gaon, he
reference to
outgrew
her
all his
yawn
teachers by
wasn't
age
clear.
7, which is
Hard to tell from a
amazingly
first
difficult
day.
to believe,
A
but
lot of
you know, they say
paperwork.
those stories about the
Boring
Vilna Gaon.
stuff, really.
They don't,
I'm
the
sure it would
biographers
get
do
better.
not cite anyone
It
of
has
the
to,
time
they said.
considered his Rebbe in
I lay awake for a few moments
piety.
thinking about the
We
next
do
day.
know that
I was
he
going to
spent a
have to
lot of
drive
time,
out
like
to a
many of these
realtor on the
spiritual
north
giants,
end of
in
the city to
seclusion,
pick up a few
and
rolls of
several
film.
people who may have come
I couldn't
across him
remember
used
if
to like
I'd
to go
filled
into
the
the women's
tank with
section
gas.
of the shul
Just
when,
as
you
I
know,
was
not
about
during
to
times of
drift
prayer.
into
They
sleep,
would find him
Tracy
berating
said to me,
himself and being hard on
"While
himself
you're
and
out
really
tomorrow,
giving
can
himself
you pick up a
mussar.
can of
And he
coffee
would come
and
out
a
afterwards
pint
always
of half
radiant
and
and smiling
half?"
and cheerful. So he perhaps was his own Rebbe in Sittard.
Chapter 1.
Could be. Okay, let me talk about Lashon Hara.
The following
You're all
morning,
wondering, oh my
after a
gosh,
quick cup of coffee,
how am I going
I
to say
headed out
anything
to pick up the
productive if I can't
photos
say
from a
anything
regular
negative about
client,
people?
a real estate
So
appraiser,
this I was
who
wondering.
worked out
So
of an
the
office
truth
near the
is,
Painted Desert
there
golf
are
course.
7
The course had just opened,
preconditions
and along with
for
it, a housing
relating
development had
Lashon
gone
Hara,
up,
as he
and many
explains
others as
very
well, in that
thoroughly
area
in his book.
far north
The
of the
7
Strip.
preconditions
Many
can
of
be
my
easily
clients
remembered
work in
by
real
this
estate.
acronym, which I'm very happy
New
to supply for you.
construction
It
was
took me a
booming.
long time to
Current
figure out
residents
how
were
to
taking
translate this
advantage of rising
into
prices to move up to
English,
new
so
homes.
I take
The
credit for it.
population
It's what I
rose
call
from
the
just
rule of
shy of
silence. He provides a similar
275,000
rule
people in
in Hebrew
1970
in
to
his
nearly
time. And so
465,000 by
these are the
1980,
7
and
rules,
was
7
destined to
preconditions
reach
that you must fulfill before you
740,000
say
by the
anything
start of
negative.
the
So let me give
90s.
you an example.
Simply put,
Let's say,
business was good
oh,
for
I can send
anyone
this to
in
you
real
anyway. You
estate
don't
and
have to take a
housing,
picture of it.
and I liked
All right.
working with
So
clients
the
who were
rule goes like
professionals
this. So
rather than
let's
someone who
say,
came in
I don't
griping
know,
that their vacation shots were
Richard is
overexposed.
going on
Still,
vacation,
as I drove
and
along with
he
my
has a
window
little one of
down,
those
the
Maltese
scent of change
poodles,
was in the
right?
air, as
And
much as the
he has to
exhaust
say to me,
fumes from the many diesel engines
well, before I tell
powering
you that,
ready-mixed
I
cement
happen, as
trucks
I'm walking to
and
shore, I see
semi-tractor
Judith
trailers
walking by.
loaded
I
with
don't know if I
lumber.
use you for an example here, Judith.
I
I
wasn't
see
certain when
Judith
I'd be called
on the
back to
street, and
EGG,
she's walking over here,
and
and
in
she
some
sees
ways,
a little
that was
tiny
okay with
dog,
me,
and I
at
see
least
Judith across the street.
temporarily.
Give that dog
I
a
figured it was
vicious
just a
kiss.
matter of time before
I'm
my
like,
security clearance came
wow,
through.
where did that come
I
from?
knew
That's
that
like
traffic along
totally out of character.
I-15
I
was
don't know
going
what
to
to
be
make of it.
tight,
But as I come
so I
upstairs,
chose
I
Nevada
see Richard and says,
95
Richard,
instead.
oh, hello, I got
And
to tell
I
you
felt
something.
a little
It's so
sorry for
nice that
those
people come to
commuters
your class. You
sealed
know,
in their
I'm going
cars
on
listening
vacation
to
for a few
one
days.
morning
I
zoo
have no idea
crew
what
or
I was going to
another
do
on
with my
their
Maltese
radios.
poodle. And guess
The
what?
news was still
Judith
full of
offered
stories
to
about the
dog
horrific
sit my
terrorist
poodle
bombing
for
of
a
a
few
Pan
days.
Am flight
Right?
over
So
Lockerbie,
now
Scotland.
I'm faced with the
I
concept
switched off the
because
radio, preferring the
I know
company of my
something negative
thoughts
about
to how
Judith,
horrifying it must have been
about
in those
her
few instants
behavior
before the
towards this
blast
small poodle.
obliterated part of the
And
craft,
now I see
and the
that
intact
Richard is going
pieces
to
hurtled to
entrust
the ground.
his poodle to Judith.
Maybe because we were
What should I
nearing the
do?
end
So the
of
fellow
1
sign
year
says, if
and
I
the
can
beginning of
follow these
another,
7
I
rules,
was in a more
then I can tell
contemplative
Richard about
mood than
Judith's
usual.
dog-hating behavior.
My first day
So
at
these are 7
EGG
rules. First of
didn't
all,
exactly
yes,
begin with a blaze of
search
glory,
for alternatives
but
to
at least I
Lashon
had
Hara.
made
The
some
Kabbalah
headway in my
says
desire to
that
return
rather
to
than
more
say
meaningful
anything
work.
bad about
I
Judith,
enjoyed the
what
photo
I should say
business
to
that my
Richard is I
first
should
wife
say,
Carol
find
and I had
another
begun
person
several years
for him
earlier
to
when we
have
were
dogs
still
with.
living
I
in
should
Los
say, no,
Alamos,
Richard,
but
why
it was
about
hardly
Judith?
what I
She's
would
so
call
busy. She has so much fun.
intellectually
Like, my
stimulating.
daughter Elisa would
For a while,
gladly
that
do
was
it
fine
for
with
you.
me.
Right? And
I had needed to clear
if
my
I could
head.
avoid the whole
I
conversation
adored
Lashon Hara
Carol,
without
and
saying
and the
anything
two of
bad
us
about
had
it?
built a
That's
wonderful
great. But let's say
partnership
I can.
together.
Judith is
As
the only
husband and
licensed
wife,
dog
we
sitter
shared
in
a
South
vision for
Florida,
what our
so
lives should be
I
like.
lost that one.
In many
Second,
ways, we
I
were
have
living
to
the American
intend
dream.
a positive,
I grew
practical result.
tired of
This is
working
really
for
the first
someone
one.
else
If I had
and
a
had left
choice,
my
well, I
job
could think
working
of an
for
acronym.
Los
I would make
Alamos
this one
National
the first one. I was
Laboratory,
doing it for a second.
LANL, and set up
Is there
Lazar
an
Energy
actual
Systems,
benefit to
designing,
my
developing, and
Richard?
repairing
Will the
alpha
world be
radiation
better if I
detection
tell
systems.
Richard? It
LANL
depends
used
on how
a
you
lot
like
of plutonium,
Maltese poodles.
which gives off alpha radiation, and for 4 years straight,
So if there
Lazar
is a
Energy
TOLS,
Systems was
is to
granted
give
a
you a
government
TOLS,
contract
something
to provide
positive,
that form
then
of
I am
radiation
allowed to
detection.
say it. But just
As
for
many had
entertainment
discovered
value,
before me, it
absolutely
was
not.
far
There has to
better
be
to
some
work with a
real
government
good
agency
reason
than
why
it
I
was
should
to
relate
work
this
for one.
information.
It was
Thirdly,
certainly
I have
more
to look for
lucrative, and I
exonerating
also got to
factors,
be my
like
own boss.
maybe
The photo
Juliet
business
slipped.
was Carol's to
Maybe
oversee,
I didn't interpret
and
what
that
I saw
brought in more than
properly.
a fair amount of
Maybe
revenue.
that dog was
We were
rabid
doing
and
well
was about to
financially.
attack her, and she was just
We'd even
defending
invested
herself.
in a
Maybe
legalized
I can find
brothel in
some
Las
way
Vegas
that maybe
that was
her
taking in
behavior was acceptable.
$100,000 a
Let's say I
month
can't
at the
do any of
time
those
we
things, so I'm
purchased
now
it
running
for
out
$1
of things.
million.
E,
The
when I do
Honeysuckle
tell
Ranch
Richard,
had been in business
exaggeration
for more
is
than 30
forbidden.
years.
I
Had
have
a
to
solid
say
management team in place.
exactly what I
And
thought,
with
no
Carol
more, no
doing
less.
careful
I can't
oversight
add,
of the
and then she
operation,
smiled,
we
and
expected
then she
the
said,
wheels
take
to
that,
keep
I
on
can't add
turning
anything, it
and
has
the
to be
money to
exactly
keep
what I saw,
rolling in.
and I can't,
Add to that the photo
presume to know
operation,
more.
and the two of us were
And no
incredibly
hearsay
busy,
is permitted, also
mostly
very big
working
one.
from home,
I can only tell
slacking
Richard
away
this,
as much as we
I
could.
saw it myself.
I did give
I
in to one
cannot tell him
indulgence,
that someone
the
else, even
purchase
someone
of
I
a
really trust,
1984
told me that.
Chevrolet
I
Corvette.
can go to the person
We lived
who
a
told
quiet
me
and
that and say,
unassuming
listen, you
life.
better talk to Richard
That
about
is,
Judith's
with
behavior,
the
but I
exception of
can't
the
say
jet
because
car
it's
I
hearsay.
built and tooled
Let's spell
around
that
town
right, I
in.
did, right?
That eventually got me
See,
some
this is a big
attention
one, actually.
and figured prominently in my
Consequences
getting a
should
job
be
at EG&G.
proportionate.
I
This
was
is
too
something
busy
that
living my
comes up
life
all the
to
time.
really reflect much on
Let's
it
say I do
and our
tell
reasons
Richard,
for doing the things we were
what
doing.
will be the
The
impact
general tenor of the
on
80s decade
Judith?
was examined in an Oliver Stone movie,
Maybe,
Wall Street,
well, yeah, but
that
if it's
featured
a
Michael Douglas as the
and I would cause her
financier
a huge
Gordon
loss,
Gekko.
maybe she shouldn't
His
be in that
lizard-like
house.
name was no accident.
Or
And
maybe
what
let's
most
say, for
people who
example,
saw the
she's
film will
after a
likely remember
lifetime of work,
is a
she's
line
being
from a speech
nominated
Gekko
as the Woman
delivered.
of the Year by the
Greed is
ASPCA.
good.
The SPCA, right?
I can't
And
say
now,
that
she,
Carol and I
one
were
moment the
greedy,
temporary
but
insanity
we
is
were
going to ruin
definitely
all of
driven to
that.
succeed.
Would those
Success for
a
us,
shame
and
for
for
herself,
most
for
people,
family, who knows?
meant making money.
Should I do? I don't
If
know.
it took running
No,
three
to
separate
be
businesses,
temporary
not
from
taking
it, and I'm not,
vacations,
by
and
the way,
having
stating my
work-related
own
issues on
opinion
your
about
mind
this, because I
24
don't
hours
follow
a
news and
day and
sports
7
very
days
much,
a week,
but to
then
get a
that was a
lifetime
price we were
ban
willing to pay.
for a private
A price I
conversation
wasn't
that was
willing to pay,
egregious and awful,
and
but
for a
anyone who
few
listened to
months
it,
wasn't even aware I was
it
paying,
calls to question
was the
this
loss of
thing. Are
Carol's
the
life.
consequences
For
proportionate?
a
Because people do
time,
make
she was
mistakes. There's
able
a
to hide
lifetime
her
ban, right?
pancreatic
Not
cancer
exerting a
diagnosis from
value
me.
judgment here. One
Toward
could
the end,
also
her
look to,
frequent
for
absences
example,
from home, her weight loss, the
Clinton
sallowness of her
Monica
complexion, and
Lewinsky
the anguished look of
episode,
pain on her
who
face
was
when
the
she thought I
dragging the
couldn't
entire
see her,
nation through the mud
aroused my
in the
suspicion.
eyes of the world over
Before I
a
could get her to
despicable
stop
incident. Was
saying
that
that
a
it was nothing,
consequence or
that
proportionate?
she
I
was
don't
just
know.
feeling a
Can
little
you put
run
that on
down,
pause for a second?
she waited for me to
Yeah.
leave the house to run a few
Sorry, we had
errands.
some technical
She
difficulties
sat
there for a
behind the
second.
wheel of her car in the
Okay.
closed garage
So
and ended her
consequences
life.
should be proportionate. It has to be
I
that
can't
whatever
describe the
harm she would
feelings
suffer
of
of my relating
devastation
with
and
her,
loss that followed.
it may be that I
I
should just
missed
swallow
her
it. And
and
because
struggled with
otherwise
the
it would be
kinds of
too much of a
questions that
punishment
a
for
man
her.
in his
And
late 30s
finally,
ought not to have
let's say
taken
the
on.
Holy Time says you go through all
Mortality
these 6
and the
things
larger
and you
issues
can't
of
get
why we're
satisfactory
here.
answers. So then
What
before I
do
tell
all
Richard,
our
I have
hard
to
work and
engage the
dreams
subject
mean
first.
when
I
one
have
day
to
you
go to
can come
Judith and I have
home
to say
and
to her,
discover
listen, I
that the
saw what
woman
you
you
did to the
adore,
puppy. I heard
she
what
had
you're
to
doing
face
for Richard's
alone
dog.
such an awful set
Why
of
is this so?
choices.
And give her a
To
chance
say that I was
to make amends
reeling
on
is
her
an
own.
understatement.
And these are all
I was
very
overwhelmed by
humane,
guilt
rational,
and anger
and morally
sorrow.
heroic laws that
Responsibilities
really, if
weighed
they're
heavily
applied
on
well,
me,
they regulate
and as
one's
much as
speech
I
and
wanted to keep
transform
our
one's character.
businesses afloat
So when
as a
this
way to
book came
honor what
out,
Carol and I
it
had
had
built, the
phenomenal
feeling that none
tectonic
of it mattered
shifts took
eventually
place as a
won out.
result of the impact
Whatever
of this work.
minor
Because people have been
dissatisfactions I had
studying,
felt
there's
about Los
scattered
Alamos,
passages in
the
the Talmud,
intellectual
in
snobbery that many who
the
worked at the
Maimonides,
Iliad
and different places, and
exhibited
people
and
say,
lorded over the
let
rest
them
of the
know, but no one
residents
really sat
paled in
down and said, let's
comparison
know,
to
oh my
how
God,
much I
this is really the
associated
whole
that
thing.
place with the loss of my
Everything
wife.
is Biyad
I
HaLashon.
wanted to get out
Time
of there,
belongs to
and
Biyad
eventually
HaLashon.
did.
Says in Proverbs,
One
life
saving
different
grace
death
in
in
all
the
of
hands
this,
of the tongue,
which
so
I
to
felt
speak,
Carol
by
had a
the
hand in making,
and it was because
was
the
that
Times
Tracy was in my
drew
life.
attention to this in a
Carol
way
had
that had
hired
never
her
been
to
done
work at
before.
one of our
And
photo
within
stores.
within
She was a
moments
bit of
of
a
the
wild
publication of
child,
this
to be
work, he
sure,
became
but the two of
incredibly
us grew
famous
close,
for this great
drawn
achievement.
together by
Yes,
the
Ms.
belief
Abramson.
that Carol had set in motion the events that led to Tracy and me getting married soon after Carol's death. Tracy and I had traveled to Las Vegas together to oversee some matter related to the photo business. What that matter was
Some
is
jobs, to
lost in
repeat
a
the
fog
question for
now.
those of you who are in
I
Latvia,
don't know if either of us
how
noted
does
the
this affect
irony of
people
it,
whose
but we were
professions
married
deal
at
with
the We've
Rothschild
only just begun
So I would say
chapel
that
in Las
some
Vegas
professions
in
are
April of
completely forbidden. You know,
1986.
being a gossip reporter, there's no
When I arrived at
justification
the
for that.
pickup point,
In fact, there is
I
a
got out of
column
the
in one of
car
the Israeli
and walked to
newspapers
the
that's
door.
called in Hebrew
Taped to it was a 9x12 mailer. Inside were a couple of rolls of Kodak Ektachrome film and a brief note of apology for not being there to meet me in person. I tucked the envelope under my arm, and while walking back to the car, realized that I hadn't eaten a thing since lunch the previous day. I found a little mom-and-pop diner nearby and pulled in. The film would get developed and printed in plenty of time.
So
Tracy would get her coffee and half and half.
no.
I settled
But
into a
the Public
booth,
Times says this
grateful
one
that
here
I could
is
set
a
my own
positive
schedule,
practical result.
and wondered how
If
I
you're
might
so
adjust
burdened
to
by
having
your
to record
problems and
and
you
work
need an
under
aid for
someone
you
else's
advice,
timeline.
as long as you can be
In
absolutely
science,
certain
one of
that
the
the
ways that
person
the
you're
word
talking
entropy
to
is
will not
used
repeat
is
these
to talk
things,
about how
and you say
any
in
natural
advance, I'm
system
only telling
tends
these
to
things
move
because
from
I
order
really
to
have to
disorder.
unburden them
In
and hear
many
your
ways,
advice,
that
then
is
you
a
are allowed to say
perfect
because it
description
does
of that
have a
period of
positive
my life.
practical result.
Tracy helped
So
keep
there are
things from
spaces for
falling
like
apart
the
completely.
mental health
And there was
professionals and so
something in
on
my
to engage
nature
in this
that also
activity.
wouldn't
But
allow me to
when we
just
get home,
simply
I think I
shrug
have a
my
copy of
shoulders
my very
in
first
resignation.
publication
It took
was
me a
on
few years of running the
these
photo
laws
business in
and
Las
the field of
Vegas to
history.
regain my
Because
footing.
history is,
I
it's hard to write
realized that
history
when in
without
doubt,
writing Russian
you should go
Howell.
back to
That's
the
why the
things
books
you
are so
love.
short.
And
That's
for
how
me,
I'd say.
that was
Yes.
science. It's funny to think of it now, but as I struggled that night in that office filling out paperwork and coming up with names and dates, the one that shouldn't have escaped me, and in fact didn't, was Alan Rothberg. Alan and I lived on the same block in Westbury and went to Bowling Green Elementary School together.
He definitely has
His
all
father
kinds of
was an instructor
sources.
at Nassau
But
Community
before
College,
we
where
live
he
in an
taught
era that has
chemistry.
been
He'd
transformed by
bring
this book
home
already.
various equipment,
You can't
high
go to
voltage
any
demonstrator
yeshiva without
tubes,
feeling the
Geisler tubes, and
reverberations
other things.
of this,
Some kids
shockwave
might
that
have had
affected the Jewish
children's
world.
chemistry
But
sets to
my
play with,
impression of
but
reading
with
three
access to
Palestine
Alan's father's
sources
classroom
is that,
and supplies,
you have
we were
the
conducting
sins
actual
of
experiments
sexual
with the kind of
immorality, you
equipment
have
you'd
theft,
find in
you
a
have this, and
research
also
center's
Russian horror.
laboratory.
That's another one. Sure,
My
and one of the
family moved
punishments for
around a
that
bit at
is
that
to be
time,
sent outside of
back
the
to
camp, and
Brooklyn,
you can have
out to
skin disease
California,
and things
then
like
back
that.
to
But it
Westbury,
was the Public
doing my
Times really
dad's
brought
work.
these together and said, hey, everybody
Alan
pay
was the
attention.
one constant
This
for
is
me in
one of
that
the really
neighborhood,
good ones.
and I took
Just because
great
it's not part of
delight
the
in
Ten
attending
Commandments
the
doesn't mean
classes
it's
his
not
father
central
taught
to our
during the
thought.
summer session.
Incidentally, he
I was in
followed this
junior
up
high by that
with
time,
another
and
equally
Alan and I
amazing
both
book. In many
loved
ways,
the
I like it
idea
even
that we
better.
would take the
The
same
Prophet's
test as
Time
the
is
real
primarily
students
a book
and
of
could
law, right?
consistently
How
outscore them.
to speak properly.
In high school,
He followed up
I
with
was
a
an
book called
indifferent
Shnei
student in most of
HaLashon,
my other
Guarding the
classes,
Tongue. It's
but
often
science
printed
was
as a
a big
companion
part
volume,
of my
which is
academic
all
life and
about the
success.
sources.
Outside of school,
Why
I
these things
devoured
are
issues
true.
of popular
He was also
science,
a
popular
Kabbalist. This is what
mechanics,
happens,
and science and
according to the
mechanics,
Kabbalah, if
as
you
other
speak
kids
Lashon
my
Hara.
age lost
All kinds of
themselves in the
martial,
Marvel
phenomenal
universe
tricks
of
of putting these things
Spider-Man,
together. And
Captain
Shnei
America,
HaLashon is
and
perhaps
other
even more
comic book heroes
motivational
and villains.
than the
I still have
Chavetz
many back issues of those
Okay,
science
I'll
magazines in
take
my
more
possession
questions shortly.
today.
I've got to get through some of the
What
other material.
really
So,
enticed me
this
about
is
the
his first
magazines I
work,
read
and really that
was that
cement,
they
if that's
weren't
the only
about
thing he did in
pure
his life, he
theoretical
would still
science.
be a
They
giant among
provided me with
giants in Jewish
plans
history.
that I could
But the
use to
truth
make
is, he went
things.
on to write many
The
other works, and
schematics for
perhaps the
building a
most
whip search
significant,
machine,
besides
an
the Prophet's Time,
electrostatic
was
generator,
the
appeared in
massive
one issue.
Mishnah
I
Brura,
was ready for
which
the
is a book that
challenge
took
and built
several
one,
decades to write. You can see
essentially
this is
using
the
two
English,
discs
the
with
Hebrew
metal
English
sections
edition,
attached
which
to
takes
them
up
to
about
spin
20
in
feet
opposite
of space.
directions,
Well, maybe not that
producing
much, but
high
in Hebrew
voltage
English,
through
it takes up a
electrostatic
good,
induction.
I don't know,
Instead
3
of
or 4
relying on
feet
friction,
of shelf
they
space. We have a
produce the
copy in our
charges through
library.
influence.
And this is
I
a
also built a
massive
Tesla coil.
contemporary
I
commentary
was
on
stymied for a
1
while on that
quarter of
project
the
because
Code
I
of
needed
Jewish
an
Law,
automobile
the
engine's
section of the
ignition
code called
coil.
Horachaim that deals
Believe
with
me,
daily
I
life.
was
And
sorely
his
tempted to raid my
scholarship was
father's Oldsmobile,
unparalleled.
but I
He brought
resisted.
to bear all
Just
of
prior
the
to this, I had installed in my
commentary
room
that
a
had
box
been
with
written
a
over the
red
past
light and a
400
green
years,
light
scattered
that I
among
could
many
switch
different
between,
publications and
indicating
even
to my parents
manuscripts.
and my
And he
sister minister,
render
like me, she was also
decisions
adopted
that were
when I'd
relevant
allow
for
them
the
into my room.
20th century.
I did
And
this
it is,
because
without
my
a
mom
doubt,
had
one
gone
of the
into
most
my inner
important
sanctum
commentaries
while
in
I
the
was
Code of
away
Jewish law
to do
ever
some
to be
cleaning.
written, and
She
it
stepped
is
into the room,
predominant today.
got
Chances are,
tangled in some
people
electrical wires, setting off
quote
a
the Code of
shower of
Jewish law, they
sparks
are
and
quoting
tripping a few
the Mishnah
breakers.
Berurah for his
I
views
didn't
on
need
it.
to add
There
to
are
their
others who
worries about what their
disagree. There
mad
are
scientist
many
had
other
done
commentaries
by
that while
creating
still take
car
issue with
trouble
his
for them.
decisions, but nevertheless it is
Fortunately for me,
one
we
of
were
the
living in
great
Brooklyn at
works
the
of
time,
rabbinic
and
scholarship.
more than a few abandoned
Okay,
cars littered the
that's
neighborhood.
primarily his
While out riding
scholarship.
my
I
bike,
want to
I
touch on a
managed to
very important
scavenge an
aspect of his
ignition coil
leadership,
from the
but before we
dented,
go too far,
rusted, and windowless
I
remains
want
of
to
an
focus on
American
one
Motors
particular
pacer that
element,
other
and that
car
is
chariot eaters had stripped.
he
When
was
the
not
Tesla
just a
coil was
closet
done,
scholar
I could
who
sit for
thought
hours
about
watching it spew its
these
colorful
morality
corona
ideas like
discharge,
how you speak
brush
or about the
discharges,
laws of
its
Shabbat and
streamer
things like that.
marks.
he was very, very
Almost as much as I
intimately
got a
concerned
rush of
with
accomplishment
the
when I built
requirements
something
of
from
the
one of those
Jews of his
magazines.
day.
I was
So
also
two
excited every
populations in
time I looked at
particular
the Estes
deserve
catalog.
our discussion.
Estes Industries
The
was based
first
in
is the
Denver,
plight
Colorado,
of the
and they were
Cantonists,
producers
who
of
we
the
talked
finest
about in
functional
previous
scale
classes.
model
The
rockets at the
Cantonists
time.
were
Alan and
Jewish
I and a few other
children
guys in
who
Westbury
were
were really
kidnapped
into building
as
them and
young
launching them
as 8
while
or
in
9
junior
years
high
old,
and high
legally
school.
12 years old,
The
and then
construction of
sent
the rocket
to
wasn't that complex.
conscription in the
In
Russian
fact,
army
quite
for a
the
period of
opposite.
approximately
The
36
engines were
years.
supplied either
Which
in
means
the
that
kit
once these
or could
Jews
be
were sent
purchased
on the army
separately.
as children,
There wasn't
they
enough
were gone from
do-it-yourself
the Jewish
activity
community.
to keep me
And
interested in
he
their
had
flight.
cried
The
over them
engines were
incessantly.
housed
He
within a
worried
sturdy
about them
cardboard tube.
tremendously. So
Inside
much
the
so
tube were a
that he
ceramic
wrote a
nozzle,
book
a
for
solid
them called
propellant,
Machane
delay
Yisrael,
charge,
which was
ejection
all
charge,
about
and a
how
clay
to survive
retainer
the
cap.
army, how
We'd
to
run a coated
retain
wire
your
through
Jewish
the
identity
nozzle
under those
and make contact
incredibly
with the solid
painful and
propellant.
difficult conditions.
We then
So
attached
one
that
quick
wire to
story.
a battery, and the
There's a story
electric
that he
current
was
would heat the
once
wire
in an
and
inn.
ignite the
Most of
solid
the
propellant.
inns on the
An engine could
crossroads
also
in
be ignited
Stadlock
by the
were
hot
run by
gases from
Jews,
the propellant
and he
of a
was in there,
booster
and a
engine.
huge man,
I wanted
about
to take on the
6.5
challenge of
feet
building
tall,
my own
came
rocket
in for
engines
Jews,
from
6 feet
scratch.
giant,
Small
came in
diameter
and,
cardboard tubing that
he
would
was about 6
withstand the
feet wide
explosive
as well. He was
forces
very
was difficult
rude
to
and
source.
brusque,
Many
and,
wire coat hangers had cardboard wrapped
head
around the bottom of the
uncovered, ate
triangle.
without blessings, of
It was
course.
the
All those
solid
things
fuel
treated the
that we needed
waitresses
to
very
make.
rudely,
Cook is
and
probably
the
a better
Chafetz Chaim
term.
said,
And I
why is
set
this
about
person behaving
researching.
so badly? I
I
should go
read a
over there
number
and
of
speak to him.
articles
And
that made
the
reference to
innkeeper said,
something
no,
called
don't.
meal powder.
He's
At that
he's
point,
incorrigible.
I didn't
He may
understand
strike
what meal
you.
powder
You
was.
have a lot of
A
difficult
finely
time with it.
grained
So the Chafetz
gunpowder.
Chaim said, what is the
To
story?
me,
He says,
a meal was a
he
meal,
was a
and
cantonist.
the only meal I had
He was
access
taken
to
away
was
as a young
oatmeal.
child, and he came back
Oatmeal
after
might
his
be
tour
able
of
to
duty.
fuel muscles,
Didn't know anything about
but it didn't
Judaism,
do a thing
and
for
he
those
has,
early rocket
very
engines I
rough,
tried
poor
to create.
manners as a result of his experience.
It wasn't
So
that I
the
didn't
Chafetz
have
Chaim
the
went
money
over
for
to him
replacement engines.
against the
In my
innkeeper's
early
wishes, and he
teens,
said
I'd
to
gotten
him,
a job at a local fireworks
it
manufacturer.
must have been terrible for you
Talk
to be
about a
torn
kid in a
away when
candy
you're
store.
7, 8 years
But I
old,
didn't get involved in
to
the
lose your
manufacturing
brothers,
process at all.
sisters, your mother,
Mostly
your
I just
father,
helped
your
out by
family,
packaging the various
the
items
people you
they
played with,
produced.
you paid them.
I didn't earn a whole
He
lot,
talked about the
but
pain
enough.
that he must have
I
experienced.
also learned enough to
And
solve the
as
rocket
he
propellant problem.
empathized with them,
That
the story is
information,
that this man
plus
just broke
greater
down in
exposure
tears.
to Alan's
And
dad's
this
chemistry
horrible hard
classes
exterior
and a
of
few
this
of his
great
chemistry
warrior
supplies
who had,
had
was
me
so rough
launching
around the
rockets
edges,
thousands of feet
to
into
have
the
this
air
little
at
man who
Salisbury
was
Park.
apparently less than 5
I
feet
knew
tall,
enough from chemistry to know that
identified
combining
with him completely.
potassium
And
nitrate,
they cried together,
KNO3, and
and
sugar, and heating
this
them together
soldier
would
ended up
produce
becoming
what
one of
those
the
in the
Chafetz
model
Chaim's
rocket
greatest
know
disciples
called
afterwards.
rocket candy
Completely turned
because
over
of the
because
distinctive smell of the
he's
sugar
had a person
caramelizing as
who
it was
related to
heated
him
and
and the pain
absorbed
that
the
he must have suffered.
KNO3.
And in
Funny
that
to think
context,
how
it's
much
very
of my
important we
early
have
rocket
an
propulsion
important person
days were
here
associated
today
with food.
that I want to specifically
Oatmeal,
honor
Salisbury steak,
in this
rocket
context
candy.
because of the military
KNO3
connection.
was the sole
Many
component
of
of
you
scope
know that Mr.
remover, a
Rodriguez
chemical
is
application
my
homeowners
student
or
from
contractors could
college,
use to
and
dissolve tree
he's a
stumps.
graduate, and he
I also
recently
became
went
our
on to
chief project
completing his
engineer in the
master's degree now in
manufacture
religious
of
studies,
pyrotechnic
but
and
he
other
has a strong
explosive
commitment
devices.
to
That was
our
mostly
men
due to
and
the
women
fact
in
that my
uniform.
friends didn't seem
And
as
he
interested in
most
blowing
recently was
things up as
promoted
I was.
to become
They were good with
Lieutenant
the rockets and
Rodriguez,
enjoyed the
and he was a
pyrotechnic
chaplain
displays,
in
but I
the
was
United
interested in
States
seeing
Armed
how
Forces.
chemicals could react with
So
one
we have a
another
small
to
gift from
produce
Mr.
small
Rodriguez.
scale
Come on up,
explosions.
Lieutenant
That
Rodriguez.
experimentation
Come on up here.
was a
Thank you very
natural
much.
offshoot of my
Thank you, my
rocket
assistant.
engine
Okay,
making.
here, present and say a
Working
little
with
bit
various
about Latvia.
compounds compounds like the KNO3 plus sugar formula, I was eventually able to produce my version of an M80 firecracker, another smaller firecrackers that produce the loud bang
it is
little
a collection
I tried to
of the
mass
works of
produce
the
them for
puppets
the 4th of July, along with cherry
including a
bombs,
beautiful
and
printing
managed to make
of
quite a
this
few.
book, Machane
But as
Yisrael,
impressed as
which
friends
is
were with my
the
efforts,
camp of Israel, which is
their
all about
interest
how to be a Jew in
the
the
laws
army.
of supply
I
and
think
demand
that as you
exerted
serve
themselves,
people of
but
all
that only
faiths
tempered
in
my
your
business interests
profession,
and not my
hopefully that
passion
will
for
guide
the
you
products and their
spiritually and
explosive
morally to make the
displays.
right decisions for these people
I don't
in
know
extreme
how much of the other
circumstances.
guy's loss of
That's a
interest
problem
was
like that.
attributable to the one incident that resulted from faulty handling of the
Okay,
product.
so that was
I'd
the
taken
Machane
potassium
Yisrael. It's a
chlorate
book that
and red
deals specifically with
phosphorus
how to
and carefully
manage the
wrapped them together
challenges
in a tissue.
of
This combination is often referred to in the
how to
pyrotechnic
manage the
community
challenges of
as
being a
death
uniformer,
mix.
these conditions
The
and the
reason for that
difficulties and so on.
is
And
because
it's
the
a
chemicals
masterful
are
work.
friction sensitive
Another
and
work
thus
that
very
demonstrates his
unstable.
concern for
I
Jews all
take
around
that
the world
mixture I
was
placed into a tissue and
a
then
book
folded
written
it
for the
around the
Jews of
shaft of a
America.
bolt.
Because again,
Sandwiched
you
between
have to
two
remember
nuts.
that we're talking about
I
the
thread a
late
nut onto
20s,
the
the
bolt
early
to
30s,
secure the little
when
explosive package.
the
After
vast
you tossed
majority
that bolt
of
grenade
Jews
and it hit
considered
the
America to
ground,
be a land
it would
of
erupt in a
great
huge puff of
opportunity,
smoke
the
and a
golden
loud
Medina,
bang.
the golden country, the
Once at
country where
Alan's house,
people can
he
make
was
that
standing
swell.
on the
But it was
sidewalk
also
that
called
led
in
to their
Yiddish
front
the Treifa
door.
Medina,
He tried to
the
toss the bolt
non-kosher land,
underhanded toward
because
the
of
street,
the dearth
but it
of
slipped out of his
traditional
hand,
institutions,
went a few
the
feet
Jewish
back
learning,
toward the
of
house,
synagogues,
and
Chinese
detonated
restaurants, you
near the
name it.
porch.
It's very difficult
We
to
spent
make
a good
ends
hour
meet in
cleaning
Israel.
up
So he
the
wrote a
front
book called
door and porch area
Yiddish
in a
Israel,
complete
which
panic
means
as
the
the hour neared
dispersed
for
of
his parents to
Israel.
return home.
That is just a
Fortunately,
simple
all the smoke
Yiddish
stains
language
came off,
primer
and no
on
one
how
was
to
the
be a Jew
wiser,
with it being
except
far
us.
away from Jewish
We
centers.
kept
When
a
you think
safer
about the
distance
Jews in
from
San
Alan's house
Francisco,
from that point
Kansas
forward.
City, Des Moines,
Looking back on
small
it now,
Jewish towns,
if that was
getting
the
a
worst
copy
thing that
of
happened, we were all pretty fortunate.
Soil meant
I
a lot
can't
because it was
believe
like
some of the stuff
it was
I was
not like a
doing,
massive
and how it
20
might have
volume
all
work
gone wrong
on
if I
Mishnah
wasn't as
Berurah.
fortunate
It was
as
a
I've
short
been.
one volume work
As I
in the
sat in
Yiddish
the booth of the
vernacular,
diner,
how to
finishing my
observe
pancakes, I
how to
thought
keep
about those
kosher,
days from my
because he
youth
really
because
cared
of the
about them.
nature
Now,
of
the
the
story
questions
goes
I was
probably not
asked during
true,
my second
but the
interview
story
with
goes that he had
EJ&G.
a student
I
who
thought
came
it a little
from
odd that they kept
America
asking
to
me
study
about
with
my
him in a little
hobbies and
town of
other
Rabbi,
interests outside of work.
and he asked him, well,
I
what was like
believed they
in
might
the
want
town
to
of
know
Rabbi? He says,
more
well,
about my
how
training,
many
what I
hours of
did in
Talmud
Los
do the
Alamos,
Jews
that kind of
study
thing.
a day there?
After all,
And when he
as
said,
I was
oh,
to
not
find out
much,
toward the end of the
maybe
interview,
the most learned
they were
study 3
considering
hours
me
a
for
day.
a
So
senior
only
staff
study 3 hours a
physicist
day?
position.
Oh my
The
gosh,
reality
they can't know
was
very
that my
much. So that's
interests
why he sat
outside
down
of
to write
work
the book.
hadn't changed
I
very
somehow
much
doubt that
since I was
story
a
is
kid.
true, but
I
his
was still
concern
involved
for
in
the Jews in
pyrotechnics.
America was marked.
I hosted the Desert Blast for a
His
number of
leadership
years,
was exercised
setting
in
off
so
a
many other
terrific
ways. For
display of
example, he was
fireworks each summer.
deeply concerned with the
I also
education of
created a
women
jet car,
and was an early
installing one in
actor
a
of
Honda Civic I
Sarah
owned,
based
and later
Yaakov
put a
movement to
larger jet
formalize
engine
Jewish
in a rail
education.
dragster.
He was
I took my
deeply
jet cars
concerned,
to
for
drag
example,
strips all
with
around the Southwest and beyond.
the need for Jews
In
to
a very
politically
real sense,
mobilize.
if
And
it
as a
wasn't for my
result, he
interest
was
in
one of
rocketry,
the individuals who was
pyrotechnics, and my
behind one of
love
the
of
first,
science and powerful reactions,
overarching
I
political
might not ever
organization
have
of
had
Jews
an
known as the
opportunity to
Agudas
interview with
Yisrael,
EJ&G.
feeling that they
Before
needed
all
some
that,
kind of
however,
vehicle in which
I had
to
to get some
express their
additional
opinions
technical
in independent
experience.
Poland.
In
Even at the end of his,
1976, my parents had
later
moved
in
to
his life,
California
he
again.
dealt with tremendous
I was determined
privation.
to take a year
This
off
is a
from
period of
college,
great change
but instead
that, well, actually, let's
enrolled
go to
at
the next
Pierce
slide because
Junior
that's where I talk
College
about
on
it.
a part-time basis. I
Poland
also got a
was
job working for a company
recreated
called Fairchild
out of
Electronics.
out of
They
thin air, as it
manufactured
were,
equipment to
immediately
test
after World
something
War II.
called
I haven't
bubble
spent too much
memory
time talking about the
devices.
politics.
Think of them as an early precursor of the hard drives that we have in today's
but you should
personal
realize that
computers.
this man's life that
Instead of a
spanned almost a century
semiconductor, the
began
main memory
in
component
Russia,
of these devices was a
and
slice
then
of crystal.
went through World
The
War
people at Fairchild were
when the region of
absolutely
Belarus
certain that
was
bubble memory was
briefly
going to be the
independent,
key to the
then under
future of
German
computing
control,
excellence.
then under Russian control,
Obviously,
and
they
then
were
once
wrong,
again
but at that time,
under
bubble
Poland,
memory
not
was a
as an
viable
independent
means to
country, but
store data
nevertheless
produced by mainframe
within
computers.
a very
The other
dramatically
option was
new
reel-to-reel
environment
tapes,
politically.
the kind
And
you'd see in
throughout all of
movies
this,
and
you realize
television
that one of the
encased
most
in
important
large
things that
metal
Jews
cabinets.
must do to
Just so you
cope
don't
with this
think that
new
bubble memory
reality, which
devices were
included,
too
for
out
example,
there, I can also
the
recall a
exercise
system
of
of
the
programmable
franchise,
memory
which
that
meant
used
that Jews
ultraviolet
actually
light
ended
in
up
order to
having
erase the data
members
on them.
sitting in the
Given
Polish
how
parliament,
sophisticated
was
our
to say.
devices are
And he
now,
felt that
this
Jews
seems
needed to have
impractical at best
their place in
and
the same along
boneheaded
with
at
all the other
worst. But
minorities, and as a
those were
result,
the
he
times.
participated in the
I
establishment
originally
of
worked at
organizations like
Fairchild
the
as a
Agudas
technician
Yisrael.
repairing
But he was was
broken
very
circuit
big into
boards.
campaigns of
Eventually
all
became a
types.
test
He
engineer,
regularly,
and
you'll
later
see
an
Mr.
engineer designing
Lieutenant Rodriguez,
circuit
I
and
should say,
logic
you'll
boards.
see in his collected
I
writings all
loved
kinds of
electronics,
letters
and I was earning
calling
money
for,
and going to school at
greater adherence
Caltech
to the
by
laws
this
of
time.
Shabbat, greater
I was
adherence to the
studying
laws of the
electronics there
Torah,
mainly because the people at
participated in many of
Fairchild
these
thought that
campaigns
was
to
the
try
best
and
use of my
mobilize
time.
Jews throughout the period.
But in my off hours from school at
Towards the end of
Fairchild,
his life,
I was working on my own
there are
projects
some
at home.
rather
Lasers
ominous
had captured my
moments
interest,
where
and I was working
he
with
would
plasma
lapse
containment
at
and
public
MHD,
events into
magnetohydrodynamics.
moments of deep
But I
silence
knew
and
that I had to
reverie,
pay my dues, and if
almost as
working
if
with
he was
electronics was a way
anticipating
in,
the
then that's what I was willing to
devastation
do.
that was just around the
But my
corner.
desire was
But
still to
with his
become a
death in
scientist
1986, he
and
did not
leverage
live
my
to
love of
see
physics
the
into a
worst
place in the
days
defense
for Polish
industry,
Jewry.
working on weapons
Nevertheless,
systems.
his legacy lives
that
on
period in our
in
history,
many institutions
systems
besides the
nuclear
general
weapons.
pervasive
We were
nature of
still
his thought,
waging the
particularly in
Cold
the Mishnah
War.
Brura and in
Ronald
the
Reagan was in
time.
office, and his
One
proposed Star Wars
yeshiva in
nuclear missile
particular
defense system
models
was
itself
still
on
making
his thought, and
headlines.
that is the yeshiva
By the summer of
Chaim, named
1982,
after him. that
My
was started
feet
by
had
one of
grown
his
itchy,
nephews,
and my
and now
desire to
has
take the
its
next step
headquarters
was too
in this
great to
building
keep me a
in
Fairchild.
Kew Garden Hills,
As
New
much
York.
as the move to
Actually, I was there
California from New
last
York
Shabbat,
had
and I
initially been a
happened
bit
to
of
dabble
culture shock,
in the
I'd grown to
main
really
sanctuary
like the
there. Here in
stereotypical
South
but
Florida,
true,
we feel his
laid-back
legacy on
surfer
an
dude
institutional level
mentality of the
through
people
the
I work
local
with.
yeshivas Torah
They had
Chaim and
treated me
Torah
well,
Semis,
and
which
there
are
I was at the
largely
age of
staffed
23,
by
working as an electronics
faculty
engineer,
that
even though I was still a few
emerged from the
credits shy of
Chaim
actually
yeshiva
having a
movement,
college degree.
which is somewhat
I
different
wanted
from
more.
most of the other
So in the
yeshivas
summer of
in that they
1982,
are
I
known
sent a
for
cover letter
their
and resume to Los Alamos National
remarkably
Laboratory.
long
I
process
spent
of
an anxious
rabbinic
few
ordination.
weeks waiting to hear back from
Rabbinic
them.
ordination at the
I'd
Chaim
almost
takes
given
about
up hope,
14
but I
years
received
of
a call one day
post-high
in
school
September
study.
inviting me down
It's
for
a
an interview.
PhD and a half
I
to get
accepted,
smicha
and as
from
part of the
Chavetz
interview
Chaim,
process,
and they
I was
tend to be
taken on a
fairly
tour of the
reliable
facility.
smichot as
I
opposed
knew
to
a
other
lot about its
rabbinic
history and
ordinations.
the Manhattan
Sometimes in some
Project, but
places,
the Mason
if a guy
Physics
gets
facility
engaged, they say,
was
oh, well,
all
it wouldn't
relatively
look
new
right
to
if you're
me.
not a rabbi.
I
They
knew
get
that the
smicha
particle
just for
accelerator
having
was
a girl
there,
agree to marry
but
them.
when you read
Chavetz
about a
Chaim is not
device
like
being
that.
a half
It's really a
mile in
long
length,
haul to finish
it's
it.
hard to
They
truly
also
get the
proceed
scale of the thing
studying in the
until you're on
Talmud
site.
at a remarkably
I
slow
was in
pace.
awe. Seeing a
With the
Van de
criticized
Graaff
format in
generator
some
the size
quarters,
of small
and one
office
of the jokes I once
complexes
heard the Rosh
took my
Hashanah
breath
of the
away.
local
The
yeshiva here
fact that
say,
these machines were
in
producing
Hebrew we have
millions of
this
volts
Aramaic,
was
we have this
absolutely
acronym,
astounding.
Shas,
I was in
stands
power
for
heaven.
Shisha Sidre, the
I
6
saw
orders
bicycles
of the
propped up
Talmud.
along
But they
various
say in
stretches of the
Chavetz Chaim, that's too
runway,
much. They say
for
Shas
lack
stands
of a
for
better
Shtei
term,
Sidre,
that ran
2 orders.
alongside the
That's enough,
accelerator
because you're
and
not
its
going to make it through all
associated
6.
buildings.
But
The
that's it,
device
yeah.
was so large that
And that's
technicians
the
and
next slide. Here it is.
scientists would
Rabbi
pedal from
Goldstein,
one
our own Rav
location
here
inside
in
the
Israel,
building to the
Bahad,
next
is
in
also
order to
a
save
Chavetz
time.
Chaim
How
product,
cool was that?
heavily
I
influenced by
will
the teaching of
never
Chavetz Chaim.
forget
Those of you
looking at
who
1
are here
meter,
on Shabbat,
and the
you hear him
lowest
speak,
number on its
you can
measurement
hear the
range
Chavetz
was
Chaim's teachings
110
really embodied
kilovolts.
in his own
And
emphasis
these guys
on
were
personal
accelerating particles to
morality
such a
and on
speed
the
that time
nature of
itself
speech and on
was
the
being
the
affected.
way in which we must be very
I felt
careful
like
in
I had
how we
stepped into the world
encourage
of
others to
science
speak
fiction.
and not tear them
I
down.
was
You
moving
really see
among
those
men and
ideas
women with an
alive in
intellectual
our own life.
capacity that was nearly as
So
great as the power
that's a
these
summary
machines were
of
generating.
a very brief
I
summary of
wanted
the
to
life
work
and
there,
achievements
even
of
if it meant that
Rabbi
I was
Shmuel
going to be
Meir
working in
Kahan,
the
the
electronic
Chavetz
monitoring
Chaim. I
side
hope
of
you found it
things
useful.
and not
Just a
conducting
quick note about what's
experiments.
going to happen over the next
They
few
also
weeks. We have
expressed
4
a
weeks
lot of
left in
interest in
this
my work with
academic year, or
lasers,
3 weeks
and
left
during
after
the
tonight.
interview,
So
and even
we're in the
after I was
20th
hired,
century, and
there
the
was some
3
talk of
I
possibly
think I'm going to talk about
utilizing that
rabbis. It's
experience
going to
at
be a
the facility.
cavalcade of rabbis.
The odd thing
Next
was,
week, I'd like
as was
to
the
speak
case with
about the
EG&G,
Piaseczna Rebbe,
they wanted to know
Rabbi
as much
Columbus
about my
Kalman
interests and
Shapira, who
activities
was the
outside
Rebbe
of
of the
work
Warsaw
as they
Ghetto,
did my work
who continued
experience or
to
education.
minister to the
Also,
needs of
it's
a
hard to
wide
imagine
variety
from
of
the
people
perspective of
in
this
the middle of
post-9/11
the
world we
Holocaust.
inhabit
And
that the
amazingly,
level
we
of
have
security on the
his
facility would
sermons
seem
from that
completely
period
lax
published in a book
today.
called Eish Kodesh.
I was
And
free
they
to
are a
roam
very
around the
unique
facility on the
source
day of my
on the
interview,
Holocaust
as well
viewed
as after I was
from the
hired.
inside
I was
by the
reminded of
Jewish
those days
community,
with my
and
dad
there's a
that
lot
we
to say
spent
about
in the
that.
Hall of Science in
And then
Flushing
after that, I'd
Meadows,
like to speak
Queens,
about
and
the
Corona
Rav,
Park,
Rav
the site of the
Soloveitchik,
World's Fair
the
in
most important
1964.
figure involved
He'd
in the
take me to that
contemporary
museum, and I
Yeshiva
could wander
University,
among the displays,
and his tremendous
knowing
influence
that
on
I was
American
walking
Jewry in
along and
particular.
seeing some of the
And then
great
finally, I'd
moments in
like to
human
conclude
history,
by going to the other side
intellectual
of the
history,
university
represented
spectrum by
before
looking
my
at the
very
life
eyes.
of Dr.
I'm not a
Bernard
big
Langer,
sports
the
fan,
founder of Torah
but having
College.
lived in New York, I
I
know
think
how
has a lot
revered
to
the
say about
Yankees are.
the nature of
In
American
many
Jewry as well.
ways, those trips
So
to the
thank you
Hall
very
of
much for your
Science and
attention information
Those
and your
first hours and
engagement,
later
and look
months
forward
and
to speaking to you
years
next week.
were like setting loose a Yankee fan on the field at Yankee Stadium. Not only was I allowed on the field, I got to play there. Obviously then, when they made an offer that day for me to work there, I accepted. I returned to California, gave my notice, packed my belongings, and within a month was in Los Alamos and working at Mason. I was in for a bit of culture shock there as well. The employees there, as I said, possessed some of the most powerful scientific minds in the world. I was used to working with lasers. These were human beings with a similar kind of intensity and focus. They weren't exactly like Dennis Mariani. The air of menace he gave off wasn't a part of these people's temperament, but they were similarly serious-minded and watchful.
I won't have to
Over
drug your
time,
drink.
I I learned that
Good
the
evening,
locals
everyone.
refer to the staff
So
at Los
Alicia
Alamos
Farah
as the
Griffin has
Coneheads.
revealed that she's
The
cried
alien
multiple
family from
times
Beldar
while
who
being
were
on the
brought
View.
to life on the TV show
Some say it's
Saturday
stress,
Night
but others
Live.
believe it's from the onions they
Ironically,
slice
in
for
Los
their daily
Alamos,
pig roast.
particularly among the staff at Los Alamos,
More than
it was
half of the
generally
beaches on the East
Saturday
Coast tested
night
positive
dead.
for fecal
Make that
contamination,
every night dead.
but they
Really.
traced it back to a
By 6
single
p.m.,
source.
most people at the facility had their workday over. That part of
Tim
town
Waltz
was
is
so
charging
quiet
taxpayers
that the traffic signals all
$430,000
flashed
in
red
legal
lights,
fees that went
letting
to help him
drivers
prepare
roll
to
to a stop
testify before
and then
Congress.
proceed one at a
Yeah, he
time.
may not be able to define a woman,
I knew
but
the
he can
excitement
just spell
wrong.
like one.
Not just because the place was boring,
Chicks,
but
am I
because of
right?
the kind of arrogance I've mentioned before. Sure,
According to a new
in
book,
school
Kamala
I
Harris
had to
went with
endure
her
my
guts
fair
when she
share of
picked Tim Walz
taunting
as her
and
running mate.
teasing because of
And
my
Peters
interest in
was in her
science and my
guts.
disinterest in sports. I've never thought myself superior to
To
anyone
promote their
or
upcoming
that I was
series
in any way
Human,
inferior.
the BBC
I
has
just
released
had
new
different
images that show
interests.
3 early
That
human
wasn't the
species.
case with a lot
Here's
of
one
people
from
I worked with,
50,000
and
years
the
ago.
derision they
And
felt
here's
for the
another
rest
from
of Los
100,000
Alamos,
years ago.
the city, and
Here's one from
people in general
500,000 years
was
ago.
more than a little off-putting. I also
Didn't see
didn't
that
like
one
working for
coming.
the federal government. I hated to see the kind of waste
Joe
of
Biden's
funds and
former doctor
supplies that
refused to
working
answer a
with other
single
people's
question
money
about the
produced. In
ex-president's poor
fact,
health.
it was our money,
Wow, he
since
seems
we
like the
paid
perfect
taxes
doctor
like
to treat
everyone
my
else.
secret warts.
But for as smart as these people were, they didn't always seem to understand that.
When asked about
Or at
Biden's
least
decline, he
they
simply
didn't seem
referred
to
them to the
care.
coroner's report.
All of that culminated in me
To
becoming a
promote
bit of a
inclusion,
prankster.
Mattel
But I
has
like to think
introduced
of
its
myself
first
as a prankster
Barbie with
with a
type 1
cause.
diabetes.
As its name
I know.
implies,
They
a
laughed at me
particle
when I tried to
accelerator
pitch
gets
AIDS
particles
10.
to move at a rapid rate, the speed of light. Most of what were referred to as the targets, the particles accelerated, had to be cooled to close to
In a
absolute
college
zero.
newspaper article, Zoran
That way,
Mamdani wrote
the
that he
atoms and
grew a
molecules
beard
inside
as a
them
symbolic
would be
middle
essentially
finger.
inert.
Oh, that's why I grew mine too, said
To do
one
that cooling,
woman.
you need vast amounts of a specific isotope of helium.
So, Joe Biden's former doctor
It
appeared
is a
before Congress
rare
this
and
week,
expensive
but when asked if
isotope,
he lied about
and
the
we had it
ex-president's
brought in by
decline,
the
he was
truckload
quieter
in
than a Milli
specially
Vanilli
equipped tanker
reunion.
trucks, which were essentially like scale vacuum thermoses designed to keep the incredibly cold gas as chilled as possible. Even in a vacuum-sealed environment, helium-3 is boiling off due to the tank's exposure to the ambient temperature. Generally,
Yep, he pled
as soon
the
as
fifth
those
to all
trucks rolled onto
questions,
the
claiming
property
Dr.
and to
Patient
where they
privilege,
were
which I
needed,
get.
the
It's the only
gas
thing
was
stopping my
offloaded.
doctor from telling the world
Except
about my
on days
birthmark
when
that
no
looks like
experiments
perfume.
were being conducted. The trucks still rolled in.
Now, obviously, the
Except
doctor's protecting
as
himself.
the
Being
enormously
Biden's
expensive
physician
payload
is a
they were
tough
carrying
gig.
dissipated into
Every
the
day
atmosphere.
it's something.
The
He's
trucks would be
shattered his
parked on these
kneecap, checking his
radiation shield
reflexes.
blocks
He's got
with
wet
6-inch
bones and
diameter
sweaty
hoses
teeth. It's
spewing
like being a
off helium
veterinarian. One
balls.
day you're popping back in
I
his
wasn't
shoulder,
an
then
accountant.
you're removing
I
worms
wasn't
from
in
the
the
burrow in
procurement
his
department.
leg. Finally, you're
But
pulling a
that kind
chipmunk
of
out of his
waste
truck.
really irked me. I mentioned it to a few
It's like being
colleagues,
the
and they
groundskeeper
would
for a
shrug
golf
and say,
course.
hey,
There's 18
it's
holes
government
you need to
work.
take care of.
They've got deep pockets, so why worry about it? So
But
I
the
didn't.
doctor wasn't alone in his
Except
defense
in
of
my
old
own
liver
little
spots. He
way.
got help from a stupid person from
One day
Texas.
when the
So, do you have
accelerator
the right
wasn't
to
in operation,
confidentiality?
and I didn't have to monitor
You
any of the
have the
sensors,
right to
I was a little
confidentiality
bored.
when it comes to your
I saw
health
the
care.
trucks
It's kind of
outside.
astounding to
I
hear
saw a
someone
few
say if
rolls
you
of the
invoke
tape we
the
used
Fifth
to
Amendment,
cordon
that is
off
only because
areas
you are
or
guilty.
to
The
label
country
any
is
items
off the
that might
rails
have been
right
exposed
now.
to
People
even
have
trace
concerns
levels of
about the
radiation.
current
It
occupants
was kind
in
of like
the White
crime
House and
scene
whether or
tape,
not he is
except it
mentally
was
fit to
magenta
serve
and
in
yellow
this moment.
and said,
Now,
danger,
this moron
radiation.
is not
all along it.
completely wrong. Normal
I went
people
to a
do have the right
custodian
to medical
and asked
privacy,
for a
but they
few
also have
plastic
a
trash
right not
bags,
to be
the
lied
kind
to.
that lined
You
the
know, that
large
the
bins
person
in
in
the
charge of the
cafeteria
nuclear
and
codes
not the
doesn't
small
have a
office
brain
waste
more
paper
shattered
baskets.
than a chair on the
He gave me
View.
a box. I went outside
And
and
she
placed a
shouldn't be
bag
talking
over the
about
pipe
mental
from which
fitness
the
when her
now
brain
no
hasn't hit
longer
the gym in
super cooled
years.
helium uranium was being
Every time I hear
destroyed.
it talk, I ask
I
myself,
tied
hey,
off the
I
bag
wonder
with
if
the
Lenny
danger
from Mice and Men
radiation
finds
tape.
very stupid as
I
we
held
do.
on to it, and I could feel it tugging at my arm,
But did
begging
you
to
see
be
Joe Biden
released.
every single day?
I let it go. and
I
watched
didn't
it
see Joe
climb.
Biden every single day, but
That
I
was
did
fun.
have an opportunity
The
to
second was fun
interact
as
with the
well.
president. I never
I didn't
had
want
a
to keep all
concern.
the
We
enjoyment
know
to
that this
myself,
is someone that
so
was
I
born
went
with a
inside and
stutter
got my
that
friend and
ultimately
colleague
had to
Joe
get
to join
over
me.
it.
We spent
Yeah.
our lunch break filling
I
and
remember when
releasing
I had a
helium
stutter, it was so
balloons.
bad it caused me to
Eventually,
wander
we
into the
stood there at the end of our
rainforest.
lunch hour watching this dotted line of trash bags being carried south of our location on the prevailing winds. The facility sat on a high point and was
So
separated
Joe
from the
only
main
had
area
a
of the
stutter.
town by
Yeah,
a
and
somewhat
Stephen
shallow
Hawking's feet were
valley.
just asleep.
We could see the path they were taking, and familiar with the area, we knew generally where they were headed. What are those lights? Joe asked me,
But to this day, Dan
squinting
pretended
and
his
pointing in
decline
the
was
general
shocking, something
vicinity
we're
of
just
our flight
learning about
path.
now.
I'm
Which is
not
like
sure,
just finding
I
out
said.
that John Travolta is
There's
gay.
quite a few of them.
Wait.
Looks like Mars lights. You can't see
Former
Mars
CNN
from
analyst
here,
Chris
Joe
Saliza
said.
is still shocked
He
Joe
couldn't
could
keep
be
a straight
trusted outside
face,
of a
and I knew
non-staged
that he
event.
understood that
His
Mars
folks are
lights were the
totally
ones atop
surprised
a
by
police
stuff,
car
including
or other
basic
emergency
info
response
everyone who
vehicle.
isn't Chris Saliza
I think
already
they're at the
knew.
McDonald's.
Remember, in
I said.
2021, this guy claimed
Maybe it was
Republicans
held
were
up.
trying to make
Joe
Biden's
said.
mental capacity an
We
issue.
headed back
But
inside.
now, with Biden gone, the truth is safe
I've
to
heard it
tell.
said that
Like when the
smart
statute
people
of
sometimes
limitations
don't have
expires
common
and Steve
sense.
Buscemi can
In
finally
this
admit
case, that was
he's
true
the
of Joe
Zodiac
and me.
killer.
Not only did we not understand that imperfectly sealed bags with
We
launch
don't
and
want
fly,
this
but
doctor in
eventually put to
jail.
earth,
I
we
mean,
didn't
look at the
understand
poor
the kind
guy,
of
30 minutes in
panic that would
Rikers and he
result when
passed
those
around like
bags were
he
found to
did his
have
girlfriend at a
danger
freak off.
radiation emblazoned on them.
All we want
We
is
also
the real
didn't connect
story.
the
Like,
dots
how did the
between our
diagnosis of
location,
Biden's
the
prostate cancer go
McDonald's, the
unnoticed for
flying
so long?
bags, and the
What, did
police
Joe's
lights.
butthole have its own
I
secret
can't say
service?
that our little stunt
Why did a
produced a
Parkinson's
reaction
expert visit
equal
the
to
White House
Orson
8
Welles'
times in 8
broadcast
months?
of the
That's
War of
once
the
a month,
Worlds.
far more
But
often
the facility
than I
did receive
floss.
phone calls about the mysterious appearance of
But maybe there's a
irradiated trash
solution. If you give the
bags.
doc immunity,
The
he can
local
spill the beans
authorities
without
were
incriminating
genuinely
himself.
concerned,
And while you're at
knowing
it,
that there
pardon the
was
doctor
likely
for that
only
terrible
one place the
haircut.
items could have come from.
Trump would do
They
it
were
if I
not
asked
abused,
him.
nor
After
was
all,
our
that's where I got
supervisor,
Geraldo on
when
the
Joe and I
no-fly
came
list.
forward and explained what we'd been up to. During
But
my
let's be
interview
honest,
with
with Connor, the
EG&G,
doctor was just
I
taking
did not mention
orders.
the gas
And not from
bags.
Joe, but the people
During my
around
remaining
him. And I
time at
want
Los
those
Alamos,
scouts.
I did my best to
I want them to
curb
be
my desire
scorned
to
like
make
my
life there
assistants
more
when they don't
interesting
pick
for
up
us
the
all.
clippings after shaving
I
my
had
back.
no desire to earn myself any more attention than I received.
Let's welcome
Mine was a futile
tonight's
gesture.
guest.
I suppose there
God
were more
help your
appropriate ways to
soul.
express
Did
my
you piss
feelings
on
about the
this
wasteful
troll?
practices.
Author of Not Sick
I
of
also
Winning,
knew that
Michael
doing so would have been
Malice.
shouting into a very strong and powerful wind that would
She's
have
been
drowned
on
my
Fox
voice
News
out and
longer than
pushed me
Super
back from
Beats.
where I'd
Fox News
emerged.
anchor Julie
Still,
Banderas.
I didn't like feeling as if I was powerless to effect any kind of change.
At his
Not
restaurant,
about
the
the
dessert
bags and
menu
the
is a
helium
picture of his
3.
ass.
Not
Chef and
about the
restaurant owner
microwave sense that
Andrew
what I was doing in Los Alamos
Rule.
was only tangentially related to
And
physics
when this
and the kind of
libertarian
work I
reads the
truly
three
wanted
little
to do.
pigs to her son, she replaces
I'd
the
taken
wolf
what
with
I
the
thought was a
IRS.
step in the
New
right
York Times
direction.
bestseller author
I was
publishes
grateful
German
to the
Tech.
folks at Mason for sending me to MIT to further my education, but I felt
Michael,
as if I
great to
was
see
one of those
you as
bags being
always.
carried along by the wind, unsure of how I could make any
Are you
kind of
surprised
course
the doctor
correction,
pled the
and
fifth?
a little fearful that my scientific ambitions might result in me crash landing in the parking lot of a McDonald's, deflated and warning others of a danger that didn't exist. Lazar Energy Systems had been a step in the right direction, and if things had turned out differently, I may have kept that outfit running for many, many years. In many ways, with Carol's death, the loss of various business interests, and my interest in them, I had been drifting for a few years. Certainly not to the extent of those balloons. But as the last year of the 1980s approached, I had been wondering about waste of my time, my knowledge, my passion. That was why I decided to send out those resumes and cover letters.
Biden would be
As
any
it
more
turned out,
effective
though,
is kind of
my
foolish.
time at Los Alamos wasn't a waste by any stretch of the imagination.
What's
Sometimes
saying
I used to
new?
go to
Is it
class
really? But
and to
we can
listen to
expect the big
lectures.
Democrats to play
The
cover
payoff
up
may not come for
and
years.
lie, but the media
Along
is
with that,
supposed to
though,
uncover
comes another kind of
Right.
lesson.
Well, the media is supposed to be asking the tough
careful
questions, but the
what
media
you
doesn't
wish
ask tough
for.
questions. Although one of our reporters at Fox did try to talk to him and
Chapter
ask him a
2.
question, and of course he refused to answer the same he
To
didn't in
give you
Congress.
some
I
idea
think if
of
you
how
can invoke the
sleepy
Fifth
the
Amendment,
city
the
of Los
question
Alamos
presented
could
to him
be,
by Congress should be
in
like
June
food
of
department.
1982,
That would be a great way to save somebody's career. He looks like Dumb and Dumber. Yes, it's gonna work.
He identified himself as
Now,
Terry
I do want to say this.
told me that he was a staff
Regarding the
writer for
Fifth
the
Amendment,
paper.
and I understand
He
the
wanted
person
to
doctor
interview me.
confidentiality
He
agreement.
got
I do
word
understand
that
it, but the
I had a
question is not,
jet-powered car.
did he have a
I
hemorrhoid,
agreed to
or
talk to him,
did he have
never
Parkinson's, or
figuring that
did he
the
have cancer?
eventual
The
story
question was
would
simply,
wind up
did you
being
lie
on
to the
the front
president? And
page of
that
the
is a
Sunday
question that his
paper on
lawyers
June
advised him not to
27th.
answer. So we all
I
know the
think
answer.
some
He
crack
lied.
about it
He
being
lied
a
to the
slow
president
news
as well
day
as
and
the
he
entire
needed a
administration.
fast story,
You know,
but that
good
would be too
point,
easy.
Julie.
The writer appeared to be as interested in the fact that I came from
Andrew,
California
the
to
thing
work
is,
there
I do
and still
feel
had
that the
vanity
media
California
is getting
plates on
away
the
with
Honda
this.
Civic
This is a
that read,
cover-up that makes,
Jet, you bet.
Watergate look like a
I
parking
know
ticket.
for a
I've said it
fact he was
before.
also
But how
extremely
can you have the
interested,
media
or
investigate
perhaps
the media?
distressed
That's
is a
like
better
giving your own
word, when
prostate
Carol
exam.
and I
You gotta be
drove
really
the car
limber to do that.
using its
Yeah,
conventional
trust me.
gasoline
Yeah, that's a
engine
good
that
call.
still
You know, I sued
functioned in
myself
its usual
once.
place in the
Yeah,
engine
yeah, made out
compartment at the
pretty good.
front of the vehicle.
It's the same
To take
idea.
it to the
Yeah, this
Pueblo
is a
High School
scandal wrapped in
parking
a
lot.
scandal, layers and
There
layers. It's
I
like the
fired up
turducken
the
of
jet engine
scandals.
for
But
him,
the
and it
funniest thing,
howled
you're right,
like
is
you'd
not
expect a
just the
jet
fact
engine
that the
to.
media is trying to cover it up.
He
It's
stood
that
there
they're
with
also
his
placing
hands
themselves as
pressed
the
to his
heroes in
ears,
this story, right?
the
Jake
pages of
Tapper
his
is like,
notebook
look at all the stuff
fluttering
that
and
happened.
threatening
Everyone's
to
like,
take off.
wow, you were so
I
clear and
explained to
concise
Mr.
on
England the
recognizing that.
sound
The
waves coming
entire
out of the
country
nozzle,
knew that
which
Biden
was
was
exposed by
not running
pressing
the
a
show.
switch
And
that
the fact
dropped
that
the
we're
rear
still playing the
license
game
plate
that
out of
he's
the way
okay and we're using
were
a stutter.
synchronized
It's
with
a
the
stutterfly
intake,
effect, right?
producing
Yeah,
a
it's a
fairly
butterfly effect. It's
substantial
a
amount of
simple stutter
noise.
can lead to
Starting it up
record-breaking
for him a few
consumer
times
price index
garnered us
increases,
more attention
inflation,
than I would have otherwise
crashing
wanted.
economy.
A
My
man
stutter's
drove
done so
over from
much for you
another
guys. Probably
neighborhood a
don't
few
hear it,
miles
but
away,
it's,
and a
I'm
police
repeating
squad
everything I'm
car
saying.
from Los
Yeah,
Alamos
different
County
words.
showed up.
Yeah.
The officer was
Just
nice
joking,
and
man. I just
simply
can't think
asked
of
me
it.
to not do any more demonstrations due to the
Would it
number
be your
of complaints.
worst nightmare
The next
for your
week,
doctor
the
to
jet
hear
car and I
in
got
some
the
kind of
attention of a
hearings?
man I never
Yes,
thought in my
questions.
wildest imaginings that I would ever speak with.
No.
Edward Teller was back in
feel
Los
pretty
Alamos
open.
from the Lawrence Livermore National
I don't know. I
Laboratory
feel like
to
the most
deliver a
upset,
lecture.
the most upset
I
person
was
in all
excited
this
by the opportunity to
should be
get to see and hear
She
the
was
man
aware.
who was credited with being the
Because
father of
think
the
about
hydrogen
the
bomb.
huge
Of
lengths
course,
that the
given my
government,
interest
the
in nuclear
media,
arms, I
went
knew about him
so
and was
far
eager
to
to
do
hear him
everything
speak.
they could to cover
Even
this
if he
up,
hadn't been a part of
that
the
he was
Manhattan Project,
severely
he had an
cognitively impaired because
extraordinary
his cognitive,
career.
as bad as
Born
it
in
was, they
Budapest,
thought that
he
he would
left
still
his
do
home
better.
country to be
Hey, Sean
educated in
Hannity here.
Germany.
Hey, click here
He
to
earned a
subscribe
PhD in
to Fox
physics
News
under
YouTube
the
page
renowned
and catch
scientist
our hottest
Werner
interviews and
Heisenberg.
most compelling analysis.
Heisenberg, of
You
course,
will not
was
get it
awarded the
anywhere
Nobel
else.
Prize in Physics in 1932 for his creation of quantum mechanics. Even today, mention Heisenberg's name, and people with only the most rudimentary understanding of the history of physics in the last 100 years will know at least about his uncertainty principle. One of the biggest problems with quantum experiments is the seemingly unavoidable tendency of humans to influence the situation and velocity of small particles.
When you have a great
This happens just by our observing the particles, and it has
Now we
quantum
finally have cabinet
physicists
members who aren't just
frustrated.
competent, they're
To
kicking
combat
ass.
this,
Take Marco Rubio,
physicists have
whose
created
transformation
enormous
reminds
and
us of when the
elaborate
Incredible Hulk
machines
gets
like
angry,
particle
or
accelerators,
when Judge
such as
Ginny
the one
loses
I
his
was
shoe.
hired to work with at Mason. To
Here's
remove
Marco
any
taking
physical
Chris Van
human
Allen to
influence
the
from the
short
process
bus.
of accelerating a
I have to tell
particle's
you
energy
directly
of
and
motion.
personally that I regret
Still,
voting for
the
you for
mixed
Secretary of
results
State.
quantum
Well, first of all,
physicists
your regret
find
for
when
voting for me
examining the
confirms I'm
same
doing a good
particle
job. In the case of El
indicate that we
Salvador,
just
absolutely.
can't help but affect
Absolutely.
the
We
behavior of
deported
quanta,
gang members.
or
Gang members, including the one you had a margarita
even
with.
the
And
lights
that
we
guy
use to help
is a
us
human
better see
trafficker,
the
and
objects
that
we're
guy is a
observing can
gangbanger, and
influence
that
the
and the
behavior of
evidence is going to be
quanta.
clear. And the day that the Mr.
Photons,
Chairman,
for
you need to
example,
go,
the smallest
Chairman,
measure of
Rubio
light,
has the
which have
floor.
no
Chairman, you
mass
can't
or
make
electrical
unsubstantiated
charge,
senator.
can still bounce a
Secretary
particle
Rubio has
around,
the floor. You
changing its
should should take that testimony to federal court in the United States.
To be able to hear a lecture
Here's
by a
another
man
point,
who
okay?
studied with Heisenberg was a
There is
real
a division
privilege,
in our government
and one
between the
that I
federal
couldn't
branch and the
pass
judicial
up.
branch. No
I
judge
also
in
knew
the
that
judicial
Teller
branch
had
cannot tell
studied
me
under
or the
Niels
president how to
Bohr
conduct
while
foreign
spending a
policy.
year in Copenhagen.
I haven't seen a
Bohr is
mismatch
another
like that since
giant among
Randy Weingarten
scientists in
sat
my
on a
mind,
chair.
and in the mind of many others, nearly as important a theoretical thinker
And
as
it's
Albert
only possible
Einstein.
when you got the wind
In
of Trump at your
1935,
back and no
Teller
fear
took
of
a
the wind
position at
coming
George
from the
Washington
flatulent
University,
left-wing mob.
where he worked as a
And Rubio's not
theoretical
alone. The entire
physicist.
cast of
Eventually,
unintimidated ass
Teller's
kickers is
attention
growing
turned
real
to
fast.
nuclear energy,
Just take a look at
both
this
fission
murderous row.
and fusion.
If I offend
In
anyone today, I
1942,
don't give a
as the U.S. involvement in World War II
what you think
ratcheted
about
up,
me.
Teller took part in Robert Oppenheimer's planning seminar at the
Seriously,
University of California, Berkeley.
You don't
From
care
that
about
summer
wasted
meeting,
tax
the
dollars.
Manhattan
Senator
Project
Lincoln
got its
Stubbs.
start.
And the problem do my job
Teller
because the
began
American
work on the
people
development of a nuclear bomb at the University of
You
Chicago.
want to talk about someone who was
Eventually
attacked by
heading a group
weaponized
at
bureau?
Los Alamos in the theoretical physics division. He was a big proponent of developing a hydrogen bomb, thus the nickname he claimed he didn't like, and that created some friction within the top level of scientists working on the Manhattan Project.
No more
Under pressure from the government and military to develop a nuclear bomb as soon as possible, Oppenheimer and others eventually created the two bombs that were dropped on Japan. Little boy used enriched uranium. Fat man used plutonium. It wasn't until 1952 that the U.S. successfully detonated a hydrogen bomb. 1,000 times more powerful than what the Manhattan Project had developed.
because they
A
know something
thermonuclear,
changed.
as opposed to a
Trump's
conventional
back,
nuclear
and he has
device.
your back.
The hydrogen
So they show
bomb
up
was a
to
truly
Now let's
frightening
contrast that
advancement in
between Biden,
weapons
the island
technology.
of misfit DEI
Many said that
hires.
its development
Last year's starting
accelerated the
lineup,
arms race
Kamala
and
Harris, the
heightened the
borders
Cold
are who
War
managed to
tensions
make the
between the
border
U.S.
worse.
and the
But
USSR.
by losing to Trump, she
That's
proves
true,
drinking
but
does
as a
make your
scientist,
problems go
I
away.
could see why Teller had advocated
Remember
for
my
its use.
Yorkist? The
When
guy
you're
threw his own
charged with
agents
producing
under
the
the
ultimate
bus,
weapon,
lied about
and you
having
see
control
how
of the
one can
border,
be made
and on top of that,
practicable,
looks like a
you
fall sack
advocate for
after
it.
a fresh wax.
By the time Teller was back in Los Alamos, he'd gained and lost notoriety and reputation among certain members of the
Pete
scientific
Buttigieg
community.
went on a 3-month
His
paternity leave
advocacy on
before they
behalf of
even
the
knew he
Strategic
was
Defense
gone.
Initiative, what
Let
most
alone
people knew
pregnant.
of as the Star
This guy
Wars
was as
Defense,
useless as
a
crowd
system
control at a
combining
Jesse Waters book
ground-based
signing.
units and orbital deployment platforms to destroy
Secretary
incoming
of State
nuclear
Blinken
missiles.
became a
Lost in
Nero in
favor in
Mom
some
meetings, playing
scientific
guitar
circles.
while our foreign policy
Some stated
burned.
that the
13
long-standing
service members
nuclear
died under
policy
his
of
watch.
mutually
Luckily, his
assured
boss totally forgot
destruction
about it.
was working.
Lloyd Austin, our
What the
defense
SDI
secretary,
might do
did that
is
he
be
had
seen by
prostate
the
cancer.
Soviets as an
Where have we
escalation
heard
of
that
offensive
before?
practices
Do
and
you
not
realize that
as a
means at one
defense.
point our military
In
had no
hindsight,
commander-in-chief
given the
and
collapse
no
of the Soviet
secretary of
Union,
defense?
it all
If
seems to have
Aruba
not really
decided to
mattered.
invade us, we
But
would
at
have
the
been.
time, nearly the entire
But I guess
1980s,
that's how you
the
get a
debate
mentally ill
raged.
dude in charge of
In
nuclear
truth,
waste
we
who
didn't have the
moonlights as a
technology
luggage
to
thief.
implement the proposal.
Under
But
Biden,
in my
staffers
mind,
were taking
that
it in
didn't
the
mean that we
ass at
couldn't
a Senate
develop it.
conference room and
Since Teller
filming
spoke on
it.
behalf of the plan, he was considered to
I
be
was
a
not
kind
there.
of cockeyed optimist about our scientific capability.
And what about
More of a
Binder,
salesman of a
right,
plan
whose job
than
was to
someone
sell
who
us
had
all
really
the...
arrived at a workable
She
solution.
instilled confidence in
In
this
fact, a
administration the way the
Scientific
View
American article
instills
that several
confidence in Weight
prominent
Watchers.
scientists wrote said that any of
Didn't
our
matter
enemies
because
could
the
launch
media played
decoys
along.
for a
No, they
fraction of
carried
the
so
cost
much
of our
water,
SDI
camels tried to
system
have sex
and
with
wreak
them.
havoc on us with a follow-up of actual
But
missiles.
there was no top guy,
Teller
and it
didn't
showed
help
with the
himself
rest of
by
his
stirring up
watchers.
controversy
When your
throughout
boss
his career,
inspires naps
even
instead
at
of
one
nerds,
point
success is never
testifying
an
against
option because
Oppenheimer
failure is
when the
expected.
man many
I think the
considered a
Biden
hero
administration's
was
motto
being
was,
subject to
we
a
do less
security
before 9
clearance
a.m.
investigation
if dead
in the
people do all day.
1950s. All
But
that
now,
told me was that
changed.
science
Entire
and
departments,
politics
we're not
didn't
worried
really
about
mix.
disappointing the media or the
Huge
bureaucrats.
egos
They want to
often
please Trump and by
clash,
extension
and it
all
would
of
be better
us.
to toil
Trump
in
knows
anonymity
leadership doesn't
doing
come from
something you
special
really
days,
enjoy than
hashtags,
to
and
be
platitudes
mixing it
about
up with the
inclusion.
bigwigs
It
in
comes from
Washington, D.C.
expectations.
and
It comes
elsewhere.
from pressure and a vision
I
for
arrived
what's
at the
great.
site of Teller's
Which is why
lecture a
we went
few
from a
minutes early.
president who forgot
A
names
few
to
people
a
sat
White
in the
House who's
hall
kicking
waiting.
ass and taking
I
back.
decided to linger outside and enjoy some sunlight and fresh air. I enjoyed the nice break from the artificial light and the stale air inside the facility. We'd all heard rumors of how the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory was run much more
His
loosely.
idea of a
One
hot
article I
foursome
read
is a barbershop
characterized Los
quartet.
Alamos as the
His
Ivy
contributors
League, all
absolute.
tweeds and ties, while Livermore
They
was
say
the
laughter is the
counterculture.
best medicine,
If not
which is why he's
hippies,
banned
then
from
at least
hospitals.
rule
Laughter
breakers and
comedian
risk
Steve
takers.
Bird.
In a way, I identified more with
And
them
she's our
than I did
favorite
with Los
Madison,
Alamos
Dr.
and its
James, and
conservatism.
Square Garden.
I was hoping that Teller was going to speak about his Excalibur project, the precursor, or some said inspiration,
It's funny
for the Star
watching
Wars system.
Rubio kind of
Teller
transform
had
from a little
envisioned a
Marco.
device that would
Little
orbit in
Marco,
space
murderous
A spherical machine that would have elements sticking out of it, kind of like a sea urchin.
Thank you.
Those elements would be fiber optic light guides to aim and focus immensely powerful X-rays
That's all.
and evaporate the metal casings of Soviet ICBM missiles after they were launched. I would have loved to have been a part of the development team that worked on Excalibur, but even just hearing about it would have to do for the moment.
One of his biggest fights.
I took a seat on a bench outside a study area in the administration center. Above me, a series of portraits of Nobel Prize winners who worked at Los Alamos at one point or another in their career ran along one wall. In some ways, it was like being back in high school. Though instead of varsity letter winners being commemorated, it was scientists. Across the way from me sat a man with an expansive broad nose and eyebrows that reminded me of a big stone draped over his shoulders. His heavy lidded eyes were deep set and focused on a newspaper he was reading. I recognized him immediately as Edward Teller. I wasn't starstruck at all.
You didn't know what to do.
I didn't want to meet him.
What is it about?
I stood and walked over to him and put out my hand.
I am and how great my
Dr.
staff
Teller,
is.
my name is Bob Lazar.
Leadership
It's a
abilities.
real
Very
pleasure to meet you.
true. Yes.
Teller
Is that
looked at me
what's going
over
on
the
here?
edge
They're
of the
drawing
paper and
inspiration
said,
from the guy in
his
charge.
voice thick with an
Absolutely.
Eastern European
Greg is a
accent.
perfect example of this. But
Why,
they're taking your
thank
steam
you.
away, Greg. You were the only
He made no
right-wing
move to
guy
drop the
out there
paper
who
and to
was
take my
slaying
offered
it, who
hand.
was making jokes about the
Feeling a
left.
bit
Now,
awkward,
Trump
I
and
watched
all
as his eyes
this
focused on my
administration
face.
has been on the
And then
game.
he turned his head
these
slightly to the left
stupid
as he
hearings,
squinted
I'm
more
so glad
forcefully.
they cracked the code on this thing.
He looked
They
down at
just
the
come back at
paper,
them like it's a
closed
Kill
it,
Tony
and
podcast,
then
and they
folded it
roast them back.
so that the
Yes,
front
because the
page was
whole idea
visible.
of this, they use decorum
Yours
against
man with the
these
jet
people.
car,
So they said,
he said.
because of Robert's
He
rules of
stabbed
order
at
and
the
the
paper with my
parliamentary procedure,
photograph on the
they could
front
say whatever
page.
they wanted, and the person just had
That's
to
right.
sit there
I'm
and take
Bob
it.
Lazar.
So whenever we saw
That's
these
my car.
hearings, the people would just be sitting there like
Lazar.
idiots as the
I
senators
once studied with a man
laid into
named
it. Now they come
Lazarev.
back at him.
Yeah,
Rubio was
Russian.
like, that crack about the
I believe the
margarita.
surnames
Then
are
made that
related.
guy look like an idiot. So Van
Idea
Hollen
of
was like, why
denomination.
you take that back? It was not a
I
margarita. It
didn't
was a
tell him that I
mojito.
didn't know what my real surname was. I simply said,
Madison,
I
did you
doubt
catch the crazy stuff today
we spent a
with
few more
the South
minutes talking.
African president?
He seemed
All that
quite
stuff?
taken with the
Is that
idea
incredible?
of me
It is
having
amazing
installed a
how
jet
much
engine
we're
in my
seeing
car.
that we
Though I
never
wasn't
used to see
applying rocket
before.
science in the ways that he was dealing with, he seemed both amused by and impressed with the application.
We can see
He asked me
everything
what
on
else I
display.
planned on doing, but I wasn't able to answer. One of the staff members came and escorted him away so that Teller could begin his
I
presentation.
think is what
For
makes this
whatever
all so
reason,
wild.
Teller must have remembered me.
And Holland
Whether it
was
was our
upset saying, okay,
conversation,
bring this in
my
front of the
jet
judiciary.
car, my
And of
last
course, we were
name,
saying, no,
I'm not
just
certain.
because I'm
When
actually
it came
talking to
time
the
for
leaders
me to
doesn't
send out
mean that he
query
gets to get
letters
in
to
on the
get a new
secret sauce.
job,
It's like asking
I
the
wrote
popular kids at the
directly
table,
to him.
hey, you got to
He
share
was still
with
with
all of
Lawrence
us.
Livermore,
No,
but it
just
seemed
because
less and
former
less
President
likely that
Biden
Star Wars was
falling
ever
asleep
going
at
to come to
tiny meetings,
fruition.
missing these dinners.
Various
We didn't
treaties
have any
limiting
information.
nuclear arsenals
Now
had been
we
agreed
do.
upon.
We open up
In a
the
lot
curtain
of
as wide
ways,
as
the
possible,
nuclear
but
weapons
something's
industry
still
was
happening in
contracting.
secret. I
But
love
I
the way that
hoped
we're
that my
doing it.
attempt at
Yeah, that was
networking
great.
would
Yeah,
at least
Steve,
get me
to
some
see you. Are
attention.
you still selling
As it turned
newspapers
out,
on the corner
I
of
got a
6th
job
Avenue?
as a result of that meeting
Actually,
with
Taylor
Teller.
Square.
Later, a whole lot more attention than I
that
ever
Rubio was
wanted
inspiring,
or
was
needed.
great, and it's like the
I was, of
it's like,
course,
what's it in
blissfully
the ether?
unaware
It's
of
like,
all
yeah, I
that
take it back. It's
when
like, it's
2
already
days
good.
after
I mean,
my
yeah,
first
people
visit
have
out
that.
to
But Trump got
EG&G's
in there,
remote
he's
site at
not
Groom
joking
Lake,
around,
I
right?
got
And he
another
converted
call to report to
upwards of,
work.
in 2 months,
The
to
routine
like
was much
100,
the
over
same.
100,000
Get the
illegal
phone call,
immigrants
get to
back out of this
EG&G,
country,
get
and
on a
if he keeps
plane,
up at this
and
rate,
fly
like,
out
who's
to
going to
the
be left room
base.
for the Raiders?
This time, though, there was a
I
difference.
will say this.
When I arrived, I was the only one on the bus except for
He
Dennis.
supported all these people,
This
and so
time, instead of
the
remaining on the
progressives
main
elect
base and
are
proceeding to
demanding
the
is due
administrative area,
process,
as
right?
I'd
Courts. So
come to
let's
think
back
of
it
it,
up. Let's spend
we
millions of
headed
dollars on
south
courts. It's
along
like,
a
that's
packed
why I think
dirt
Trump
road.
went in and
Within
opened
minutes,
Alcatraz.
we were in the
It's no
desert.
more El Salvador
With the
prison. It's
blacked
going to
out
go to
windows,
Alcatraz.
I couldn't
It's
see
going to
much to the sides of me, but it was
And-
likely what I was
And
seeing
you know
in
what?
front
It's
of
going to
me
be a
through the
beautiful
frame of
jail,
the front
Greg. It's going to be
windows.
a wonderful
A few
jail.
rolling
I mean,
hills,
I love my
sand,
jail.
a
Let me
smattering
tell
of
you, the
creosote
inmates
bushes,
love my jail. The
greasewood,
inmates, you know
and
the inmates said to me,
cactus.
Greg, the inmates, when
We
they're friends
traveled
up, they
for
say,
nearly 40
I don't
minutes,
want to leave Las
covering
Vegas.
approximately 10 miles. Us
I don't want you
sending
to
out
leave.
flickering semaphore as we rolled over the corrugated sections of the road. Eventually, we slowed and came up to a rather large hill. Above the loose pile of dirt and stone, a spire of rocks with the characteristic desert varnish darkening their surface sat like a broken jaw and teeth above it.
Before we go, come
As
see
we
me on
moved left
tour with
around the
special
hill,
guest
It was as if someone had taken a giant shovel and squared the base of the hill at 90 degrees to the ground.
But Grand
To one
Rapids,
side of that
Michigan,
perpendicular rise
and we're
stood a
going to head
small
out to
entryway.
Rockford, Illinois,
Dennis
the
led me
next month.
inside the
Then
building and
Pennsylvania,
into a small
Connecticut,
12
Arizona,
by
and
12
Texas
foot
later in the
room
year.
that was
Go to
completely unadorned and
geekgov.com for
unfurnished.
tickets.
The
Click
only
here
thing
to
inside
subscribe
it
to the
was what
Fox
looked
News
like a
YouTube
standalone
page to catch
ATM
up on the
machine you might
interviews and most
find in a
compelling
convenience store.
analysis. You won't get it
Dennis
anywhere
walked up
else.
to it and put his hand on a glass platen. He splayed out his fingers, and some kind of optical scanner or reader lit up from above. Next, he typed in a few pieces of information on a small keypad. A moment later, his identification badge dropped into a slot at the machine's base. I repeated his actions, and my badge popped out. That is yours. You'll need to have it on your person at all times. It's both your identification card and your key card. He nodded toward the door. Alongside it, a small stainless steel plate clung to the wall. Without this, you won't be able to go in or out. I immediately understood that with such a system, all of my movements within and between rooms and buildings could be tracked.
All right.
Not unusual for any kind of facility dealing with sensitive information. We walked toward a second door.
Biden
Dennis
aides
nodded
have
toward the
agreed
plate.
to testify at the investigation of a cover-up
I
of his
swiped
mental
the key
decline.
card and then
Upon
heard a
hearing this,
click
Biden
as the
said,
latch was released.
"First you tell me I have
Dennis
dementia,
gestured
and
for
now
me
I
to lead
have
the way,
AIDS?"
and I stepped into a well-lit corridor. I immediately felt like I was back at Bowling Green Elementary School. I smiled to myself and wondered if one of the colors on the walls or cinder blocks was in fact, known as
Republicans,
Bowling
the
Green.
Democrats, and the
The
congressional
light green
baseball
of the
game by a
drywall and
score
the
of
darker green of the
13
cinder
to
blocks that
2.
rose to about waist height were the typical institutional green that I'd seen in countless
And for once, the
hospitals and
Dems didn't
municipal
even shoot
buildings and
anybody.
schools. I tried to remember something I'd once
The
read
game
about
was
the
almost
psychology
canceled
of
when
color,
Congresswoman
how
Rashida Tlaib
green was
suggested
supposed to
they play
react with our
shirts against
central nervous
skins.
systems. I couldn't remember if it
But the
was
game ended up
calming
being
or
delayed when someone
energizing,
mistook Nancy
and what
Pelosi's
any of that
face
might
for a
have to do
capsule's
with
mitt.
being green with envy. All I knew was that the corridor was very long,
The game had
and
to
it
be
seemed
stopped
as
in
if
the
it
second
stretched
inning when Jerry
along to the
Nadler started
vanishing
grazing
point
on
in
the
a
outfield
long and
grass.
harrowing row of doors on either side.
Tensions
The
were
hallway
high when
was
halfway
empty,
through the game,
and the
Chrissy
building
Nome shot
nearly
the
silent,
mascot.
except for the clicking sound of our heels.
Yet all in
Dennis
all,
stopped
everybody was in
abruptly
good
after just a
spirits
few
since
paces.
all the players
He
scored
nodded
with
his
Warren
head to the
Bogarts.
right. In there.
Oh, she
Unlike
would
the
have
other
laughed.
doors, this one didn't require me to use the key card.
She's alive.
I simply turned the knob and
LA
stepped
Mayor
in.
Karen Bass is
Once
blaming the
again,
LA
I
riot
found myself in what
unquote,
seemed to be
bad
a waiting
actors.
area of some kind.
Prompting an angry
A few
call from John
upholstered chairs
Cusack's
sat
agent.
along one wall, and an office desk sat in roughly the center of the room.
Daughter of Congresswoman
Alongside it,
Ilhan
a
Omar
two-drawer
applauded
filing
the
cabinet
riots,
the color
saying
of
death
unfinished
to the
brass sat
colonial
with an
empire.
English ivy plant
Many
and
people
its
blame her
tendrils
outburst
draped
on
along
radical
and down its
politics,
flanks.
and not because she may
A
be
water
inbred.
cooler in the far corner of the room belched and bubbled before quieting.
I'm not saying
Before I
she
took a
was.
side, or Dennis could indicate that I should take a seat,
Yeah, neither am I.
another door opened at the back of the anteroom.
And finally,
A
soap
petite
made out of
brunette
actress
wearing a
Sydney
bright red
Sweeney's
cardigan and black
bathwater
pants
is
entered.
being resold
She smiled
online for as
brightly,
much as
and the room lost much of its
$1,600.
cool indifference.
Meanwhile, Joy Behar's
Would you like
bathwater
to follow
is
me?
replacing tear
She
gas
asked.
to disperse
I
angry
knew she
rioters.
wasn't asking a question, but I appreciated her being far less hurt than Dennis was. Absolutely, I said,
That was a good one.
not quite matching her
So
enthusiasm,
award
but
season
nearly.
may be over,
We'll
but it's
need
never
about
too
30,
late to give
the
out
woman
one
said,
more.
rising on her
It's time
tiptoes
for
and angling to the side to speak around me to Dennis. She held the clipboard folded in one arm and resting against her chest. Once I got into the room from which she'd come, I knew what was next. A small examination table, a series of glass-fronted cabinets, a scale, and the other accessories you'd find in a typical doctor's office exam room clued me in. Would you like to take a seat?
Tonight
She
the
asked.
award goes to
And I wondered
this
briefly
piece
if
of
this was
trash.
going to be a recurring pattern, if we were going to be playing an odd sort of game of 20 questions. Sure, I said. I sat on the examination table, feeling and hearing the rough paper cover shift as I did so. I watched as the young woman walked past me. I noticed
noticed that in one corner of her eye, she had a faint mole that intensified the deep brown of her eyes. Once out of my line of sight, she must have opened a drawer. I heard the metallic clatter of things being moved about. When I saw her next, she had a stethoscope draped around her neck, and she was tugging at the Velcro of a sphygmomanometer sleeve. Could I get you to take your shirt off?
Did the DNC create
I
this
was
guy
wearing
in
a white Oxford cloth dress shirt and a t-shirt. I undid the buttons and then shrugged out of the
You
garment.
have to visit the feminine
Hey,
care aisle at
she asked.
Costco.
She held out her hand, and I gave her the shirt.
See, this is
She
why
hung
the
it from a
media
hook
won't
on the back
interview
of
the
the door.
protesters.
16 more
and prefer
questions
to
and we'd
deliver
be
the
done,
message
I thought.
themselves.
Can you
You
hold out
actually
your right arm for me?
hear their words,
I
you
did as
realize you
instructed.
don't want a
She
mediator,
slit the
you
blood
want a
pressure cuff
terminator.
and began to inflate it.
Not a dictator,
Any sign
just
of rain
someone who
out
can
there?
sign his own
She asked.
name. It doesn't
I
need his
thought that
ass
maybe we
wiped
get lucky.
after each press
I'm heading out to
conference.
Death Valley this weekend with my
It's true.
boyfriend.
There's this
I'm
new
hoping
study
the
out
desert
showing
bloom
that when
will be
people feel
beautiful.
that society is
One of my
collapsing, they want a
favorite
strong
things.
leader. Because
I
experiencing
hope
a
I'm not
social
heading to
breakdown
Death Valley
causes
soon,
you to
I
feel
said.
powerless. It's like
She
when you're in
laughed.
Larry Kudlow's
Not according
basement,
to this, she said
and the
as she
techno
held the
music
gauge out to
drowns
me.
out your safe word.
124/82. Can I get your heart rate?
But
We
that
did a few more
powerlessness
typical
creates
and
uncertainty,
cursory
and in that
medical
uncertainty,
examination
what do
things
people
to be
crave?
sure my hearing
No,
and
not my
eyesight were
abs
okay.
workout video.
Without my glasses, I told her,
Although it
I'd
is
be
still
lucky
available
to
at
see
the
the
News Corp
chart,
gift
let
shop,
alone any of the
right
letters
next
on
to
it.
Sweating with Brick
After
Union.
that, we turned to what seemed to be the real reason for my
No,
being
people
examined.
crave
After
decisive
reading through a
action.
list of
They don't
potential
want Grandpa
allergens,
Simpson
I'd
telling
lost
them
track
about
of
the
the number
time
of
cannibals
questions,
almost
but
ate
was
Al
pretty sure we'd
Wilson.
gone beyond 20.
They want
She
someone who
asked me
talks
if I
like a
was
bouncer and
left-handed or
negotiates
right-handed.
like a mafia
When I
don.
answered that I was
In other words,
right-handed, she
Donald
said,
Trump.
"We're past."
So,
Well, then let's have you do the left arm, okay? She retreated behind me again and returned
so
with
while
a
you
small
think it was
clear
MAGA
plastic
who
case
elected Trump,
that was
it was the
subdivided into
Dems.
compartments.
After all, they
She
created
next
a world
produced
where
a
people
felt
can
tip
see their
marker.
society falling
Holding my
apart,
wrist
where their
gently,
leaders look
she turned
clueless,
over my
their
arm
laws
so
go
that the bottom of
unenforced,
my
and the
forearm
criminals
was
get more
exposed.
sympathy than the
She
victims.
swabbed the area
And
with
when the
alcohol
country feels like
and
a
then drew a
burning
neat
clown
grid on
car,
it,
you don't vote
producing
for
a
another
series of
clown.
16
You vote for the guy who drives
uniform-sized
a big,
squares.
scary garbage
I was
truck.
quite impressed with how symmetrical they
Can you
were,
blame him?
given that she'd done it freehand.
You got protesters
She
blocking
shrugged off my
bridges,
compliment.
snarling traffic, and
Done this
mocking
dozens
moms
and
begging to
dozens
get
of
to work.
times.
These aren't
Once
activists,
she
they're
was done with the
hostage
drawing,
takers.
she
They're
retrieved a rolling
extortionists,
stool
like the
and
mafia
drew it
holding up the chicken
alongside the
parza.
table. She cranked a
So
lever
right
and
now, the
rose up
Dems are
so that her
handing the
head was
GOP
nearly
an
level with
amazing
mine.
re-election video.
She looked
You
at
don't
me
need Kid Rock
and then
or
shook her
fireworks
head.
or Nancy Mason
Sorry.
in a bikini.
She
No,
retrieved
now
the
we have
plastic
seniors
case and placed it on a rolling table like the one dental hygienists use.
Trump
Okay?
didn't just appear in
Now,
a vacuum.
one
He
of the
appeared in
reasons
a
you're
moral
here
and civic
is so that
one.
we can do a
Left by a
baseline
party more
allergy
interested
test.
in pronouns
What
than
we've
public
discovered
safety.
is
He
that
didn't
some
force his
people
way into
working here
office.
get
He was
exposed to
summoned
elements
like
in
a
the work
bouncer to a
environment
bar
that
fight.
produce, in some
The streets have
cases,
been calm,
strong
the schools
systemic
worked, and cities
responses.
were safe.
So what I'm
And
going
Dems
to do
didn't treat every
is use
criminal
one
as
of
a
these.
misunderstood poet.
She held out a
Poets.
small
We
device that
might have
resembled a
gotten
push pen.
another useless
You place a
Democrat.
small amount
But
of
these
different
times didn't call
chemicals
for cardigan sweaters.
subcutaneously on your
Call
arm.
for brass
I've
knuckles.
got the grid there,
That's the
and I'll
irony.
know
The
which, if any
Dems
of these
feared
produce
Trump.
any kind of
They did
reaction on your
everything
skin.
they could to elect him.
What kinds of
So
things are you testing for?
how the left
There could
operates
be
in the world
redness,
of
swelling. I
what
cut
would
her off.
happen if Trump hadn't
I'm
said
sorry.
any
I
of the
didn't
truth?
quite ask the question
Well, we do
properly.
have proof that
I
George
know what the
Floyd
allergic
riots
reactions may be
prove
like.
that
What are the
lawlessness
allergens you're
unchecked
testing?
leads
She
to
frowned,
worse
but her
lawlessness.
shoulders slumped.
The Dems operate on
I'd
a
like to tell
luxury of
you, but
saying
I
what would
can't.
happen
I really don't
because
know.
we stop them from
All I was
making it
told
worse.
is that you
So we'll
and a
never
lot of
know.
other people here
But that's the
will be
point of a
working
strong
with.
leader, stopping
And
chaos
here
before it
she used her
spreads.
fingers
Trump
to
is
form
the
quotation marks.
certainty in uncertain
Exotic
times.
materials.
After Democrat rule,
What those
you don't
are
want a TED
specifically,
talk, you
I
want
haven't
someone
been
with
told.
brass balls.
Do you know
So
if
now,
there have been any
what is the
serious
media doing?
consequences of that
Well,
exposure?
Newsweek
published a map that
Can't
listed
say.
all the anti-Trump
This
rallies
time her
to be
tone
held
rose only
across
slightly
this
at the
country
end,
Saturday.
as if she were
Boy,
questioning
is it
whether or not
organized
she was
from the
asking a
top on
question.
down. And what's the
For my
goal?
part, I
Well,
was
without
very
principles,
concerned.
you go for the photo
This was a
op.
high-tech
They're
lab
praying for
after
that
all,
one
so
George
who knew
Floyd
what kinds of
moment
materials
they
I might be
incite
working with?
and hope you'll
Better
bite.
safe than
Maybe
sorry.
it'll work.
But know this,
After
we
she'd
will
done
no
the
longer be
pricking of
held
the various
hostage
areas,
by a
she
party that
returned with a
denies our
small
safety
plastic
and
container,
organizes
the kind that
mobs when
hospitals
we
often
say
use
we've
to
had
place a
enough.
patient's
They
medications
say
in.
hindsight is
A
2020.
faint yellowish
Well, it's
liquid was
2020
inside.
that gave us
Just a couple of
2024.
ounces, I estimated. Here, you drink this. She held it out to me while she made some notes on her chart. I took the cup and brought it toward my mouth.
In their
I
ears.
immediately thought of the household cleaner pine salt. I drank it down and felt my eyes
She's our
tear up
favorite
briefly.
McDonald, not counting that
What
old
was that?
pervert who had a
I
farm.
asked.
Host of the
Not so
evening
bad,
ad at
was it?
Fox Business, Liz
She asked.
McDonald.
Just another part of the testing.
She's more
She
popular
snapped
with
the
old
plastic
men
case
than
shut
gnats.
and said,
Outnumbered co-host
"We're all
Emily
through here.
Cabrera.
Good luck with your work. And again, please be sure to monitor those test sites. And if you notice anything unusual, let us know through your supervisor." The nurse handed me my shirt, and while I put it on, she went out into the anteroom. By the time I finished dressing and got out there, she was gone. Dennis was nowhere to be seen either. I stood in the hallway for a few moments, thinking about the allergy test and what it might mean for my future employment.
Yes.
I was still waiting for the majestic clearance needed to become a full-time employee. I had no reason to doubt that I'd receive it, but I also knew that wheels often turn very slowly in these matters. I was accustomed to hard work, having multiple responsibilities, but still, it would have been far more desirable to be able to shut down the photo business entirely, selling it off, and resume a more normal kind of 9-to-5 existence. A part of me really enjoyed the less structured schedule that my involvement in photo processing afforded me. But of course, that came with certain trade-offs. Tracy and I were doing fine financially, but having to make myself available on an on-call basis from EG&G, and in essence for the photo business, could wreak havoc with a social life and our personal schedule. I knew that it was going to be temporary, but how temporary that was going to be was difficult to say.
They don't.
I knew that stress played a role in how our immune systems operated and responded to pathogens. Would my current mental and emotional state have an effect on the grid of substances that had been introduced into my forearm? I didn't have a long time to reflect on the matter. I don't know how I missed seeing it at first, but Dennis was just down the hallway from me. This way, Bob. Dennis rarely used my name in our conversations, and for as common as my name is, and for as many times as I heard other people use it, it sounded strange coming out of his mouth. I followed Dennis as he entered another unmarked door into another small room. This one even less spacious than the one where I'd been issued my ID key card. Dennis gestured toward a small office desk, a metal-framed affair with a cheap wood laminate finish. On the desk sat a stack of blue file folders. I took the seat behind the desk and noticed that the folders were blank. That is, there were no labels on the folders themselves to identify EG&G. Dennis stood just inside the closed door and said, "It's important that we get you caught up as quickly as possible about where we've been and the direction the project is going in. Given your present clearance level, these briefings should give you the background information you need. Obviously, this is all confidential information. Once your clearance is upgraded, you'll learn more." They paused and thrust back the cuff of his suit jacket and shirt to consult his watch. "I have a number of other tasks to attend to. Do your reading here, and when I'm done with those other matters, I'll come and get you. Any questions?" He barely paused before saying, "Good, I'll be back." The stack of folders was nearly a foot high. They were of various thicknesses, none containing any more than what seemed a dozen pages. I figured it best to begin at the top and work my way down. I opened the first folder that was labeled Overview. The title page had nothing more on it than the words Project Galileo. The prose was typical government plainspeak, a kind of just the facts sparseness that suited me, especially given the stack of materials I was to read, and having no indication at all from Dennis when he might return. The short first paragraph would have pleased me, except for the inclusion of one word, extraterrestrial. It explained that the purpose of the program was to back-engineer the process by which you take knowledge or information from anything man-made and reproduce it, or produce anything based on the extracted information. A propulsion system of an extraterrestrial craft. The power and propulsion systems of the craft were of the highest priority. For a second, I stopped reading and considered just what was meant by extraterrestrial. Was that EG&G, or whoever had authored this overview, and whoever had approved it for distribution, was being either very precise or very loose with their use of language. Something that is considered to be extraterrestrial means that it is of or originates from outside the Earth or its atmosphere. Maybe in the language employed at EG&G out here at Groom Lake, the experimental craft they are presumably working on get referred to that way since traditional nomenclature of plane and jet or names for other land-based vehicles didn't quite fit with the scope of the craft's capabilities or intent. I knew how many scientists thought that if this was something that a scientist or engineer had written, and it was intended as an in-house document, then the use of a potentially loaded word like that wouldn't be so odd. On the other hand, I thought that maybe this whole document was another form of a test. I was still, in a sense, on trial with the organization. I'd been subjected to all those other questionnaires that dealt with personality and temperament, and maybe this was just a part of that larger assessment. Was I someone who would get frustrated or annoyed by references that were seemingly off-topic? Would I be willing to wade through information or data that was seemingly irrelevant or confusing and not be able to plow ahead or keep an open mind? I decided to do precisely what I thought they wanted me to do, to keep reading and not form any judgments until I had the bigger picture formed in my mind. As I read on, a few other things became clear. Though no dates were given, it was clear to me that the project was not in its infancy. Some references were made to past attempts to understand the nature of the power and propulsion system. Several attempts had been made to reproduce the kind of system that had come into their hands, but with no success. Given what I knew of back engineering, it often involves disassembling something and analyzing its components and workings in detail. Any kind of propulsion system is likely to be highly complex, and the disassembly and production or fabrication of new components could take a considerable amount of time. I next read that a previous attempt to dismantle one of the existing propulsion systems had resulted in an accidental explosion. The document didn't go into much detail about that incident, but I also knew that any time there was an accident like that, there would be a period of time when the work was halted and investigation initiated, and only after a review process of the procedures, something that could have taken place in months or perhaps years, work would then commence. Reading a bit more made it clear to me that something like the process I'd imagined had taken place. The last bit of the overview dealt with the present reality. They were going to de-emphasize the dismantling efforts and focus instead on other kinds of analyses to determine how it functioned. What those types of analyses were to be wasn't specified, but one other thing was made clear as a priority. It was a bit presumptuous of me to include my not yet fully cleared self in this, were to duplicate this technology using existing materials and not utilizing what the briefing referred to as exotic materials. None of what I read set off any alarm bells. I was pleased to read about the nature of the work. It would be a real challenge to take on the task that was set before me. What types of analyses could we devise to understand the nature and function of a propulsion system without having the ability to dismantle the existing and presumably functioning system? After all, apparently they took an oath while placing their right hand on the ass of an unconscious male escort to see how they interrelate. When you're working with a physical object, or a set of physical objects in the case of a propulsion system, not having the capability,
say unsolicited pizza deliveries to their homes are meant to intimidate
was like working with one hand.
And a related story gets wants to be a federal judge.
We'd have to devise new approaches. And I wondered then if that was why I'd been hired. Frequently, team is at a sticking point.
So right now, the Dems are the Charlie Sheen of politics. The junkie who realizes everyone was right. I got a serious problem with that. Take the Dems resident twerp DNC Vice Chair David Hogg, who actually said something true on Bill Maher.
The one question that kept
They would
coming
rather
back
vote
to
for
my
somebody
mind
who feels,
was what the hell
even if
these
they don't
guys were up
completely agree
to.
with, they don't feel
Was
judged
this
by it,
just
than
a
somebody who
test
they
of my
do agree with,
temperament
that they
and
feel like they have to walk on
suitability to work in
eggshells
this
around
environment?
constantly because they're going
Or
to be
was
judged
this
for
reverse
ostracized or
engineering of an
excommunicated. And ultimately, what
extraterrestrial
we have to
propulsion
do here
system,
is
a
figure out how
real
to
work
bring people back
assignment?
in and work towards
The
the bigger
last
goal of
sections of
advancing
the
the future of
overview
this country.
also
I think we should be able
cast
to
some
focus on what
shadows of
young
doubt
people
on the whole
should be
enterprise
focused on,
and made me
which is
think
how
this
to get
had
laid
to
and
be
how
a
to go and
kind
have
of
fun.
screening mechanism. If you could put up with this kind of
I like how
disinformation,
he said get
then
laid
let's see
and
how
have
you feel
fun.
about working under these restrictive conditions.
Like the two are mutually
Project
exclusive.
Galileo was comprised of a number of
Although a
divisions.
lover who votes
The power
Democrat
and
must be kind
propulsion
of a
team,
bummer.
and those that
She
dealt
won't
with
let you sleep with her
navigation,
until you admit
control,
women should vote.
metallurgy, and other component
Not gonna
elements of a
happen.
flying craft. These groups
But
were not
even
to
the
work in
loudest, most
concert,
annoying
as you might
voices in the
expect,
party are
but
chiming
were to
in.
be
Here's
segregated.
Jasmine Crockett
Not only
auditioning
wouldn't
for
they
a job
work
at
together,
Frontier
they
Air.
were not to share
I bet there's a
information
lot
with
of
one
people who are
another.
like, oh, let's go find
No
the safest white
communication
boy we
between the
can
work
find.
groups was allowed.
There's a lot of people that are like, you know what? Like, let's go find the safest white boy we can find. And then I'm just saying, no, for real.
A white man's got to be
No,
right.
for real. And to be fair, when we talk about them, I can tell you that there is one specific candidate. I had a donor on the phone with me telling me that all the donors are lining up behind that candidate. So I can tell, and I tell you, he's not a black person nor
Interestingly,
woman.
some of the other briefings
Thanks,
dealt with
darling.
the
The
other
money's on the
teams.
dresser.
Project Looking Glass dealt with the materials side of the craft, and Project Sidekick was
I don't know what that
exploring
means
the
either.
possibilities of the craft's
So now the
weaponization,
left knows
but
they
only in
must
the most
change.
generic of
Some
ways.
already are.
For
You
example,
remember
I
this
learned
lady?
that the bulk of the
That's
craft was
Stephanie Wool
manufactured from the
before
same
Trump.
material. Tests had shown that it
This
was
is her
not
now.
metallic in origin, nor was it ceramic.
Who does
That
she
intrigued
remind
me.
you of?
Think of your car. How many different materials are
If
used
I
to
were
produce its
Rachel,
various
I'd be kind
components?
of worried. It
Aluminum,
reminds me
steel,
of that stalker
glass,
movie,
rubber,
Single White
various
Female,
plastics.
except it's
And
Single
here
White
was an
Male.
object that was claimed to be made of
But
a
what does
single
this tell
material.
you? With Trump ruling the
I
road
can't
of
claim
common
to be
sense,
completely
the
logical.
Dems can only move
I was a
more
trained
left.
scientist, and
Wool
I was
wasn't
supposed to
always a
look at
left-wing
things with as
soul.
much
She spent
objectivity
14
as
years in
possible.
finance. Now
I
she's
found
mostly worried
myself
about the price
veering
of
between two
cats.
points. Rejecting what I was reading out of hand as an attempt to use a fictional scenario to
My
determine
guess
my
is Jen
suitability for
Psaki's
some
next on the
highly
second
confidential
episode of her new
project,
show,
and
Ratings and
being
Key
caught
Demo,
up in the
giving
excitement
24 to
of being
54
exposed to
ones.
new
With
ideas that would test
65,000
the
in the
limits of
entire
my
country
understanding
tuning
of
in.
the nature of
I
things
could get
here on
that
Earth.
money reading Kill Me's
Or
book on
maybe
my
the test
OnlyFans.
was even simpler. They presented this
So how
scenario to
long
me to see if
before
I
Jen
was going to
Psaki
share
goes
it
from
with anyone.
this to
They could
this?
do all kinds of background checks, but the surest way to see if I
The
was
Dems,
capable of
they
keeping
can't return
information
to normal.
confidential was to
On
provide
Friday,
me with a
the
story
Democrats stormed
and
an
see
ICE
if I kept
facility
it
in
to
Newark,
myself.
even though the city's
I
lefty
briefly
mayor
scanned
was
the room,
arrested.
wondering
I
if I
guess he
was
knows
under
that jail is
surveillance in
safer
there,
than the streets
and
of
if my
Newark.
eye rolling at some of what had been
But these are
revealed
the
to me
responses
might
to
determine
Trump.
the fate of my
Theater,
employment.
outrage,
For a few
screaming.
moments, I
No wonder
considered
Dems
the
have decided
possibility
they
that
need
this craft,
ideas.
or
But first
maybe a
they
better
need
term was
ideas
this
on
technology,
coming up with
came from
ideas.
somewhere other
And
than
then
the
you're going to
United
need ideas
States.
for that too. You know,
We were still
ideas that would
dealing with
lead
the
them to
effects of the
ideas
Cold
that would help
War,
them figure out
and
ideas to
perhaps we
create
managed to
ideas.
gain
It's an
control of some
infinite
Soviet
regress,
technology.
with each move
Whether we had
depending on
stolen
a
it, had
precursor.
someone presented to
There's no
us,
bottom to
or
their
in some other
problem,
way
because the
gained
bottom needs a
possession of it,
floor, a
didn't really
foundational
matter.
set of
What did matter
principles.
was that we
That
had
would
it.
mean you have to say
Apparently
there's a
didn't
culture
really
with norms
understand
and
fully how it
traditions,
worked,
rights
and it was to be
and
my
wrongs.
job to determine how
But the
it
Dems are
functioned
that
and how
elevator
we
shaft
could
with no
reproduce it.
elevator in it.
I
Whatever
wanted to
idea
be
they have
involved in working
immediately
with
falls
nuclear
60
weapons,
stories
but
into
maybe
the
this was an
abyss.
even more worthwhile
Now,
task.
we have a bottom that's
Maybe
easy
this
to express.
technology would prove
Law and
to be
order,
the key to
safety and
what
security,
seemed to be the
free markets
dominant
based on a
and
fair share
ominous political
transfer of
philosophy of the day,
commodities. It's simple.
mutually
I did
assured
that in 30
destruction.
seconds. I didn't even have to
Even in
look up from my
hindsight,
online
it is
kangaroo
difficult to
porn.
come up with a coherent explanation of my thoughts and feelings at the time I
But
was
if you
reading
lack
those documents.
foundational
I
principles,
can't say this with real clarity,
sadly, the
however.
Dems embrace the
I
mind
was
virus that
thoroughly
deems
engaged
such
in the reading,
principles oppressive.
not by its
And now, without
language,
the
but
foundation,
by
they're
what
trying
it
to build a
offered
house
as a
on quicksand.
possibility to
And any
utilize my
crackpot idea
interests
can
and
take hold.
abilities.
How did
If this
trans
was all a
hysteria
game,
find food in
a
their
way to
garden?
determine
How
if
did
I was
squatting
cut
and
out
mass
for the
theft
work,
become
then
acceptable?
how could I
Why did the Dems
strategize
circle
and
the
make the
wagons
right
around
moves to get to the end
How
point?
did Hamas
To be
become
hired
sympathetic?
full-time by
How did
EGG.
minor attractive
If what I was
persons
reading were
stop
true,
meaning
that
you
there
wanted
was
to
some
bang coal miners?
extraterrestrial craft that we had in our possession, then I'd have to
Look
manage
at
to
how climate
accommodate a
change just
fundamental
disappeared,
shift in my
like the
thinking,
ice caps were supposed to 30
recalibrate,
years
and
ago.
proceed to the
I
task
guess
at
when you say
hand.
the planet's going to
In
expire
either
in
case,
5 years,
it was
where
all
do you go
about the
next?
job in that
Blocking
moment.
traffic?
And for
Destroying
now, the
paintings?
task that was at
Calling the
hand in
patron
the
saint of
immediate
electric
was
cars
to read
Hitler?
more of the
How do you
briefings.
go further left?
I
On
picked
no
up a
cash
folder
bail,
marked
open borders,
biology.
men and women's
As I
bathrooms.
scanned the
It's like
first
how you
page,
experience
I
shock
was again
comedy.
torn in
Eventually you
several
run out
different
and turn
directions
gay.
emotionally and mentally. The file
They've
identified
gone
the
so
place
far in
from
the
which
wrong
the
direction, they've lost
extraterrestrial craft
America. Of
originated.
course, they could claw their
It
way
stated
back
that
to
the
the middle,
craft came
but
from
it
the
also
planet
means sharing
Zeta
a road
Reticuli
that
star
Trump
system.
owns. Common
I
sense.
wasn't familiar with the
But
name,
first, the
but the
Thames must
briefing
find
went
their
on to add
bottom.
that the
Too bad
constellation
their
was
heads are stuck
located some
inside it.
39 million light years apart. It was only visible from Earth from positions in the southern
Please
hemisphere.
use the people of
The most obvious question was,
his
how could
marriage.
that craft
Dr.
have
Writer
gotten
comedian
here?
Jamie Lissa.
Even if we could travel at the speed of light, approximately
He solves problems the
186,000 miles per
old-fashioned way
second,
with
or
physical violence.
671
MMA star Kobe
million miles per
Covington.
hour, that meant it would take 30 years to get there.
She
That's
sometimes
a
stops at
ridiculously long
mid-sentence to
period
let
of
her
time,
fill in
even at that
school.
great speed, and an
Remember Phil's
unfathomably
Emily
long period of
Campagno.
time based on 1981 technology.
And
the
he
fastest
used a
we could
whole
then
book of
travel
stamps
through
sending
space.
out Mother's Day
I
cards.
couldn't
New York
even
Times
begin to
bestselling author
imagine
comedian
how much
and
fuel
former
would be
Attorney
needed to
General.
propel a vehicle that far, how life support systems could function and replenish,
Jamie,
how food supplies could be sufficient,
bottom,
and all the
I
rest.
say many
It
times.
just
I
boggled
remember
my
once I thought it
mind.
was rock bottom, I was like, nope.
Those
go
questions
lower.
paled in comparison to
It
the
feels like the
considerations that
Dems are
came
at
to
their
mind
rock
when I turned a
bottom.
few more
And
pages
they
in the
did,
file.
what would you tell them
I
to
got
do
to a
with this
pair of
world?
black and white photographs reproduced on regular copy or printer
Can I
paper.
just stop for a second?
One was a
Did you say
relative close-up of a
kangaroo
humanoid
porn?
Yes.
organism. The photo encompassed what seemed to be the torso. No head was visible.
It makes sense. I
Nothing
remember a
below
while
what
ago, I
appeared
go,
to be
what
the
type of porn
midline
do you
or
like? And you
waist.
go, whatever jumps out
I
of you.
could see just the stump of where a human arm would project from the torso. The rest of that
Did I ever
limb
tell you?
was out of the frame. The same was true of the lower extremities.
Setup there.
I could see just the
Like, where's
suggestion
he
of a
going
pair
with
of
it?
legs.
Yeah.
A protrusion roughly where you'd find the hip bone of a human.
Pizza guy. And I go,
More
that's cool.
specifically,
So I go to
the
pizza and we
crest
get
of the
brisket. She goes,
ilium,
no, after I
rising from the
sex with that guy on
gray-white
camera,
skin.
we're going to be hungry.
What most distinguished the photo was the classic T-shaped incision that ran nearly the entire
That ice
vertical
video
length of the
is
trunk,
they've lost
with
their
a
mind.
far
I honestly
shorter
kind of believe,
horizontal
I don't
line at
know
the
what
top of
could
that major
possibly
cut
bring them
line.
out of this route. That ice video.
The skin
In the
had been
video,
pulled
I don't know
back,
if they,
revealing,
what I
if
read
the
said,
subject
there was
had
like a
been
dude,
human
I
or
don't
an
know,
animal, a
a
series of
body
specific
slam.
organs of
A
respiration and
female
digestion.
like what are they doing?
Lungs,
I haven't
heart,
seen a
kidney,
man
liver,
abuse a woman like
bladder,
that
etc.
since the Paris Olympics.
Instead, what I saw was an undifferentiated mass of tissue that filled the
That's what you
majority of
call
that
a
cavity.
callback.
The
Colby,
second
welcome
photo
to the
was
show.
much the same as
We
the
asked
first,
this
but it
question.
was smaller, and in the white space that
We ask
surrounded
this
the
question
photo on
almost
the
every
page,
night. Why are the
it appeared
Dems
as if
losing
several
men?
different people
You're
had
in the
added their
MMA.
notes. These
I'm sure you
annotations
have
were
an
in
opinion
different
on this.
handwriting, but they mostly expressed the same
There's a
sentiment.
debate, you know,
How unusual it was to see this large central mass, and speculations about how it might function to perform the various specialized tasks that our human
Yeah,
organs
that's
do.
just the alpha, so most men
For
are.
some reason, the inclusion of
Jamie
those
left. He's
notes
not
from
an alpha
others
male. He's
really
not
got my head spinning at a greater rate than
You're more like
before.
Zeta.
Yeah,
Why
Gamma.
would they?
Gamma,
And to this
Gamma,
point, I had no clear understanding of who they
assistant
were.
alpha male.
All those notes in the briefing materials.
Is there any
What
way
was the
could you
point of that?
see, like,
I
guys
can see now that this seems like a minor question compared to the bigger issues these photographs and the information about Zeta Reticuli engendered.
They're parading around.
I was so wrapped up in what I was reading, so overcome with a kind of information overload, that my mind fixated on a point independent of my own will.
The master
Maybe
data
subconsciously,
paradigm.
my brain kicked into fight or flight mode.
Emily,
It
there's
sensed that this
struggle for
information
ideas,
could have done me
but
some kind
to
of
have
harm.
ideas, you gotta have some
Confused me
basic
to the point where I
principles.
was in
And I'm
danger
trying
of
to think,
losing
what is the
touch with
basic
what I
principle
understood
of
to be
the modern
reality.
Democrat Party? And I can
I
only
knew
think
that from
of
the
how
time I opened the
that they
pages of
see
that first
everything through the
folder
prism
to
of
viewing
power,
those
like that's what
photographs
identity
and
politics
reading the
was.
brief
If you
account of
are
the
of
planet
this
from which the craft
intersectionality, you
originated,
have more
I'd
power
experienced
than this
something that
person.
had happened to me
Yeah,
many
Any
times
other principle? I
before.
don't know what other principle
The
there is.
passage of
I agree
time
because
hadn't
the
been a part of my
application,
conscious
I would say
awareness.
yes, control,
I could have
and
been
then
reading
the
for 5
application of
minutes or
that,
5
their
hours.
strategy is
I was
resist.
so
I
wrapped
was on
up
the
in
West
what I
Coast
was
this
reading
weekend, and someone
that
had a
time
huge,
had become irrelevant.
someone had a huge
I know that
chalkboard
comparing
as
the human
their
brain to a
garage
computer
door, so
and its
people walk
operating
by to
system
part. And of
is a
course, there was
gross
someone that wrote a huge
oversimplification.
resist. And
But
then
the only
people
way that
after
I
that
could
said,
think of
who
to describe
and
the
what
state I was
and
in
how. And
is
that's
to say
exactly
that
the question that
information
these
was
gens
being
are answering.
downloaded,
So, for example,
and
all
I
those
was in the
lawmakers,
process of
by the way, that was a
formulating a
female
vast number of
lawmaker
questions.
that
Because
body
I was still
slammed.
acquiring
Like, I know
more
that's
data and wanted to,
confused, but
I
yeah,
didn't have
exactly.
the
It's like,
time
Who
to
do they
pose all
identify
of those
as?
questions to myself.
She's fat, so I
They
answer
were
fair.
being
they.
stored and
Totally.
queued up. Who I would
My
ask
point is that
and what the
they
answers
are
might be
provoking,
wasn't
right? They
something I
provoke
knew
to
as
get
I sat
arrested,
there
so they
trying
have
to
that
assimilate all that
lump
I
on
was
their
reading
pulse.
into a
But then they
coherent
imply
whole.
that it's a dictatorship
I was
because who
failing
else would
miserably at
actually
that
arrest
task,
lawmakers?
but was
And the
hopeful that at
irony
some
that I find
point
hilarious
I'd
is
be
that they
able to
actually
put
have
all those
oversight. And
pieces
I
together.
said, if you guys had just requested a tour, you would have.
Yes.
Like,
Chapter
doors are
3.
yeah, doors are open for you anytime. But when you break
Something
in
caught
and you
my
body
eye,
slam
and I
ice
looked up
agents,
from
then
reading.
yeah, your ass is going to get arrested
Through
because
the
mess
door's
around and find
small
out. And it
rectangular
reminded me when
window
you covered
spider-webbed with
the Burning
wire.
Man
I
protest,
caught a
the
brief glimpse
shock
of
of the
someone out in the
protesters who were
hallway.
sleeping on the freeway
A
and
few
being like
seconds later,
removed forcefully.
I heard the
Touch me!
electromagnetic
Like, what do you
sounds
think
of
is
the
going to
door's
happen?
latch
The
being released.
consequences are real. So
You can
right
leave
now,
those
all they're
there.
doing is having a
There's someone
tantrum
I'd like you to meet.
to try to claw back that
Dennis said
control
from the
that he
doorway.
Tyrus.
He
You could
into
have had
the
a tour,
room,
but they wouldn't
and
have
a
got
uniformed
press.
security
for no
guard
damn
slipped
tour.
past
They
him.
came for exactly
He bundled
that.
up the
They're going
files
to do
and
some
strode
things
off.
that
He
people
didn't
who
make
could lose
any
their job,
attempt to
they're going
count
to risk
them
their
or
job.
inspect them.
So they give me the
That
toughest
made
guy
me
in the
wonder
room because they
again
know
if I had
security's
been
not going to
observed
hurt
the
them.
whole time I was
So
in that
it's just
room.
more. Listen,
Follow me,
this whole,
Dennis
even
said.
that stupid
I
interview
did
with
as
the
instructed.
metrosexual
We stopped
DNC
in front of a
guy
door
that's
just a few
dog or
spots
whatever.
down from where I'd been reading the
No, it's
briefing
not funny.
papers.
And I was like, I couldn't
Dennis
believe
carted
it.
us in, and before we could enter, a
Joe,
security
if you
guard
could tell
exited the
if you
room.
would like that, where the only
Once
thing that young
inside,
people are
I
thinking
could see
about
that we
is
had entered
getting
a
laid and have
laboratory.
fun.
A man was
That's
seated
against
on a
everything that
stool at a
America's
long
about. You
workstation.
work your ass off, you
When
get
he
to a
saw
point.
us, he
Fellas,
smiled
once you
broadly
get the whip
and walked
in a little
toward us.
pocket in your ATM, you can
Dennis
lay
made
him
the
up.
introduction, letting me know that my work partner was named Barry Castilla.
So,
He was an
it
inch or
just
so
goes
shorter than I,
yeah, you know what? You're right.
with an olive
He makes the whole
complexion
point.
and a
And
shock of
I guess what he's
brown,
trying to say
curly
is I'm
hair
tired
that
of
he
these
had the
women
habit of
telling
running
us,
his
he says,
fingers
well, you
through
know what,
whenever he
you're a
spoke.
man.
Big man up.
Other
But
than
that's
each
not
of
the
us
only
saying,
way this
pleased
works.
to meet you,
And this is a lot
we were
like someone
silent
trying to give
until
dating
Dennis
tips
left
to a
the
cat
room.
lady.
Yes.
His parting remarks
Okay?
were simple
It took
and
a long time
straightforward.
for her to get there.
Barry
Yeah,
will bring
It's
you
not
up to
one thing
speed.
that's going to get her out.
This is your personal lab, and you'll be spending most of your time here.
You know where I'm
He'll
going
advise you
here?
on what your
Yes.
task assignment is,
The
the goal
Democratic
that you're
Party,
expected
the
to
only way
achieve.
it works is
I'll
mass
leave it to you
resignation.
gentlemen to get
Yes.
started.
You have
I'll
to
see
get
you
rid of
both
all of
later
them,
on this morning.
her, him included.
As
Yes.
soon as
They're
Dennis
not,
left us
because
alone, Barry
they're
eyed
fake,
me and said,
they are
his
part of
eyes
the problem.
sparkling,
They all
"You're
benefited
not one
during
of
these
them,
4
are you?"
years of shadow shadow government.
I don't
They're the
think so.
shadow government
I said,
posing as Democrats. The
military,
only way
I mean.
is for all of them, one,
He shook his head and
confess their
waved
crime,
both hands in front of him.
and leave and never
Forget
come back to
that. I
government
can
again.
tell.
They won't
I
do
mean,
that, so they come
no
out with
disrespect.
stupid heads
It's
like on
just
Bill
that I
Maher's
can
dumbass
tell that
show
you're,
going,
well,
all we have to do
you're normal.
is convince guys that
I
we're not
laughed softly.
assholes. It's not going to happen.
I was
It doesn't
thinking
matter
the same thing
how
about
you do
you.
it, how you change it.
As soon as
They're
Dennis
corrupt.
let me in here and I saw
sees
you,
it.
I
There's
was
only one
like,
way, a
thank
massive
God,
clean out. And they're not
somebody I
willing
can
to
actually have a conversation with.
right.
I know what you mean. Harry grabbed my biceps and said, you've got to see this stuff. I had that laundry list of
Click here
questions I
to
wanted to
subscribe
ask
to the
him about
Fox
the
News
briefings,
YouTube
but
page to
Barry's
catch our
enthusiasm was
hottest
so
interviews and most compelling
infectious
analysis.
that I let him lead
You
me
won't
to
get
his
it anywhere
workstation.
else.
Sitting about 15 feet from his high stool was a cylinder about the size and shape of a household garbage can. It was pewter in color, and both from a distance and upon closer inspection, it seemed to have no seams, no welds, no fasteners, no sharp edges, no marks on it at all. I saw nothing that hinted at how it had been manufactured. It didn't appear to have been cast, machined, molded, formed, or joined. This is one of the emitters, Barry said to me. What does it emit? I asked, setting aside again the dozens and dozens of other questions about what I just read. I'll show you in a second, Harry said, sounding very much like an excited teen wanting to show off all the components of his stereo system before letting the music blast away. On the desk surface of Barry's workstation sat a half sphere of the same color and material. It was roughly the size of a basketball and sat on a 1-inch plate, again of the same composition as the other two pieces, or so I surmised, based on a quick look at it. This is the reactor. Barry lifted the half sphere and exposed a small tower-shaped object inside. It was approximately 6 inches tall, and, as was true of everything Barry showed me, seemed to have been wholly formed through no process that I'd ever seen or read about. Sitting atop the tower was a cap. Like all the other surfaces, it had a rounded or radius corner instead of a 90-degree edge. Barry retrieved a small triangle-shaped disc from a metal box and placed it in the top of the tower.
These two are getting
He
more and more
replaced the
desperate
cap,
for viewers.
put the half sphere back on the base, and stepped over to the emitter. He pushed it a few feet toward the
According
reactor.
to a new poll, Colombia was voted the
Watch
country
this,
with the most
Barry said.
beautiful women in the
He
world.
extended his arm toward the half
Come on,
sphere,
any woman looks
but
beautiful
before
when
his
I'm
arm
like,
could reach its
okay,
full
that's
extension,
fine.
his hand moved back toward his upper body. He looked at me expectantly, and I felt bad that I didn't share his enthusiasm in that moment.
I
It
apologize.
simply looked like he just extended his arm as if to shake someone's
India
hand,
and Pakistan
and then
are
withdrew it.
still on the rise.
Better yet,
As a
Barry
result,
said,
the rest of the world
stepping to
fears
the
they will have
side,
nowhere to turn
"Feel
for tech
this."
support.
I stood in front of the reactor and did as Barry had done. When my hand got within approximately 8 or 9 inches of the devices, I felt myself being pushed back by some unseen force. If you've ever had the use of two fairly powerful magnets and put them so that two of the poles are placed near one another to produce a
The
repelling
Trump
effect,
administration plans
that
to
was
release the
very much
audio
like
of
what I
President
felt.
Biden's interview with Special Counsel Robert Hur,
Anti-gravity,
which Hur
Barry
said
said.
revealed a well-meaning
believe it?
elderly man with a poor memory.
I read about that in the
Vegas
briefings,
odds
I
makers
said
are
as I
already taking
continued
bets
to
on
test
how
the
many
fields
times
being
Biden
produced.
farts.
I skimmed over that portion, figuring it was part of some joke or something
And
else.
finally, Ellen
I don't
DeGeneres
know
has
what.
shared videos of her
My
new
voice
life
trailed
in
off.
the English countryside.
Like anybody who was interested in science
Not
and who
massive
grew up in the era that I
she's
did in the
been involved for
1960s,
years.
anti-gravity was a concept with which I was familiar from watching science fiction shows on television or in films. And for the most part, that was where the notion of the existence of anti-gravity resided. Every school kid learned about Sir Isaac Newton and his discovery of gravity, one of the 4 fundamental forces at work in the universe. The other 3 were electromagnetism and the strong and weak nuclear forces. According to Newton, gravity was an external force transmitted by some unknown means. Anti-gravity, as its name implies, is the opposite of gravity, a hypothetical force by which a body of positive mass would repel a body of negative mass. The key word there is, of course, hypothetical. No one had been able to prove that it actually existed. When Einstein came along with his theory of general relativity, gravity was not considered to be a force, but a result of the geometry of space-time. Simply put, that theory offered no real hope that anti-gravity existed. Quantum physicists postulate that gravitons exist as a subatomic particle. These are massless elementary particles that transmit the force of gravity. How they could be created or destroyed is not yet clear. We tend to think in terms of opposing binaries, light and dark, long and short, and so on. So it seems logical to us that if gravity exists, its opposite must as well. That's why, going back as far as H.G. Wells and his book, The First Men in the Moon, published in 1901, we humans imagined a substance or a process by which gravity could be blocked or controlled. Wells called it cavorite. He linked the idea to propulsion as well. He wasn't alone, and prior to his writing, scientists like Nikola Tesla, Thomas Townsend Brown, John World Keeley and others all worked on ways to control gravity, to harness the power of anti-gravity. If that demonstration wasn't enough, Barry next went to a drawer and produced a golf ball. He wagged his eyebrows at me and stood several yards from the bench on which the devices sat. Heads up, he said. He tossed the golf ball underhanded into the anti-gravity field being produced. The golf ball arced as it approached the field, and then, once it entered into it, shot violently upward into the ceiling. Holy shit, I said. We were like two kids monkeying around while our parents were away. The ball had hit the acoustical tile in the suspended ceiling of the lab. Bits of the tile and a fine spray of dust fell and settled on the workstations and the floor. We better clean that up, I said. Isn't that so cool? Barry said. It's amazing. I was still having trouble wrapping my head around what I just read and then seen demonstrated. As before, my brain focused on something more concrete, more of the present.
So we're not sitting
You have a dustpan, a broom? This was really my first day on the job, and the last thing I wanted was to get in trouble for breaking something or creating a mess in the lab. Funny how the mind works. We spent the next couple of minutes with me sweeping up using a file folder as a broom and another as a dustpan. Barry took the hemisphere off the plate and removed the fuel disc. It was showtime again. Barry reinstalled the fuel disc. He retrieved a candle from his desk drawer. He held it in the mouth of the emitter, and using a striker, he lit the candle. At first it burned normally. Then, as he pulled the emitter closer to the reactor and presumably focused the gravitational waves, the candle stopped flickering, but the light remained.
And now they made it.
Bizarre was all I could manage to say in response.
Is now the law of the land.
Next, he took off his watch, a classic chronometer with a second hand, and placed it in the emitter. The second hand stopped.
That's why I know what you're
thinking. That doesn't mean that the device has slowed time or created frame dragging, I said. It could just be electromagnetism affecting the watch's works. Barry smiled and shrugged his shoulders exaggeratedly. Maybe so, but check this out. He removed the watch and then rotated the emitter 90 degrees. Look inside, Barry told me. I did. And there, about 2 feet from the bottom of the emitter, I saw that a black dot had formed. It's bending it. No doubt about it. I said just barely above a whisper. I was stunned. Anyone with a basic understanding of physics understands that light can be reflected or refracted. Truly bending light is another matter entirely. We can use lenses, mirrors, prisms, and other means to change the direction the light is traveling, reflecting it or refracting it. But that doesn't truly bend it. That black dot, the absence of light in the visible spectrum, showed that the light was being bent. The only force that can bend light is gravity. Having seen this latest of Barry's demonstrations, what I'd been puzzling over seemed to have only one possible conclusion. The device we were working with was able to produce a gravitational field. As far as I knew, as far as I'd say any terrestrial scientist knew, the only things that produced gravitational fields were enormously large objects. The Earth, for example. Here I was in a room with an emitter the size of a garbage can and a reactor that was smaller than a typical toaster oven, and the two of them worked in concert to produce a gravitational field. I was in awe at this technology. Of course, I was dealing with a propulsion system, if I was to believe what I'd been told to read, that didn't originate on Earth. The only understanding I had of how the phenomenon of light and gravity operated was based on the work of scientists here on Earth. I had been standing there in that room with Barry for more than an hour, and in that time, I'd been processing what I was witnessing, analyzing based on my knowledge of, for lack of a better term, Earth physics. That meant looking at this from both a Newtonian and Einsteinian perspective. Einstein's description of gravity, which is fundamental to his theory of general relativity, tells us that the effect of gravity is caused by distortions in space and time itself. Now, if you do something as fundamental as distorting space and time and reshape it, anything that lives inside space and time will be affected. That includes waves, and so waves can be bent and can follow different paths if you change the geometric properties of the space they live in. Gravity can effectively bend space and time, meaning that anything in its field is also distorted, and that includes light. This thing was producing a controllable form of intense gravity. Once it was produced, they'd be able to do anything they wanted to do with it. It could push the craft or pull it. It would also produce some bizarre side effects as it bent light. Much like the thermal heat waves that rise up off a heated surface, like a roadway in summer, it would distort our field of vision. A desert mirage is an even better example. You could see something that is not even there, or the inverse of that, not see something that was there. Once you mess with the nature of light and optics, all kinds of odd things could happen to our perceptions. It's the missing piece, Barry said. If you can produce a gravitational field like that, then anything's possible. Force fields, anti-gravity, exotic propulsion. You can bend space and distort time. The thing is so simple. No moving pieces. How the hell did they do this? Barry shook his head appreciatively. Elegant, really. I really don't know what to say. I just have so many questions. Do these devices focus the field? Do they produce their own artificial gravity field? Are they amplifying it somehow? Can that field be directed or controlled? That's what we've been trying to figure out, he said. I mean, I get it that the reactor produces the field somehow, but what's really got my attention is the emitter. That's got to be one of the keys, doesn't it? If it were omnidirectional, I don't see how. They're really interested in how the reactor operates, Barry went on. That's to be our primary focus. I keep hearing that over and over. That makes sense in a way. Start with the power source. Move in a linear fashion from there.
Why would you, if you were a guy, why would you want to go to
Thinking
college?
linear
And if
may
you
not
want to go to
work.
college, why would you want to go
I know,
to Columbia?
Barry said.
You know, it's like,
But as much as I hate to approach things this way, we've got to do what they ask.
It's faculty
I don't want to jump too far ahead here, but as far as we humans know, the only thing that produces gravity is an immensely large body of mass. I pointed at the cylinder and then at the reactor. I've seen you move both of those things. That doesn't tell me we're dealing with a large amount of mass. Something fundamentally different from anything we know and have experienced is going on here. Barry took a seat again on his stool. We let a silence linger for a minute or two.
It would be better to go to Columbia,
what do you think?
where the hot chicks
Barry
are,
asked.
than Columbia.
I remained standing in front of the two devices. Well, first of all, this thing works here on Earth, in this atmosphere, under all the conditions of our existence. That means that it operates for the most part in this physical realm and has to conform somehow to our understanding of our physics. Second, that makes no sense at all. Maybe it has to conform to some other physics. I mean, for it to produce a gravitational field as we understand it, it would have to produce terawatts or even more of power. A tremendous amount of energy has to be produced. All the power output possible on this planet, focused into a small area. Unimaginable power, really. And the size of that reactor, tiny.
No sense. I don't want to be
I
part of it.
scratched the back of my neck and head.
Say, no, I'm going to stand up for
How can I be standing here in front of this thing while it's still functioning? If it's producing enough energy to create a gravitational field, where's the waste energy going? The basic laws of thermodynamics are being violated here. We should be burned to a crisp. No reaction is 100% efficient. None. Not nuclear, not chemical, none. It's not giving off any heat. It makes no noise. It makes no sense. I know, Barry said. These things have torn a huge hole in my understanding of science. A huge hole. None of this is supposed to be possible. Barry pointed at the emitter and then at the reactor. Here they are. Can you tell me that they're not there?
Yeah, so the actual saluting of it is like saying,
for a few seconds.
the way it is.
Can you tell me how the hell this is possible?
Whoever wants
Barry
any
laughed
man
again
want to come
and
home from a
slapped
hard
the
day's
table.
work and she's at the door
What
like
do you mean,
this?
can I tell you? You tell me.
You just gotta back the
That's why
truck
you're
up
here,
and be like,
isn't
nope,
it?
not dealing with it tonight.
At least that night made one thing
And
clear.
that's the problem
Yes,
with
indeed.
the left.
That was
They
why I was
hate
there.
on the races, and they also
I
benefit
imagined
most
that
of
if
us
I were a
like
screenwriter
that and
or a
have that
Hollywood
attitude.
director,
And
how
so
I'd have
there's no
been
one's gonna
totally
get behind it.
disappointed by what Barry had shown me. More specifically, I'd be disappointed by how little, for lack of a better term, spectacle there was to the whole demonstration that he produced. The reactor and emitter weren't that visually impressive at all. I knew that they were producing a reaction that was extraordinarily powerful, but it didn't look like much at all was happening. The room didn't shake. Eye-searing beams of light didn't flash from it. It didn't produce any kind of discernible sound. I thought of the jet engines that I used in my vehicles, the rockets we used to launch, and those that NASA used to launch spacecraft beyond the Earth's gravitational pull. Those things produced a kind of sound and fury, but what Barry and I witnessed produced nothing but a slight visual distortion. If you've ever driven down a long stretch of highway and seen thermal heat waves rising from the heated pavement, then you've seen something similar to what I saw when an object was placed between the emitter and the reactor. The visual distortion I witnessed was milder than that, but still very much like it. In the end, as much as I was always interested in powerful reactions, I was consumed by thoughts of how in the world, or in some other world, were these emitters and that reactor able to produce gravity. I now more clearly understood what our task was. This was my real aha moment. I was certain that the people in charge of this whole project had the same desire in mind that I did. We wanted to figure out how we could produce gravity in the same way this device did. That was the be-all and end-all of what we've been assigned to do. In my mind, the whole alien origins of these objects, the whatever of their civilization, their purpose in coming to Earth, or whatever other far-flung questions about alien life forms and anything else, truly did take a distant backseat to the notion of how anyone could produce a force that was as fundamentally essential and powerful as gravity. In a way, I was like a caveman who'd seen fire for the first time. I sensed that what I was seeing was so life-altering in its possibilities that I had to do anything in my power to understand how I could produce that same phenomenon. As Barry later put it, what we were experiencing in witnessing what this device could do was having a science-gasm, the world's best. The truth was, though, that what we were experiencing was a science chasm. What that emitter and that reactor were able to do tore a gaping hole in our understanding of science. I was standing in a small room where an enormously powerful reaction was taking place. The freaking production of gravity, and no residual heat was being given off. You can't have 100% efficient energy transfer. That's just not possible. Nuclear reactions, chemical reactions, no kind of reaction in our world is 100% efficient. And yet, this one was. The entire output of power on our planet was essentially being focused in that room, and I was still standing within a few feet of it and being completely unharmed. The nuclear bombs we dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki were like tiny sparks compared to the power needed to produce gravity. A nuclear power plant that provides energy to a small part of our planet has a veritable river of water, millions of gallons flowing through it to keep it cool. But there I was, standing and talking with Barry in a room so quiet that I could hear the institutional-style clock on the wall click over to the next minute. In the quieter moments when Barry and I were both lost in concentration, I could hear the hum of the fluorescent lights above us. I knew that I was repeating in my mind what I'd said to Barry minutes before, but it was like my mind was back to being an old-fashioned record and the needle was stuck in the groove. The question of how this thing worked spun around and around and around again in my mind. Somewhere, I suppose, the question of how could this even be happening was faintly playing, but far too softly to matter.
CNN News, that headline translates as
Chapter 4.
You may be right, but he's still evil.
After the fascination came the fear. I had no idea how long I was supposed to work with Barry that first night. I considered it a kind of orientation session. We weren't going to get into any of the specifics of determining how the technology worked. That seemed obvious to me, especially since I was still reeling from the effects of what I'd witnessed. We'd had that science-gasm, as Barry had put it, and in the lull afterward, we sat at the workbench, each of us lost in thought. It was an awkward situation, to say the least. Barry and I knew nothing about one another, our educations, our previous work experience. We'd been thrown into a room together, and he proceeded to demonstrate to me how the technology worked. After that, it seemed as if there wasn't much else to talk about in terms of the devices. We had the what, or so we both believed, but now we had to turn our attention to the how. Finally, I said to Barry, "So, how long have you been working at this?" His expression darkened, and he let out a noisy breath through his nose. I don't know if I can tell you that. He screwed up his face in disgust at what he just said. What I mean, of course, I'm capable of telling you that. I know the answer to the question. I'm not stupid or brainwashed. I just don't know if I'm allowed to tell you that. We both looked around the room. We were alone, but given what we both knew, the enormity of what those devices represented, the kind of security clearance required, it made sense that we were being surveilled. In fact, that was a part of the transition I was experiencing in going from being fascinated to being fearful. That's not completely accurate. I wasn't in a kind of binary situation where I was either fascinated or afraid. I was both simultaneously, but just in different proportions. That would prove to be the case the entire time I worked there. Part of that fear was a result of realizing my ambition. I always wanted to work with large and powerful forces. That was what I loved about jet cars and explosives and incendiary displays like fireworks. I knew enough about them that I felt I could control them. What I'd seen on the workbench with the emitter and reactor wasn't something that I felt I could control. I understood that it was turned on by placing the two objects in proximity to one another. That kind of powering up wasn't that unusual, by the way. A Tesla coil and some radio transmitters have a similar functionality. Beyond that, I had no understanding of how it produced a gravitational field and controlled that field. That lack of understanding was absolutely frightening. What went unsaid, and what I didn't really think of until after that first orientation session was over and I was on my way back to Las Vegas, were the larger implications of what this propulsion system represented. What if we were able to figure out how it operated? What if we were able to produce a similar kind of effect, or the same effect? If we could help our government and military produce a gravitational field, what kind of weapons systems would be possible? What kind of propulsion systems? What kind of energy production? How would we be able to change the world as we knew it? And as cliched as it sounds, what if that technology fell into the wrong hands? To what lengths would nations or individuals go to get what seemed to me to be, as the expression goes, the keys to the kingdom? If you could produce and control gravity, if you could distort space and time as we commonly know them and accept them, what then? I had to stop myself. I knew that those questions weren't going to get me any closer to doing what I had been hired to do. I learned while working at Los Alamos that the kind of institutional compartmentalization that went on there and was also in place here was the kind that I needed to put in place in my own mind. It's above my pay grade. I do my job as asked and leave the bigger questions for others. That was going to be more difficult here, but I knew that I had to make my best effort, or else who knew what might happen to me. Fascination and fear were going to have to learn to get along. Of course, though, I couldn't shut down every thought I had. I did wonder briefly why it was that what seemed to me to be a relatively small group of people were working on a project that had the kinds of implications that this one did. Los Alamos and the project to produce nuclear bombs involved an enormous number of people and resources. Still, very few people outside of the program actually knew what was being conducted out in the deserts of New Mexico. For all I knew, there were teams all over the country working on this same project as Barry and I. At least, I wanted to believe that. I wasn't so egotistical as to believe that I was one of only a select few working on something so monumentally important as this was. I feel like I should tell you this, though, Barry said haltingly. I have no idea how long this project has been in progress. I do know that I was brought on, and I assume you were, out of necessity. Maybe this is very obvious, but we need to be careful. He nodded toward the bench where the two pieces sat there, looking as benign as some kind of Scandinavian sculptures that some Hollywood hipster might have had in his home. He went on to explain that he'd been informed about an accident that had occurred that necessitated him being hired. He wasn't given any of the real details, but as he put it, those involved were unable to work again. By his tone and his expression, I knew that he meant that there had been a loss of life. I stood there trying to imagine what it was those individuals might have done. As Barry said, he wanted me to know because we were all under pressure to figure out the solution to this puzzle. There was also the temptation to take shortcuts, to take risks, and the consequences of a bad choice, being too eager to please or too frustrated to consider every possible effect when dealing with such an unknown, could have enormous consequences. That was a part of the fear. On the surface, without all those science fiction-like displays of the propulsion system's power and capabilities, it appeared completely benign, a marvel of simplicity and elegant engineering of a type that was astoundingly sublime. Beneath that benign veneer was something more powerful than anything I had previously imagined. Yes, it was fascinating to consider. It had an allure that drew me in. But just as magnets have poles that attract and repel, I sensed in those first few hours in the lab that I was also going to feel respect for the intelligence behind its creation and a kind of nervous anxiety that I'd never experienced before in my personal or professional life. A whole lot was at stake here, and to be incautious in any way seemed to be the least desirable approach to take. A last resort that I hoped I would never even have to contemplate. At some point, well into the early hours of the morning, Dennis came in to let me know that I was done for the night. He escorted me out of the room and sat with me briefly in a small office off the main corridor waiting area. This will be your routine for the foreseeable future, he told me. Once you have your final clearance, you'll be housed on site. Barry, I asked,
Isn't it time for you to say,
A flash of annoyance flickered across Dennis's face,
Well,
but he answered,
person would. The
"Still working."
special in character in me would
A
say
faint ringing sounded in my ears.
Katie's absolutely
It
right.
was as
It's
if
the
I'd been
insular nature,
concentrating
and I think
so
what you're
hard for so
describing,
long
it's so
that the
patient.
tension in
It's
every
really
nerve
impossible for
and
them to
tendon in my
extricate
body
themselves from
was
it.
as
It's like
taut
learning
as a
that
piano
someone's,
wire
behavior
and was still
depression, it's
vibrating
kind of blown
long
out.
after the
But there
key
was
had been
nothing they could
depressed.
do to actually get over
You'll
it,
be
to click
partners,
out of the
Dennis said.
emperor's new clothes.
You'll
And
discuss
the
your work
fact
with
that
him
in this
solely here
machine of
and with
media,
no one else.
that this person goes to the printer and says, I'm going to phrase the headline
I was
this
about
way,
to say
and then
that I
oh, yeah,
understood
sure,
that
find
the first
off
time that
by
he
a million
mentioned that
people.
protocol to
There
me,
is zero
but
common
thought
sense,
better
there's
of it.
zero auditing happening.
Above my
That's
pay
from
grade to
outside
remind Dennis
source.
Mariani of anything.
49%, as you said, of people
We
thinking
spent
that
a
the
few
media
minutes
is
going
dying,
over my
right? That
proposed
it
schedule.
reminds me of the Wicked Witch
Dennis
dying
wanted to be
slowly.
sure that I didn't have any
Watching it.
conflicts
We're
with
watching it
times
in
and
real
dates.
time, but what happens
Despite the
next?
tango of
Right? We're seeing
fear
the
and
rise of independent
fascination that I
journalists, people
had,
who actually ask
I assured
questions
him
and
that I would
podcasts
clear my calendar to be
but
certain that I'd be able to
there's still
report as
this,
needed. He reminded me
industry.
again that
And
the
so I
security
don't know where it
clearance
all goes,
could
but
take
I
some
think it's
time.
up to the advertising dollars.
If you
and
can
it's up
think
to
of
the
anything
network
that
heads
might
to
get in
shut
the
that
way of
down.
you being approved or even slowing the process, let me know now. It will be far easier and can speed things up.
This Biden
I
stuff
can't
is
think of a thing.
big,
I
and
told
it's
him,
going to get bigger.
and I spoke the
And
truth
the
as I
media,
did.
I think, is looking at it and going like,
On the flight home, I thought
we
again of the immense power the reactor and emitter produced and directed. I couldn't imagine what those individuals involved in the accident might have done to wind up dead. I imagined that they had to understand that what they were working with had the power equivalent to what our sun possesses. That is a mind-bogglingly large energy. I touched the emitter. They were made of a material that could only have been cut into with something like a plasma torch. Who in their right mind, or with enough testosterone in them, would even consider applying that tool to something so powerful? Imagine someone taking the power of the sun and shrinking that reactor to the size of a small box and putting it into a room with you and saying, "Isn't that amazing?" Sure is. Let's cut it up to see what's inside. Okay, sounds great. As a result, I knew that it was unlikely these guys had done something really stupid. If they had, I'd feel bad for them, but essentially, they got what they deserved. Instead, they may have done something far less stupid, possibly something extremely intelligent or insightful, and still they'd lost their lives. That scenario was far more frightening to me. I was going to engage in work with something unknown, and I might even, while being the most scrupulous and cautious as I could be, still end up doing great harm to myself and possibly others. Even when I got home and lay in bed next to Tracy, I contemplated that thought. And as the sun rose the next morning, I began to wonder just how many more of those beginnings of a new day I might end up seeing. From seemingly out of nowhere, a thought occurred to me. What if the guys we had to replace had completely misunderstood the nature of the object? What if they couldn't get their minds wrapped around the idea that something so small could be producing that kind of energy? Maybe they thought that it was retransmitting energy being produced elsewhere. That had to be it. It made sense then that since there were no outward signs, heat, noise, etc., that it was producing power, it made sense to them to dig beneath that surface to see how it functioned. The same with the emitter. It was essentially empty space, a kind of shell without any obvious other components, as we understood them, attached to its surface. The housing seemed inert because it was only when the fuel, the triangular bit that Barry introduced to the tower, was in place that the system functioned. Maybe those guys weren't doing something stupid, but only in hindsight could we see the error of their way. Before I could go on any further, I felt Tracy stirring beside me. "Good morning," I said. When she didn't respond, I repeated my greeting slightly louder. Still getting nothing in return, I slid out of bed and went to my desk. I had more pickups and deliveries to make, and despite only what seemed to be a few minutes of sleep, I knew that I had to get the day going. If I got the call, I was going to have to be ready. By noon, bleary-eyed and better able to identify the cause of the ringing in my ears as sleeplessness, I decided that even after just a couple of trips out to Groom Lake, this schedule was unsustainable. I thought it was going to be just a question of a short period of time before I was on staff full-time at the lab. I'd been living there, and I wouldn't be able to keep the photo business operation on my own. Tracy was familiar with the routine and could handle the workload on days I was called in or the mornings after. I'd have to show her how to use the machines. I knew she had the aptitude for it, since she'd shown some interest in the rocket car and other things mechanical. Besides, she was taking flying lessons, and the pre-flight checks and other routines associated with that were more complex than a photo processor. The one difficulty was that she was working at a local airport doing administrative duties for the airport manager. She liked the work and had a great relationship with everyone there. I hoped that we could leverage that last fact to our advantage. I wasn't asking her to take on the whole photo business. She'd just have to fill in on an as-needed basis. The problem with that is that we never got enough advance warning for her to ask ahead of time if she could be out for a few hours or a whole day. Maybe I was naive, but it seemed to me that her job wasn't so essential that some accommodation couldn't be made. And with that hope in mind, I returned home and we began the transition to a different way of life. Since I'd worked at Los Alamos before, and because Tracy's father had, I assumed that the secretive nature of the enterprise I was engaged in wasn't going to present any problems. Tracy knew that I couldn't talk about the exact nature of the work I was doing, and so I didn't really broach that part of the subject with her. I did address the fact that my schedule would be, for a while at least, irregular at best. I told her that I didn't like it, but if I wanted to do the kind of meaningful work that made me happy and provided a better living for us, then that was the price to pay. She agreed. As she put it, I'm not jumping for joy about it, but I get it. You have to do what you have to do. So with that assurance in mind, I brought her up to speed as best I could on what her new role would be. Her employers proved to be flexible, and so on those occasions when I wasn't able to be working in the photo processing lab or needed a few hours of extra sleep, Tracy would cover for me. As it turned out, things didn't prove to run as smoothly as I'd hoped, and I was still being run ragged most days, adding to what would eventually be a heap of stress. It was far easier for me to do that than it had been for Barry to do so for me, and I have to admit that I was frequently distracted while at home. I love problems and puzzles, and the one that I encountered while working for EG&G was so engrossing that my mind would frequently take me back to the lab. I loved Tracy and the life we had together, but I did find myself hoping that every time the phone rang, it would be the voice of the receptionist. At least, that was the job that belonged to the pleasant but disembodied voice on the line, letting me know it was time to head to McCarran. I could never predict when the call would come, but when it did, I bid Tracy a quick goodbye and I've gotta go. A few times, dinner plans with friends had to be postponed, but Tracy and I were pretty much homebodies, so the disruption felt, to me at least, to be minimal. My relationship with Barry was about as no-nonsense as a work relationship could be. I understood that I couldn't act out like I had in my Los Alamos days, but Barry kept himself on an incredibly tight leash. That first night we worked together was really the extent of him sharing any information that wasn't directly related to the work we were planning on doing that night or in the hours ahead. I suppose that part of that might have been that I was still considered, though no one referred to me this way, as a temp. The larger factor in Barry's tight-lipped approach was the presence of armed security personnel. Whether some member of the security detail was in the room with us the entire time, or dropped in unannounced and exited unannounced, they shadowed our existence within the confines of the lab, the building the lab was housed in, and the entire facility. Whether the security team members had pistols or rifles varied at times, but it was clear that they meant business. Whether they were there to protect us or to keep us in line was never something I could decide firmly, but came to believe that it was likely both. Whenever we left the lab to go to the restroom or the cafeteria, we were always escorted, not just to those rooms, but inside them. The second night I worked there, I received a reminder of just how tightly monitored I was going to be. As was true the first time, and as it turned out every time I was on the ground at Groom Lake, Dennis picked me up at the airfield. Unlike the first time, though, when we entered through a side door into the administration and laboratory section of the facility, we pulled around to the front of the building. This time, the door to one of the hangars was open. Dennis indicated that I should go inside through the large open door and into the bay. Inside sat a cylindrical craft, typical of the flying saucers that I'd seen depicted in blurry photos and in TV shows and the movies. As I got nearer, I saw an American flag emblazoned on one of its flanks. The flag was printed in reverse, so that if you were looking in a mirror, the image would be correct. I thought that I understood better at this point. This was an experimental terrestrial aircraft. The story I'd been told in those reports was a kind of cover designed to keep me somewhat in the dark about the operational nature of the facility, etc. As we walked past the craft, I did what I think anyone would do when walking past this type of vehicle. I ran my hand along
this is a very major center of this cultivated in the ancient period, but it becomes especially important because it was one of the major destinations of Jews at this time. Also, Greece was within this kind of cultural orbit because all of them fall within the larger Ottoman Empire. Then we're going to look briefly at Europe, and I'll focus on Italy in particular, although because that was one of the major destinations of Jews. Although we certainly have a lot more to say about Amsterdam, we won't talk about it today because I save that for other lectures. And finally, just a very quick look at America. What happened when Jews crossed the Atlantic, either as Jews per se, or more frequently as conversos, those Portuguese Jews who hoped to reestablish some kind of Jewish presence in the New World, free from the Inquisition. Okay, those are the three areas we look at very quickly. Let us begin with Israel, which is the site of absolutely fantastic and amazing spiritual stuff that occurs in particular in the northern town of Tzfat. Now, I plan to devote a video specifically to Tzfat because it is so amazing. And I myself have spent a lot of time studying it. I actually wrote a book on one of the vicars who lived in Tzfat at this time, rather much further. Here you see one view of the famous graveyard of the great Kabbalists who found themselves in Tzfat decades after the Spanish expulsion, and they have this custom of painting their graves blue, which is understood to be a color that wards off evil eye. You can also see in the background there the beautiful vistas of Tzfat. It is located at a very high elevation, and there's this commanding view all over the Galileo. And what happened in Tzfat was it's rather unusual. It was really something of a nothing town in northern Israel. Jerusalem was clearly the major center of Jewish activity, but for primarily tax purposes, the Ottoman Empire released some tax disabilities on new settlements in the northern part of the Galilee, and Jews were very active in the textile trade in particular, began to settle this region quite rapidly. Early on, many of those settlers were exilees from Spain and later Portugal, and over the course of the 16th century, really not even the entire century, really about 70 years, this one town attracted a brilliant number of really important mystical thinkers, including Rabbi Yosef Karo, who we mentioned earlier. He is the author of the Code of Jewish Law, and much of what he wrote was actually written with the Spanish exiles in Greece and Constantinople at the end of his career in Spot. The great Moshe Alshich, fantastic commentator, very Kabbalistic kind of explanations. Rabbi Moshe Cordovera, the figure who occupied so much of my own energies, the author of Pardes Ramonim, Cordovera, other great classics, and his very brief student, because they only spent less than a year together, the great Arizal, who is not Sephardic in origin, he actually came from Egypt. They were all concentrated in Spot in this very short period of time, creating an incredible explosion of Jewish creativity in a literary realm that also coincided with the availability of much cheaper printing with the invention of the printing press that suddenly made Spot just kind of like this flash on the horizon of great creativity that still continues to reverberate throughout the centuries. It ended with some disasters. There were plagues that affected the region. There were earthquakes that affected Spot, and it went into a significant decline at the end of the 1500s. But nevertheless, really important transformative moment in Jewish intellectual history as a result largely of the Spanish exiles coming in. And I think one of the things that drove their thinking and made it such a powerful moment is that they really had this tremendously apocalyptic vision as to what the exile from Spain meant. That it was nigh on the Messianic era, and that how Jews reacted to it would be crucial and so on. If you look, I mentioned Chabad earlier. Chabad is also very useful in this context because they follow the Lurianic system of Kabbalah, which also has a very strong inherence in human behavior and its relationship to the impact on the cosmos as a whole. Very, very dramatic, very motivational, very inspirational, and so on. Much of this really stems from that huge burst of energy that comes out of Spot. We also see in Constantinople, here's a postcard that depicts the glorious interior of the AP of Sophia, first built as a church that later converted to a mosque by the Muslim invaders. This is a postcard from the 19th century, I believe. And in Constantinople, there was a tremendous number of Jews settling there, primarily because it was the capital of the Ottoman Empire, the great administrative center. And the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire laughed at Spaniards openly, saying, "Why are you expelling the Jews? They are incredibly useful. They are literate, numerate, they are well connected internationally because of their earlier diaspora." And he invited the Jews to the Ottoman Empire, to places like Tzfat, to the capital city of Constantinople. So there is a huge surge of Jewish activity in Constantinople as a lot of the Jewish exiles make their way there. You also see Jews in some of the most important centers, such as, for example, Greece and the Balkans. Here's a fascinating picture from 1846, very early, from Thessaloniki, Salonika, one of the most important Jewish centers of Greece, and it represents three women in traditional costume. On the left, a Muslim woman, in the center, a Jewish woman who is wearing absolutely amazing shaitel, and a Bulgarian woman who I imagine is Christian, although it's unusual to see a Christian woman veiled. I don't know enough about the history of Muslims, but that was really fascinating photograph. So the Jews of Thessaloniki really get a huge boost from the Spanish exiles as well. So that's kind of like looking at some of the impact on the Ottoman Empire, where they brought modernizing, westernizing, but at the same time a deeply mystical approach to Judaism and the outside world. Looking at Europe, Italy is distant Sephardic exiles, and they were extremely creative there, reflecting backwards on. Right here you see a gorgeous translation of the Bible into Spanish, Hebrew Bible into Spanish, by these Portuguese exiles. It's called Ferrara Bible, named after Ferrara, a city in Italy where there are significant settlements of these exiles, and many of them who brought significant wealth with them. And they supported scholarship, in particular two women who we'll discuss in just a second. On the left, you see a Portuguese document, the Consolations, Tribulations of fascinating by one refugee from Portugal who wrote a brilliant in which biblical figures discuss the history of Jewish experience in Russia and in the 16th century, and holds the experience of the Inquisition and the exile within the larger arc of Jewish history. A fascinating book, scholarship, history, presented. Perhaps the most point that illustrates what the impact of these is a work sort of cap. You see there's the Kona, and just to the north, another port is Salo. Ancona was a deeper water port, a little bit more to many Portuguese Jews who made settlement there. And they were free in Ancona, even though the country, they basically, they had a fairly light supervision from Paul III. And these Portuguese Jews essentially went back to their Jewish identity, even though they were technically Christians because they had been forcibly baptized. Things changed dramatically under his successor, Paul IV, who was really quite upset that even in the Italian peninsula itself, so close to Rome, there would be Jews who would return to their Jewish identity, or rather, I should say, conversos, forcibly converted to Christianity, returning to their Jewish identity, that he ordered them arrested by the Inquisition and tried for Judaism. And ultimately, he burned 25 Jews at the stake in the 1500s. Now, this was such a reactionary, kind of dramatic and draconian imposition of Catholic doctrine, but it was, not so surprising with Paul IV. He also wrote very early on in his career something called Communis Absurdum, which is a papal bull that essentially said, it is so absurd, that's what the title really means at the beginning of this book, this document, that was an encyclical sent out to Catholic churches. It is so ridiculous that the Jews should be allowed to essentially apply their religion within Christian territories, especially those Jews who have already become baptized, forcibly or otherwise. And so he had a very negative approach to the Jews. He imposed the ghetto in Rome. He attacked the Talmud and so on. And of course, in Ancona, he killed 25 of these baptized Jews for returning to their ancestral faith. This provoked a dramatic reaction from two very powerful women. And I would like to suggest here that it is not inconsequential that we're speaking about powerful women in the context of the Sephardic diaspora. Let us recall that when the Jews were exiled from the Iberian Peninsula, this was like a huge inversion of everything. All of the traditional power structures were gone, all of the traditional authority figures were scattered, and it took some very strong individuals to assume leadership. Two of those very strong leaders happened to be women. One of them was Dona Gracia Mendes Nassi. The term Nassi is literally the prince, the leader, and it was a family name, but it was also applied to her as an honorific. She was a brilliant woman who actually came from the Portuguese extraction, meaning she did come from a forcibly converted background, and she, of course, was incensed that the Pope imposed this on the Jews of Ancona and actually killed 25 Jews in this matter. And so she, in a rather unusual move for a woman, used her significant wealth. She was a very important supporter, for example, of the Bible translation we saw earlier, and also the consolations that was great. She called for an international Jewish boycott of the port of Ancona. And she did this from Constantinople, where she had made her home. And this was like earth-shattering, that Jews should, for the very first time since they lost their homeland 1,500 years earlier, she was saying they should internationally organize to exert their collective pressure on the church to abandon these anti-Semitic policies. Amazing, audacious, outstanding. And by the way, this is a very dramatic portrait of her that we don't exactly know what she looks like. This is a modern portrait. I like that she does look something like this. We do have a portrait that is made from a medallion that does not represent Doña Gracia herself, but rather her niece, who had the same name. So perhaps it does look a little bit like it. Unfortunately for this movement, which did gather significant steam within the Ottoman Empire, she was opposed by another very powerful woman named Benvenida Abadano from the famous Abadano family that fled Spain. And the fact that Doña Gracia was from the Portuguese extraction and Benvenida Abadano was from the Spanish extraction is not consequential. This is also not a picture, actually, of Benvenida Abadano. It is a portrait, a very brilliant, glowing portrait, I think. Her student, Eleonora of Toledo, a non-Jewish woman, but I think it's still worthwhile including it here, not only because it's so beautiful, but also because Benvenida was chosen with her superior social skills and etiquette to be the tutor to the young Eleonora of Toledo. And it was believed that this Jewish woman knew more about how to behave in polite society than any Christian tutors that she was so chosen. At any rate, Benvenida, also a very wealthy woman, also very well connected and very
on the surface. Immediately, one of the guards walking along with us snapped at me, "Hands off!" His menacing voice was so loud, I was startled. The sound of it echoed in the space, and I wondered if it was my imagination, or did I really hear the sound of weapon being cocked? In either case, the message was clear. They had a very stringent set of protocols, and I was being kept on a very tight leash. Not for the first time would I have to rein in some of my impulses if I wanted to get along with an employer. With the institutional gray walls, the fluorescent lights, the armed guard, and no hint of collegiality, much less joviality, even after the first week or so of working there, I very much began to feel like I was imprisoned in the confines of the facility that I would eventually hear being referred to as S4. I don't recall exactly the circumstances surrounding the discovery of that name. We didn't exist in complete monastic silence, though most conversations in the cafeteria were somewhat hushed, and we were forced to eat at a table solely with our work partners. The tables we sat at were spread at a distance, so that all I could generally hear were murmurs. Regardless, S4 was where I was now spending a few days a week at irregular intervals and for irregular spans of hours. Though Barry and I had somewhat different temperaments, for example, I seldom wore protective clothing while working with dangerous chemicals and was more willing to take chances with my personal safety than he was, and approaches to problem solving, I tended to trust my gut, while Barry was more methodical and programmatic, that is, by the book. We agreed on one point. The powers that be wanted to understand how this cramped propulsion system worked, so that meant we needed to concentrate our efforts on working with the reactor. As I saw in the first demonstrations Barry made, the reactor was comprised of three parts: the housing, the tower, and the fuel. All three of those parts were relatively simple in design, seemingly manufactured from the same material based on appearance, yet they worked in concert to produce that astounding amount of power with 100% efficiency. To put that into context, the most highly refined electric motors we have on Earth operate at about 85% efficiency. Some energy is lost through the production of heat. An internal combustion engine operates at about 35% efficiency. We lose some power again through the production of heat and gaseous exhaust. Electric motors have fewer moving parts than your car's motor does, so it made sense in one way that the fewer the parts, the better. In the case of the alien technology, the parts within the reactor didn't seem to move at all, thus making for a highly efficient means of producing power with no waste. Imagine having a fireplace that burned hot enough to heat your entire home, but the chimney or stovepipe remained completely cool to the touch. That's efficient. All the energy being produced is used to serve our purposes. If you've ever driven your car past electric power lines and had the radio reception interfered with, you've experienced the inefficiency of our systems. Some of the electricity being carried in those lines has leaked out and mixed itself up with the radio waves, resulting in the production of static. We wondered whether or not there was any leakage in the propulsion system, so we measured all around the room to detect for stray energy waves and discovered none. Less scientifically, we had a radio playing in the lab, and its reception was as clear with the reactor and amplifier on as with it off. Even back then, I realized that I was focusing, probably too much, on the concept of the system's efficiency. That it had allowed the craft to travel millions of light years meant that it had to be efficient, that its propulsion and other systems, life support, guidance, or whatever, had to remain operational over a long period and vast distances. As far as I could tell, based on the brief glimpse I had of the craft itself, it had no external fuel tanks or other obvious means of carrying enormous quantities of some substance to power the craft. That led me to think that maybe the entire craft itself was producing energy. Maybe what we thought of as the reactor was just a small part of a larger system that produced the energy needed for flight and guidance. Or maybe what we consider the housing, the outer shell that contained the tower and the fuel disk, was more than just housing and was integrally involved in the production of the gravity wave we witnessed. One of the first things we did was to consider how the device itself, its very structure, might contribute to the production of this enormous amount of energy. We decided to see if we could determine what kind of reaction was being produced inside the device that held the fuel cell, even when that copper-colored triangle wasn't present. Did the housing itself produce some kind of measurable effect? Electromagnetic, chemical, radioactive? Did the reactor's material composition contribute to the production of the gravitational field? Did it absorb some of the waste heat? And if so, did it then convert that energy captured into a different kind of energy that produced the field? To determine this, we used a measurement device, a kind of miniature Geiger counter, to detect the presence of radioactive emissions, beta particles, or gamma rays. Instead of utilizing a Geiger tube, this much smaller device used a small chip transistor that was sensitive to radiation. We placed that on the tower in place of the small fuel disk. Almost instantaneously, the readout indicated that the space inside the reactor, even without the fuel being present, was being bombarded by particles, producing a relatively intense field of radiation within it. I'll be damned, Barry muttered. That's something, I added. Have you never measured this before? Barry shook his head. Thought about doing this for a while, but since we were told, well, I was told there was no radioactivity, I assumed. There he sighed and then stopped speaking. I didn't take the bait and talk about the dangers of assumption. Instead, I took what I saw as the next logical step in my thinking. So, those particles are being accelerated somehow, and it can't be linear. I held out my hands like a fisherman, indicating the size of the one that got away, my palms spanning nothing greater than the width of my shoulders. Way too small to get them up to any kind of speed over that straight line distance. They have to be moving around the reactor, Barry said, agreeing with my assessment. It's like a mini cyclotron, I offered. Ernest O. Lawrence in 1932 created the first cyclotron, a type of particle accelerator in which charged particles accelerate outward from the center along a spiral path. The particles are held to a spiral trajectory by a static magnetic field and accelerated by a rapidly varying radio frequency electric field. Maybe we can detect those frequencies being produced by the electric field. Barry frowned
But that's
and
really where you
shrugged.
have the dominant
I don't know if that would tell us anything.
population of Jews.
It might.
There you see lots of
I wasn't
traces
sure
of
what
European
that might
elements,
tell us,
lots of
but I was
very
excited
significant
about the
connections
possibility
between
that we might be
cultures that
headed down the right
started,
path at least.
for example, in the
I didn't want to
Rhineland,
lose
and
the
made their way
momentum
to
from
the
having
east.
at least
Yiddish,
determined
of
that a
course,
nuclear
is
reaction of some kind, one that maybe didn't fit into what our current understanding of particle physics might allow for, was essential to how the spacecraft's propulsion system functioned. Even if our understanding was rudimentary, at least we had taken a first step forward. That didn't mean that a lot of other questions didn't remain unanswered. I was used to the idea that answers, even tentative ones, led to more questions. If the reactor's core, the structure that contained the site of the circling, spiraling particles, was central to how the whole system functioned, and functioned so efficiently, it made sense to us to try to determine how it enabled this nuclear reaction to take place. Barry and I spent the first few weeks of our partnership stuck on the idea of how this incredibly simple system could do the job. It frustrated the hell out of us that the device seemed to so effortlessly overcome the kinds of issues that would have plagued any kind of propulsion system we used on Earth. Equipment placement and power loss over distance, for example, and how it was that the signal being sent from the reactor to the emitter and amplifier traveled only to those components and didn't disperse more widely. Our minds were boggled, and the only thing we could think to do that would be productive was to take a few steps back and ask a question about the source of the energy, the fuel disk, and the other parts as well. What material or materials was or were these things made of? Here's where the idea of efficiency also played a role in guiding how I approached the problem of reverse engineering this system. The system under which we operated, how naval intelligence, or whatever agency truly guided these efforts, insisted upon compartmentalization and secrecy, got in the way of all of us doing our jobs easily and productively. Given that there was a metallurgy group functioning somewhere on the base where Barry and I had worked, you'd think it would be an easy matter to get a company directory, dial that line, these were pre-internet days, so no email, and request the answer to our question. Because all our efforts were so segregated and knowledge not shared, that was impossible for us to do. I can cite a half dozen or more examples of how this inefficient system worked against our efforts to be productive, but that one should suffice. We were in a classic catch-22 situation. Get this job done quickly, despite all the obstacles being placed in our way, to move with anything approaching the kind of speed desired. If I hadn't worked at a government facility before and wasn't accustomed to this kind of quicksand-like environment, I would have either panicked or grown so frustrated I might have taken some action that was self-sabotaging in the long run. Barry and I had to work within the confines of what we were given, and we did. I couldn't help but think that on some days, when we both sat there independent of one another, silently pondering the problem that faced us, we were like shade tree mechanics staring at an inert engine, troubleshooting, hoping that somehow the device could speak to us to reveal what was ailing. In some ways, that comparison to amateur mechanics is apt. Given that this wasn't a terrestrially sourced propulsion system, we had limited knowledge about how it worked. When a car's engine failed to start, you could rely on some basic fundamentals. It would be silly to try to figure out what part or parts had failed that were causing the engine to not start. You couldn't do that, of course, and start replacing parts until it finally did start, if it did at all, but that would be expensive and time-consuming. Instead, the better approach would be to think of the car's basic operating principles and the systems built to enable the three things needed for operation to function together: air, fuel, and spark. Those three elements had to be working together in proper proportion and timing in order for the engine to start. looking at the problem of a non-starting engine or propulsion system, you had a series of checks you could make to determine why the engine wasn't functioning. Was it getting air? Was it receiving fuel? Was there a spark present to ignite the air-fuel mixture? At one of our early sessions together, when Barry and I were in that hands-in-pockets staring at the thing mode familiar to anyone who has been stranded on the roadside, I looked at him and said, I wonder if there are any shade trees on Zeta Reticuli. Barry looked at me with a startled expression and then shook his head like a dog trying to shed water from its coat. What are you talking about? Nothing really, I said, realizing that my alluding to amateur mechanics had eluded him. Just that there has to be some kind of fundamentals to how this operates that we can focus in on. What does that have to do with trees? I went on to give him a quick version of the air-fuel-spark relationship of internal combustion engines. It wasn't exactly an Archimedes-like eureka moment, and no apples fell from any trees here on Earth or on Zeta Reticuli, but we both thought about our stagnant situation for a minute. Seems to make sense then to focus on the basics. Go with what we know, Barry said after a few minutes. We don't know how the reaction takes place, but we do know that something has to be fueling it. So, what? We're back to high school chemistry and talking about endothermic and exothermic reactions? Barry sounded particularly glum. That's not the point, I said, straining to keep my frustration with his attitude at a minimum. I know it seems like it's too much starting over, but if we begin at the beginning, maybe we'll see some things in a new light. Barry smiled at my little blunt regarding exothermic and the production of light. The fuel's the thing, I agree. Then let's figure out just exactly what kind of fuel we're dealing with. Barry walked over to the reactor. Was it out of phase with the other part of the system it wasn't functioning? He took the top off the reactor, removed the cap, and lifted out the tower. He held the triangular-shaped, copper-colored fuel piece in his hand and squinted at it. I still can't get over how small it is, I said, glad also that it had been determined early on that it emitted no dangerous radiation. It was clear that it was part of a nuclear reaction, but it wouldn't be until years later that scientists here would be able to conceive and create devices that produced what would be called low-energy nuclear reactions. That meant that you could produce a nuclear reaction without nuclear and radioactive materials. We weren't there yet in our understanding of the capability to produce these kinds of reactions then. Barry had taken the fuel disk and set it on a small piece of filter paper. With a very fine file, he scraped its surface, collecting a minute amount of the filings on the paper. He added them to a liquid solvent and prepared to inject them into a gas chromatograph, where it would be vaporized and analyzed. I joined him at the machine and watched as he inserted the material into the sample port using a micro syringe to get it through a rubber septum and into the vacuum chamber. Helium, nitrogen is also often used, began to flow as the carrier gas. I checked the pressure regulator to be sure it was within parameters. It was, and that gas joined the vaporized material we had injected in passing through a glass column packed with silica coated with a liquid. Since the material we placed in the solvent was insoluble, in other words, it didn't dissolve into the liquid but was suspended within it, the whole process took a matter of seconds. We were using a thermal conductivity device, TCD, and helium provided a shorter analysis time due to its higher flow rates and low molecular weight. The detection system in the device converted the property changes of the substances heated and vaporized into electrical impulses that a computer could analyze. Basically, it took an analog reading of the reactions taking place within the glass column and converted that reading to a digital one. The digital was less susceptible to interference and has a better signal-to-noise ratio. When we looked at the display the device provided, the chromatogram itself, literally a graph of the results, we noticed that there were no spikes, which would have indicated the presence of various elements. The X, horizontal axis, reflected the amount of time, while the Y-axis measured the abundance or absorbance of the chemicals present. For example, if you put a drop of water in the device, you'd find a spike indicating the presence of hydrogen and oxygen. What we saw was nothing at all, except at the very far right of the graph, indicating that something was in there, but it wasn't composed of any other known component elements. The obvious conclusion was that the material we were working with was an element itself. It wasn't a combination of other chemical substances, but was one of the basic building blocks we call elements. Harry and I stood looking at one another, shocked to realize that the fuel wasn't a compound, that it wasn't composed of multiple elements, but was a single element itself. I didn't expect that, Barry said. I was pretty certain it had to be some kind of alloy. I thought that same thing. After all, we have a limited number of elements on Earth, and most everything else is composed of combinations or variations on those elements. Carbon is an element, though when those molecules get rearranged in a certain way, you end up with a diamond that bears almost no resemblance whatsoever to carbon. We figured this fuel had to be like that, something relatively common that was combined with other materials that, working together in some kind of known process, fission, oxidation, or whatever, produced that enormous energy. I also knew that terrestrial spacecraft used liquid oxygen and either liquid hydrogen or kerosene in their rockets as a propulsion system. Solid rocket fuel was made up of a combination of powdered aluminum and an oxidizer. Of course, we were dealing with an exotic fuel, not of terrestrial origin, but the kinds of systems and processes we used on Earth were our only real frame of reference. We could try other kinds of spectrography, but I'm pretty sure, given what this reveals and what we know of its origins, that it isn't going to be made up of anything we typically find here, carbon for example, or any of the metals. That's probably the case, but we can't rule anything out, Barry said, stating what I knew to be obvious. On the one hand, as a scientist, I wasn't supposed to jump to any conclusions, but this was a special case. And just because I made that statement hypothesizing the result, that didn't mean that I was not going to do the work needed to confirm what I suspected. The frustrating part of all of this chemical analysis was that we were both working outside our fields of expertise, physics. Eventually, we subjected the material to mass spectral interpretation using a process called electron ionization mass spectrometry. It produced the same result, that same spike off the scale, more or less confirming what we suspected about the fuel being an element. We also conducted something called a neutron activation analysis. Essentially, we bombarded the fuel element sample with neutrons. As a result of that bombarding, we produced a radioactive isotope. Since we know the radioactive emissions and radioactive decay paths for each element currently on the periodic table, the spectra of the emissions will reveal what elements make up the sample. In this case, there was only one element that made up the sample, but it wasn't one that we could identify. Every day that I was on site and Barry and I worked together, I could count on one thing. Dennis would show up and ask what we'd done that day, what progress we had made. We had to resist the temptation to oversell him on anything we'd done. We knew that they wanted us to get this job done, and we felt the enormous pressure of those expectations. But, as I've pointed out, we knew about the potential threat these materials posed. I also knew from my work in the scientific community, and Edward Teller's rise and fall within that circle was a clear example of this. If you hype something too strongly that is based on your speculation and highly reasoned and formulated opinions, you run the risk of being too optimistic. You had to produce results, verifiable and measurable results that could withstand intense scrutiny and analysis. We also knew that Dennis was a layman, essentially. He didn't understand science to any great degree, so until we had something that we could demonstrate to him as an unequivocal explanation of at least some part of the process that we could demonstrate, we had to be cautious about what we told him. It was a delicate balancing act, trying to meet their expectations and ease their disappointment with our efforts. I was in a constant state of anxiety, worrying about my job safety, my personal safety, and the progress of my security clearance all became like a second job I had undertaken. The problems we were faced with solving occupied me day and night. Though I wasn't working every day at S4 and wasn't physically on site there, my mind was definitely occupied by the work 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. I was vaguely aware of Tracy and our life together. I wasn't checked out of the relationship completely, but I was preoccupied. She seemed to be in relatively good spirits. She was enjoying the flying lessons she was taking. The photo business had proven to be something she could handle with minimal stress, and even though it meant us being apart, I was looking forward to being hired full-time. I wanted to be engaged in meaningful work, and Tracy and I were both adaptable, and we'd find a way to accommodate the changes that loomed on the horizon for us. Life is all about change and adaptation, after all. I trusted in both our abilities, and as frustrating as it was to work in that environment, the fact that I was working on such an exciting project with so many potential implications for me personally as well as for the world, from time to time pierced the protective cloud I'd inflated around me so that I could concentrate on the task at hand. I didn't spend any real time thinking about how my name might one day be associated with an incredible advance in our understanding of the nature of the universe. But I did wonder what kind of bonus might await those of us working on the forefront of an exciting scientific endeavor and what it might mean for our future.
500 years ago, most scholars would never have
Chapter
been
5.
able to see because they were existing only manuscripts.
In February, if the end of the previous year's rains are plentiful enough, the Nevada desert blooms with wildflowers. Various types of nightshades, geraniums and roses, miner's lettuce, and others put on a brief show. In 1989, when I made my way out to Groom Lake and Area 51, I couldn't tell you whether or not a floral bloom or bust was taking place out there. From my seat aboard the aircraft, or in the bus that took us to the S4 site, I had on figurative blinders, thinking only of the task at hand. My world was reduced to the colorless and sterile environment of the lab and its facilities. Funny that the word facilities is related to the word facile, which has as one of its definitions, easily achieved, effortless. Another of its meanings is appearing neat and comprehensive only by ignoring the true complexities of an issue, superficial. There was little about the job that was easy and effortless, and we seemed to be expected to ignore the complexities of the bigger picture question of how the craft operated. We were to focus solely on the one piece of the puzzle we were assigned to, and even the environment in which we worked reflected that single-mindedness of purpose. I never worked someplace that was so devoid of signs of human life. I never saw a houseplant or flowers. I never saw a photo of a loved one, a favorite vacation spot, a beloved pet on anyone's desk. No one had inspirational posters hanging on the walls of their workspace. No cats dangling from a branch urging us to hang in there. Oddly, or maybe I should say ironically, there was a poster hanging in one of the rooms depicting a saucer-shaped UFO with the caption, "They're here." We were so segregated from others that even when we were in one another's presence, we were not allowed to speak. If, for example, we needed to borrow the salt from another table, we had to ask one of the security team's members to retrieve it for us. I would have thought that Barry and I would develop some kind of us against them mentality as fellow prisoners serving time together, but we didn't. I knew nothing of his personal life, and he knew nothing of mine. I don't know if those who lived on site during the week were more social, but given how oppressive the environment was where I worked, I highly doubted if there was a more lenient and relaxed and collegial atmosphere elsewhere in that part of the desert. In the world of animals and flora and fauna, some species manage to survive and even thrive in relative isolation. I didn't count myself among them. I was not then, nor am I now, a highly social animal needing to experience the gregarious pleasures of others to be happy. But given all that was going on in that world, I was greatly uncomfortable most of the time I was in it. My irregular work hours also meant that I was sleeping irregularly, and that contributed to my sense that I was living in a kind of fog. I've always appreciated an intellectual challenge, and have always been able to dig into a deep reserve of energy to power my brain. When I was on site, I was fine and functioning well mentally. At home, that wasn't exactly the case. I was managing, but preoccupied. So when Tracy expressed some concern she had about seeing men parked in a car just a few hundred feet down the block from our house, I was a little confused at first. I don't know, I told her initially. People do all kinds of things. They don't look like they belong here, she said. What does that mean? My tone betrayed an annoyance greater than what I felt. I immediately picked up on it and apologized and rephrased the question. What have you noticed that leads you to believe that? This is Las Vegas. You don't wear a dress shirt and have your suit coat hanging in the rear window. And it's two guys. Always two guys. They just sit there, and they don't even seem to talk to one another or even look around. It's like they're at a drive-in movie or something. Tracy shrugged her shoulders. I'm not paranoid, but something is up with those two. It finally dawned on me. They're most likely watching us for the security clearance. Oh, Tracy said flatly. At the time, I didn't remark on how muted her response was, how a half-dozen states of mind or emotion could have circled around that tiny mass of sounds. It's all part of it, I said, needlessly, as it turned out, since Tracy had already left the room. I went into the kitchen and let the water run for a long time before filling a glass. When I put it to my lips, I realized that I had turned the handle to the right and not to the left. I drank the too warm water anyway, as if punishing myself for some indiscretion I wasn't even aware that I had committed. One night when I was on call, Dennis came into the lab. Barry and I had been working on an experiment to test how the location of the parts of the propulsion device affected its operation. We moved the emitter a few degrees from center, closer or farther to it. This, along with seeing how focused we get the gravity field to be, had been taking up much of our time. Gentlemen, Dennis said, I'd like to speak to you both. Barry and I eyed one another warily. It's about the fuel. We each sat on a stool, and Dennis produced from his pocket one of the fuel pieces. It seemed to be an exact duplicate of the one we had been using. Dennis went on to explain that manufacturing an additional fuel element was necessary. He wanted our assistance with the process. I knew better than to ask, but I was immediately wondering, why the two of us? Yes, the fuel element was an important component of the propulsion system, but we didn't have a clear sense of how it was made or what it was made of. Dennis mentioned that the metallurgy group had made some advances, and there was some certainty. I was used to Dennis and his vague references and passive voice constructions that never clearly identified who did what or who directed or requested what of its component materials. He didn't tell us exactly what those components were, only that the fuel pieces needed to be machined. That's the kind of stuff that the guys at Los Alamos do a lot of the time, I said, as much to myself as to Dennis. They do. I knew a number of guys in the machine shop. Well, one of the machine shops, and they were helpful. I know that from conversations I had with them that they were working on a lot of cutting-edge materials, high-precision materials, incredibly small tolerances,
of the decision.
Weapon systems, I assume. Highly classified work.
Now, amazingly, he went
Dennis
and he wrote
nodded.
commentaries on
He
other
produced
great
another
books,
of the
such as
fuel
One
triangles.
in the Torah.
He
And
set it on
when he
top of the
finished
first
all
one.
of these, only
Each was
then
about
did
the
he go
size
on
of a
to write
half
the
dollar
Shulchan Aruch,
and no
which
more
he
than a
clearly
quarter-inch thick.
intended, actually,
I'd handled
not
one
as
before,
the
obviously,
primary,
but seeing the
text to be
two of them
studied, he hoped
stacked like
people would
that
study
made
his
me
spiritual
understand
shape,
something
his
I hadn't
Mishnah,
before.
other works like that.
Truth be
Other
told,
great
I
commentaries.
didn't give that much
The
thought to
Shulchan Aruch
how
was
they were
intended to
made,
be kind of like a
but at that
short
moment,
form
I
of
got a
all
better
of the
sense of how they were
decisions that
likely to have been
reached.
machined.
After having
They weren't
discussed all
stamped
of
or
the
cut
previous
out of a
posts,
single flat
and he
sheet of
actually
their
intended
material.
for people to review
Instead,
it
it seemed to
every
me
30 days.
that a larger block of
Studying
it would have to be
entire
shaped into a
Shulchan Aruch
cone.
every month.
From that
But that's
cone,
really what he
whatever
was kind
cutting
of like a
tool
short
was
form.
needed
It's a
could be
concise
guided to
version
cut through that
with a
cone
much
at various
longer
angles to
each
produce the
style,
triangular
but
shaped pieces.
in terms of thinking,
For a
that
few
he put
minutes,
into his
Dennis,
earlier
Barry, and I discussed
So,
how
the
we
big deal
thought the
statement is
objective might be met.
widely
I
the
offered my
last
cone cutting
work of
theory,
the Rishon
and
era
Barry
and
asserted that he
Shulchan
was in
Aruch
complete
by the same
agreement that
authors
my
considered
suggestion
the
was the
initial work
likeliest
of
scenario.
the period
Los
of the
Alamos
Quran.
can do this,
He also had a
Dennis said
fantastic,
while
amazing
nodding.
life, which
He pushed
also
himself away
started
from the lab's
with,
countertop
great
and
idea
walked out of the
in
room.
population. He was
He came back in a few minutes with what appeared to be a cylindrical ingot of the material.
wandered throughout
I had
Europe
no idea where he got it from, whether it was a part of one of the crafts or came from somewhere else, but he hefted it in his hand, according it no more regard than a deli counter clerk handling a bologna sausage. This will go on ahead of you, he said, nodding in my direction. We'll get the schematics drawn up, and then you'll be off to Los Alamos. As far as they're concerned, this material is known as LA 1000. As far as they're concerned, and as you're concerned, while with them, this is a new alloy used for armoring. Understood, I said, wondering how soon I would be going, and if this little field trip was a good sign or a bad sign for my still pending clearance. Could the whole thing be a setup to test me? Ultimately, I decided it didn't matter. I was told to go to Los Alamos, and that was what I was going to do. The next time I got the call from EG&G, I was told to report to McCarran, but that I'd be taking a commercial flight out of Las Vegas to Albuquerque. From there, I transferred to a different regional flight to the Los Alamos airport. I was only going to spend a few hours on site, delivering the instructions for the manufacture of the fuel disc and armor. The ingot was sent by a courier to Los Alamos, while Dennis met me at the airport and gave me a sealed 9 by 12-inch envelope that I assumed contained what I needed to deliver to the machinists at the New Mexico laboratory. Based on my experience working at LANL, I figured the ingot got sent out on what we refer to as a dash flight. They took off daily from Mercury, Nevada, near the old AEC base camp at the nuclear test flight. Back in my days in New Mexico, we often received materials from Area 51. Looking at the airport in the city where I'd spent so much time felt both familiar and surreal simultaneously. I wasn't able to tell Tracy where I was going, only that I'd be gone for longer than I usually was. I had no idea how many hours that would be, but I told her not to worry. I don't worry, she had told me. I just don't understand, and I don't like that. I had no way to reply. And just as I had landed in Los Alamos with no sense of how I was going to get to the location on the site's thousands and thousands of acres, I had no way to reassure or make Tracy understand that if I could tell her what I was doing, I would. Trouble was, more often than not, I really didn't understand what I was doing. In my mind, that meant I wasn't withholding anything from her. I was the one from whom things were being withheld. I was being the good soldier, and had to trust that Dennis and those in charge had my best interests at heart. I knew that was never really going to be the case. I was simply a moving part in a large and complicated machine, easily replaceable in some ways, of high value in others. The answer to my wondering about how I was to proceed was answered by someone asking me a question. Are you Bob? I turned to face a young blonde man in his mid-20s, a wedge of hair angled across his forehead and over one bespectacled eye, like a curtain across a picture window. I nodded, and the young man said cheerily, "Let's go." A few minutes later, we were in a white passenger van passing through a security checkpoint on the property of the LANL. I had never worked in that area before, and even the entrance was unfamiliar to me. My driver hadn't engaged me in any kind of conversation, and I wasn't feeling particularly chatty myself. I was very tired, and may even have dozed off for a second or two on the drive over, just as I had, though for much longer, while on the flight in. The van stopped in front of an administrative building, what looked like a typical office building. There, I gave my name to a man behind a reception desk and picked up my visitor badge. He made a quick call, and then a woman came into the waiting area, and without introducing herself, asked me for the envelope I'd been carrying. She left immediately, and I stood there wondering what I was supposed to do next. After a few moments of me standing there, the woman returned without the folder and said that I was to follow her. I went into an office and was introduced to the man who supervised this particular machine shop. We went over the specs and how we wanted the cylinder to be sliced into discs, then stack those discs, fuse them, then machine that into a cone, and then into the triangle-shaped bits we'd been using to help power the reactor. None of what I asked registered on the face of the man I was speaking with. He spent most of his time looking at the specifications sheet and the schematic. In some ways, I envied him. He looked at the task as a kind of simple mechanical engineering fabrication problem. I knew that people like him worked with plutonium as part of the nuclear weapons making, so given that none of what I was describing to him involved fissile materials, at least as far as I knew, this was, pardon the pun, a relatively run-of-the-mill operation for him and his people. Of course, we also need all of the material back, I said. There'd be a minute amount of residue or leavings produced in fabricating the fuel triangles, but we still needed even the tiniest fragment to be returned to us. Any idea what kind of phase changes or thermal expansion we might be dealing with? He asked, ignoring my statement entirely. I don't believe there will be an issue, but with the kind of tolerances we're talking about, I shrugged, but didn't go on. I was tempted to try to ingratiate myself to him and his people by letting him know that I understood about the work they did, how creating an alloy with plutonium and gallium and other things was part of what they were responsible for, materials that presumably were far more volatile than what had been shipped to them. Instead, I let him, the expert, work out for himself how they'd get the job done. I wasn't worried about that at all. And shortly before I left the office, the supervisor sat staring off into the upper corner of the room for a few seconds, and then a satisfied smile spread across her face. I think I've got a better idea of how to get this done. He reached into a drawer and pulled out a small notebook and began scratching out a few notes. I didn't want to disturb him, so I simply said, "I'll let myself out." Receiving no response, I walked out of the office and back into the waiting room. In what seemed like no time, I was driving back home from McCarran. I arrived home in the late evening, just around dinner time, and noticed that the car that Tracy had talked about wasn't there. Tracy wasn't home either. She left no note, so I put a frozen meal in the microwave and sat there eating the overly crisp outside of a macaroni and cheese dish and its still only partly thawed innards. Fatigue overtook me while I sat in an easy chair, and before I knew it, the sunlight on my face had awakened me. Stiff and sore from my cramped sleep, I stood in the hot shower, hoping to ease the tension from my muscles. As soon as I had toweled myself off, the phone rang, and less than 20 minutes later I was out the door and heading back to McCarran and on my way to S4. A cup of coffee and a fast food egg sandwich of some kind jousting in my belly as I followed Dennis into an unmarked office. "Take a seat," Dennis said. Tired of Dennis's no-nonsense approach to things, I sat down in the chair and made no effort to engage him in any conversation at all. "A new directive has been issued." Dennis rummaged through a desk drawer and withdrew some papers. I thought that he'd tell me about the new emphasis we were to take in our research. Instead, he pulled out a small caliber revolver, what looked to be a .22 cal Smith & Wesson, and placed it on the desk. You're to carry this at all times when you're off-site. Whether it was exhaustion and discomfort, or I'd bought into too much of the Iron Curtain propaganda that had permeated life in the U.S. for a while, I immediately thought of the 4 Russian scientists who had once been seen regularly around the facility. They hadn't been seen for a few weeks, and even Barry, loath as he was to engage in anything even approximating office gossip, had commented on their absence. I also speculated about what had transpired, and was now putting 2 and 2 together and coming up with 22. I didn't respond to Dennis at first, but smiled ruefully to myself, thinking that 2 plus 2 equals .44, the caliber of the long-barreled Magnum I owned. I wasn't exactly a gun aficionado, but given how much I liked explosives, I enjoyed owning a weapon and appreciated what one could do for me. I also owned an Uzi submachine gun that I appreciated for its design. I didn't let Dennis know about the Uzi, but I told him that I didn't need or want the .22 he was about to issue to me. I admired both the weapons I owned, but also understood that, on a certain level, practicality, they were ridiculous to own. I had purchased a holster so that I could carry the .44 on my person, and that meant that I would have to wear a long coat to cover it. Not ideal in the heat of Las Vegas, and only a little more so when I lived in New Mexico. At the mention of the Smith & Wesson Magnum, Dennis slipped a bit for the first time in the 2 months I'd known him. One eyebrow raised a fraction of an inch, but then quickly settled. "Have I made your day?" I asked him, referencing Clint Eastwood's .44 Magnum carrying character Harry Kane and the famous line from the film Dirty Harry. "Funny," Dennis said, showing no sign at all that he saw the humor in my remark. "At least I won't have to fill out these forms. That makes my day." I'd expected him to put up more of a fight with me on this point, but was glad that he hadn't. I was familiar with my .44 and more comfortable with it. I wasn't comfortable with the idea that I needed to be comfortable with the weapon. I pushed as many of those thoughts outside my mind as I could. "We're done," Dennis said. I went back to the lab. Barry looked up at me, but didn't ask a thing about my meeting with Dennis. "There really is nothing unusual going on here," he said. He handed me a readout from the gas chromatograph. We decided to do an analysis of the copper-looking plates on the sides of the emitter. In appearance, they seemed to be the same material as the fuel triangles, but proved to be, based on this analysis, made of common elements. "Not exotic at all," I said, handing the sheet back to Barry. "Not the most typical of alloys, but..." I let the sentence trail off. Barry nodded distractedly. "Have you given any thought to what I suggested about building that measurement device? With the right instrument, we'd be able to produce more verifiable results." "It makes sense. Time is the one concern I have." "I agree, but with the kind of seat-of-the-pants tests we've been doing, we don't have any way to quantify the effect of the reactor," I said, thinking of the various demonstrations we've been doing in the last few sessions. They were variations on the golf ball demonstration that Barry had done for me. We could see the results of the gravity wave, but we hadn't done a very good job of measuring the effect on an object placed in its path. "I've got a pretty good idea of how to fabricate an instrument that will work. My first job out of college was with an electronics firm. I used to repair and refurbish pressure regulators. If they can measure minute pressure differentials, they should be able to measure the effects of the gravity wave. They'd also give us a sense of how the wave disperses. We'd have to build something fairly large to do that. What diameter would you estimate? 60 inches? We'll have to get quite a few of those sensors, and then we can get started. I'll talk to Dennis." On the flight back to Las Vegas, I was thinking more about the conversation I had with Dennis than the one that Barry was going to have with him. I speculated about the presence of the men outside our house. I'd been fairly well convinced that they were part of the security firm who was investigating me so that I could receive the top-level clearance I needed. After hearing Dennis imply that I needed to be more concerned about my personal safety, I wondered if those guys had been assigned because of some imminent threat to Tracy or me. Worst case scenario, what if those men hadn't been working for our side and instead were working against us? It seemed unlikely, but the whole "what happened to the Russians and why had we been cooperating with our sworn enemies" scenario was generating its own bit of paranoia. I wondered if there was some device that I could make to measure the influence of paranoia on me. Even without that device, I began to carry my .44 Magnum and the Uzi in my car. We got the approval to build the device, and over the course of the next few weeks, I worked at wiring the sensors in sequence. We had to use dozens and dozens of them. The work was tedious, but at least I could leave after each work session and see some progress. We also got some great news during that period of building the measurement instrument. The fuel triangles came back from LANL, and they worked just as the ones that we'd first been supplied with. Everyone was very pleased, and even Dennis showed some enthusiasm with a "good work" compliment. I hoped my involvement in the Los Alamos venture might offset a slight blunder that could have spoiled any chance I had of getting the job full-time. Before I began to carry my weapons with me, I decided that I'd better register them. The registration process was going to be easy, but I tripped up when I told a friend of mine that I could only spend a few minutes with him having lunch because I had an errand to do. "What's that?" Gene asked, a perfectly normal conversational tactic. "I have to register my guns," I told him, and then added, regretting the slip of the tongue as soon as it was out of my mouth, "I need to use them for work." By this point in 1989, I had known Gene Huff for almost 5 years. He worked as a real estate appraiser, and taking photos was part and parcel of his job. We met because of my photo processing company, and since Gene worked very regularly and needed frequent photo service, we spoke on a number of occasions and eventually became friends. Actually, Gene dealt with Tracy originally when she was doing some of the drop-offs for me while I ran the equipment. She'd stop by his office, chat a bit, and they talked a few times about living in Los Alamos. Gene assumed that I worked in photo processing there, and it was only later when we became friends and we'd talked about a wide variety of things that he finally said to me, "You know, you speak so knowledgeably about so many things. You got your rocket car and everything else. You sound like a scientist and not just Bob the photo guy." Well, I am a scientist. I've studied and have degrees in electronics and physics. Why didn't you say anything? What? Was I supposed to hand you your photos and say, "By the way, I'm a scientist"? Yeah, that's what I would have done. Well, I'm not like that, I told him. Eventually, Gene and I grew closer, and we talked about a lot of things. But what my new work was, and why I might need a gun, was not on the list of topics to be discussed. To his credit, Gene saw how I had blanched when I made the mistake of mentioning the gun and work, and he didn't press me for details. Still, that I had let my guard down that way bothered me a lot. I trusted Gene. After all, he trusted me enough to sit at my kitchen table with me while I mixed up a batch of nitroglycerin and went off into the desert with me to witness its explosive force. Gene shared an interest in explosives and pyrotechnics, and 2 years earlier, in 1987, we had initiated a gathering in the desert of fellow enthusiasts for what eventually became known as Desert Blast. Through that and other shared interests, I also met John, the second son of the founder of the aircraft manufacturing firm Bill Lear, he of the Learjet fame. John was an accomplished pilot himself, and later gained some notoriety due to his claims about extraterrestrial life. John and Gene were both very interesting men, with active and inquiring minds, and the kind of curiosity that I possessed as well. I met John through Gene. Gene had watched a local TV show that George Knapp, a journalist at the local ABC television affiliate, was doing called On the Record. John Lear was George's guest. He was an active believer in what was termed ufology. He believed in the existence of alien life, that extraterrestrial craft had come from other planets and solar systems. He appeared at panels on the subject, and he mentioned to me on several occasions that he believed that alien craft were being flown in the desert outside Las Vegas. Gene had some interest in the subject, as did a lot of people in the Las Vegas area, due to the frequent sightings and the light show out in the desert. He wasn't a proselytizer like John was, just, as I mentioned earlier, a really curious guy. John's views intrigued him, and he thought he'd call John up to talk more about the subject. That's just the kind of guy Gene was. When reached, John was a bit guarded at first. Well, a lot guarded probably characterizes it better. For whatever reason, Gene mentioned a couple of times that he worked as a real estate appraiser. The Lear family was wealthy and held several properties in the area. John lived in what I would eventually come to think of as a kind of compound, an enormous house and grounds. John seemed more interested in talking about having Gene come out to do an appraisal than he was in talking about UFOs. Gene thought it might be interesting to see the place where the pseudo-legendary, at this time, John Lear lived. They made arrangements. In lieu of payment, John would share some copies of UFO videos and other material related to the subject. Gene called to ask me if I was interested in going. He said that I could pose as his assistant. Of course, I'd heard of John and his exploits as a pilot, so I agreed to go. He sounded like an interesting guy, and I was curious to see how the other half, the wealthier half of Las Vegas, lived. As part of the appraisal process, Gene would have to take quite a few photos, so I became his second shooter and gear toter. After a brief introduction, Gene and I went about our business. Gene always claimed that because I was just the assistant, John ignored me. Gene dropped names a few times, mentioning that I had once worked at LANL. The Los Alamos reference didn't sink in until that third mention, when John realized belatedly that I wasn't just a photo guy, but had worked as a scientist. We started to talk about his experiences and mine. The two of us hit it off. We had some similar interests in aviation, propulsion, pyrotechnics, and other wide-ranging topics that caught our imaginations and intellects. This made us, if not kindred spirits, then at least individuals who could carry on a stimulating conversation with one another. I also knew this about John. He had some interesting connections in the government and the military. He'd done some work with the Central Intelligence Agency, and he could tell a great story. I never once for a second believed what he told me and others about alien spacecraft. I tolerated that part of him, mostly because the rest of his life and accomplishments were on the record, and at heart, he was a kind and fascinating guy. I also eventually came to understand this about John. He had no bullshit detector. He'd never seen any of these objects himself, and several times expressed to me his disappointment that he hadn't, and in my estimation, he indiscriminately took in what other people had to say on this subject. In that sense, he was what I would call a true believer. As I looked at it, if someone said it, John thought it must be so. He gave the same credibility to something that someone at the CIA had told him as someone he met in the street for the first time. That's not to say that John was gullible or not a highly intelligent guy. He was an expert in the field of aviation, and his ability to recall information and to even reproduce on paper a diagram of the hydraulics that powered the landing gear of an L-1011 aircraft, which I once asked him to do, was nothing short of remarkable. I took his belief in UFOs and aliens with a grain of salt. A lot of other people shared his belief, but that didn't make them bad people or uninteresting company. I also knew that Gene was eager to learn as much as he could about what I was doing out at Area 51, but he didn't press me for details. The afternoon of my little slip-up with him, Dennis showed up at my house and told me that I needed to go with him
Russian
and that I had to bring my weapons with me.
Cossacks, or
We wound up at a Las Vegas Police Department substation at the corner of St. Louis and Atlantic.
fled
After we got inside the building and passed the desk clerk, and after Dennis had shown the man there his identification card, he instructed me to sit down in the waiting area. I didn't have to wait there for very long. Dennis and a uniformed officer came out a few minutes later. The officer pointed at me and shook his head. This is the guy? Why would anybody, let alone the Russians, want to do anything to him? I tried not to take the remark personally, but I knew I looked like what I was, a bespectacled scientist, and not a James Bond-esque spy or whatever else this cop had imagined. I also didn't like that he brought up the subject of the Russians again. Dennis didn't look very pleased that the guy had said something in public about the nature of our visit and the need for me to have those guns registered. That week, I wasn't called into work at all. And that troubled me a little. To offset that worry about how my security clearance was proceeding, two men from the Office of Federal Investigation showed up at the house. Tracy and I had a couple of people over, her sister Kristen and another couple we had become friendly with, Wayne and Robin. Wayne was a mechanic and serviced our vehicles. We became friendly due to my interest in vehicles generally, and he was intrigued by the jet car that I used to take all around doing demonstrations. At this point, Tracy had indicated that she was no longer interested in running the photo developing business. Wayne and his wife were looking for another business opportunity. They were over for the day discussing the possibility of acquiring our photo operation. Before finalizing any arrangements, I thought it best to get them acquainted with the machines and how they worked. Wayne was obviously mechanically inclined and used to working with various processes and systems, but this was unfamiliar territory for them both. They also weren't familiar with the notion that some representatives of a federal agency could come to the house unannounced and begin looking around. On the one hand, I was glad to know that I was still being considered, but the intrusiveness of it all didn't sit well with me. I was in a bind. If I reacted too strongly, then I'd amplify Tracy's irritation. One of the agents was named Mike Bigpen, and though he tried to be courteous and professional, something about him rubbed me the wrong way. Maybe it was because Wayne and wife Robin were there. Because they were, I had to reveal for the second time that I was doing work which required such high-level clearance. Prior to that, neither Wayne nor his wife were aware of what I was doing, presuming that I was operating the photo business. Tracy knew about the need for security clearance, so I told her about the search. She wasn't pleased about the idea of the two men going through drawers, closets, cabinets, and nearly turning the place inside out. Unlike in TV shows or films where they leave the place a mess, these guys were very respectful. Despite my assurances, Tracy was still shaken by the length the men went to. I told her that we'd done the right thing by allowing that search, though I was not really happy about it all. I kept from her my relief that their presence let me know that the investigation was ongoing. There had to be some reason why I wasn't called out to work at S4, but my being denied a security clearance wasn't the reason, at least not yet. Knowing that I was still in the running was far better than one of the other alternatives. I didn't want to press that point too much, nor voice to Tracy my concerns that this was an odd way to go about this business. The less said, the better. Let Tracy believe that this was standard operating procedure, and work to convince myself that this was true, and proceed with focusing on the job at hand. I can't say for certain why it was that a brief period of inactivity went on, but there were a couple of occasions where the reactor and the emitter weren't present in the lab. Other units working on other systems must have needed to use them. Of course, we were never informed of this, and it was mostly a surmise on my part and on Barry's part. But given what we eventually were allowed to do and to witness, that made the most sense. I don't know if it was because I was relieved to learn that I was still being actively investigated for the security clearance I needed, or if the home search indicated that I was under a new level of scrutiny, but I began to feel more comfortable talking with Dennis about our lack of real progress. Not only that, but Barry and I both began to let him know how much a hindrance it was for us to not be allowed to see and to inspect the other systems of the craft. We could study the reactor and the emitters in isolation, and we were getting closer to having a working instrument to measure the gravitational effects produced. But how that propulsion system functioned within the larger context of the craft was a gaping hole in our understanding. This isn't like a car engine of some unique design that's been dropped into a conventional automobile. We don't have a baseline knowledge of the drivetrain and the transmission and the steering and the suspension that are all common to most cars. I explained to Dennis in defending ourselves against his accusation that we weren't trying hard enough. How this entire craft functions, how this reactor and emitter work in sync with the rest of the components and systems is something we have no idea of. We're working with an unknowing inside of a larger unknown. That's not a great situation to be in, especially if others have knowns that they can share with us. My analogy seems to work. Makes sense, Dennis said. I'll see what I can do. Barry and I took every opportunity after that to work at that tiny fissure in Dennis's armor. Every chance we got, we mentioned something about how seeing the entire craft was going to help speed the process. No one ever said that this was going to be easy, Dennis said to me one day. We're not asking you to make it easy, I told him. We're asking you to let them know that they don't have to make it so difficult.
Of the economy.
Chapter 6.
But it was not obviously the only thing the Jews were doing.
We've all heard the expression, be careful what you wish for. I can't say for certain that thought passed through my mind during the extraordinary days and nights I spent on the grounds of the installation at Groom Lake. As is true of most experiences, when you are in the middle of one, deeply engrossed in the moment, you don't have a lot of time to consider anything but what is transpiring right then and right there. We've also all likely heard the importance of staying in the moment, staying present, and other variations on this idea. After having completed the last of the work on the pressure sensors, I arrived at Groom Lake a few days after speaking openly with Dennis. I went to the lab building as usual. What wasn't usual was that Dennis was there to greet me. At first, I didn't think much about him saying to me, "You're not going to be working inside today." Instead of going inside, we walked to the hangar facility. Barry joined us. I could see immediately that one of the hangar doors was open. With the light coming from it, the scene resembled a jagged jack-o'-lantern's mouth. I understood immediately that what Barry and I had been asking for was about to happen. This was the night we were going to see the actual craft or crafts themselves. My initial reaction was to feel enormously relieved. If they were allowing me this opportunity, then that boded well for my future with the team. I also felt vindicated. Barry and I had succeeded in convincing the powers that be that the best approach was a more open approach. Just how open that approach was going to be was still to be determined, but at least they'd acknowledge the importance of our input. In a work environment like the one we were subjected to, even the faintest of nods towards your needs seems like a monumental gesture. I was also thrilled by the opportunity to see such amazing technology up close. Even if what we'd said, that seeing the craft and the reactor, amplifier, and emitters in the craft could help speed the reverse engineering process, didn't prove true, the privilege of seeing something that presumably only a handful of humans had seen was going to be something I'd never forget. Along with all those thoughts came another. How much access to the craft were we really going to get? The answer to that question came rather quickly. Once the vehicle came to a stop and we dismounted, Dennis said, "Take a good look. I can't guarantee you'll get another opportunity like this one." I walked into the wedge of light coming out of the hangar and onto the concrete apron. I wanted to get the long view of the craft. The familiar saucer shape of the craft, like an inverted soup bowl resting atop a second one, sat on the paved floor of the hangar. It had no landing gear or other structure that might have supported its weight while on the ground. From what I could discern, it was approximately 50 feet or so in diameter and was roughly 20 feet tall. Where the two superpole discs met, the skin of the craft had a kind of rounded rim before the curves rose and fell to the narrower top and bottom. I moved closer and did a quick 360-degree turn around its perimeter, and where the two halves of the craft met, I could detect no seam. The same was true of the entire exterior of the vessel. I saw no panel lines, no welds, no rivets or other fasteners. As I had on first seeing the craft on that first day at S4, I ran my hand along the surface. I looked over my shoulder, half expecting to be reprimanded for touching it, as I had been previously. But none of the security team members said anything to me. As before, the skin of the craft felt like a metal, cool to the touch, and very, very smooth. It was dark aluminum in color, monochromatic across its entire surface, except for the four black rectangles near to the top of the upper dome-like portion. Later on, I would speculate that they were sensor arrays of some kind, ladder sensors that assisted in some type of celestial navigation. But at this stage, I merely noted them and moved on. I was so engrossed in observing and noting as much as I could that I had nearly forgotten that Barry was also in the hangar with me. I entered the craft's interior through a small access hatch, just wide enough for me to put my shoulders through it with a fraction of an inch to spare. Once inside, I couldn't stand up straight. Work lights had been installed at various points inside the craft. I maneuvered on all fours, hunched and using my hands to steady me, but not kneeling, along a honeycombed accessway. Just as the exterior of the craft appeared to be seamless and was all rounded surfaces, so was the interior. It also appeared to be made of the same material of the skin of the craft. I was struck by the idea that it was almost as if the craft had been fabricated from melted wax and then cooled into this shape. Injection molding was the closest terrestrial machining or manufacturing process that I could compare it to. On that lowest level, I saw 3 seats, similarly looking as if they had been part of the molding process and not manufactured separately and then affixed somehow to the rest of the structure. They reminded me of a Scandinavian chair without legs, looking very much like a rounded flower petal, more cupped than a tulip's, but nearly so. Just as the hangar had been lit so that we could see the craft's interior, so was the interior. The material only dimly reflected the lights, as if it had kind of a matte finish to it, but its color didn't appear to be layered on. Rather, it was integral to the material itself. Integral and integrated were the 2 words that kept springing to mind. Whoever had designed and built this craft seemed to have no concern for aesthetics, at least not human aesthetics. The 3 seats puzzled me. I saw no kinds of restraint systems, no indications of any life support systems, tents for example, and as I worked my way toward another access hatch, I was astounded by the fact that I saw not a single light, switch, dial, display, or anything that I associated with a vessel that traveled through space. All that interfered with the open design of this level, besides the seats, was a length of pipe coming down from the ceiling and exiting through the floor, presumably the parts of the propulsion system that carried the power or gravity wave from where it was generated to where it was emitted. I was in awe of the technology behind this elegantly simple and purposeful execution of a craft designed to travel enormous distances, and with what seemed to me to be based on the craft's construction, relative ease. It was on the second level that I saw the now very familiar elements of the propulsion system we'd had access to in the lab. The reactor sat on the floor, the waveguide piping ran from it to the amplifier, and then additional tubing ran down through the floor to where, I imagined, though I couldn't see them, the emitters sat on the bottom of the craft. That platform section, or what is probably better described as a pedestal, was what the craft rested on. How, or by whom, the craft was piloted and navigated was something that I was hoping to be able to see for myself, but neither Barry nor I were allowed onto the third level, where we presumed the pilot or pilots would have been positioned. I had hoped that I could have been able to sit inside what is traditionally termed the cockpit, but that wasn't going to be possible. Frequently, when I was faced with a design or some other kind of engineering or diagnosis and repair problem, I liked to sit with that problem. Often that meant walking away from the task at hand and just thinking about the issues or distracting myself with other work, hoping that on some subconscious level I'd be able to come up with a solution. Other times, sitting with it took on a more literal sense. I would sit near the device, or in the case of my jet cars and other vehicles, like the ones I converted to run on hydrogen, I sit in the problem and, fully immersed in that environment, experience a kind of osmotic absorption of the solution to the problem. As cramped as the interior of that craft was, I imagined that the life forms who could move comfortably about in that space had to be about the size of a 6 or 7-year-old human. I wanted to linger inside for as long as possible. That possible wasn't too long, since cramped conditions literally can produce cramps. But I did take a few extra moments to marvel at the intelligence behind this execution and implementation of the propulsion system within the larger context of the craft itself. I was blown away by what I'd seen. I'd been convinced for a while that what we were working with at S4 was not of terrestrial origin. But seeing this entire craft really solidified what I'd come to believe. I knew with as high a degree of certainty that one can know anything, that we didn't have the capability, the Russians didn't have the capability, the US and the Russians working in concert didn't have the capability. All the world's greatest minds working together couldn't produce a working artifact like the one I was in. As I eased myself along to exit the craft, I kept shaking my head in wonder. My face had that half-flushed, half-swollen feeling of having smiled and laughed for too long. I briefly wished that I could share this experience with others. At the same time, my attitude had evolved in the time I'd been working at S4. Initially, though I understood the government's and military's position about secrecy, I resented it. Now that I was literally and figuratively on the inside of the operation, a kind of elitism set in. I didn't think that many members of the American public could truly appreciate the magnitude of the achievement this craft represented purely on a technical, scientific, and production standpoint. I was completely blown away, and I'd already been privy to a lot of information about the craft and its origins. Whether this craft came from Zeta Reticuli or was a product of the drunken or febrile imaginings of the collective membership of the Theta Tau engineering fraternity, it represented such an enormous advance in moving a life form from place to place that I struggled to come up with an analogy that would make sense to explain what it meant and felt like to be in its presence. Once outside the craft, I disengaged the fawning fan mode in my brain and resumed scientific inquiry mode. I wondered about the craft's structural integrity, given that the skin of the craft seemed so thin. I wondered how heavy the vehicle was, but I couldn't really imagine myself putting my hands on it and trying to lift even a corner of that pedestal off the ground. I looked around the hangar and saw that a small crane stood in a far corner. I walked over to it and saw that its load limit listed on a safety sticker indicated a maximum capacity of 2 tons. That at least gave me a ballpark sense of the craft's mass. I thought of the fuel discs again and wondered for how many hours or light years they lasted, and if the ship's interior was mostly used as a cargo hold for them. How long had the one we had been using in our lab been discharging? Barry and I stood again on the apron in front of the open hangar door, and I wondered if our mouths were hanging open. We didn't speak until we were back in the lab. Did you ever think you'd see anything like that? Barry said. Did anything in your life before this prepare you for that?
and this tended to circulate
I've been trying to come up with a way to explain what this whole scenario is like, how to make sense of it for myself. The only thing I could come up with was this. Imagine that we were with the settlers on the Oregon Trail, riding along in our wagons back in the 1830s. We go to bed one night, and in the morning, we see this machine that has two wheels, a seat, handlebars, and some device cradled in its frame, and a chain going back to the rear wheel. We'd know it as a motorcycle today, but they'd only seen crude early bicycles. Given enough time, they'd probably be able to figure out how to get that motorcycle started, and even to ride it a bit. They wouldn't understand how the engine worked, and even if they did, once the thing ran out of gas, it was probably only good to them as a plow they could drag behind draft animals. Barry nodded. Something like that. More to the point, I said, realizing that maybe Barry didn't feel the need for that kind of explanation. I didn't see any signs of crash damage. Listen, Barry said, I was never a believer in the whole Roswell incident. I don't follow those kinds of stories. It seems strange to me that an intelligence that is advanced enough to produce what we just saw wouldn't be able to negotiate the Earth's atmosphere, or have a landing system figured out, or not be able to cope with our weather systems and phenomena. I agree, I said. Just doesn't seem like a plausible explanation. Barry and I debriefed for a while longer, and we both postulated about how the propulsion system worked. We weren't any closer to figuring out how we could reproduce the devices to produce the kind of gravitational field we surmised was at work. But we had a better sense of how the reactor, the amplifier, and the emitters worked to produce a kind of anti-gravity effect that would allow it to render our usual concepts of space and distance immaterial. Without realizing it, we were on the verge of doing something that I had only presumed was possible, witnessing the craft in actual operation. The next time I was called in to report, I still kind of chuckled at the insistent regularity of the message. Hello, Mr. Lazar. It is now insert time. We expect you to be at the installation at insert time. Barry and I got busy working with the modified pressure sensor instruments we devised. We were about to use them to measure the intensity of the gravitational field when Dennis stepped into the lab. Follow me, he said. We went outside, and sitting in front of the open first hangar was the craft we'd recently examined. This time, and it struck me as odd, each of the interior doors connecting the individual bays was open. In addition to the craft that we'd been allowed to inspect, I could see 8 more saucer shapes through the procession of openings. I wondered briefly if we were going to be allowed to see all of them. Each of them looked to be of similar shape, and it wasn't just because of the distance I was from each of them, but they appeared to be of slightly different size. The one we'd inspected was smaller and sleeker than the others, as if it was the sports car in the lineup. In fact, from that point onward, I always thought of and referred to the craft I was able to enter as the sport model. A low performance test is going to be conducted. We thought the two of you should see this, Dennis said. I looked over at him, trying to see if he was pleased by his having made arrangements for this, but his face was impassive. I remembered the look of irritation on his face when I'd remarked that the military was still doing things then the way that they had nearly 50 years earlier out at Los Alamos and in Chicago and in other locations trying to create the atomic bomb. All that compartmentalization and secrecy had slowed progress. If they wanted us to be effective, they needed to let us share information. That was how most advances in science and technology, despite the belief in the romantic notion of the lone wolf working in isolation model, were made. Here we were getting some access, greater access to information than before, but still in a far more limited manner than I would have preferred. I knew it was time to keep my mouth shut and just observe, and that's what I did. What frustrated me was that with the exception of Dennis, Barry, and I, there were few other S4 personnel around. The omnipresent security guys were there on the periphery, but there was one technician sitting there with a pair of headphones on while seated in front of what must have been a radio, and one other man who stood at a distance from us and kept his back to us the entire time. I stood there with my arms folded, rocking back slightly on my heels, and then the craft did something similar. At first, I heard rather than saw any activity coming from the craft. A loud hiss, nothing painful, but the kind of buzzing sound that an electric substation might produce reached my ears. Then, the craft lifted off the ground slightly, wobbling, the central axis tilting a few degrees from vertical. As it lifted off, I could see the blue glow of a corona discharge coming from the bottom of the craft. That led me to believe that the air around the bottom of the craft, where we suspected the emitter was being broken down and photons were being emitted. The light was visible, just as lightning in the sky is, due to that incredible high-energy output. As the craft rose, the slight oscillations lessened and the hiss diminished. By the time it was 30 to 40 feet in the air, lifting nearly perfectly straight up, the sound was completely gone. In all my years of working with jet engines and pyrotechnics, I was accustomed to hearing loud noises as objects were being propelled upward or forward. The silence was eerily exciting, and I felt a broad grin spreading across my face. I could hear the faint sound of an appreciative expulsion of air coming from Barry as I stood there wide-eyed and mind-boggled. I could see that the craft had 3 emitters. Only one was creating the corona display, and it was the one that was facing straight down at the ground. As the craft rose in the air, the display expanded. It began as a tight beam and became more diffused with each foot the craft rose. It was like watching someone twisting the lens of a flashlight, increasing the size of the circle of the light from its narrowest to its widest focal range. As that gravitational wave spread out, it helped to stabilize the craft. It hung there, completely still, as if it were suspended there by an invisible steel rod firmly anchored to the ground and some point above it. With it hanging there above us, we could see more clearly the bottom of the craft and its triad of emitters. They were arranged in a pattern, with the one that was functioning at the point of the equilateral triangle. The other 2 emitters pointed at a right angle to the downward pointing one. Given this orientation, because we were looking up at the larger spherical shape of the craft, I decided to think of the area to the left of the downward pointing emitter as the rear, and the area in front of the 2 other emitters as the front or forward section. That was because the opening of the 2 forward emitters pointed in that direction, and from what we believed of how the gravitational wave was produced, the energy coming out of the open end of the emitter would allow the craft to move in the same direction as the opening. I knew this was a low-performance test, but still, I was hoping to see the craft maneuver in the air. It didn't. I looked over at the technician with the radio. He was far enough away that I couldn't hear him speaking into a headset, but I could see that he was talking, presumably to whoever was piloting the craft. I thought again of the cramped space inside and the childlike proportions. I also wondered how in hell a radio wave, an electromagnetic wave, would be able to work in the presence of that gravitational wave. No kind of phase-locked loop should have been able to survive in that environment. The electronics guy in me engaged in a brief battle with the physicist in me over which phenomenal phenomenon to focus my attention on. I didn't have long to contemplate them. After a few minutes of hovering in place, the craft descended and settled, reversing the process of moving from a stable orientation to a wobbling one before coming to rest. That's it. Dennis said, always the master of understatement.
Perhaps the
Time
most,
for you guys to get back to work.
tempting, certainly
Barry and I
salacious
did as
aspect
instructed.
of his
Both of us
behavior
lost in
was
thought for the next
his,
15 or so
argument
minutes.
that traditional
We each
rules
sat
of
on a stool in
sexuality
front of the
no
lab
longer
bench.
applied during Messianic
Barry
era.
scrawled a few
And,
lines in a
there was
notebook
quite a
while I
bit of
fiddled
free
with a
love
micrometer,
happening in Shabbat
measuring the thickness of the lead points of a few pencils and comparing them to the lead rods I used in a mechanical pencil.
As I mentioned, he actually
It didn't seem odd for us to be so quiet.
who was
While engaged in work, we both tended to go inward. We both witnessed something on the order of a miracle, if one accepted the definition that a miracle was the result of an agency from outside our terrestrial realm, and we both needed time to process what we'd seen. I suppose in some Hollywood version of these incidents, the two of us would have charged into the lab flush with excitement and gone to the blackboard and started furiously writing and erasing parts of a complex equation we left there while exclaiming loudly, "I've got it! I can't believe I didn't see this before." The truth was that since we'd started working, we had a sense of what was going on with the reactor, amplifier, and emitter. The flight demonstration simply confirmed that our theory was, for the most part, correct. We hadn't seen the craft move laterally, nor had it covered a great distance in a short amount of time. But the fact that the device created a focused beam, for lack of a better term, of highly concentrated energy and a gravitational field, that it could also disperse more widely, would allow it to cover vast distances. I had suspected that the gravitational field was doing something that scientists and science fiction writers had been speculating about for many years. It was producing a kind of negative gravity, or anti-gravity, that, in a sense, removed the gravitational force ahead of the direction in which the three emitters were pointing. In time, Barry and I came up with the name Omicron to describe the action of the single downward emitter functioning to lift the craft above the ground. That Omicron action allowed it to initially escape the gravitational pull of the very large body it was near, the Earth. When all three emitters worked, the same anti-gravitational force was produced, allowing the craft to move in multiple directions. This omnidirectional state of operation we termed Delta. We chose Omicron, the 15th letter of the Greek alphabet, because it means small. In the Omicron state, the craft and the propulsion system configured in this single emitter operation could only make relatively small moves. Delta, the fourth letter of the Greek alphabet, has its symbol used in science to indicate change. And we believed that when the three emitters were arranged in a kind of delta shape, as they were, it allowed the craft to essentially move freely and change direction with stupendous rapidity that made our current capability pale in comparison. How the emitters worked was still in question, but orienting them in various directions was similar to how our spacecraft worked. It wasn't so much that the system defied our understanding of the laws of physics. Its ability to move as quickly and as efficiently as it did was astounding. Essentially, when the propulsion system created that gravity wave or anti-gravity state, everything we knew about how objects could orient themselves in space, about the nature of flight, was altered. It was easy to get hung up on language and whether a gravity wave was being produced or if it was anti-gravity. But essentially, on a fundamental level, what the makers of this craft had done was create a device that could achieve something astounding: gravity control. It reduced or canceled the gravitational field. No one on Earth had been able to do that to that point. It had been speculated about and hypothesized about, but it had not been achieved as we sat there in 1989. Words fail me now, as they did then, to explain how great a paradigm shift in thinking was necessary to truly appreciate what we just witnessed. That said, as had been true for most of my adult life, I was able to come up with an analogy to explain in layman's terms how this process worked, or at least to create a visual metaphor to illustrate it. Imagine placing a bowling ball on a level mattress. It would sink into the cushion for a bit before settling and becoming still. If left undisturbed, the bowling ball would not move. You could push that bowling ball and get it to roll. In a sense, man's early efforts at flight were like that. We used a propeller to push air behind the plane to get it moving. Used the angle of the wings and their surface area to create lift, and the airplane would leave the ground. With a jet engine or a rocket, we expel hot gases out of the rear of the engine to push the plane forward and create lift. What this alien craft did was like placing your hand on the mattress in any direction around the bowling ball and compressing the cushioned material. The ball would roll in the direction of where the resistance had been removed. A somewhat crude analogy, but sufficient to understand the basics. What the emitters were able to do was to remove the force of gravity, not just in a tight beam enabling it to move forward, but widening the beam. And having the emitters pivot in various directions was akin to having a group of people standing around that mattress, each of them pressing down on the cushion at various points, allowing the ball to move in multiple directions. Imagine those individuals moving with great speed and force, superhuman speed and force, and the visual becomes even better. I didn't share this analogy with Barry. He showed little interest in my previous motorcycle dropped in among the settlers scenario. What was far less difficult to imagine was how this craft was able to cover vast distances. In a sense, it didn't cover any ground, as we so frequently describe an object moving from one point to another by going over ground from point A to point B. Instead, using that gravity control, this craft pulled distance objects toward it. Imagine a ball resting on a towel with a frisbee at the opposite end of the towel. With the emitters in the frisbee doing their thing, the fabric of the towel was pulled toward the ball that was anchored to it. It was as if the universe was being folded in an accordion-like fashion. As I noted when I first saw the propulsion system functioning, time and gravity are inextricably linked. If you controlled gravity, you also controlled time. That solved the dilemma we currently have with long-distance space travel. How could you possibly supply humans with enough oxygen and food, but even more so, how could you expect them to outlive our usual lifespan in order to travel to distant galaxies? What this propulsion system did was render moot all those kinds of questions. Normally, Barry would quickly shut down any kind of speculative questions about the origins of the device we were working on. He was far more disciplined in his thinking and with his emotions than I was. Following that demonstration, though, even Barry's mind was spinning. You know, I'm not sure if what they told us is true, but after seeing this, it opens up a whole universe of other possible explanations. I mean, I was sitting here thinking that this thing could have come from another dimension. It could have come from some point in the future. We just don't know. The whole Zeta Reticuli story could be a cover-up. I just don't think we've got the advanced technology to produce this ourselves in this time. Not even with the assistance of the Russians or teams of scientists from everywhere. I agree. But you know, Barry, like you always say, if we keep thinking about that part of it, we'll go crazy. Barry laughed. You're right. Kind of fun to think about, but we aren't here to have fun. Frustratingly, as Barry and I talked about this gravity-controlled device, we kept coming back to the same question over and over again. How was it able to produce such an enormous amount of power from such a simple system without the production of any kind of heat and sound and other indicators of the prodigious amount of energy being used to overcome what we on Earth consider to be one of, if not the most fundamental forces in the universe, gravity? How could something seemingly so simple and fueled by such a simple and small object as the disks do that kind of work? In a way, I wondered if perhaps it functioned on the principles of some martial arts. using your opponent's energy against them, in opposition to them. Ultimately, as our discussion wound down, and the frustration of feeling as if we'd returned to square one and were no closer than ever to being able to reverse engineer the system, it felt pointless to construct ways in which to describe what was going on. I'd heard it said that language allows us to master and take control of our world, to give it shape and meaning. All I could think of as the hours went by and the lights above us hummed nearly as loudly as the craft had was that a mechanical pencil produced a point far less sharp than a pencil sharpened mechanically. At that point, I wondered if maybe I was losing my sanity as more and more divergent and unproductive thoughts passed through my mind. After all, Einstein said, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. I was more than a little relieved to go home that night. I was tenacious when faced with a problem that needed to be solved, but now I was frustrated and intrigued, and the push-pull of those two competing forces would ultimately be won by another force, one that was far beyond my control.
We're going to try to understand something of the world
Chapter
of the
7.
sages from that ancient period.
Added into the mix of all the questions I had regarding my situation came another and more frustrating question. Why was it that after granting me access to the craft and allowing me to view a test flight, did the voice of the EG&G representative suddenly fall silent? I'd experienced one fallow period in my time with EG&G and been rewarded with those two opportunities. Maybe I tried to console myself as week 1 of no calls turned into week 2. I'd be similarly rewarded again. What form that reward might take occupied some of my time when I wasn't working, but not nearly enough. Tracy seemed very occupied with the business, her flying lessons, and her social life. She sensed that something was not right in my world, but when she asked me what was wrong, I told her that I was fine, that nothing was in any way out of sorts with me. The devil's bargain that I signed in agreeing to a confidentiality clause required that I not divulge anything, good or bad, a potential state secret, or a simmering dissatisfaction with a coworker, the quality of the food in the cafeteria, the frustrations with having to respond on a moment's notice, the havoc the irregular schedule played with my sleep, were all equally off limits. I put up with the unannounced visits to my home, agreed to have my privacy violated by allowing our phones to be tapped, and wasn't even raising a fuss about the fact that I'd yet to receive a paycheck. All I wanted to do was work and to contribute to solving this problem, and I was being subjected to what I thought was a kind of tantalizing treatment. They teased me with privileged glimpses, then back away again. Also, for as much as I'd witnessed and believed, and now believed to a greater degree the truth of what I'd read in the briefings and later seen with my own eyes, there was still the possibility that I was somehow being set for a fall. What the nature of that fall was and why I'd been chosen wasn't clear, but I wasn't willing to dismiss anything as a possibility. After all, if my mind had been blown away and my perceptions opened by what I'd seen and learned while working at S4, then I would be foolish to believe that only the most righteous and above board and honest dealings with the employees at S4 were being conducted. Put another way, when your belief system in one part of your life is wrong, that aliens existed in theory but not in actual fact, and now knowing that visitors from outer space had been on our planet, that seismic upset reverberates in other parts of your life as well. Maybe if I had someone with whom I could share what I'd experienced, another perspective to help me sort through all of this upheaval, then maybe I could have found a better way to respond to what happened to me as the Ides of March passed, and I grew more and more anxious and uncertain about my future. Even now, many years after those events in the early part of 1989, do I still wonder many of the things I wondered back then? Hindsight generally affords us an opportunity to see things with greater clarity. growing older and having more experiences can make us wiser, but I still have trouble establishing a firm footing about whether or not the path I chose to take was reckless, wrong-headed, self-sabotaging, or right. Perhaps it was all of those in some combination. As a scientist, I was trained to look for and to find truths. But we all know that even in the scientific community and the undertakings made under that umbrella, there is much that appears initially to be black and white and absolute, but later is revealed to be more gray than white or black. I write this as a way to preface what was to prove to be the unraveling of my life. I paid a heavy price, as did others, and I take full responsibility for my actions and regret deeply those who suffered collateral damage as a result of them. I won't go into much detail about the civilians who were affected. To do so would only open old wounds and expose people I care about to additional discomfort. In some ways, I wish that I had taken this notion of collateral damage into fuller account during those weeks in March of 1989, when I grew increasingly impatient and resorted to self-preservation as one of the central movers in my decision-making. Generally, I'm not a very paranoid individual. I never had a reason to be. But after learning what I had and seeing those demonstrations and crawling around inside that craft, and then not being called in for a week or so, just at the time when we seemed to be making progress and I was being given very exclusive access, I started to really wonder what the hell was going on. After all this transpired, someone told me that the writer William S. Burroughs once wrote, "Sometimes paranoia is just having all the facts." I wasn't aware of that quote back in 1989, but I had some thoughts along that line. To contribute to my growing uneasiness, the house continued to be under surveillance. I did the best I could to ignore it, and I definitely didn't look at it as the positive sign I once had. I suppose that back when Mike Bigman interrupted the meeting I was having with Wayne and his wife, when our deal for the photo business was still pending, I probably was engaged in a form of wishful thinking. Their search of the premises was very odd, mostly because as far as I knew, and Tracy had pointed this out, no one that we knew ever commented on the fact that they had been contacted by any agency. Not anyone in my family, no friends, no former employers or colleagues. No one let me know that they'd been questioned about me. That was very odd. A few days after witnessing the low performance test, I was at home getting ready to go out on a delivery run. I stood at the kitchen sink rinsing my coffee cup and saw either a Buick Skyhawk or a Chevy Nova sitting across the street from our house. Whatever the make and model, it was one of those nondescript, bland kinds of cars that I seldom saw in our neighborhood. Inside the car sat two men in dark suits. They were looking straight ahead. I didn't see them using binoculars or a camera with a long telephoto lens, but I was pretty sure they were there watching our house. That suspicion was confirmed when I exited the house and then drove off to drop photos by at Jane's office. The car pulled up behind me, and unlike in thrillers or police procedurals, they made no effort to disguise the fact that they were following me. They didn't keep more than a car length or two behind me, accelerated to keep my pace, and went through a yellow light I purposely slowed down for and then sped through. When I got to Jane's office, the car parked a few spaces away. I was thrown off balance by it all, but managed to pull myself together and didn't let on to Jane that anything out of the ordinary was going on. Jane and I transacted our business, and I went on with the rest of my day. I had to make a stop at Home Depot to get some supplies for a repair project on a leaky shower head, and the mystery car was there again, trailing behind me. Like the car, the two men were bland and relatively nondescript. Caucasian, mid to late 30s or early 40s, dark suits, white shirts, and sunglasses doing battle with the morning's low sun. I almost had to laugh when I thought of recounting that description to anyone. Like I was some hard-boiled detective in a noir detective film. It wasn't so funny when they followed me home and then remained there until another car and two men came to relieve them early in the evening. When they were still there in the morning, I decided to call the police. I recounted to them what I presented earlier, including the terse description. The officer who took the information assured me that she would pass it along and to expect someone to come to investigate the situation at some point. It must have been a slow morning in Las Vegas. No more than a half hour later, a squad car approached the vehicle and then parked behind it. A minute or so later, the officer got out of the car and approached the driver's side of the vehicle that had been sitting there. I wasn't able to hear or see much at all, but within minutes, the officer was back in his car and drove off. My watchers remained. While all this was going on, Tracy had come downstairs and was getting ready to leave for work. "What's so interesting out there?" she asked. "Not sure. The police just pulled someone over briefly. Gone now. Are you turning into one of those kinds of guys?" she said, teasing. "What do you mean?" Her eyes revealed her amusement. "Oh, you know, the stay off my lawn kind of cranky guy who watches over everything in the neighborhood." Not wanting to reveal my concern, I played along. "No, not one of those guys. The kind of guy who buys a police scanner and monitors all the activity going on around the city. Your guy is way too low-tech for me." She narrowed her gaze at me, unsure, it seemed, if I was kidding or not. "I'm surprised you haven't figured out how to make one, or maybe that's just one of your projects." She used her fingers to make air quotes around the last word. "And I don't mind," I said, reminding her of the famous Ben Franklin quote. Tracy left a few minutes later, and my mind was not idling at all, but racing. What had gone on between the police and the observers? Why hadn't they come to speak with me? I'd given my name and address and phone number to the person on the phone. Was I going to get some kind of response to my complaint? Was I going to be followed the rest of the day, and for how far into the future? What did all of this have to do with what I most recently witnessed at S4, if anything? I decided it was best to just go about my business. I could see how easy it would be to get too worked up about it all. I had planned to meet a friend named Mario at a local gym. He and I were workout partners. Every other evening, usually Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, we met and did some cardio work or some weightlifting. Maybe a workout would help relieve some of the stress and help me put things in a better perspective. I pulled into the parking lot a few minutes after 6 o'clock and waited. I thought about the previous time Mario and I had met there. We exercised and then left. I had walked over to my Datsun 280Z and while chatting with Mario, pulled out my car keys and went to unlock the door. I inserted it, but noticed that the door was already unlocked. "That's weird," I said. "Yeah, it is, but in Japan," I cut Mario's explanation of sushi off. "He'd been telling me about the new restaurant he'd just gone to. No, my car. The doors are unlocked. You never do that. No, you don't. That's your baby. You treat her right." At the time, I attributed it to just being tired. That night, Mario was running a bit late. I got out of the car after Mario had walked up to mine. I got out, locked the doors, and then lifted the handle. "They're locked, right?" "As far as I can tell," Mario said. We both wanted to be home a bit early, so we cut the workout short. About 45 minutes later, we walked out of the gym. I took a few steps into the parking lot and then stopped in my tracks. I looked across the way, and there was my car with both its doors wide open, looking like a fixed-wing aircraft. "Holy shit," Mario said. "What in the hell? You got broken into." I stood there frozen in place, my mind ratcheting through several possibilities. It could have been a car burglary. The Z had a decent stereo in it. I had left my wallet and the Uzi I was carrying around for protection inside it. It seemed strange to me that a thief would leave the doors
certainly
open.
has medieval
Why
origins.
leave a, hey, look what I've done calling card? Had they been interrupted in the middle of the job?
Sure that,
None of that made sense. I confided in Mario about my work situation, and I think that though it took him a bit longer than it did me for it to sink in, he got it. I don't know if I should walk over there. Who knows? He let the thought drift on the night wind. The car did have central locking, but a malfunction of that system wouldn't have allowed the doors to open and the hatch to rise. Somebody had to open those doors, and I had a strong suspicion the men who had been following me were sending a message. We're still here. I can't say that my blood ran cold or a shiver ran down my spine, but I did experience that gut-level twinge and burn of adrenaline kicking in. I had to fight the urge to jump in the car and take off after them. Let them know what it was like to be pursued and followed. I knew it wasn't a good idea to inflame the situation. Look at what happened when I called the police. Mario and I both jumped a bit when the doors behind us opened and rattled. A couple of other gym members walked past us. I guess I need to go over there, I said. Yeah, you do. We walked over to the car, and I kept telling myself that I had nothing to worry about. I was definitely smoked, and I could tell that Mario was as well. If you don't mind, I said, I'd like your help. With what? We're going to have to start the car. That's your job. I'm going inside. We both laughed. They'd sent a clear message, a sign of the kind of power and control they held over me. They didn't like being messed with. I didn't like being messed with either. I decided the best course of action was to try to de-escalate the situation. I needed to get better control of my state of mind as well. After all, I had no confirmation yet that I was no longer going to be working at S4 or anything like that. I had Dennis's phone number, so I decided the right course of action was to go to the source and not let my mind run away with me. After all, I also told myself nothing had gone missing from the car. I got someone in Dennis's office and explained that I wanted to speak with him. After being told that wasn't possible at the moment, and getting a vague to no response at all to my follow-up questions about when he might be available, I left a message indicating who I was, and that I very much would like to speak with him at his earliest possible convenience. On and off for the next few days, I noticed that the car would be outside our home. But the following stopped, and nothing bizarre happened while I was out and working on the last few of the photo jobs I was taking on. Well, 48 hours passed, and I didn't hear back from Dennis or anyone at the number he'd given me. I made another inquiry and left another message. When the tailing resumed and my calls still went unanswered, I started to worry even more. And not just about whether or not I would continue to work for EG&G at S4, but about my own safety and Tracy's and other people I knew. I didn't believe then and don't believe now that my fears were the product of an irrational response to stress. Was I stressed? Certainly. Greatly.
So much
undeniably. Was it plausible to believe that because of what I knew and what I had seen that some harm could come to me? Yes, definitely. For as much as I tried to focus just on the task at hand, the implications of what I'd experienced and knew had tremendous consequences. They wouldn't have been going to the lengths they were to do background checks on me, and they wouldn't have required me to consent to my phones being tapped, and they wouldn't have asked me to sign a document that essentially stated that I agreed to waive every one of my constitutional rights, which I did sign, if there wasn't a serious need for them to keep this information in-house by whatever means necessary. That may seem like a large leap in logic, but given all that I've described about the need for me to carry a weapon, the heightened drama with the surveillance teams, I figured that I had to do something to protect my best interests. No one else was going to do that, so it was incumbent on me to think ahead and consider wisely what I should do to protect my professional reputation, my chances of getting gainful employment elsewhere, and the physical safety of me and others. Only later, after I made the decision to share what I knew with a select few friends, and later more widely, did I think more about the public's right to know this kind of information. I never set out to be a crusader, and though some called me a whistleblower, I blew the whistle initially almost exclusively as an act of self-preservation, whistling to call attention to me to make it less likely that harm would come to me if I made clear what I knew than it was to draw attention to the program at S4 and reveal the nation's deepest and darkest secrets. All of those thoughts got generated in my head, were amplified, and were only emitted when I felt pressed into a corner and had to do so. I knew that Gene was the first person that I should tell. He was my closest friend at the time, and he was about as level-headed a person that I knew. I felt that he'd believe me, and because he didn't have as much at stake personally as Tracy did, he'd be better equipped to give me some guidance about how I should proceed. I had a few vague thoughts in mind. I was confident that everyone who knew me would believe me, but still thinking about the possibility that I might wind up somewhere in the Nevada desert with a bullet in my head and a fabricated suicide note left at home, I was leaning towards showing them evidence to prove the existence of those cracks. Sitting in Gene's car as we drove along Alta Avenue was both comfortably familiar and surreal. I prefaced my story with the kind of disclaimer you might expect. This is going to sound really strange, but when I was done, Gene said that coming from anyone else but me, he'd be incredibly suspicious. Then he added, I knew that something was up. When you told me about the gun registration and mentioned something about work, I couldn't have imagined that it was something like this. But hell, who knows what kinds of things go on out there? I figured the UFO stuff was just a bunch of wahoos with nothing better to do with their time. I didn't mention to Gene anything that I'd read in the briefings. With his first time speaking with someone openly about what I was doing, I wanted to stick to what I could definitively validate. What I'd seen, what I'd done, what had been done to me. As tempting as it was to go beyond those three categories of events, I refrained from doing so. As I pointed out before, Gene was an immensely curious man with wide interests, and his curiosity was reflected in the half-dazed, half-enthralled look that spread his face. Just so you're aware, Bob, I'm going to do a little digging around on the subject. Not to undermine you or anything, just because you've got me thinking. Gene, you're a free man in a free country, and I would never think of telling you what to do or how to go about it. Thanks for listening to me. No worries. Tracy know? I haven't told her yet. Obviously, I want to keep as tight a control of all this as I can. At this point, I don't see the sense of pissing anybody off. You think you might have already? I can't imagine how. Like I said, they let me on the craft. They let me see it low fly. And now nothing and some harassment. This is all just so nonsensical. Gene nodded. Hard to figure. Sometimes an irrational response is the only one you can make to another irrational act. But I don't think that's wise here. Agreed. I'm sure I'll need to talk to you about this again. I hope not. But even if I did get called back in, I'm not sure how I'd respond. That's understandable. I just don't know if it's all worth it. I produced from my pocket an envelope that contained the first and what would prove to be the only check I ever received. I slid it over to Gene. $958.11, he said. That's what the United States Department of Naval Intelligence pays a senior physicist. That's right. You do it for the love of it, and not to get rich. And to be honest, Gene, this isn't so much about the money as it is the headaches. If I'm getting this kind of runaround and treated like this, The dollars to headache ratio is way out of balance.
Also noted for their willingness
Gene and I talked for a few more minutes, and then he dropped me off at home.
And to really
When Tracy got back from work, I inadvertently used the words that anyone in a relationship shouldn't use as a point of entry. We need to talk. By the time I made it clear what the subject was, all the tension left her body. She sat on the couch, drew her legs up, and heaved a big sigh while looking at the ceiling. This isn't some kind of goof, is it? You're serious. I can always tell when you're trying to get me. No goof.
This map will give you a sense of the distribution
Holy
of these
shit!
reaching all
She
the
said,
way to
drawing out the holy for a few seconds. This is nuts.
The next
Essentially,
major
yes.
and the single largest.
I can't see you making up something like this. She drew a strand of her hair to her mouth and chewed on it. A habit she had when she was nervous. I hadn't told her everything about me being followed and the incident at the gym parking lot, hoping to spare her some worry. Later on, I'd come back to this moment and see it in a different light. Of the three people I spoke to about my concerns, John Lear was the most receptive. That made sense, given what he believed to be true about UFOs back at that time. I'd later come to learn more about the extent and the extremity of John's controversial views. But in those first few minutes, he, like Gene, seemed more curious than alarmed. Look, he said, rubbing the stubble on his chin and neck, we all know that something's out there. In the desert?
Smaller numbers, 45,000.
John winked at me and said, looking from side to side as he did so, yeah, in the desert. He raised his eyes toward the ceiling, indicating that it wasn't really just the desert he was talking about. I looked around John's home office. The bookshelves were lined with various volumes of different types and sizes. In the corner, a telescope rested on its tripod and leaned against the wall. Along one wall were a series of framed certificates and awards John had received for his exploits as a pilot. Among them, some commemorated world records he had set. John was an accomplished pilot. More than an accomplished pilot, actually. He was fearless, but also a bit reckless. Of course, once I got to know John, he shared with me the story of how he injured his feet and legs to such a degree that at times he hobbled around his home in Las Vegas. His father had created a manufactured, updated version of a Lear jet. Over time, the model designation has escaped my memory. John was assigned a simple task: do a flight demonstration for some clients considering acquiring the jet for their use. What John heard and what he listened to were very different things. Instead of an easy, conventional demonstration of a takeoff and landing and flight, John asked himself, since this was the latest and most improved version of the jet, and highly capable, why not show just how capable it was? He decided to do an outside loop, a very, very challenging and risky acrobatic maneuver. As John told me, once you committed to the move, you couldn't back out. Well, John committed, didn't back out, even when he knew that he was in trouble, and plowed the jet into the ground, sustaining multiple leg injuries among others. John wasn't someone who was going to play by the rules, but I did trust him. In fact, I trusted him enough to take trips with him when he had to ferry commercial jets to one airport or another. He asked me along both for company and to wear a suit so that I could pass as an FAA inspector. Once aloft, John would light up his pipe, later to doze off completely with the autopilot of the L-1011 functioning, and then wake up just in time to land the craft manually. I also trusted him with Tracy's life, and he gave her the first few flying lessons she had. He even allowed her at one point to take the controls of a commercial flight he was piloting. To say John was a loose cannon is an understatement, and in looking back on it now, I can see to what degree how stressed and anxious I was to believe that John was someone who could help me put events into their proper perspective. By that I mean how I should approach the situation vis-a-vis my employment prospects. In terms of having someone who could assess the capabilities of the craft and determine whether they were anything in line with what terrestrial technology could produce, I knew of no one more qualified than he was. There was some risk inherent in sharing this information with John, but I also knew how much he believed in the existence of alien spacecraft and beings. My focus remained purely on the technology, and if John could offer any insight into that, then it was worth the price of having him possibly go off on tangents regarding the beings who produced that craft. I'd be able to tune that out. That's not to say that he wasn't an interesting guy to be around, and he demonstrated his generosity toward me on multiple occasions. Still, John had his own theories about extraterrestrial life and government conspiracies that I can see now, in hindsight, predisposed him to believe what I was telling him. I also want to make it explicitly clear that he never urged me to do anything. He simply accepted an invitation to participate in acts that I instigated. I was grateful that, for a few days at least, things seemed to settle down. No strange incidents occurred, and though the guys on Overwatch were still around the house, I wasn't being followed, at least as far as I could tell. I supposed that, in retrospect, I inadvisably let my guard down a bit. One afternoon, 2 days after letting Gene in on my secret, we were at his house. For lunch, he told me that he'd been searching the internet for information about UFOs. This was still early in the life of the internet, and information was relatively scarce compared to how it has proliferated. He told me a number of things, none of which really jived with what I had witnessed, and even back then, we realized that you can't believe much of what you read on the internet. We continued chatting, and I asked him about the source of the information he shared with me. There's 2 places in particular that seem to be gathering points. One is called MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network. The other is QFON, the Canadian UFO Network. That's not very Canadian of them, I said. You'd think the kindly Canadians would want to be part of the Mutual Network. We got to laughing and joking a bit more, and it felt great to breathe easy for a bit. Eventually, Gene decided that since I had the real deal in terms of UFO information, I should be referred to as MUFON for the Bob UFO Network. I countered with him transforming himself into GUFON, for obvious reasons. For the rest of the time we spent that afternoon, we continued to call each other by our new noms de UFO. Gene's wife had given birth to a son on March 15th, and Gene was giddy with delight and sleeplessness. It was good to be around someone who was in such good spirits. He was grateful for the break from the routines of a young one and visitors. Somehow, all of this made me think that maybe my world had somehow been righted. That feeling didn't last. I woke up before sunrise to see that the car was stationed in the same place it had been before. I wasn't physically tailed, but it was exhausting to feel as if my every move was being watched over. When I got home later in the day, Tracy was out. I felt like I needed to commiserate with someone. Deciding to not let on how down I was, I called Gene. When the answering machine responded, I said, "GUFON, this is GUFON. I have the baby pictures for you. I know you need them as soon as possible." Gene hadn't given me any photos, and I hoped that he'd pick up on that right away. I sat there hoping he'd call back. In the interim, about 45 minutes later, a car came into our driveway and braked hard. I heard a couple of car doors slam and then a rapid knock at the door. I answered it, and 2 very official and distressed-looking men in suits escorted me to the kitchen table. There, they began their interrogation. Basically, they wanted to know who this GUFON character was or what it was code for. The same with GUFON. Then, they produced a printed copy of the message that I left for Gene not quite an hour earlier. I couldn't believe how quickly they'd gotten it and then gotten to the house. I was tempted to ask them about how they managed that task, but I could see they were in no mood for lightheartedness. I told them that they were just goofy names we'd made up a few weeks ago. We were in a silly mood at the time, and that was it. Nothing sinister at all. That seemed to appease them, but they produced a document that they made me fill out. I had to identify Gene by name, provide them with his mailing address, phone number, and other information that I was sure they already had. I also had to refer to Gene by his last name, Huff, and then add Gene Huff, aka Goofon. To this day, and even back then, Gene and I still laugh about that incident. Gene will still, on occasion, sign his name and then append it with aka Goofon. Even though I was amused by that incident, I still felt like lines had been crossed. I'd agreed to the wiretap, but that was to determine my suitability for a security clearance. It no longer seemed certain to me that they would conclude that I was a good candidate to work at S4, so I thought the investigations should cease. I'd also essentially signed away my rights to due process under the law. I've been trying not to think of that while all of this nonsense was going on, and had never mentioned that fact to Tracy. When I had told Gene about that, he said, "I'm not surprised you signed that document, but I sure would be worked up about it. You don't respond to things like that the way the rest of us do." Hearing him say that made me realize even more that I needed to bring this thing to some kind of conclusion. If I wasn't able to keep my wits about me in the way that Gene had indicated I had in the past, it was time to make some changes. In the initial interviews, I'd been asked a lot of questions about how I managed stress, and I'm sure that my phone calls to Dennis's office, I've made a few more with no success, calling the police, and now playing name games, all contributed to my sense that my days at S4 were over. I can see now that I did those things for another reason. I wanted the wait to end. I just wanted to be told yes or no and move on. I knew that security clearances could take time, but it was the frustrating stop and start of the work, being pressured to figure out the answer, but not being given the proper time needed to solve it, that made me get to the point that I wanted something definitive to be said or done. It may be hard to believe, but coexistent with those feelings was a desire to see the job through. I can't say it was as strong as it had been before, but by still wanting to do the work, and not being able to do the work for no reason anyone could really offer, ratcheted up my anger at being put in that situation. I decided to take action. As I pointed out, I wanted my wife and friends to provide witness certainty about the claims that I had made. That meant one thing: getting them out to the area to see a test flight. For years, people in the area had reported strange lights and other activity in the sky. Because of my time in the lab at S4, I knew when one of those displays was going to occur. Wednesdays at 8 in the evening was the usual time a high-performance test flight was going to be conducted. I informed the rest of the others that I thought we should all drive out to the desert to witness one of those tests. John Lear owned a Winnebago motorhome, and he volunteered to drive us all out to the perimeter of the base. In some ways, I thought that maybe including John wasn't the best idea. There was also some odd tension between Gene and him, but I knew that John's expertise and his 8-inch diameter Celestron telescope would be valuable in assessing what we saw during the high-performance test. As a bonus, we could travel in style in his motorhome. It was a 150-mile or so trip through some of the most boring desert landscape you can imagine. We'd be setting out in the late afternoon and getting there after dark, when there'd be even less to see. Of the assembled group, Gene and John performed as the two ends of the poles between skepticism and belief. Gene was a rabidly anti-UFO belief, but given some of the strangeness between the pair, I figured they'd give each other crap. That would be good for some entertainment. We always seemed to be able to ride John pretty hard when he launched into some out-there discussion about whatever had caught his attention. John was kind of like a magpie. Anything shiny, and he'd take it and fly off with it. Yet, when you asked him a question about his area of expertise, it was like a switch flipped in his brain, and he was the most articulate and focused expert. Sure enough, after John picked up Tracy and me, Tracy liked John since he was the one who really introduced her to the new love of her life, flying. We headed to Gene's house. When Gene came out to the motorhome, I heard John snort.
Some of the other Bali
Where
Shem
the hell
were
did
not
you get
necessarily
that
so
shirt?
good.
He asked.
The fact that we only have
I
sources
hadn't paid
about
much attention to what
that
Jean
were
was wearing,
later,
but at John's
does not
cutting
diminish
remark,
the fact that he
I
was
saw
an
that it was
actual
black
person
and
and
purple
has been
and looked like
researched and
massive
identified
bruising had spread
exhaustively
across my
by,
friend's upper body.
my colleague, my senior
Your
colleague,
wife got it
Professor
for me.
Rothschild of Bar Ilan
Jean
University,
snapped back.
who wrote an amazing book,
It wasn't exactly a your
early
mama
biography
joke,
of the
but
Baal
close
Shem
enough.
based on
John put the RV
secular
in gear,
sources,
and we
total
headed
sources
out
we
from
found.
Jean's place.
Indeed,
The
tax
usual
records
conversations
that
about best
specifically
routes
referred
began.
to the Baal Shem
Jean was in
culture
favor of
that
taking the
Mexico.
interstate
There's a
until
lot
we got to
more
Highway 93 to head north.
This teacher,
John
who, among
had to
other
be
things,
contrarian,
is
so after making a few veiled references to President Eisenhower and his real reason for establishing the interstate system in this country, instead of the interstate, he took Power Line Road until it intersected with the Great Basin Highway.
How can you be in the middle of nowhere if you're nowhere?
Jean asked as we bounced along the irregular pavement. That's for greater minds than yours to determine, John said. I know this though. I've flown over a few different nowheres, and I can tell you that the middle looks a lot like the rest of it. Tracy intervened and asked about Jean's new baby and how he managed to get the night off. His in-laws were still in town, and they looked at him askance when he told them he was going out with friends. I heard someone say once that it's easier to ask for forgiveness than it is for permission, John chimed in. We all laughed at that. The conversation was on anything and everything but what we were all about to do and to see. I suspected that the worst thing that could possibly happen was the test flight to be canceled for some reason. The weather wouldn't be an issue, but I knew that there was nothing I could do to control what the powers that be decided. At one point, the RV began to stagger a bit on a climb. Damn it, John said, and pulled over to the shoulder. Eventually, the problem was diagnosed. The transmission was low on fluid. Call yourself a pilot? Have you ever heard of a pre-flight check? And to think I let you take my wife up in a plane. More good-natured insults and comments were hurled at John. Jean volunteered to hitchhike back to a gas station to get some fluid, and then hitch a ride back. When he came back, he had a six-pack of beer in one hand and 2 quarts of automatic transmission fluid in the other. This, Jean said, hefting the beer, goes in us. He then lifted the other containers. These go into transmission. Got it, John? Mind if I use that shirt to wipe off the dipstick? John looked very pleased with his comeback. Took you nearly 100 miles to think of that one, didn't it? Jean offered. Never wanted to allow himself to be docked. Because of our delay, I was glad that we'd allowed enough time to make it to Groom Lake before night fell. The tests were generally conducted shortly after the sun went down. As we bounced along Groom Lake Road, a washboard dirt road at the far end of the site and outside the installation's boundaries, I had to laugh when John turned off the headlights. This is exactly the right vehicle for a stealth operation, isn't it? John nodded. 35 feet of bone and machinery rattling stealth at your service, guaranteed to alert anyone of your presence within a mile and a half. Let's just hope we don't have to make a fast getaway, Jean added. I wasn't sure if he was truly concerned, but I reminded him, and more especially Tracy, we're on a public road, on public land. No one can tell us that we can't be here. Besides, with John with us, all we have to do is drop his name and his mom's, and all will be forgiven. Tracy looked at me, and I watched a shadow of worry pass across her face before she smiled and squeezed my hand. Along with some food and beverages, we'd also unpacked John's Celestron telescope, a couple of pairs of binoculars, and a video camera and tripod. We went about the business of setting up the devices. Once the equipment was set up, we stood, shifting nervously from foot to foot, and waited. We didn't have to wait very long. Within minutes after settling in, John, who was looking through the telescope, shouted, I got something. He pointed into the night sky to our north and east toward Area 51 and S4. A light had suddenly appeared above the Papoose Mountains. A bright light at the orange end of the spectrum began to glow brightly. I stood focusing my attention on the bright object as it appeared approximately 45 degrees above the horizon. A few instants later, it appeared at 60 degrees above the horizon. Then, seemingly in the time it took for me to blink again, it had climbed again and was then 30 degrees to the right of where I had just been focusing. I heard a commotion behind and a few muttered swear words and exclamations of surprise and delight. I kept my eyes on the lights. Once again, the light moved in what I could only describe as a staircase maneuver, appearing at one height and the up, over, and over. That's no winged aircraft, John said, his voice burned with conviction. I recognized his authoritative tone mixed with a bit of awe. No way in hell anything we produce could make those kinds of maneuvers. Flat out impossible. Did you see that? Gene said, nearly shouting. Zipping along like that and then just stopping? How in the heck can it do that? After I'd seen the low-performance flight, I was certain that the gravity control theory we'd arrived at was correct. Seeing this high-performance flight only confirmed it. It's nearly impossible to convey in words how quickly the light moves from one location to another. I'd seen jets flying overhead in the night sky, and I could easily scan their path of travel with my eyes while my head remained still. Not so with this. Even from that great a distance from the light source, at times, the craft's maneuvers had the light moving out of our fixed line of sight. It was astounding and thrilling to see how that reactor and its other components actually worked in a real-time application. I had an even greater admiration for the engineering behind the emitters. How could they move so quickly to accommodate the kind of movements the craft was making? How could objects as large as they were, and made from a material that was somewhere between a metal and a ceramic, move so quickly to allow them to point in the direction that the craft was moving in? They appeared to be rigid structures, yet they moved with the fluidity and flexibility of a muscle. Were they, when under power, somehow transformed into a more supple or elastic material? I also wondered about the color of the discharge surrounding the craft. Why did it appear to be orange? Not pumpkin orange, but duller, with more brown mixed in. When I'd seen the low-performance test, the corona discharge had been a bluish purple. Now, with the thing in flight, and presumably expending more energy, it was producing a discharge at the longer end of the wavelength spectrum. Orange wasn't in the spectra of atomic hydrogen that would produce bright reds like in the aurora. If oxygen molecules were excited, you'd see purples or blues from nitrogen being ionized. Just another piece of the puzzle. I thought of sodium vapor lights, the kind they cast an orange glow and are frequently used to light city streets. Was it possible that the craft was some sort of sodium alloy? Sodium is very light, it floats on water, and the parts we've been working with were incredibly light. But sodium is also terribly reactive with moisture. Perhaps it overcame that characteristic somehow. Maybe this was a big anode, a positively charged electrode by which electrons leave a device. I wished that I had brought the compact spectrograph I owned. It would have shown the Fraunhofer lines in the light, and therefore identify which elements were present. Because we weren't in line of the direction the emitters were pointing, we couldn't see what form the distortion was taking, how it might have affected our visual sense of the area around the emitters specifically, and the craft generally. If we had been standing right beneath it, right there at S4, we would have been able to see that, and I could compare it to what I'd witnessed during the low-performance test. Eventually, the light descended below the peaks, and the test was over. We all stood silently for a minute. The sky filled with stars, and the night air felt chilled again. Crickets chirped, and the wind rustled a creosote bush, and I smelled its fragrance. The whole time the test flight had been going on, I'd been aware of very little going on around me. All of my other sensory apparatus shifting power to my eyes. I heard a voice, as if I was coming up from being submerged in water. I gradually made a sense of those sounds. Here we are, at a super secret government installation in the desert outside of Las Vegas near Groom Lake. What we witnessed rising over the Papoose Mountains confirms what many have long suspected and the government has long denied. The voice was John. He stood in front of the video camera that he mounted on the tripod, and he was sounding very much like a news reporter doing one of those live from scene broadcasts. The camera's light cast him in a bluish glow, and just outside that light, I could see Gene standing, still scanning the sky, his eyes ablaze, and his smile a wide gash across his face. Amazing, Gene said. Amazing. He lightly tapped the side of his temple with the flat of his hand and kept his head wobbling for a few seconds. John was still narrating his story, and Gene came up to me with his hand out. Thank you. Thanks for this, Bob. I can't tell you what this means to me, that you shared this. I was glad to have done it, and told Gene just that. Then he went on. I know that maybe John won't say this. You know how we can sometimes be. I think I know why you invited him too. I spent a lot of time believing in this stuff, catching hell for it sometimes. You let him see what he's believed in and wanted to see. That's a nice thing you did. I had considered John's situation before, but Gene made me understand things on a deeper level. I could empathize with John. I knew some things, and if events hadn't unfolded like they had, I might not have ever been able to share what I knew with anyone else. Little did I know just how far the parallels between John's plight and mine would extend. I joined John and Gene in loading up the gear. Tracy was still standing in place, arms wrapped around herself, staring up at the sky. You think it helped? Gene asked me. What do you mean? He nodded toward Tracy. Had to be a little weird for the two of you. Leaving the house on short notice all the time, things like that. Seeing is believing. Maybe on some subconscious level, I had wanted to prove to Tracy that my absences from home were for the reasons I told her. This might have made me a bad husband, but at the time, I really didn't have much of a sense that my work at S4 had put much of a strain on our relationship. I believed she understood what was necessary and believed her when she told me that she trusted me. Still, it seemed odd to me then, and remains so until today, that Tracy hadn't said a whole lot while watching the demonstration or after. She'd expressed some concern when I first told her of the plan and what it might mean for me and for us if I violated the security agreements I'd entered into. At least, after the high performance test, she could better appreciate what was at risk. We had a long drive ahead of us, and we all were early risers, so we quickly got back into the RV for the drive home. I think that we'd all gotten a jolt of adrenaline through our systems, and we're paying the price for it afterwards with lethargy. A few days later, I let Gene know that I was planning to go out to the site again. This time, I had invited another friend along. John couldn't make it. I was a little more concerned that time about being watched and tailed, so Gene and I worked out a plan to use a rental car to drive out there. We debated about meeting points and drop-off locations, working ourselves up into a bit of a state for what proved to be no good reason. Still, better to be safe than sorry. There was a kind of Three Stooges quality to our planning, as if we mixed up the two CIAs, the Culinary Institute of America and the Central Intelligence Agency. Tracy was going to join us again, and maybe it was the overlay of fear that clung to her that had Gene and me in a bit of a tizzy. Some of that was due to the one discussion that the participants in the first trip did have on the way home. My reluctance to write about it is a reflection of what they discussed and my long-standing lack of any real focus on this issue. Gene had remarked that the entire time the flight was going on, I seemed lost in my own little world. That was true. I was fascinated to see the craft in flight, and was trying to visualize how the systems I saw were capable of producing that kind of performance. John reminded me of a remark that he had made at the time, while the craft was still in the air, and that I didn't even remember him making. You were still just standing there with your tunnel vision goggles on, and I said, at minimum, that thing's got to be going 700 miles an hour. Then it's stopping on a dime. Then it's back up to 700 miles an hour again. Can you imagine what that kind of lateral acceleration and deceleration would do to the being inside it? You're right. I don't remember you saying that. And you're right. Essentially, that would be the equivalent of hitting a wall at 700 miles an hour. I don't know for sure if the human exoskeleton could sustain that kind of velocity, of having the organs sloshing around. I don't know if they'd come out, but they'd certainly be crushed. John raised his finger in the air. Precisely what I was trying to get you to conclude. A human body couldn't survive that speed. I'm not talking about the human body keeping its guts intact. I'm talking about there not being a human body in there at all. Some other being had to be piloting that thing, no doubt. Gene said, I don't know about that for sure, but it did get me thinking. I know that you said, Bob, that there were 9 other of that kind of craft out in the hangar. I was just sitting there wondering what those beings' lives were like. Did some of them work at the factory or whatever that produced them? Did they go home to mate at the end of the day and be joined by their kids who went to school? I considered that for a minute. I have to confess to you guys, to me, that's the least interesting part of this. I didn't consider any of that at all while watching the test. The machine was the thing for me from the beginning, and it still is. I don't know if I believe what I read in those briefings. I admit, I didn't read them all. But still, what fascinates me the most is the technology. The rest, I let the words drift along the highway to scatter with the wind. In the days after witnessing that first high-performance flight test, I'd been taken up with other ideas than the life of the beings that created those craft and how the craft arrived here. In some ways, that was immaterial. As I've said many times, the allure for me was the immensity of the power that propulsion system produced. What stymied me was the realization that it produced that power in a nearly reactionless fashion. As near as we could determine, apparently no nuclear reaction was going on. We could detect no change in the identity or characteristics of an atomic nucleus that resulted from it being bombarded with an energetic particle. And there were no fission or fusion products left over from a reaction. As near as we could determine, no chemical reaction was taking place. We detected no rearrangement of the molecular or ionic structure of a substance that produced a new one with a different chemical identity. No combustion, no decomposition, no synthesis. We determined that the propulsion system bent light and distorted gravity. That meant that we were dealing with rougher concepts than the kinds of reactions I just mentioned. Most people could understand decomposition. They'd either seen it or smelled it. But when you were talking about the disruption of gravity, you couldn't visualize or smell a rotting piece of meat. Instead, you had to play around with more abstract concepts like time and distance. For most of us, those are firm parts of our reality. I look at a clock and see what time it is. I don't think about how that clock is, in a sense, an artificial construct. We as humans created the concept of time as existing in blocks of 24 hours. It's a good construct, but it is still artificial. The same with space and distance. I drove 12 miles to get from my house to my job, but how we broke up that distance into miles is completely arbitrary. That's why there's a metric system and an English system that give you different totals. Same distance, but different numbers entirely. We've all agreed to use these systems of measurements, but in trying to explain how this craft moved, how it bent gravity, you'd also have to understand that our usual everyday conceptions of time and space and distance weren't going to serve us very well. John and Jean had joked about the need for greater minds to solve the question of where is the middle of nowhere. The same was true of coming up with an explanation that really and truly and accurately described how those craft, and that one craft in particular, moved from one location to the next. While I spent the next week working, I anticipated that my fellow spies were going to look to me to help them grasp an explanation for what they saw.
But there's a new movement that
For the 29th of March 1989, the mean temperature was 70 degrees with a low of 57 and a high of 80. Those facts were noted and recorded. We set out to note and record what we believed would be evidence of the craft's capabilities and existence. Tracy and I took separate cars. Jean picked up the rental car, and we all met at the rendezvous point. Jean and I took more circuitous routes than necessary. Our fourth, a man I'll refer to as Jason, met us along the way just off of Interstate 15. We proceeded as before and set up our viewing area. As happened the first time, the light from the craft glowed in the distance, did its staircase maneuver, and then others. I heard Jean ask, "Did you see that move it just did? It went boom, boom." No, I didn't, I said. I had just set up the video camera, capturing Jean's words and my response. A few seconds later, Jean said, "Look at how light it's getting." Jason had joined me at the camera, and I was still working on the focus. We exchanged a few words about whether or not we were getting anything on the view screen. Finally, satisfied that the camera was capturing the increasingly bright light, I stepped away and watched with a naked eye. The craft hovered for a bit. I blinked, and it had moved closer, the light increasing in intensity. The pattern repeated itself. "I think it's coming at us," Jean said. "It is, isn't it?" Jason said. "That's pretty cool." By the time they were finished saying those things, the light had grown much larger and much, much closer. We all scrambled behind the trunk of the car, crouching and looking skyward. Jean looked at me, startled. "What are you doing? You're never scared. You sit at home making nitro like it's pesto." I had to think about it for a second. I wasn't really frightened. I told him, "I'm a human being. Instincts kick in. Bright, glowing object in the sky moving my way fast, I go for cover." "That's reassuring," Jean said. I wasn't sure if he meant that I was human and had natural reactions or something else. I didn't think any more about it. As the power output increases, the intensity of the light increases, I told them all. The light wasn't eye-searing, but it was somewhat painful to look at. We were able to speak in a normal conversational volume since the craft produced no discernible sound. It was still well above our position. It was like I couldn't see it move, Jason said. One second it was there, the next second it was over there. Almost like a strobe effect or something. "Looks like it'd be a fun ride," Jean said. "Just be sure to keep your sphincter closed tight." "Only you would say that, Jean," I told him. And then, cutting him off before he could ask, "No, I don't know if they have sphincters." "Well, all I can say," Jason added as he laughed, "mine is quivering right now." You weren't completely off track about the strobe effect. As the propulsion system produces more power, that glow is brighter. The gravitational effect also disturbs light, time, and space, I told Jason. "Breathtaking," he said. "Stunning. My face feels frozen from having been smiling for so long." By this time, the lights had darted back over the mountain, still above them, before the sky above S4 went dark. "Worth the drive out here?" Jean asked Jason. "Hell yes," he said. "I've seen it twice now, and this time was even better with the kind of flyover, or at least fly at us view that we got." Jean paused. I don't know, Bob. Is it right to use the word fly? I mean, people call them flying saucers, but how that thing moves doesn't really compare. I guess that fly is the right word if you think about something being above the ground and moving. How can it possibly do what it did? Jason asked. We all stood in a tight semicircle, collapsing tripods and folding chairs. I've been thinking about this moment for a while, how I might be able to provide a visual for everyone to understand as best I could, or at least provide a visual for the concept. I took a $5 bill out of my wallet and held it up for everyone like a magician about to do a trick. So imagine that this bill is the universe. If I take a pen and put a mark here at the far edge of the bill, that represents a starting point. When we traditionally think of time and space and travel, that dot would move incrementally across the bill from one edge to the other, or in some other path. For the sake of argument, let's just say it is going to move directly across in a straight line. To do that, to make you be able to see that, I'd have to take my pen and, in essence, make a whole series of dots from one edge to the other. In other words, I'd draw a line across the bill. That's how we experience movement as a series of moves, one after the other, across a surface. Got it, someone said. Well, with this craft's propulsion system capable of gravitational change, it's like it folds the bill in a series of moves, bringing that far corner, where my line eventually ended, closer and closer to it, until it was across the span of distance. Only it did it far faster than you or I could make the moves to fold that bill. I see. That makes sense, Gene said. Jason nodded. Tracy nodded as well. The thing is, we can all understand that on a certain level, I mean, that's a rudimentary explanation of it. Astrophysicists and others might have more technical and more elegant even ways to explain what I just did. But the most important thing about all of this is that here on Earth, we can conceptualize this, but we can't, or at least to this point, haven't been able to produce a machine capable of doing what that craft does. We simply haven't, not by a long shot. And that's what I was being asked to help do. And what if we could do what that thing did? Gene asked. We'd be masters of the universe. I hope that we'd use it for good, but we could create unbelievably powerful weapons of mass destruction as well. We could become destroyers of worlds. It boggles my mind to think of what it would mean to be able to generate that kind of power over gravity. Anti-gravity? Jason asked. I suppose you could call it that. But what's the opposite of gravity? What does that mean? I see your point, he said, and then added, stating the thought for me. At some point, language just kind of falls short of all this, doesn't it? Speaking of falling, Gene said, I'm about to collapse. Let's get home. As was true after the first test flight we all saw, we didn't speak much about what we'd seen on the drive home or in the days after. Part of that was because of the secretive nature of our visits, but mostly it was due to the simple fact that we all had lives and jobs and families to go back to. It was kind of funny to think of it in terms of the capabilities that craft had over space and time, but the world didn't stop turning because of what we'd witnessed. We just had to keep on moving forward. To that end, I tried again to contact Dennis and never got through. Never got a return call to my messages. Strange to think that I was part of what seemed to be some unraveling of one of the great mysteries of the world, but I couldn't get a guy to return a simple phone call. I suppose that's what I deserved for choosing to do government work. No force of nature, terrestrial or extraterrestrial, could compete with that kind of stubbornness.
Controversy over the false burial
Chapter 8.
of 1772.
Some say that the third time's the charm. In this case, that was true, but in our case, the charm was used to break the spell that had me enthralled to the work I'd been doing at Area 51's S4 site. In the intervening weeks, since I'd been last called in to observe the test flights, I'd added to my list of frustrations the nature of how the work I was doing there was being conducted. It had troubled me from the beginning. In science, you should be able to take a linear approach to problem solving. You set up an experiment or your thinking with a clear beginning, middle, and end. You do as much reading as you can, familiarize yourself with the work that others have done, etc. We all learned about the scientific method in school, and it's a good model that has stood the test of time. But at S4, and working for whomever it was that I was really working for in the military and government, I've been placed in a situation where the linear was out the window, where the scientific method didn't consist of a series of defined steps, but was more scattershot. In a way, our approach to the problem of reverse engineering the propulsion system was like what a diagram of that high-performance test flight and the craft's appearance would have looked like. First here, then there, then up, then down. I really had it with every aspect of the job, if I could properly refer to it as a job. And wouldn't you know it, just when I'd reached that point, they reached out to me and called me again to let me know that I should report the next day to work again at S4. I'd been so used to the regularity of the woman on the phone's pattern. It is now X time and you need to report at Y time, and that Y time being just an hour or two from X time, and the next day really threw me for a loop. Maybe it was an act of passive aggressiveness on my part, but I simply said thanks and hung up the phone with no intent whatsoever of going in as instructed. No one had bothered to respond to my messages, not even to say, "We can't tell you anything now, but we will be in touch when we have more information for you." Instead, they answered with silence. I was going to respond similarly, but with absence. I also wondered why the next day. Had they observed us somehow? The car outside the house and the following was irregular at that point, but then again, maybe they'd changed up their tactics. Who knew? If they had followed us, I thought, so what? We were on public land, violating no laws. Of course, I was violating all of the agreements I'd signed, but desperate times call for desperate measures. On April 2nd, another Wednesday, and the day of the call to report back, Jean, Tracy, Jason, and Tracy's sister Kristen joined me on another trip up to Groom Lake. You might think that the novelty had worn off by then, but it hadn't. When the craft flew towards us that second time, and we'd all ducked behind the car, a new dimension had been added. Who knew what other elements to the high-performance test might be added? What additional information could I glean from witnessing the craft in operation? At that point, obviously, I didn't care about how that knowledge might help me help them, but I wanted to know for myself the answer to the question of how the systems function. We took more precautions on the trip out there. We made frequent stops and diverted from the highway a couple of times and looped around the interchange to see if anyone was following. That bit of trickery added to the excitement. We talked about a number of things. The subject getting serious only once, when Jean mentioned that the oil spill near Valdez, Alaska was spreading, and residents there on the Gulf of Alaska were up in arms. For my part, I was more interested in an item that appeared revealing that scientists at Brigham Young University had fused heavy forms of hydrogen into helium at room temperature. They hoped that the process, piezoelectric fusion, in which a heavy form of hydrogen is electrically infused into titanium or palladium, might lead to a viable power source someday. They believed that they were still a long way off from it being a viable source of energy, but given what had happened with the oil spill, more and more concerns about greenhouse gases being expressed, I was at least hopeful. Obviously, I also thought of it in terms of the propulsion system I'd been working on, how it gave off no real heat during its reactionless operation. I saw Tracy roll her eyes a bit as she looked at her sister. They both nodded and said, "Okay, Dad." I laughed, grateful that their scientist father had instilled in them a tolerance for that kind of talk. Eventually, the sisters' conversation turned to who might want to join them to see the Tom Hanks film, The Burbs. I knew that they were teasing us, but the point was clear. Why not? They were both highly intelligent women, but this was an outing, an adventure, and not part of a seminar. To avoid detection and vary our pattern, we drove down an even more isolated road off of Groom Lake, deeper into the desert on a track that the ranchers used to bury their cattle. We were careful to still be on a public road and still have a good vantage point from which to view the test flight. Our growing anticipation had us all nearly giddy. We joked around with one another, and it was good to leave behind the burden of my decision to end my relationship with Dennis and the rest of the people who had anything to do with S4. We returned to the theme of our ill-preparedness to be spies and to carry out our approach in a manner that even approached stealth. And you were the one who gave John so much crap the first time about not having enough transmission fluid? I said to Gene. Yeah, but he's a pilot, he said again defensively, knowing what was coming next. But to not have enough gas in the car to even get us onto the interstate? Jason added, referring to part of our plan to stop shortly after meeting up to see if we were being tailed. All part of the plan. That quick pit stop was designed to suss out the situation. What's a suss? Don't you mean assess? Or maybe that you're an ass, Jason said, eliciting an appreciative laugh from the rest of us for his wordplay. By this time, we had rolled to a stop and were setting up our viewing area. Suddenly, we heard a soft thud and then saw a greenish round light rolling in front of us. A moment later, we all stood there with a deer-in-the-headlights look on our faces as a car parked no more than 20 feet from our position switched on its high beams. I was at the rear of our formation, mostly hidden. I ducked down, knowing that of all of us gathered there, I was the one who was in the most vulnerable position if we were to be detained. "What are you folks doing out here?" I heard someone say. "Who's asking?" Gene said. "Installation security," a different voice replied. "You are on military property. I'm going to have to ask you to leave. If you don't comply, there's Nevada State Troopers in the area that I'll radio." At that point, I decided it was best for me to get out of there. I'd asked Gene a while ago to keep my gun in his car. I eased the door open. We'd switched off the dome light ahead of time to avoid detection and eased the gun out of the glove box. Using the cover of everyone else's voices telling the security personnel that we were on public roads and not violating any statutes, I hid out in the bush away from the car. After a brief protest, our group said that they would do as asked and leave. I watched as the security detail, the two men, got back in their car and waited. Gene got everyone in his car, and within a few seconds, they took off slowly in the opposite direction of the security vehicle. I waited for a bit until the security car began to move away. Once their tail lights began to dim, I scrambled along in the underbrush and soon caught up with Gene and the rest of them and got inside the vehicle. We all bemoaned our fate and grumbled about not being able to see the test flight. But we also all tacitly understood the precarious position I was in, and to a lesser extent, the jeopardy I placed them in. We were still rolling along slowly. We crested an incline and Gene muttered, "Oh, shit." Ahead of us, a pair of headlights stared at us. A few seconds later, its police lights flashed. "This might be funny, except it isn't," Jason said. "Like being back in high school and being hassled for trying to find a place to drink." A uniformed officer stood in the middle of the road with a flashlight in one hand. As we neared him, he raised the other palm up. We stopped.
Now, of course, not everyone would
Where are you going?
with
He asked. I knew something was up when he didn't ask to see license and registration immediately. Just saw some lights in the sky from the interstate. Came out here to get a better look. Gene said. We understood this to be public property. No signs of trespassing or anything like that.
But it is worthy of note.
The officer trained the flashlight all around the inside of the car. Shut off your ignition. Stay right here. We did as instructed, speculating about what the cop was going to do. We saw him speaking into his radio's microphone. After a brief conversation, he returned to the driver's side of Gene's car. There's 5 of you in this vehicle. Yes, that's right. I got a report from the security guys that they saw 4 people in a vehicle matching this description. You got an explanation for that? Jason spoke up from the back seat. Well, it's dark. Those guys were just security men, you know. They came up on us, and one of them dropped their night vision light. Not exactly the most competent guys in the world.
Thank you very much for watching.
All of us in the car laughed at that insinuation. The police officer didn't. I'm sure they can count. 4 when they stopped you, 5 now. I'd like to see some identification from all of you. All 5 of you, please. Each of us handed our driver's license to Gene, who collected them and handed them over. The policeman looked at each one. Then he rifled through the deck, then walked around the car and used the flashlight to illuminate our faces to make sure that our faces matched the photos. I had gotten into the driver's side seat and returned the gun to the glove box. I wasn't concerned about having it. I'd registered it and was legally allowed to transport it in a vehicle. I was concerned about what we had in the trunk. It was nothing illegal. John's telescope, the spectroscope I'd finally remembered to bring along, a Geiger counter, and a few other scientific instruments. Any one of those items would destroy our story about just happening by and seeing lights. Of course, the police officer asked if he could search the car. This was just after he asked us all to exit the vehicle. We complied with that request, but not with the search. Well, he said, I have to tell you, this doesn't look good for you, and it won't if you have to appear in court. What that tells me is that you've got something to hide. Kristen spoke up. Officer, you said that this was a voluntary search. Our not granting you that access isn't evidence of probable cause. I'm fairly conversant with the statutes that apply here, so unless you can explain to us why it is that you've decided that this is no longer a case of us... The officer held up his hand. Then I'm going to my car, and I'm going to call a wrecker and have you towed out of here. Kristen took a few steps forward. No, you're not calling a wrecker. You can detain us for up to an hour, but that's it. You are not searching the car, and you are not getting us towed. You have no probable cause. If you insist on doing what you say you're going to do, then you're going to have a lot of explaining to do to a judge, to your superiors, and I don't think you're going to like what they have to say. The officer walked away. Tracy smiled animatedly. The first real, genuine expression of pleasure I'd seen in a while. Way to go, sis. Those law classes of yours are paying off.
By way of background,
I may never become a paralegal, but at least I can sound like I know what I'm talking about when dealing with these guys. I can't believe he thought he'd scare us into letting him search us like that. Thanks, Kristen. I said, we could have stood there all night just saying no to him. I said, in an odd way, being out in the desert, watching the police cars' Mars lights illuminate the landscape, felt so much stranger to me than if we'd all been watching an alien spacecraft flying around. I'd been bored and unsatisfied with working as a photo processor. Life certainly wasn't boring anymore, but I wondered then if it was worth all this stress. There had to be some middle ground. I remembered my mother using the term happy medium when I was a kid, and telling her that maybe an unhappy large was more what I was going to be on the lookout for in my life. Seeing the faces of everyone gathered around me heartened me. None of them were pointing fingers at me and blaming me for possibly getting them into trouble or for wasting their time. They knew what I'd put at risk in sharing the information I had with them. They were all doing their best to protect me. Despite the obvious potential complications, it felt good to be there with a group who were all working together. After about 5 minutes spent in his cruiser, the police officer approached us. Checking to be sure he was returning the right licenses to the right individuals, he handed back everyone's identification but mine. He held on to the last one, looked at me, and then said with a tone that I had difficulty deciphering, something between sarcasm and admiration, "I guess they know who you are down there." He nodded toward the base. He handed me my license, stepped back, and said, "You're all free to go. Drive safe and have a good night." We all breathed a sigh of relief and got back into the car. On the ride back, we didn't talk much at all. Jean asked the question that was on my mind, and I assumed on everyone else's. What's next? We'll see, I said. I'm beyond trying to figure out what's going to happen next. For a few minutes, we tried to come up with a plausible explanation for our presence out there. It soon became clear that it was pointless to even try. It was so obvious what was going on that it was a waste of time and mental energy to go through an excuse-making exercise. A lot of thoughts passed through my mind as we headed toward Las Vegas, but I never considered that one of the group I trusted had broken that unspoken bond and said something that might have drawn the security guard's attention to that area. I was sure of that and little else. I remembered a conversation I had with Dennis after learning about the scientists and engineers who'd been killed while working with the reactor. I would have thought that an incident of that type would make the news. When I asked Dennis why it hadn't, he simply said, "We took care of that." I had understood before that these men had control over every bit of information. If something was going to happen to me, no one would ever know the truth of how I came to lose my life. Oddly, that didn't trouble my sleep that night, and I woke up feeling more rested than I had in a while. My son said the next day, I knew what was next. I answered the phone, and Dennis Mariani was on the line. "I'll be at your home in 25 minutes. We need to meet." I knew it was useless to make any kind of excuse, so I said, "I'll be here." When I answered the door to find Dennis standing on the porch, I was surprised to see that there was no vehicle other than my car in the driveway. "You're going to be driving," he said while looking at his watch. "Let's go." After I got through buckling in, I asked him, "Where to?" "Indian Springs." Though he didn't elaborate, I understood that he meant Indian Springs Air Force Base. It was located just north of Las Vegas. I had thought it was deactivated, and that troubled me for a few beats. Why was I going to an abandoned military base alone and at night? It all seemed too sinister. Then I remembered seeing some craft taking off from there every now and then. Maybe there'd be a full staff on site, people who would be able to account for my presence there. We drove along in silence, the tension thick. I was trying to stay calm and not let on that I was thinking too much about what was going on, not let him see that I was on edge. Didn't they once use Indian Springs back in the day to aid nuclear testing? I thought I read something about sniffer planes being launched from there. Dennis grunted an indistinct response. For the remainder of the hour drive, neither of us spoke. I squirmed in my seat, glancing nervously into the rearview mirror, dreading what was to come. As we all had at the start of the drive back home after being detained by the police, I frantically tried to come up with a reason why I'd been out there with my friends and family. Eventually, I gave up. By the time I saw the first signs for the base, I was resigned to doing this.
as
All
well.
I could do was fall
So
back on the truth.
let's look for a moment now at the United
Once we were
States,
through the
which was
gates
technically
and then
the
into an
first
office,
modern
Dennis was
country
joined by
to
2 other
formally
men,
emancipate the
both
Jews.
armed.
And it was
They looked
not
like
the
they were
hardest
part of the
thing
security
in the world
team out
for
at
the United
S4.
States to do. This
Dennis
is
made it
because
apparent that he was really pissed
the
off.
Jews did not
He sat
constitute
down in a
the
chair
major
and pulled
challenge
it close to mine.
emancipation. Obviously,
His face
African American
inches from mine. He
slaves
said,
were the big
"We
challenge.
told you
America
this was
is
a highly
very much a
classified
society
plot. How
still
did that
trying
get
to
twisted in
come to
your
terms
mind to
with
think that
the
you could tell
racial
your friends
character
about
of
it?"
its history. And the Jews
Something
were
about the way he
nearly,
phrased
but
it
not
and the
quite
absurdity
right.
of the
This is not
premise
the
made
place
me
in this
smile and
class to
chuckle a
talk
little
about
bit.
the graduate
I truly thought at first
the Jews,
that
but one
Dennis
of the
was
things
injecting a note of
is
levity
largely
into the
true
situation.
of American society
I was
is
wrong.
that Jews were
The man
generally
seated next to me
considered
reached
like
for his
not
weapon and
quite
said,
white like
"That's
northern
probably not
Europeans
funny."
were. And by
Dennis
the way, this is
continued.
not only Jews. This is
Though he didn't
also
raise his voice
Irish
much,
and
his accusatory
Italian
tone
people
was
and so
sharp,
on. Up
and he
until
seemed as
really
if he
the
was
20th
biting off
century,
each of the
these people were
sounds he
considered
made.
kind of like off-white.
I sat there eyeing a black box on the table in front of me. Was it a microphone?
Social
Part of some
structure
intercom system?
18th
Or a
century
recording
America,
device?
you know, and the
Do you
19th
not
century
understand
as well,
the nature
you know,
of the
they
agreements you
were not
signed?
quite the
Are you
same
not
degree
aware of the
whiteness.
consequences of
Obviously,
violating
this
those
speaks to the
agreements?
fact that whiteness
After a
is
few minutes
largely
of
a
simply
social
sitting there
construct.
and
Obviously,
essentially
there
being
are skin
pummeled
tones
by
that
the
we can
comments and
discern
questions,
visually,
I was
but
asked the
especially
most
when you
obvious
get into kind
questions.
of the middle
The
range,
first one that seemed to be
it
one
really
Dennis
depends
wanted
a
me to
lot
answer.
on how a person
What was I
behaves,
doing
how a
out
person
there,
carries
and
himself,
why was I
how
there
a
with those
person is
people?
viewed by society
I
around them.
wasn't sure what you
That
guys were
determines whether
going
or
to
not
do
a
with
person
me.
is actually
Once
white
you
or
stopped
actually
calling me in to
Muslim.
work in the
The
lab.
Jews were, for the most part,
Even
nearly
before I could
white.
finish that
And
second
more
statement,
significantly,
I
they
sensed
were
that
not
this was the
Catholic.
wrong tack to
There was
take.
tremendous
Each of the
antipathy
men
towards
displayed body
Catholics,
language that
regardless
this
of
was
their
not
skin
the
color.
avenue to go
It
down.
happened to coincide, of
Arms
course, with the
folded
Irish
across a
and
chest,
with the Italians,
a
who
lean
were
back
also
in the
generally
chair,
Catholic.
a lean
So there's a lot
forward,
of hesitation
and a
here at
slow,
giving rights
nearly
to, first of all,
imperceptible
African
shake of the
Americans.
head,
Of course, the Americans
an
fought a
eyebrow
war over
quivering,
that, but also
and then
these
lifting.
nearly white peoples like the Irish
Thinking
Catholics,
quickly
the
on the
Italian
go,
Catholics,
I
and
then
of course
smiled
the
and
Jews.
said, "Look,
So viewed from the
everybody
perspective of
knows that
those who
something to
wanted
do
to
with
limit
experimental
the
aircraft and testing
full
goes on out
access
there.
to society
If you live in
in
Vegas, you know
America,
that.
the Jews
So,
were like a
when they
lower
heard I had a job
priority
out
for
there,
their